where you could attack for this. Just the best pennies there. It's over. Fernando Cifuentes has found it.
You've been patient. You've been waiting all this time, but you ready. You've been putting in that grind, so let's go. Champions are hard to find, but you know the goal when you're ready to shine. Have they heard of you? Then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's time to battle them, then let's go. Cause you'll never stop. Show them what you got.
Stays asleep.
From that shit
Close
house.
combat onto a Mogan. Is that enough? She did. Jump across, gets the knockout. Defeats Voltua.
Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road.
Gets the leg down. Can you look down the wind catch when he has a little bit of health left? Oh! What HP left. I know.
Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Put your hands.
Good morning, Pokemon trainers, and welcome to the final day of the regional championships here in beautiful Stockholm. As many of you will know, Sweden is home to many iconic music groups, so take a chance on us to sing the praises of all the amazingly talented trainers we saw yesterday. I'm David Partington, and I'm of course joined by Lee Provost, Bet Kiriakou, and Costa Didymos. Now, I have a question for all of you. Cards on the table. Who is going to win the event?
So, I think I'm going to have to go for a very solid choice, Michael Kelsch. He is the currently reigning Stockholm Regional Champion from last season going into this one. He, at the current time, is undefeated going up against Jamie Boyd, the other second undefeated player. So, yeah, all of my chips are in his favor.
Okay, that's a fair good point. Lee, what do you think?
A bit related to Costa's answer with opponents anyway, but Jamie Boyd, I think, is going to be the one to watch coming into day two. I think Jamie had a phenomenal start to the tournament yesterday. It was perfect, 8-0. And I think the confidence, speaking with Jamie after the event yesterday, he feels in a really good headspace. And I think that's really going to be exactly what Jamie needs to come into today and just push on with a pretty unique Cryodan team that we haven't really seen. It's obviously got all those Jamie Boyd traits.
Okay, and Ben, what do you think?
Well, I didn't bring any cards with me to put on the table, David, but I'm going to have to go with Oscar Gilly. And not only was I really impressed speaking to Oscar as a relative newcomer to the scene, only starting last season, I was really impressed with the way that he articulated everything about the team picks he was using and what he was doing. But not only that, he kind of did the Eric Rios special in his match against Eric yesterday. Lost game one, and it looked really convincing. He was able to turn it around, and some of the plays that he made in that set were plays that you would see any of our top players make in a finals, and I think he can go all the way.
But I would say I think Eric Rios has the real chance to do it, I would say. Because I think if he does the Eric Rios special and loses an earlier set and then wins the later sets, that's where I think he could take it. He's an international champion and a regional champion. I think he could take it all the way this weekend. But of course, this isn't the only weekend that we play Pokemon. We've got plenty of other events that we've had before and to go as well. So we can take a look at our EU regional calendar here.
Yes, you can see how many events we've had so far this season. They've all been exciting and left a memory to last forever. We are in Stockholm, of course, this weekend, but we have a lot of events still to come. We've got Seville after this, Utrecht and Bologna, and then that leads us into the next international championships of the season in New Orleans before the big one in Anaheim, California for the World Championships.
Yeah, it's going to be amazing. Obviously, we were in New Orleans last year for the NAIC, and that was incredible, wasn't it? Like opening ceremony and just the amazing time.
Just amazing venue to be at. So to be there again this year is extra exciting, I think, for that one.
100% it was. And of course, there's plenty of championship points that you can gain on all of those events and the previous events too, because there's a lot of opportunity to try and get that world's invite if you can. Online events, offline events with the Grand Challenge that we've had too.
And boy, oh boy, is there a lot of championship points on display for our players getting into that day two. But of course, our players that didn't quite make it into day two yesterday, a lot of them will have gone home with some championship points, up to 350. up for grabs this weekend to get our trainers, one, a direct invite if they're able to win this event, but also get them closer to achieving that top 75 position in Europe, if not.
What else have we got on here, though? Not just points, we've also got prizes. Yes, we do here in our regional event in Stockholm. There's plenty of boosters and prize to be had for everyone.
Exactly.
Almost.
Yeah, and not only for the Masters division, you've got the juniors and seniors as well. So it's really not only bragging rights that are on the line. There's so many great prizes. Generally speaking, you know, it gives a lot of great incentive to be able to capitalize off of a very successful performance at an event. 108 booster packs, really nothing to shy away from. You know, you get so much value out of it, whether in a collecting manner or just being able to have more decks to be able to go ahead and contribute. Maybe go and take a bit of a ride over at the TCG as well. Who knows?
I like it, yeah. Maybe we'll do just that. Maybe not this weekend.
Maybe not this weekend.
Yeah, but definitely going forward, we'll give that a go too. So, yeah, there's plenty to look forward to today, especially because we've had our 8 rounds of Swiss in day 1, and then in day 2, we've got a mere handful of players, like just under 50 over the 300 or 400 players we had yesterday. So we really are getting down to the best of the best at the moment in this tournament to go. Obviously, we mentioned a few earlier as well, but there's plenty of other trainers who've also made it out there that didn't get a chance to stream yesterday as well. So it might be that there's multiple Kyogre teams out there that we haven't yet seen yet, which
I see you still trying to push that boat out there.
There is one. I've seen one Kyogre out in the wild that's still in day 2. So there is hope for you, David.
Thank you, Lee. Thank you so much.
He needed that lead.
Well, yeah, here's a few of our day 2 players at the moment there. Obviously, there's a few that we've already seen, but a few other standouts there, Ben.
Yeah, I think, like, looking down the list, Federico is going for my caster prediction of Miraidon this weekend, and he was able to win on stream and had a very, very good showing, going 7-1 yesterday, like most of the players on this first graphic that we have of our players in day 2. And of course, we mentioned earlier, Bishard and Jamie are 2 undefeated players. They're going to be playing the first round of Swiss today against each other to see who will remain undefeated.
That'll be really exciting to know what the outcome of that is. And also, you got Matty Morgan on the bottom left there as well, a Malmo regional champion a couple of years ago. So could still have a two-time regional champion of Sweden, for instance, either Michael Kelsch or Matty Morgan, which would be really interesting.
Yeah, exactly that. But they're not the only players available. We've got some great others too. Xuanqi, actually, we're able to feature them yesterday on stream, having a very strong offensive team, just going and absolutely wreaking havoc against, I believe it was a balance score that they were going up against with Tail Team, if I'm not mistaken. And Tail Team coming off the form as well, really good. So Xuanqi, definitely one to look out for. But there are so many more others. I need to call out Marco Silva, our current reigning Latin America International Champion, 2-time, should I say as well, still in it to win it.
Yeah, and talking about doubling up on becoming a Swedish regional champion, Marcus Mann down there as well, previous Stockholm regional champion, 2016, so could have a repeat this weekend as well in the running for that championship. But yeah, amazing names across the board. Our players, you've got to all congratulate yourselves for getting to this stage, but it's not done. Can't rest on your laurels, so to speak. You've got to get into the action and make sure that you push on and keep doing what you've been doing to get to the very top and hopefully get to the point of being crowned champion at the end of the weekend.
100%. We've got so many great players here, haven't we? And just to know that was just only a few of what the day 2 players we had here this weekend. There's still more that weren't even on those graphics as well, because we've just got so many players and so much talent here this weekend. So we've obviously had a few chats about the restrictors that we think are going to be quite good here, and interesting. I just wanted to chat on about Lunala again, because obviously you had Bezard Muntasir over across the pond in Vancouver who won with it just out of the blue. No one saw Lunala coming, and now we've seen a little bit more of it here this weekend as well, particularly with Eric Rios using it, but kind of instead of a Terapagos sort of set, using still Calm Mind, but now you've got Moongeist Beam and Moonblast and a defensive Terror as well, which Terapagos can't do for you. So I really like that kind of innovation that we've seen here. Still with the same supporting pieces, but suddenly your Urshifu's not going to be able to touch a Lunala with close combat.
And fun fact as well, apparently in day 1, there were more Lunalas than Kyogres. It was 28 Lunalas versus 25 Kyogres. So
Oh, I don't know how to feel about that
What was the conversion rate, though?
Well, we're going to have to find out. Day 2 hasn't happened yet. So.
I thought you might know. Sorry, Costa.
Yeah, any highlight restrictors that you guys think are going to do quite well this weekend?
I'm still on the... no, go for it, Ben. Go on.
No, you go for it.
You go.
All right.
So, I'm going to go for Calyrex Ice Rider.
I'm going to go out of the blue. No, I'm going to go off the beaten track here.
Okay.
Miraidon.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
Surprise.
here we go.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, okay.
No.
Well, the Pokemon that won Worlds last year.
Ah, nice.
Yeah, nobody saw it coming.
No. Okay.
Yeah.
And the one that won the Birmingham Regional Championships
Yeah.
as well. Oh, okay.
Nobody saw that coming either.
Yeah, no.
I'm serious. Nobody
And
did.
the one that got finals as well.
And actually,
EUIC.
no. At Birmingham.
Okay.
I don't think anyone did see it actually winning the event. I think people were expecting. That was the first regional back at Reg G in Europe, right?
Yes, yeah.
So
But
that was
then-
the one where it was definitely more counted.
But many people did see it win, though.
Yeah, but based on your logic, Ben, now, if no one saw it coming then, you see it coming here, so it's not going to win this weekend.
I didn't see it coming.
You've just said you see it coming.
I would like it to. I didn't see it coming.
All right.
Tell us about Calyrex Ice Rider.
Ice Rider.
Please, please.
I mean, in the end of the day, Michael Kelsch, we were just talking about him before. Not only he, but a couple of other German players as well that they actually team build and work together, brought it as well with the variation with the Smeargle. And those are two of my picks. So naturally speaking, I will have to have a mandatory bias towards that.
Fair enough. We'll have to see how our trainers fare, though. They're the ones competing and not us, unfortunately. So if you want to be catching more of the action, not just this weekend, but future weekends as well, make sure to hop over to Pokemon.com/broadcasts, where there is the schedule for all our broadcasts, which makes a lot of sense, right? So there's plenty of action there too. And also, of course, you can follow us along on multiple channels. YouTube and Twitch is where you can be watching this broadcast as well. And on Twitch, you can participate in our community choices as well to choose the match that we stream in some of our matches, which we will be doing today as well. And of course, you can follow the channel along too on multiple social media channels too. We love to hear about what you're doing, where you're watching, who you're watching with, and your drawings, of course, too, using that hashtag PlayPokemon on X, on Instagram, and that /Pokemon on Facebook and YouTube too. Should we get into the action?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Let's crown our regional champion. Let's go. See you in a minute. Boop, boop, boop.
This weekend, the 2025 Regional Championships are bringing the electrifying action of Pokémon Scarlet and Pokémon Violet to the global stage. Top trainers from across the world have gathered to compete for a share of over $125,000 in cash prizes, travel awards, and the all-important championship points that could secure their spot at Worlds 2025 in Anaheim, California. The journey to the top is a true test of skill and strategy. This two-day event kicks off with Swiss rounds, where trainers face off in best-of-3 matches using an open team list format. In this format, each Pokemon's Terra type, ability, held item, and moves are fully visible to the opponent, making every decision crucial. To advance to Day 2, trainers need to rack up total match points to exceed the threshold for their division. On Day 2, the competition ramps up as trainers continue through more Swiss rounds until the top cut is determined. Then the battle reaches its compete in a single elimination bracket where only one trainer will emerge as the regional champion. Who will etch their name into the history books this weekend, and who will punch their ticket to Worlds 2025 in Anaheim? Don't miss a minute of the action. Stay tuned all weekend long to watch the battles unfold live. To stay up to date on future Play Pokemon events, visit pokemon.com/play.
Here we are. We've been able to make our way from the couch over to the caster desk because we're getting things rolling with this day 2 at the 2025 Stockholm Regional Championships. I, of course, am Gustav. This is Ben. And we are really, really excited to be able to actually feature the continuation of what has been such a great event.
Fantastic. I mean, all of our trainers have been doing so well this weekend. We've had so many displays of absolute skill. We've had some upsets. We've had some things that maybe we were expecting to see, some things that we weren't expecting to see. It's all of the action has been coming at this late stage of Regulation Set G, and our trainers have been doing a wonderful job at giving us such a great show.
Oh, 100%. And at this point, you know, we pretty much, I think we're talking bit about this, the level of competition at this event is extremely high because the stakes are still up there for contention in regards to the leaderboard race when you want to be able to try and make sure that you're still within that top 75. You know, in order to stay in the race, you quite literally have to stay in the race. You need to keep competing at the events because all of your opponents will try to leapfrog over you if you miss out at even one, perhaps.
You're not safe until you're safe in the race to the World Championship invites. And of course, especially with that best finish limit that we have at the regional championships, we're getting to the point where players have put all 5 of their regional and international championships in their best finish limit. So they're coming to these events looking to increase the amount of championship points that they have. If they got a 128 or a top 64 last time they went to a regionals and their BFLs are filled up, well, if they get a top 32, that's a few extra championship points, and especially alongside those local events as well, it's those little small extra bits of championship points that really do make a difference when it comes down to crunch time at the end of the season.
Yeah, exactly that. And you never know, you want to even try to expand on getting travel awards as well, because there's a lot on the line, especially going into Worlds, and everyone wants to be able to better position themselves to the point where they feel comfortable and they could try to maximize the potential as well of what they can get.
Well, let's see what our statistics are looking like for this weekend, because we're going to get to see our restricted Pokemon usage from day 1. So not today. This is not the conversion rate into day 2 just yet. This is just a snapshot of what the total field we're using in Stockholm this weekend.
Yeah, it's a bit of a story time right now. We want to be able to see how these restricteds convert into day 2. We see Calumet Shadow Rider on the top with Ice Rider very closely second, Miraidon in third, and Terrapagos fourth. Definitely not where I was expecting Terrapagos.
It's definitely got a little bit of a buff to itself in terms of usage over the last little while. We saw lots of it at EUIC, and that popularity has been increasing. which sort of increases the popularity of Zamazenta and certainly Koraidon, especially after it won EUIC, after it won Fortaleza as well. Players are really learning how to use Koraidon to the best of their abilities. And of course, one of our 8-0s, Jamie Boyd, is rocking Koraidon this weekend and showed us on stream yesterday just how effective it can be.
Yeah, and for good reason. It's just an absolute powerhouse when put in the right conditions, and especially allowing its support Pokemon to benefit off of the weather. The Orichalcum Pulse not only does bring sun, it also brings the damage.
Oh, yeah, definitely. And just looking down the list as well, some Pokemon that have been rising in popularity, definitely, and we talked about it a little bit on the couch already, but Lunala is something that we do need to really mention, and I really like the way that a lot of different sets are possible on Lunala. So let's see how our restricted Pokemon have converted into Day 2.
Okay.
Eternatus.
Wow.
Eternatus has managed to convert 2% of the field going in Day 2. We've got just under 50 players playing, so that's one Eternatus, 2 Eternatus?
I am not that good at that.
There's some Eternatus. We can be happy about that.
Yeah, and actually, looking at the placements themselves, it seems like the Terapagos has indeed leapfrogged Miraidon from 4th, going into 3rd, and them swapping places. Koraidon is in 5th, Kyogre 6th, and Lunala has jumped up as well. So all of a sudden, we've seen a drop, I believe, in the Zamazenta, which is no longer on the image.
And I think Matty Morgan was running Zamazenta, but looking down the list, I couldn't see too many other players that were managing to convert into Day 2 using it. And it's a really surprising drop-off, actually, considering that Terapagos has been popular, and usually, before Koraidon really hit its stride, so to speak, Zamazenta was the Pokemon that you wanted in the Terapagos matchup.
Yeah, and I'm very curious to see, obviously, how this extends into what will at some point be Top Cut today and review that conversion rate. But yeah, I mean... on either graphics from yesterday and today, so would you like to provide a comment about that?
I would not.
Okay, cool.
I would not. Okay, so no, I've just had a little look. Just had a little look. There is one Eternatus in the field.
All right.
Unfortunately, in round 9 of Swiss, it wasn't able to win. So
what, they were X2?
They were X2.
Okay.
Now they've gone X3.
Unfortunately.
And that was Sander Tigelman from the Netherlands that was playing that Eternatus. So congrats, Sander. You've done well to represent Eternatus.
And quite literally bring it on the graphic as well in favor of Zamazenta. So that is very, very impressive.
And no surprise, of course, to see Calyrex Shadow Rider remaining in pole position. It's definitely the Pokemon that was the most used in Day 1. It's carried on rising. I think it's the Pokemon that many trainers are falling back on, as once the metagame has developed a bit, once you've really learned how to leverage all of the incredible damage, it's very much an even Pokemon in many respects. You don't have like super great matchups with it across the full matchup spreads, but you can play every single matchup pretty comfortably with Calyrex Shadow Rider. And I think that's a really important point, as when you're preparing, when you need to get those championship points, falling back on the Pokemon that you know that you've got a good chance with in every single match that you play is definitely a valuable thing.
Yeah, and I mean, it's easily splashable dependent on the different cores that you could run with it as well. So, you know, you got balance, you got hyper offensive. We saw Xuanqi rocking Focus Sash as well yesterday. You didn't even need to try to commit.
Galarian Weezing.
Galarian Weezing. There's so many.
Tatsugiri.
There you go. Look, he's just riding it himself. So, you know, because it makes so much sense. However, enough of restricteds. We will be seeing them shortly. But moving on to the non-restricted usage stats, we're going to be showing Day 1 first, similar fashion to wanting to compare versus Day 2. And there is the king. I'm not talking about the cat. I'm talking about that Urshifu Rapid Strike. Number 1, 51.5%. Looking strong, but I'm curious on how that converts into Day 2.
Pretty well, probably.
That's
probably pretty well. I'm going to go for that. That's nobody saw that coming either.
Oh, did they not?
They didn't. No, I mean, Urshifu Rapid Strike, of course, one of the most powerful Pokemon in the format that's not a restricted Pokemon. But we were talking about this yesterday, looking at the graphics, like, pick your grass type.
Exactly, there's so many. my lord. And it's Firewater Grass Core to start us off with the first 3 placements, and then Amoonguss, Ogerpon Halflame, and even Ogerpon Cornerstone, which truly has been rising in popularity because it's got such a great offensive mode paired up with the Sturdy ability, as well as that rock typing, which is very valuable going into the current meta when you have so many different Terra Fires. You've even got the flying types as well running amok, so really, really great bring.
One thing I'd want to point out is there's only one water-type Pokemon of the Fire-Water-Grass combination that we typically see as that sort of balanced core. There's a couple of a few fire types. There's a plethora of grass types, but only one naturally water-type Pokemon. I think that's largely because many of these Pokemon also want to terrestrialize into the water type. We saw Landorus yesterday really take advantage of going for its Terra Water. Iron Hands does like to. Raging Bolt likes to go for a Terra Water. So there's many sort of pseudo-water types going on here with our terrestrialization mechanic.
Yeah, exactly. And I think the importance as well of these Pokemon is how do they gel with the restricted that they're paired up with? And that's sort of why we see such heavy-hitting Pokemon and high utility support. But, Ben, let us see how they convert into day 2. Who's on top, who's moved out of the top 12 bracket, and no surprise and no change with the first 4 placements. However, a bit of variation and a cheeky little, what's that little Smeagol at the end?
Yeah, that is, yeah. I think that's a lot of our German players wanting to play that Kali Ice that you mentioned earlier, Costa. Kali Ice, Smeagol sort of composition going for Trick Room. Indeed, female is not a Pokemon that we see up right at the top level of these graphics very often, but you know what sort of centric teams that are being used when it does reach that sort of margins. It's definitely a Trick Room focused environment here in day 2. Most notably actually on Pokemon that have slipped out is the Ogerpon Halflame.
Yes.
Which is a little bit surprising, actually. It was more usage than Ogerpon Cornerstone, but it hasn't managed to convert quite as well into day 2.
Yeah, and I think we also did see the Landorus Incarnate and Chi-Yu being dropped off as well, and I think the 3 Pokemon replacing them, like we've already mentioned, is that female Indeedee, it's the Smeagol and the Clefairy. So all of a sudden, we've got these support utility Pokemon, notably known as the Redirection Pokemon, Friend Guard being such a tried and true ability when it comes to Pokemon such as the Calyrex, Shadow Riders, which really try to focus down on balance cores where they've got a mix of the Rillaboons, the Incineroars, Fake Out, Cycling, and also grassy terrain, you know, a recovery over time.
I really want to expand on that support idea, actually, Costa, because the other thing that we hadn't really talked about in our day 1 statistics is Tornadus.
Yeah.
And now, if you were telling us, if you were asking us before this event, like, what would be the Tailwind setter of choice, I'd say Whimsicott.
Yeah.
It's got light screen support, it's got encore support, fairy type coverage is great, that's the typical sort of moveset it runs. But Tornadus has been finding its feet in Stockholm here.
It's non-existent feet, sorry. But yes.
They're in the cloud. They're in the cloud somewhere. They're in the cloud somewhere.
Yeah.
But it's the Tailwind setter that we don't really see as much in Regulation Set G because it's got some different tools to Whimsicott, and I think that's a reaction to Koraidon and a little bit more sun. I've been hearing whispers around the players as like, oh yeah, I played against this Rain Dance Tornadus and I really just had no answers for it because it powered up the Urshifu Rapid Strike, but also it was able to turn off Koraidon, Koraidon's Sun, and was able to give players a matchup in that environment. Now, Whimsicott can learn that as well, but there's also that flying coverage that Tornadus has that gives it a little bit of an advantage against all of these grass-type Pokemon that people are finding a lot of favor with.
Yeah, exactly, and for good reason. I mean, you did call out the pairing of the Urshifu Rapid Strike and the Tornadus. We've seen that in previous regulations, like Regulation Set H as well. It's such a strong core that you got to be able to respect and have some adequate response to it. And adding that onto an already, let's say, powerful team because of the restricted and the sort of synergies at play just makes it absolutely detrimental, and it could absolutely run straight through you if you're not cautious enough.
Those restricted Pokemon are really, really dangerous. You've got to keep a check on them, and I think that's another thing going back to the usage statistics with Smeagol. A lot of those Smeagols are running Spore, just like Amoonguss.
Right.
But Amoonguss has got a very, very slow speed tier. It's really great when you get it into Trick Room. It's really great outside of Trick Room just because it's so defensively capable. Yep. But then Smeargle is that little bit faster. And I've had some conversations with traders as well. It's like, I can't go slower than Smeargle just in case someone brings it. And then I can't do anything against it.
Yeah, and that's sort of the element of matchups and general roulette dynamics as well. But talking about all of the different matches and trainers and Pokemon and teams, let's go ahead and get some of our matches ready in terms of choice, specifically community choice. We give the power into the viewers' hands to be able to go ahead and select one of these amazing 4 matches to feature.
Now, before we get talking about our players, it's really important to note that you can't pick wrong here, but also that all of these players are on their winning in for Top Cut. So we get to see one of our trainers going and making their way to an X and 2 record at the very least. After round 10.
I'm building up a sweat just thinking about it, because imagine the amount of pressure. All of these kids. Okay, you go. You lead.
Okay, right.
Yes.
Let's talk about our players. Alberto versus Giuseppe. And I was at a local last weekend.
Yeah, you were telling me.
In Birmingham.
Yeah.
He was playing this team as well. So he's been very well practiced since EUIC and in his local events with this Terrapagos team. Really excited to see him doing so well.
Yeah, and Mikael versus Connor, we've got a Lunala versus Calyrex Ice Rider matchup. That could really have a lot of different intricacy when it comes to the Trick Room modes or the Speed Control mode generally, because Mikael's team actually has that sort of Tail Room team. You've got the Tailwind support and potential Trick Room as well, especially with that Ursaluna damage sweep potential.
Adrian versus Kusha, and Kusha was one of our notable matches from yesterday. I remember seeing their name on the board, and they're doing very, very well with this Calyrex Ice Rider composition, going for Trick Room, and it looks quite similar to what Michael Kelsch is running, and Raheem. There was another player that we featured on stream as well. Adrian going for that tried and tested Kyogre build as well, following in the footsteps of Oliver Escalin, using that Rillaboom and Incineroar composition with the Raging Roaring Moon.
Yes.
To support that as well. So maybe a little bit of a Calm Mind variant does match up quite well into Calyrex Ice typically.
Yeah, and then the final 4th match, Marco Chiamanta Caludura Silva versus Nicolo Lazzarini Denchi. Oh my lord, a bit of a tongue twister there, but we made it through. But of course, we've got 2-time consecutive Latin America international champion Marco, rocking a very standard team for himself with what we've seen him actually bring in the past. It does seem to be that Arubeda composition.
Yeah, Miraidon.
Well, I am... Look,
Miraidon.
Okay, so I'm annoyed that I've worn this now and I'm right next to you. And you're rallying the troops when it comes to the Miraidon team. But it's true. It's just so potent and powerful. Like, I mean, I can't dispute it unless there's a Calyrex Ice Rider against it.
Definitely. And definitely, I mean, we see Marco on stream quite often, but that's not a reason to vote for another match if you like watching Marco play, because he does give us a masterclass of how this game works, and he's a very good player to study. And you know what? I think we're close to getting results, Costa.
Woo! I think we actually are there. Let's go ahead and throw the graphic. Let's see which match you lovely people at home have chosen is going to be Alberto Cañuelo versus Giuseppe Musico.
Okay, I'm really looking forward to seeing how this match shapes up. Of course, you've got these 2 players that are very well versed in the game. You've got Terrapagos versus Calyrex Shadow Rider. You've got the Smeargles, you've got the Screamtails, we've got the Heatran coming to this match as well. So lots of spicy picks here.
Yeah, and I think just going and reviewing purely the restricteds, you see a Calyrex Shadow Rider versus a Terrapagos. And generally speaking, unless it's set up potential that you've got on that Calyrex Shadow Rider, it's going to be really tough to be able to break down this Terrapagos, especially as this Core 6 tend to actually run that substitute Terra Starstorm and Calm Mind set, which can be so frustrating to go up against, especially when you've got a support like Screamtail with the Encores, with the Disables, to be able to enact and allow this Terrapagos to easily set up with the support of Rillaboom and Incineroar.
And this Trapagos build is something that we've seen quite a lot before, where you have especially Francesco Piapero went 10-0 at EUIC with this composition and made it to the top cut. So he did really, really well with this. It's definitely a popular composition this weekend. But I'm really excited to see how Alberto's Calyrex Shadow Rider build is going to be working and how he's piloting it this weekend, because it is all about the differences in that. You already talked about it, Costa, the hyper events versus the little bit more Calm Mind variant of Calyrex Shadow Rider, the setup variants, the nasty plots, and of course there is a Smeargle on that team as well. So it's looking like a little bit of a nasty plot thing going on there. We'll have to see. I'm looking forward to seeing exactly what they're going to be running.
Yeah, exactly that. And to just expand a bit on that Calyrex Shadow Rider, having 2 utility support Pokemon gives you so much more room for flexibility when it comes to sort of an individual game. You can just bring it towards the mid-game scenario. You got another redirection support in the back, or maybe in Smeargle's case, fake-out potential, redirection potential, spore potential as well. So there's so many different mind games, and that allows Alberto a bit more room to be able to navigate, you know, tumultuous waters, and your opponent not really gauging in on perhaps what is the correct play, because there's just so many to consider.
It does speak to the way that our trainers are prepping for the event as well, like learning, deciding with a Pokemon that's as flexible and inflexible. It's got one move, but it's got all of the moves. Right,
it's exactly.
Like, it can learn any move that's available to any other Pokemon with
except a Dark Void. Sorry, I had to put that in there.
I've got flashbacks.
We do not.
I've got flashbacks right now. This Xerneas here, yeah, Dark Void not available anymore. There's a couple of other exceptions there, of course, but
yes,
yeah, it's one of those Pokemon that is so flexible. You can maybe have a little bit less options of how you can train it because of its stat distribution, but you can have any particular move that you think is relevant at the moment in the format.
Exactly that. So we're going to have to see how Adrian is able to go ahead and pilot that, but before then, we're going to have a bit of a look around Adrian's profile themselves. You know, being able to reach the stage right now, you are one step away from getting into top cut is such a huge accomplishment, and that's not the only one this great trainer does have, Alberto.
And 2025, Birmingham Regional Top 8. So, of course, that was in Regulation Set G not too long ago. So coming off a good form there. And, of course, being able to make it to top 16 of any international championship, no matter what the year, no matter what the format, is something to be very proud of, and certainly something that Giuseppe is going to have to be a little bit worried about playing a player of that caliber.
Yeah, and I mean, Alberto, the fact that you've got such strong performances in very recent times, you know, 2024, absolute riot of a season, so well placed. Top 16 EUIC, like we said, is already an accomplishment, but top 64 at Worlds, when it's one of the most stacked Worlds ever, yeah. I'm very impressed.
Very much so. I mean, Worlds in Honolulu was so competitive. We had, of course, when we get to our international championships, there's representation from everywhere, but Worlds is the pinnacle of that. And top 64 doesn't, it looks like a big number, but of course you've got to remember what that means in the context of the tournament at large. I mean, there's so many talented players, and of course, worth noting that Worlds in Honolulu was played in Regulation Set G. If you didn't catch it last year. So this is something that's a really good barometer of Alberto's skill in this format. Yeah,
so I'm really curious to see how Alberto's going to be able to convert that with these core 6 we have already discussed. Feels like Alberto's really, you know, vibing with this team. Like we said, support is just everywhere, but when it comes to damage output, you've got a couple of venues where you can take advantage of, you know, like any sort of roll compression Pokemon, such as the Rillaboom. It's not only there for fake out pressure, the pivot action, it can go on the offensive. But we've got the sort of dual modes when it comes to damage. You've got the Calyrex Shadow Rider, and you've most likely got that Urshifu Rapid Strike with the Tornadus, that mode that we were just discussing before.
The Rain Dance and going for the Surging Strikes. And we've seen the adaptation, especially on the more popular Miraidon team that, of course, Luca Charibelli won the World Championships with. That's why I'm supporting Miraidon this weekend, of course.
Do you want to change pins?
Yeah, kind of.
You know, I think we should. I should get Xerneas back. But regardless, we're going to have to go ahead and just check out how Alberto's going to be able to bring that to the fore. But before then, let's go ahead and check out their opponent. Of course, we're going to be seeing the profile of when it comes to reviewing Giuseppe's team. Giuseppe, absolutely ferocious trainer in terms of skill and high knowledge and depth as well.
Especially with results going back a little bit further as well, showing their experience in the game and being our Stuttgart regional champion, of course, from 2018. More recently, though, a couple of Reg H really great results. One in particular being Lille Regional Top 4. So a completely different format to what we're playing right now. But I can tell you, and Giuseppe plays a lot of the UK locals.
Yeah.
And I can tell you, I've played against Giuseppe many a time, and my win record is not very good. It's not very good.
He's pretty good at the game.
He's pretty good at the game. and I think that speaks to the way that he approaches the game. He's very, very much a consistent player. And it speaks to the team that he's using this weekend. It's all about those little advantages that you accrue over time to get to a position where your opponent has absolutely no counterplay because you've shut them down at every avenue. And I think it takes a lot of foresight to be able to play those sort of teams. And that's exactly what I feel every time I play against Giuseppe. It always feels like he's just slightly one step ahead.
Yeah, and I think it sort of is a testament to how long he's actually been able to compete with a VG, generally speaking. 2018 Stuttgart Regional Champion, and that's just when he was crowned champion. He probably started way earlier than that and started building himself up, and being able to have the knowledge and the depth of board state comprehension across the various formats with the various seasons that have built up to this just adds more to your own personal database of familiarity, of experience, and that clearly does show as he keeps on getting those really high placements.
Yeah, I think it's like building on those years of experience as well. I think that's the real key here. He's able to... It's one of those things, especially when you're going into a new format, you do have to look back at the formats that you've played before and say, well, okay, this was good. You've got to adjust the way that you're thinking about the game, what the actual priorities are, like how important is it that this Pokemon gets knocked out or not? And Giuseppe's been able to, of course, keep on the forefront of that all the way through. Really looking forward, of course, to these two players getting started. Of course, they're getting set up on the stage right now. So don't go anywhere, trainers, because we'll be here with round 10 very, very soon here in Stockholm.
Indeed, we will. And I think touching a bit on the core that Giuseppe has brought, I think you've already called out that Francesco Piopero was actually utilizing it, placed really well at EUIC, but this core was starting to get popularized before EUIC, and I think just being able to work out the necessary tweaks and adaptations that you need going into the meta as it forever evolves, no pun intended with Pokemon generally, but still, the fact that you've got the Heatran, I love the Heatran inclusion. It's something that was not on a lot of people's radars at some point, but it started actually becoming quite prominent. But we've got
here we go. Okay, we're getting set up and ready to go. Of course, it is Giuseppe on the left and Alberto on the right here. So we will be seeing our game from Giuseppe's perspective and seeing... That's one of the things I actually quite like, is seeing how our traders are sort of thinking about the game as they're playing. And it's certainly a player like Giuseppe, I say it once, I'll say it again, very methodical in the way that he approaches the game and is able to, just get those, especially with the team he's running, those incremental advantages, not falling too far behind, closing down all the doors. In the games that he plays. I'm really excited to be able to see that from a first-person perspective.
Yeah, and I think just going into the sort of archetypes that both of our trainers have brought, it's going to be a very board state heavy matchup because both of them rely on being able to get positions where they're able to essentially get pins onto their opponents. You've got the setup potential from either side, and you've got the supporting Pokemon too, but something that Heatran in particular does have, which is unique to itself, is its signature move, which is Magma Storm. I don't have confirmation that that is exactly what's running, but 99% of the time, that is kind of what it does, because it's able to lock its target in if, of course, it does connect and deal some really strong damage incrementally at the end of each turn.
It's a tool that you've really got to go for or not, and I think a lot of players that are playing this Terrapagos team are interested to see how Giuseppe is going to approach this, because it can be quite a difficult Pokemon to be bringing to a match because, of course, it does have a lot of weaknesses for Pokemon in the format, but our trainers can lock in and still be able to utilize it effectively. And yeah, that's really good to see.
Yeah, exactly that. And I think we're starting to get into the midst of this. Trainers look like they are ready to go. We are as well. There's a lot on the line. You know that you've put in so much effort if you're either Giuseppe or Alberto. You could see the focus in their eyes. They are ready to go. There you have it, Alberto giving that confirmation right there. He's ready.
And this is what it all comes down to. In our last Swiss round of the tournament, this is the last opportunity to get into our asymmetric top cut. So once again, Stockholm round 10, Giuseppe Musco versus Alberto Canelino. I don't know what I said there. I'm sorry, Alberto. I don't know what I said there.
That's okay. So, Giuseppe's got top 4. Stop making me break. Ben, we've got Giuseppe's accolades on the far left side. Of course, top 4s all around, just showing why he is so good at the game. He's really been picking up on his form when it comes to recent years. But then again, Alberto's done the exact same thing. On the other hand, I would say arguably even more recency and familiarity with the current format.
And that recency is very important to both of our trainers, but I don't think any of them are stranger. And let's get into what Giuseppe is using this weekend. Terrapagos, Rillaboom, Incineroar, Screamtail, Ogerpon, and Heatran. You are absolutely right there, Costa. Yep. It is the Magma Storm variant that's really important for trapping certain threats on the field and then making sure that you can knock them out, so Terrapagos has a little bit of an easier time at being able to set up. It's one of those restricted Pokemon that really does need to set up, and it has the opportunity to do that with Substitute and Calm Mind, but it only has at most 8 Terra Star Storms to utilize. That's why it's so important to set it up, because Terrapagos, unlike Calyrex Shadow Rider, unlike Miraidon, it doesn't hit hard and fast very quickly. It does need to get those stats boosted up before it can do the damage.
And over on Alberto's side, we have got the Calyrex reveal of the Life Orb set, actually, with the Giga Drain and the Terra Grass. I love the type synergy, especially with the Rillaboom's grassy terrain that is brought on the field. And Nasty Plot makes so much sense with the other supporting Pokemon. Smeagol does not actually have a lot, I would say, worried about in terms of the Ghost, sorry. It's got Follow Me, Wide Guard, Spore, Fake Out. I do really love the actual versatility of the set.
Definitely. And one thing I want to call out here, Giga Drain is definitely not the move of choice that most Calyrex use alongside Astral Barrage.
Right.
But it makes so much sense. Most of the Pokemon that are going to be resisting those surging strikes are weak to grass. You turn into a water type and you're resisting the surging strikes. Well, I'm just going to Giga Drain you instead. And with a Life Orb, you can also get that recovery. A lot of the early Calyrexes. Oh, here we go. We're getting started. Clefairy and Calyrex getting going. Swiss round 10 starting here in Stockholm, and Incineroar and Terrapagos for Giuseppe.
Okay, so we've got both restricteds on the field, both setup Pokemon and both supporting Pokemon on the side of the restricted. In one form, we've got Giuseppe's Incineroar. You have the Fake Out potential in order to try to shut down at least the Clefairy side of things, but the Terrapagos having its Terra Shell intact right now really places it in a spot where it can try to go for a very easy Calm Mind.
So here's the thing though, Calm Mind is going to boost the special attack and special defense once, but Nasty Plot boosts it twice. This Calyrex is going to be able to set up just that little bit quicker. As Clefairy goes for the Follow Me, the Nasty Plot has been set up on Calyrex.
Yeah, now at +2, it is going to be able to deal a lot more damage. However, we haven't seen a Fake Out come out from the Incineroar. We have seen the Calm Mind being set, so this may be a bit of an indication of potentially trying to catch out this Calyrex. If there wasn't a Follow Me, it would have dealt, even actually pick up the KO due to no Terra typing, but now the Clefairy has lost its Eviolite because of it.
That's exactly right, Costa, because the Eviolite is the big deal here. Clefairy is boosting up Calorex's defenses with its Friend Guard, and so it makes the Calyrex much harder to be able to take down for this Terrapagos. So knocking off the Clefairy's Eviolite allows Giuseppe to be able to do that little bit extra damage to the Clefairy when Terrapagos decides to go on the offensive, which means that Calyrex is easier to target down later.
All right, another redirection support. Follow me from the Clefairy. Astral Barrage will be coming now. It will not be dealing any sort of damage onto Terrapagos, but most crucially, it will be dealing, I would say, a very, very good portion of Incineroar's HP because of the Life Orb and the +2. However, Calm Mind has been set up for a second time.
Yeah, and that's going to make Terrapagos able to take these Giga Drains really very well. Of course, not taking any damage being a normal type from Calorex's Astral Barrage. But I think this is the strategy for both of these players. Alberto really wants to try to knock out everything except for Terrapagos so that they can focus it with Urshifu in the end game, whereas Giuseppe is trying to break down all of Calorex's defenses. If Giuseppe, after 2 Calm Minds, is able to start doing the damage and putting the pressure onto this Calyrex, Alberto's going to have to worry about the other support that Giuseppe has in the back.
Ooh, seems like Giuseppe is really wanting to be able to safeguard that Incineroar for a later time, maybe seeing its value with not only having the pivot action going between the synergy of the Rillaboom and the Incineroar, but just generally speaking because of its typing. However, Rillaboom is now going to be taking a very powerful hit from this Calyrex, whilst we actually have the terrestrialization from the Terrapagos.
And going the Grassy Surge, as quickly as it came onto the field, it will be leaving the field. The secondary effect of Terraform Zero, removing weather and terrain effects from the field.
Here we go, helping hand. This may just well be an Astral Barrage. Astral Barrage.
Yeah.
You want to make sure that you're covering for the switch in there, which is very, very smart from Alberto. This might just well actually pick up the raw KO onto what is an Assault Fest Rillaboom. We know how bulky this Pokemon is, and just seeing it absolutely bopped in that scenario is really something we do not commonly see.
Big one-hit KO there. Terra Starstorm coming back. It's a 2+ increased special attack. That's doing double damage effectively. Here we go with the Friend Guard doing so much work here, protecting the Calyrex from being knocked out there, but the Clefairy has finally been felled.
Yeah, and I think Alberto might be trying to pair this up for a potential Urshifu mid to end game sweep if he's able to force that terrestrialization out. But no, we got the Smeargle actually being brought in right now. This is sort of what we're talking about. You've got the one support Pokemon. If it goes down, you've got the other one.
But there's so many mind games going on now because this Smeargle has access to Wide Guard, and that's partly for the mirror with Calyrex Shadow Rider, but it's also for being able to deal with the Terrapagos matchup and being able to resist that Terra Starstorm. Double Protect coming out from Giuseppe, wanting to scout out exactly how Alberto is thinking about this game, and of course, waste the fake out there. And the Calyrex doesn't actually protect himself, so it is the Giga Drain that is coming out and trying to get some HP recovery going on that Calyrex.
And with that much...
Speed boost! Okay, this changes the game. This changes the game.
I mean, we're going to have to see, because right now, the potential of spores can be redirected by that Ogre Pond regardless, which does still have the immunity. But I think the Giga Drain right here, Alberto needs to try to focus on regaining that HP back to be outside of a range of another Terra Starstorm.
So the mind games here is, if Alberto goes for the Spore and Giuseppe goes for the Follow Me, then Terrapagos gets to act. If the Follow Me comes out from the Ogre Pond, but there's a Wide Guard, then there is no way for Giuseppe's Terrapagos to be able to attack through that defensive play.
Oh, and there it is. Giuseppe was able to get that read correct. Went for the redirection there. No Wide Guard coming out. Look at that. That's definitely not what you see at all on average. Giga Drain bringing the Ogerpon down to its 30. I don't think it is. We're going to have to find out. Oh, the Life Orb chip might have just done it. But there's no Terra Starstorm. Such a nice middle ground play there. You want to avoid the mind games of the Wide Guard by getting that substitute buffed you up and further making sure that you're no longer affected by the spore.
This is so clever. Alberto's kind of got Giuseppe in a pin now where they can just go for a wide guard and be able to go for an Astral Barrage or a Giga Drain into the Ogerpon slot. As long as the Ogerpon doesn't get to act, and of course Calyrex is naturally faster than Ogerpon, then this Terrapagos isn't going to be able to do any damage whatsoever to the Calyrex. And I think this is the opportunity that Alberto's been trying to work their way towards.
Yeah, and Giuseppe does acknowledge that, goes for the Spiky Shield, wants to make sure that he's able to retain his Ogerpon support. Their Astral Barrage will be coming out, and like we said, or like you just said now, Ben, it's not going to be doing anything at all with the Terrapagos. Question is, do you go for another boost? Tried to go on the offensive.
I mean, you've got to give that one go.
You do. You've
got to give that a go.
But then right now, it's truly going to be down to the resource management of the power points remaining of the Terra Starstorm.
Yeah, and I think the big thing that Giuseppe has the opportunity to go for, it's going to take a few turns, but it's definitely the opportunity to go for those Calm Minds. Every time that Calyrex is going to get a knockout, it's going to get a Grim Neigh boost, and that's going to make it really, really difficult. We've seen it there, the forfeit locking in for Giuseppe. He knows that this pin is just too much to be able to break with only 8 Terra Starstorms and more power points on the wide guard on that Smeargle.
Yeah, that was such a rough situation for Giuseppe. The moment that the Moody boost gave that +2, like you called out, Ben, the pin was activated. And there was just no way for him to be able to navigate outside of that scenario. And Giuseppe just saying, right, listen, I don't want to waste any more time in a scenario where I feel like maybe 95%, 99% of the time, I'm not going to be able to win. Let me just allocate more of my mental resources onto figuring this one out in game 2.
I think it's like the wide guard is the thing that makes this matchup so much more difficult for Giuseppe. It's like you're struggling if you do and you're struggling if you don't with the Terra option on Terrapagos for Giuseppe. It's like if you don't go for the Terra, then you're never going to do any damage to the Calyrex. But if you do, then wide guard, unlike Protect, can be used over and over and over again.
Right.
And the Terra Starstorm is a spread move, and you haven't got any other backup offensive options. Usually the Terrapagos has a good time in these matchups because the Astral Barrage doesn't affect it because of its normal typing. But the wide guard on the Smeargle really flips that matchup on its head.
Yeah, and I mean, at least this set, when it comes to Smeargle, you don't commonly see Moodle, sorry. Moodle, that's a new one. Moody being as utilized because of the variation of the boost that you can get, depending on what mode you're going for, because they do typically be ran on hard Trick Room teams, and you don't want to be able to play around in a negative way with any of the speed tiers. But in this case, there's just no reason not to run Moody. You could take the advantage and find pins where you weren't initially expecting them.
Especially it's hard as well to find a way to deal with this Calyrex Shadow Rider and double redirection support. Here we go, we're getting it right into it. That Smeargle is in the lead with the Calyrex. It's Incineroar and Terrapagos yet again for Giuseppe, just sticking to the guns. And I think this is one of the things that Terrapagos does so well. It's so consistent of coming out onto the field and being able to get itself set up. It's very difficult with its Terra Shell to be able to be knocked out.
And there is a bit of a difference, though. The Smeargle now being in the lead versus the Clefairy allows more mind games when it comes to the spores into the Terrapagos. We know that the Incineroar as well isn't safety goggles. It has Rocky Helmet. So it's got the faster fake out over on Smeargle's side. It has the potential for Spore. So the disruption potential is very high, and that may force Giuseppe into potentially having to bring that Ogerpon in at some point for the redirection support on their side.
And of course, we've seen if this Calyrex, and it's likely to be able to, if there is a Spore going out into the Incineroar, get a really nice and safe, nasty plot on this turn. We've seen how much that does. I mean, with a helping hand, it was able to KO the Rillaboom, but the Rillaboom isn't switching in this time in front of an Astral Barrage. Instead, I think trying to get set up, or get in before the Calyrex gets set up.
Yeah, this makes a lot more sense as well. You've got the fake out potential immediately after. Most likely, Smeargle isn't going to be going for the Terra Ghost, so you should be able to get through that. I say most likely as Smeargle literally goes ahead and terrestrializes into Ghost in order to avoid that scenario of the fake out too. You see that the reliance on the Spore here may be what Alberto is really favoring.
Oh, looks like a second terrestrialization. Maybe Giuseppe is going on the offensive on turn 1. And this could be Giuseppe's way to win this match. With the Smeargle going for a terrestrialization, now as Terrapagos goes for a terrestrialization, it's going to be able to affect and do double damage to that Smeargle, but also put a bit of pressure on that nasty plotting Calyrex. This is a great play.
Yeah, and the Spore is gone! It's not going into the Terrapagos, it's gone into what is now the Rillaboom. Terra Starstorm will be able to bring that Smeargle down to its Focus Sash and deal just above half of Calyrex's HP, so at least it's able to start building up that damage on both Pokemon. Moody Boost, not for the speed right now, but at this point it doesn't really matter, given naturally Smeargles of this variant tend to be max speed.
They do, and I think this is the opportunity that that Giuseppe has, because that Smeargle isn't able to protect itself directly. The Rillaboom, it did go down to a helping hand 2+ nasty plot, but I'm used to seeing, even with a Life Orb boost on the Calyrex, Rillaboom's being able to take that hit, even with just a sliver. And if Giuseppe is able to remove that wide guard from play, this is a completely different matchup.
Ooh, Alberto bringing in their own Rillaboom will bring that Grassy Surge and the grassy terrain with it back onto the field, as we have the Protect from the Calyrex, wanting to make sure it is not susceptible to any more damage. Terrapagos following suit immediately after, and Giuseppe most likely just going for the pivot into the Rillaboom. Well placed there. You can guarantee picking up a KO A on the Smeargle, or at least B, deal some sort of damage onto the supporting Pokemon. So really nice setup play here from Giuseppe, bringing the Incineroar back on in.
And getting the Intimidate onto the Rillaboom, that could be big for Terrapagos' health, of course, going into the next turn. And Alberto's looking to try to be setting up the fake-out play with a Giga Drain and take the Terra Starstorm, because Terrapagos has not yet been able to get a Calm Mind boost, so it's not going to be doing nearly as much damage as it was doing when it was 2+ in our game 1. Fake out there, making sure that the Incineroar isn't going to be able to fake out nor go for a knockoff onto this Calyrex, and it is an Astral Barrage coming out. Again, Alberto trying to knock out those supportive options for Giuseppe.
Yeah, exactly, and ignoring the Terrapagos at the current moment deals so much damage. Nasty plot, that +2 in special attack, and the Life Orb is so powerful with the various multipliers at hand, as we've got the Terrapagos now up on the Calm Mind scale and trying to get those boosts going. But in this scenario, there's a lot going for Alberto in terms of momentum. You've got the Rillaboom with the grassy terrain that further promotes the damage output of the Giga Drains, which will recover that Calyrex's HP back up and potentially out of range from this Terrapagos.
That could be big, especially with the grassy terrain going on and boosting that damage, but we're going to see a switch out of the Incineroar, so preserving that key piece on Giuseppe's side. The Rillaboom's going to switch in. We're going to get the Astral Barrage. We're going to get confirmation whether or not this Rillaboom can take this attack.
Yeah, and it is... Wow, it just barely did. 15 hit points remaining. Terra Starstorm will be launched out from this +1 Terrapagos. How much damage is it going to deal? Is it enough into the Calyrex? It is not. And the grassy terrain will be able to recover a bit more HP at the end of this turn, as the Rillaboom from Alberto's side will be getting a KO alongside its free pivot, most likely back into the Smeargle. But in all honesty, it could even be a Clefairy at this point. You've got that support next to your main damage sweeper.
I think this is a really nice opportunity to get Smeargle back into play, and especially before it was all down to the fact that the Ogerpon has its sturdy ability that really causes Alberto any problems. Now that the Incineroar has been knocked down to low HP, it's in range of being KO'd by the Calyrex. Even with a Giga Drain, potentially, especially in this grassy terrain, that could be a... Okay, we got a speed boost. We got a speed boost. Okay, but you can't spore an Ogerpon Cornerstone, so maybe that's not as impactful as we were making it out in the last game. Here's the Ogerpon coming in, and it's going to be down to a potential fake out. But if you fake out into the Ogerpon Cornerstone and it goes for Spiky Shield, that Smeargle is going down.
Yeah, and I think this is literally a 50-50 right now. Both Giuseppe and Alberto are really going to have to get this call right. I think for Giuseppe, it's so easy to go for Spiky Shield, but maybe he will acknowledge Alberto is going to easily identify that and say, okay, well, it's so obvious. Why would you do it? I'm just going to go on the offensive instead and try to capitalize off of that. So we're going to have to see how this does pan out.
But if you go for a fake out, then you're not going for a wide guard, and then Terapagos has an opportunity to go on the offensive. So it's a very difficult mind game to be able to play, but Giuseppe, I think probably wisely going for a protect there on the Terapagos. It's a wide guard, so Giuseppe predicting that this is the opportunity for the Ogerpon to get a key KO there on the Smeargle.
Yeah, and sort of what we were saying, Giuseppe acknowledged that it's too obvious to go for Spiky Shield. Hasn't gone for it this turn. Will most likely be tackling down one of these two Pokemon. It is going to be the Smeargle. Wants to make sure the support is out, and all of a sudden, what has been such a great utility support Pokemon with that wide guard, most importantly, is now KO'd. This opens up the room for Giuseppe to finally feel more comfortable going for the spread damage via that Terra Starstorm.
It's definitely at the most effective it's been in this set. This is Giuseppe's window in to make sure that he can clinch this game too, because of course it is all on the line for our trainers here. If Giuseppe isn't able to find a path to victory now, then his tournament run will not be continuing into our top cut. So all to play for both of our trainers, as Alberto, I think, is making a wise decision to just take a little bit of extra time here to choose what to bring in. Rillaboom looks good, but that grassy terrain has been on the field for quite a while, and you do want that grassy glide after the fake out, so you have this sort of double priority situation going on. But if you do that and the grassy terrain ends, then it's not going to be in your favor. So I think wisely bringing in that Urshifu Rapid Strike, which of course does have access to Aqua Jet.
Exactly, and you're able to go ahead and actually pick that Ogerpon off, because they do tend to be max speed and be at a higher speed tiering generally versus the Urshifu. But Calyrex having above half of its HP with the grass terrain still available. Sure, there's the Terapagos Calm Minds to take into consideration, but there's a lot of special attack boosts on this Calyrex, so you may well just actually recover a lot more HP than anticipated and still not get felled by a Terra Starstorm.
The other way this goes is that you just go for the Astral Barrage and a close combat into the Terapagos. So let's see. No, it's just the Aqua Jet landing into that Ogerpon and knocking it out, of course, going through that Spiky Shield protection.
Yeah, and the Giga Drain following suit immediately after deals very respectable damage on what is a Terapagos that is in its stellar form. Let's not forget, folks, this is a very bulky Pokemon with Calm Mind boost at that. The Terra Starstorm will be launched. How much damage can it deal? Is it enough in any way? Is there any cheeky crit that could come out? No, but it guarantees a two-shot at least on both of Alberto's Pokemon.
And now the Incineroar comes in, but of course, because the Calyrex is a Ghost-type Pokemon, it's not going to be affected, of course, by a Fake Out. And that's going to give the Calyrex another opportunity to go for just an Astral Barrage into the Incineroar to be able to knock it out. Maybe even a Giga Drain, but maybe probably wouldn't be as effective outside of grassy terrain. You do really, if you're Alberto, you really want to make sure you're getting that KO on the Incineroar, probably protecting the Urshifu and making sure that it reaches the next turn, where a close combat is starting to look very juicy here for Alberto, trying to clinch the victory.
Yeah, and I think the fact that you've still got the Rillaboom in the back from Alberto's side just allows you more flexibility when it comes to fake out support, as well as getting that grass terrain back online. So Giuseppe is really down to their final two Pokemon, and this is a bit of a struggle because sure, there's the Fake Out that could come out from the Incineroar, but you're not going to have Fake Out the following turn, and it's at a speed tier where it's much slower than the opposing Pokemon.
Urshifu is leaving the field, Rillaboom coming back in, getting that grassy terrain recovery going and boosting up the power of Rillaboom's attacks, but making sure, more importantly, that Urshifu is here for the end game. It's a Giga Drain, and it is enough, and this may be enough to have Calyrex being able to take another Terra Starstorm in the grassy terrain as well with all that recovery.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very marginal. We're going to see how that goes. At this point, the Calyrex is running amok because there is the Life Orb recoil to consider, but not going on the offensive. Giuseppe has gone for the substitute. Maybe wants to capitalize off of the grassy terrain being on the field in combination with the leftovers to get so much more supplemented HP recovery at the end of each turn.
And you do get the opportunity to just go for a Terra Starstorm and be able to potentially take another knockout, but I think, yeah, it's really down to Giuseppe to find as much HP as is physically possible in this scenario. You need every single hit point at your disposal because that Calyrex is healing up. There is, of course, the opportunity for the Calyrex to go for a nasty plot. Yeah. If Alberto is predicting Giuseppe to be playing that little bit more defensively, kind of like Dondozo, where it's going for protect every other turn just to get that recovery going.
Yeah, exactly that, and we're going to see protect from both restricteds right now. Giuseppe naturally wants to, like we said, get as much HP recovery as possible. The fake out would not have been effective because of the substitute being set up, but it's not going to be that. It's just going to be the Grassy Glide, wanting to make sure that he can break that substitute as quickly as possible to allow the Calyrex to finally get that momentum going with the damage.
But it's not just the Terrapagos that's recovering its HP. The Rillaboom and the Calyrex are doing that too. And I think this Calyrex is quite safely out of range, especially with another Giga Drain onto the Terrapagos. Even its substitute after a Grassy Glide will probably be enough to break the substitute here. There's the first Giga Drain. All right. But it's not going to be a Grassy Glide. Instead, it looks like this Rillaboom is going to put the hammer down.
Yeah, wanting to try to eye up as much damage as possible and guarantee the substitute being broken because of how many boosts the Calyrex currently has. But before then, Terra Starstorm will be launched. Is it enough? That's what Giuseppe is hoping for. Or not. The Rillaboom's able to survive. It doesn't even go for the Woodhammer. It goes for the U-turn. Wants to bring that Urshifu in safely while still maintaining both fake out support, but most crucially, that grassy terrain capability. You still want to be able to maximize as much HP recovery as you can whilst bolstering the damage output of these Giga Drains.
And now everything is in KO range for Giuseppe. I mean, the Terrapagos is doing well in the fact that it can outspeed that Rillaboom. That's something that's definitely in Giuseppe's favor, but it's not likely to be able to outspeed this Urshifu. The Giga Drain is going to be coming out. The Calyrex is recovering some HP, but that Terrapagos is looking like it's on its last legs.
It is, and we're going to see the close combat connect. The double up is confirmed. Alberto Cañuelo has been able to do it. He is in top cut.
Congratulations, Alberto. You played so well in that set, and using all of those options to be able to get through Giuseppe's Terrapagos team. It had so many supportive options, so many ways that Terrapagos can get set up, but it wasn't enough to be able to get the victory here. Unfortunately for Giuseppe, a worthy player, of course, and he's done very well to get this far into the event, but that Smeargle with the wide guard, just too much.
Well, that's why we're saying it's so great to be able to have all of the different roll compressions as best as possible across the field, across the composition that you bring. You know, if you're able to have a Pokemon that could do X, Y, Z, rather than having two Pokemon do X, Y, and then Z, you're just able to have so much more utility and flexibility when it comes to the various sort of options that you've got, especially when it comes to the support that Alberto had. And even bringing the Urshifu there is just wanting to make sure that he's able to round up the end game scenario versus a Terrapagos that has already gone into its stellar form and has been whittled down with all of the damage built up.
I think we've got to take a moment as well to call out how well Giuseppe adapted from game 1 to game 2,
100%.
where Alberto was able to masterfully position that Smeargle to pin every damage option that Giuseppe had. But he was able to come back and find a way to put so much pressure and take this to a close game. I think if there was one more calm mind onto the Terrapagos, maybe there could have been enough to be able to knock out that Calyrex a little bit sooner. But if you got that one extra calm mind up, the Smeargle would have been able to run amok. So it's definitely Giuseppe played as well as they definitely could do to get that, and made the calls, a lot of calls, especially in the early game too, where they could. But Alberto was just so strong.
Yeah, we saw the absolute strength of Calyrex Shadow Rider picking up that one shot onto the Assault Vest Rillaboom. Terra Starstorm being able to try to bring it back as best as possible. That's sort of what we're talking about. The Terrapagos felt so out of position at times because of the amount of support Alberto had on his side. And there we saw the read as well, where Giuseppe did a really good job in identifying no fake out there, going for the damage to get rid of the wide guard user.
And it could have been the Calyrex that went down in that turn as well. But the choice, you have to make those choices in the moment, and leaving the Smeargle there to be able to wide guard is definitely not something that you can do very easily. But this Calyrex was able to get set up from Alberto. He was able to protect it like Giuseppe was trying to protect the Terrapagos there, and able to just do damage after damage after damage. And I think it's also really worth calling out this Giga Drain on the Calyrex, because if it was a Psychic that we've seen quite a lot of Life Orb Calyrex is opting for, then it wouldn't have had the HP recovery to be able to last as well as it did. And it's kind of like those Calm Mind Draining Kiss Calyrexes, or even Nasty Plot Draining Kiss Calyrexes that we saw earlier on in the format, just slightly adapted with a little bit of a stronger move than Draining Kiss, but also then bolstering it up with its Terra Grass. While being able to get immune to Spore, while also having the grassy terrain to boost it up even further and just get that extra little bit of HP recovery.
Yeah, I mean, the name of the game when it comes to Alberto's strategy is resource sustainability, especially being able to promote it via the grass terrain, like you said. It's just so many additional benefits. Damage output, like you mentioned, you've got the additional recovery. Sure, there's the Draining Kiss interaction, like you said. It has lower base power, it has higher yield of recovery, 75%.
True, that is true.
But then Giga Drain has 50% yield of recovery, but higher damage output. So it sort of like depends on what angle you want to try to tackle it with, but regardless, it just works so well synergistically. And being able to see that, I would say personally, masterclass from Alberto is something very promising for the trainer. I'm really looking forward to seeing them continue to perform at this level in Top Cup.
I think it's like the moment that really solidified it for me was when the Rillaboom switched in the end of game 2 and the Giga Drain was able to knock out the Incineroar from 70 hit points. That's quite impressive for a move that Incineroar resists. It's one of those Pokemon that tends to be pretty bulky, right? It takes a lot of hits. That's what it does. It switches in, you know, takes one to the face and then goes for a fake out. I mean,
that's kind of what it does. That's
kind of what it does.
That's a job description.
It has some choice words and then it gets on out of there. You know, that's the kind of Pokemon that it is. But then being able to take that extra recovery as well is very, very impressive. So yeah, big shout outs to Alberto.
Indeed, and talking about Alberto, we've got an interview with him to be able to go ahead and answer all of our questions. So, gonna go ahead, pass it over. Please take it away.
Thanks for the pass, Costa. Of course, I'm here with the winner of our round 10, Alberto Canuelo. Congratulations. How are you feeling after that?
Thank you so much. I'm feeling great. The last time I was in a string, I lost like completely. But this time I play better, so I feel good.
Absolutely you did. And I had a look at your run earlier yesterday, and I think you faced a very similar team twice yesterday.
I faced it once. I think, yes, with an English player.
Yeah, okay.
So I have some practice with it yesterday.
Yeah, it sounds like you really knew what you were doing there, because you seemed like your Calyrex Shadow Rider was losing its health, and then suddenly it would get it all back again with that Giga Drain. So was that quite an... why did you choose to use that particular Calyrex Shadow Rider team?
The Terra Grass Calyrex Shadow,
yeah.
So before Worlds, I was playing like online. I didn't know what to bring, and I see this thing, I like it. And then I play 10 times, like 10 matches, and I win the 10, and I say, okay, let's lock this thing for Worlds. I play at local tournament, I well, so I say, okay, this for Worlds. Then Regulation G starts over, I drop the thing and play Kyogre. But after missing a lot of Origin Pools in London, I say, okay, let's go back to this team.
Okay, yeah, makes sense. If it's doing well, then it will do well for you here, and it seems to have done. So that match particularly, yeah, how were you feeling after that game 1? You were able to lock it up with wide guard, and then going into game 2, did you think your opponent might switch things up?
So the thing is, like, the thing I played before, like, it has Iron Hands instead of Rillaboom. So the matchup is easier. I don't have to bring Clef, I can bring Smeargle, and Hans, Ursi in the back, do everything. But then I switched Rilla like the day before tournament, and then I don't know if bringing Clef or Rilla, so I don't know. First I bring Clef to see what it is, and if I lose, I always go with Smeargle. But yeah, Smeargle is like with Wildwire is the best in this matchup.
It sounds really good. And obviously you're using that Moody ability as well, which is obviously very dicey, right?
Yeah, it can save you sometimes. Sometimes it's bad, but most of the time it's good. because if you draw the speed, it doesn't matter that much, but when you get a boost, it's better.
Yeah, absolutely.
And not in this match because I was hearing the people when it raised the speed, it was like whoa, but I didn't want the speed because the other pawn can follow me, and Smirgel is faster than the Calyrex, so it's worse.
Okay, I see. Yeah. So from the practice that you've had, like it's quite interesting to know what boosts are good and what boosts and maybe not so ideal.
Yeah.
Okay.
And most of the time, boosting your speed is the best thing.
Yes, most
It
of
can
the time.
give you some matchups.
Absolutely, it does. So yeah, you're obviously in Top Cut.
Yeah,
Congratulations. So you were already in Top Cut in Birmingham, weren't you? Is that right?
I was in Top Cut in Birmingham.
Yeah. So you're here again in just a few months. So how does that feel?
It's felt really great. Like I started playing like last year. At the beginning, I was expecting to be like this good so early, but last year was kind of good. In Worlds, I did kind of good, and now making Top Cut, la verdad, I'm very proud.
As you should be as well. Do you think you can take it all the way this time? Where are you aiming for?
I can't. I don't know. I have to see what are the other matches, but I think I can win the tournament.
Okay. Well, we had the two undefeated players at the end of day one, which was Michael Kelsch and Jamie Boyt. One with a Calyrex Ice Rider hard trick room, and then one with a very offensive Koraidon stun team as well. How's your matchup into those?
Into Kalia is hard trick room. I don't really know. Like I faced one player yesterday, and I win, so I don't know.
Okay.
If you told me before facing the player, I would say I don't want that, but now maybe okay. Koraidon, I don't want it.
Okay.
Koraidon is, I have Calyx Shadow Terragrass, so I don't want Koraidon at all.
Sure, okay. I'm not sure how much we can do to swage things here,
It's
but
something to make the pairs favorable for me.
I can pray for you.
Yeah.
Any shout-outs you'd like to give, Alberto?
Okay, I don't know if it's anyone from my family or from my friends watching this. It's too early in the morning, so probably they're sleeping. But shout outs to all of them. Shout outs to the friend I play with, Adri Hatake, I don't know, Trezco, Joan Garcia, and more of them. Shout out to the Spanish community, and Viva España.
Thank you so much, Alberto. We're going to head into Top Cut really shortly, and we might see you there too, Alberto. Don't go anywhere.
Ray has been just playing since Scarlet and Violet.
Yeah, incredible to know that you've only just recently come into this game and you're already on the stage at the World Championships in a final.
ポケモンで一番楽しいところは構築を組んでいるところと対戦をしているところです。ポケモントレーナーになりたいと思っている人へ、ポケモンはとても楽しいので、ぜひ一歩踏み出してやってほしいと思います。交代を繰り返したり、また対面的に攻撃したり、両方に対応できるようなパーティーを作ることを目標としました。特徴はあまりなく強いポケモンを集めたパーティーですが、一番活躍できたと感じるのはやはり伝説枠のクロバドレックスだと思います。決勝戦の対戦相手が使っていたオーロンゲやキリンリキのようなポケモンは辛いと感じました。
Here's the foul play. It's into the Calyrex. And will it be enough? Of course it'll be enough. Huge knockout for Luke to take a step further in clawing back this match.
やはり決勝戦の試合でした。その試合には勝つことができたんですが、運が絡んでしまう対戦になりました。
One match away from becoming the world champion here in Honolulu in the seniors division.
3試合目の初手でミライドンの流星群をワダレックスが避けたところですね。
But a lot of damage into the Miraidon. The follow-up, but it's going to be a Draco Meteor miss into the Calyrex. That could have been everything, but instead, Miraidon down on the very first turn in the match. How devastating! Just Thunderbolt into the Burgraph, more than enough to bring Luke down to final Pokemon. And with the Sportive one, and the only move of choice being this foul play, does Luke have enough to close this out? Instead, the forfeit's locked in, and with that, Ray Yamanaka is going to be your Pokemon World Champion here in the Seniors Division.
世界大会を優勝できないと思っていたので、とても驚いているし嬉しいです。
Hello and welcome to the Pokémon Center pop-up here in Honolulu, Hawaii at Pokémon World 2024. We are here with some champions who are going to show us what it's like to shop with a pro, right, Spraggles?
That's right. This is the best place to be here at the Pokemon World Championships.
And who are you standing here with?
And an international champion, Polaris.
And I am here with international champion Avery. And what is it like to compete in a Pokemon Championship?
Well, kind of stressful. If you're doing a battle, you have to tell me if you win or not.
How do you feel about competing this year?
It's pretty fun.
Are you gonna win, do you think?
I hope so.
What are your favorite things to shop for? Plushies.
I mostly like the big ones.
How do you feel coming here to compete in Hawaii?
A little nervous because I don't know to play yet.
I mean, you're a champion. You can make it happen. I love that I've gotten to meet you before, actually, at a Pokémon Center. I've met your family before. What's your favorite part about traveling to compete with all of these Pokemon events?
It's really fun to play Pokemon. Just love the game.
And what's the best part about bringing your family to all this stuff?
My dad, mom, and Cyrus, they just come and they watch. And they like cheer me, and it's really fun for them.
Do you think Cyrus will one day be a champion like you?
Probably. I really hope so.
What's your favorite thing about coming to the Pokemon Center?
Definitely big plushies.
What's the #1 thing you're looking for in there?
A big Slowpoke.
A big Slowpoke. You heard it here first, folks. A big Slowpoke.
You told me that you like to look at giant plushies, and I couldn't find a giant plushie, but I found something really big for you. Are you ready? This Pokemon can turn into any Pokemon. What do you think?
Pretty cool.
There you go, that's for you.
You said you wanted a big plushie. I found you something even bigger. Oh. Okay. Yeah, it's big, right? What do you think?
I think it's amazing.
All right, well, you're taking it home, buddy.
All right, let's go.
Here we go. Told you it was huge, right? Pretty big. Watch it. Watch its head. Watch its head. I think the toughest thing will be getting it in your carry-on, but once it's on the plane, like, you're good to go.
Hey, Pokemon trainers, Stockholm Regional Championships, day 2, we're here, top cut already, Lee.
Yeah, we are.
Feeling?
Yeah, oh, great. I can't wait to get into it. We've had a great start to the day already. It's been amazing. We've had a great match to kick off the show, and we've got a lot more to come. We've got a lot more really great players to feature throughout the event, so can't wait to get into the action to see which player and Pokemon come out on top as well, because we've had that trend in Regulation G. There's been a lot of surprises along the way with the Pokemon that have won the majors so far this season. So are we going to have another surprise this weekend, or is something more tried and tested going to come out on top?
Well, it seems to be like the tried and tested stuff, it seems to be doing quite well at the moment, but it's those more kind of subtle innovations that seem to be doing quite well.
Yes.
As like the Terra Grass, Giga Drain, Calyrex, Shadow Rider, for instance.
I love it. It's so great, isn't it? It's so difficult to play against, especially when you naturally have that Rillaboom in there for the grassy terrain. It's boosting it, and every time you kind of get it close to being knocked out, it's, no, I'm just going to recover off all that damage and chipping away at your pieces of the board.
Exactly. I mean, you could argue that it's a very similar set has been used and tried and tested when Regulation Set G was around last year as well, with Draining Kiss,
yes,
for instance.
yeah.
It's a draining move, very type, obviously. But with that Giga Drain, you've got a little bit more base power behind that move. And you can also combine it with the ever-present Rillaboom that's often on the team for even more power. And more power means more healing. So it makes a lot of sense.
Yes.
And there's so much Terra Water going around as well that you can really take advantage of.
So well, doesn't it?
It really does. So like it makes a lot of sense to be using on these Calyrex.
Yeah, because you look at the Terrapagos Calyrex matchup on paper, you say, it's probably quite one-sided because of the Terrapagos immunity to the big move in Astral Barrage. But yeah, it was not the case in that last one, and Calyrex proving that it's capable of doing great things, and we'll see how far it can go into this tournament. There's a lot of obstacles and hurdles to overcome, though, before we get to the final.
Yes, there absolutely is. There's still many more matches to come still, but we're getting shortly into the knockout stages. That is our top cuts, where you now need to win consecutive games if you were going to get to that winning spot. There's no more, oh, I could maybe afford a little bit of a loss here. No. This is the time to prove yourself if you are a Pokemon trainer here at the Stockholm Regional Championships, and the pressure is definitely on for those who really want those points to be able to get into the World Championships.
Yeah, the increments are getting bigger and bigger as we're getting into this deeper stage of the tournament now, and it is, like you say, all on the line, all or nothing now, because you have to keep winning. You can't afford to drop a game, because if you do, unfortunately, that is the end of your tournament run. Now, players that have got to this stage of the tournament, of course, have done extremely well to get here. And come across so many top trainers over the weekend. You know, if we look at the numbers here this weekend, they might not be as big as what previous regionals have been, but the concentration of high-level performers at this event is just incredible, isn't it? So the field has been so tough for our trainers to get through and navigate to this point of the tournament.
I think that's exactly it, Lee. I think when you're getting to those end stages, you've got a lot of people who've maybe realised that they don't quite have enough points to be able to get for World Championships this year, for instance, because it's a little bit later in the season. But then you've got those people who know they've got a really good chance because they're like just within that top 75, or they're just outside of it, and both of those groups of people have either, I need to really defend my position right now,
yeah,
or
solidify it.
It's got to solidify it, or they're like, if I just push a little bit further, I can get in as well. So you've got both of those groups really fighting it out at the bottom end of that top 75 if you're in the EU or the NA regions.
Yeah, exactly that. And yeah, the big thing is, after the dust has settled from this event over the weekend, and where those players are placing from those finishes and how impactful these results will be on the remainder of the season. Of course, we've got Stockholm this weekend, and we've got 3 more events to go for our European circuit before NAIC. So there's plenty of time for players to still get those points if it doesn't work out quite so well this weekend. But I'm sure those here in this position right now are doing everything in their power to make sure that they finish as high in this tournament to get as many championship points as possible.
And I think a lot of people maybe have a bit of a preference to what sort of format they like to play as well.
Yes.
And as Regulation Set G is potentially coming to an end, the end of next month as well, so we've got a lot of players who are maybe really comfortable with it, and so really want to make the most of it right now, get as many points as they can, because the next regulation could be something that's a little bit more unusual, or maybe it's like something that they're not quite as comfortable with, or having to learn something new. So there may be trainers that are waiting for that, because they're maybe not as comfortable with Regulation Set G, but so, yeah, there's a lot of trainers that are really making the most of right now.
Yeah, and of course we are towards the end. It's a second run of Regulation G. Of course, we had it at the World Championships in Honolulu last season, but we're having a repeat of it now. So the format in itself has developed so much further, and players, you can see time and time again at these more recent events how comfortable they are with these different restrictors, with these different archetypes, and teams settling down. But it's when the teams start to settle down, it's when those really unique techs that players happen upon really come into their own, because they catch other players off guard. They can be the difference between those fine margins, winning and losing a lot of the time as well.
Yeah, it certainly can. But like these regionals and the locals even are not the only place that you can get these championship points, because this is obviously open team sheets, best of 3. We've also got the global and the grand challenges as well, the online tournaments.
Yes, happening right now. This weekend is one of them, the global challenge. I believe there's another one next month as well. Yes. So you can, yes, get a lot of championship points. Of course, it's a little different format-wise. It would be best of 1 opposed to best of 3, and it is closed team sheets as well. So it's a different dynamic for our players to approach, but a great way to get involved from home or wherever you are online to get yourself some extra championship points.
Yeah, in some ways it's still got the same rule set. You can use the same Pokemon. You still got one restricted at the moment with the current regulation, but it's so different, isn't it? Right, when you suddenly don't know what those 4 moves are, what that item is, or
the Terra type
or the Terra type. Yeah, you just kind of get that.
Always nervous about clicking in. I think this is super effective, but it might not be by the time the turn plays out. Yeah,
my favorite is what I did at the last Grand Challenge. I'm really sorry to anyone on my face. Put bright powder on my Incineroar.
Why would you do that?
I know. So it's like, yes, I'm going to nail it this time. They've spent the Terra
I do love it though.
Yeah, I dodged so many Thunderbolts or like surging strikes as well. It was like, I just felt so bad.
I've got one for you as well. I have talked to you off camera, but I haven't mentioned it here. I played Utility Umbrella on my Araquanid.
Yes.
And it was a Trick Room Groudon team. It was a lot of fun. And then there was so many occasions where my opponent would have Kyogre on the field in the rain, and they'd go for Thunder. That 100% accurate move and it would miss. And it would miss and it would miss. And the same with Tornadus with Bleakwind Storm onto it as well. Yeah, my opponents must have been in a bit of a spin a few occasions with those. And it is about those crazy item choices that you land upon and can have a real fun kind of interaction in game.
But it's sometimes amazing, isn't it, that like some trainers will just be good regardless of the format as well. And
yes,
in global challenges across like multiple ones as well. We obviously had the like Global Challenge 1 and 2 and 3 as well, all being won by fairly well-known players, like, and Wolf Glick obviously.
Of course, the first global challenge that we had this year around. There we go, there he is. And revealing that he did win that first global challenge at EUIC, the big reveal, of course. And there is the tweet, of course, from Mr. Glick himself. And it shows that it's a good testing ground before you come into a tournament. You can test that team online, see how it performs in that, and then if you feel comfortable with it, that confidence as well. I was talking about the confidence of having confidence in your team coming into a big major tournament, and it really does provide you with a huge advantage in the rest of the field, and I think Wolf's a great example of that as well.
Yeah, he really is. And he did so well to get that far too, trying to keep himself kind of under the radar as well, under like a slightly different account. So, which was really clever because I think no one expected him at all. Because, yeah, you usually see that Wolfie come up and you go, oh no, Wolfie gone Perish, you know. So, and then up he comes with Perish still. And he didn't even, loads of his opponents obviously didn't even know it was him. So congrats to Wolf for getting there.
Only Wolf can do it with Perish. Well, I say that. Well, I mean, there's a challenge for everyone at home. There
is.
Yes, it's a really great strategy to play in this format, and I do like watching Perish trap teams. Of course, it's not just about the Perish either, this team as well. It has a lot of offense to it as well, so it's very dynamic in a lot of ways. But yeah, a very unique composition, and great to see it win that, and also then go on to EUIC win as well. Exactly. Of course, we had Global Challenge 2 as well. Elizabeth is I believe, a Japanese player.
Yeah.
That won the second global challenge. So, you know, the importance of these global challenge for the Japanese players in particular is part of their qualification for their national championships. You can see the team here and the point total that did take first place in that last one in another really unique team, and I do love it. The Glamora there that we don't really see too often.
No, we don't. Yeah, so it's a really interesting team. Imagine going up against that. I'm begging to see the team sheet for this. You know, like, what does this do? What's the terror on the Dondozo? Like, why is there a Glamora there this time? And then, of all things, it's like Focus Sash, for instance, as opposed to like a Power Herb Meteor Beam set. So that would surprise you. And I think, I recently remember, the Calyrex Ice Rider on that team was like Leech Seed, like Protect sort of stuff.
Oh, wow.
It was Citrus Berry. So it was designed to sit on the field, heal off all that damage, and just keep...
Oh, I love the Leech Seed.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's great.
No one's suspecting that, are they? No. So you can see why those little kind of surprises, that innovativeness that people can go for really pays off.
Yeah, so it's a great playground, these online challenges and tournaments, to test things that you... although there is a lot online for those players that are, you know, going for those world invites, wanting those higher championship points, but if you're in a position where you can take the chance to test some new ideas, it's a great place to do it, of course.
100% it is. So yeah, I'm looking forward to the next one as well, where I can try out a few more things, I think.
Have you had any time over the weekend to play any games in this one?
I haven't, no, not for this one, not this weekend, but like, see, I was there with you trying to use that utility umbrella a little bit.
Adaptation onto the Urshifu, and then we found out it wasn't.
No, it doesn't work quite as intended.
No, but I do like it as an item. It has some value in some situations.
It does, yeah. Amoongus has used utility umbrella in the past.
Yes.
A few events as well, because, yeah, obviously then you can take those sun-boosted hits without that sun boost, for instance, too, which is obviously really nice as well. In and out of Terra, too. So
I'm sure there is a real good niche for it. Someone out there will, I'm sure, look into it and discover it.
Maybe it's Yuli.
I don't think so. I wish.
Yeah, okay, all right, fine. Yeah, you're right. I was just trying to be nice.
I know, you're always too nice to me. It was nice.
I know. Well, we'll shortly get into the top cut, and we can like tell you a few players who have kind of gotten in there as well. So Tom Winter from the UK has made it in with possibly the only Zamazenta actually in day 2 at the moment.
It's really exciting, yeah. And so, Tom has had really good success in past regionals, maybe not so recently, but had a really good run last season towards the back end of last season, getting that World's Invite, and it's nice to see Tom coming into this event this weekend, especially with a tried and tested Zamazenta team that maybe a lot of players had thought had fallen off a little bit, wasn't the most optimal choice coming into the tournament, and just proving everyone wrong.
Yeah, absolutely, especially along with Pelipper too. So, yeah, and we could probably show you those standings as well, as to, like, who we're going to actually get into top cut, along with Tom Winter and probably many others that we've maybe already seen, which is quite exciting if we get to see them again too. So, yeah, we've obviously got Eric Rios is probably there too as well. And, yeah, on the left there, you can see there he is in that third place. Michael Kelch, who was undefeated yesterday, seems to have taken one loss on the way in, but still 9-1.
To you, Michael Kelch's loss was to your pick at the start of the day, Eric Rios. So, but still 9-1, incredible in this field and running a very different team to what Michael was successful with here to win the championships in Stockholm last season. That Ice Rider Calyrex, the Ndidi Torkoal, the Urshifu, the Smeagol that's been having a lot of success this weekend, and the Raging Bolt. And I do have a little inkling this is why Costa had his caster picks and then doubled down on Michael as his pick for this weekend. And, you know, going to be a really tough opponent to overcome. But Eric has shown that they're not unstoppable in this tournament.
Yeah, definitely not. And Michael, I think, is not the only person who is using that sort of team. I think a lot of the German players are using that same composition, I think. And we saw Raheem in day one yesterday also using that same team as well. Unfortunately, they've not quite made it into day two this time, but I know a lot of the other German players have.
Yeah, and then you got other names there. Familiar faces like Marco Silva has sneaked in. Number 14 there, 8-2 record, so doing extremely well again with that same tried and tested core. I've said that quite a few times already. Tried and tested, but we
it's a tried and tested phrase as well.
It is. How many more times? But the Miraidon, yeah, and you know, we talk about comfort all the time, and you know, Marco gonna know this team inside out, gonna know the matchups inside out. So to get to this stage of the tournament, when it is really anyone's game from here on out, because of how the tournament changes from a Swiss style into that knockout stage, anyone has a chance to take the whole thing.
Yeah, it's amazing that the team with all the 6 Pokemon that at least won the World Championships is still just so effective right now.
Yeah,
it's just a good go-to team for like anybody if you feel like you can play it well enough. Because even though so many people have it on their radar and are therefore preparing for it, it's still like able to do really well. And as we saw, it won Birmingham Regionals like as well, like straight after from Worlds.
It's just so dynamic in the ways that you can play it and the lines that you can kind of interchange what Pokemon you bring to each and every matchup. And I think it makes it so difficult for your opponent with so many different things going on the field the whole time. And you've got those pins like the Whimsicott, you've got the pins by if you use things to support your partnering Pokemon with a fake out. You can't really freely do that because of that encore disruption. You can't really go for those priority attacks so freely as well, especially in those early games where you might suspect a Farigiraf in the back that could switch in and really foil your game plan. And then you've got the big powerhouses, Miraidon, the Orgapon as well, and then the Iron Hands, which is just so good under a Trick Room environment.
Yeah, amazingly to see Marco still doing it after winning so many tournaments, doing so well across the entire season and previous seasons too, but it seems like he just keeps getting better and better. And I think he was like X&2 for like so much of yesterday as well. Like I had a brief chat with him yesterday and he wasn't feeling too good about his chances, but yeah, he seems to have just won out from there. And I think he's done that in a similar style in previous regionals as well, where he's kind of not feeling too good, and maybe that's part of the plan. You know, you go, oh, you don't put too much pressure on yourself, you think you're always going to lose the next one, and then you just, that relaxation that you kind of get is maybe when you start to actually kind of do well, you just put in the game plans, you know what you want to do, you maybe take a few more risks that really pay off, and then and here you are.
There we are, yeah, and it's a really good example, I think, for players that are maybe coming into these tournaments for the first time to, you know, not get too bogged down by the fact that you might have taken a loss, because it can affect the rest of your run if you ponder on that too much. I think you've got to kind of just, once it's done, you can review it later, forget about it, move on to the next one, and then the next game is the most important one, and don't worry about anything else outside of that. That's a good rule of thumb. It's not as easy as said as done as said, you know. No. But there's some other players there as well on that list that were worth mentioning. I think Ben's call-out was Oliver, was it? Oscar.
Yes, Oscar Gilly. Yeah, he was on stream yesterday
on the stream, and Oscar faced Eric, has finished 8-2, so we'll be progressing through to the next stage of the tournament. And the adaptation of Oscar yesterday in that game against Eric was just phenomenal. So
yeah, still Eric's only loss.
Yeah, which is a big thing. Will they face off again in this top cut? That's the question. I'm sure Eric will probably prefer to avoid Oscar for as long as possible, but Oscar on a great run, and definitely one that I did want to mention coming into this one.
I know, there's so much to be had and so much Pokemon that all these players need to really think through because, yeah, as you say, Lee, they could face their same opponent yet again, so they might be making game plans right now. So while they do, we're going to cut to a short break and we'll be getting into our top cut really soon. Don't go anywhere.
Kevin has shown us just why he is one of the most awarded junior champions in Pokemon video game history.
Let's hear it for our video game junior champion, Kevin Hahn!
My strategy was to stay calm and relaxed and overall play well, and also be completely fine with losing, but only take one game at a time. I was worried a lot about Miraidon and Calyrex Shadow Rider because when you're using a Calyrex Ice Rider team, those are always your two toughest matchups. My team is very balanced-like, so you can't just lead the same Pokemon every single time and win every single game. You actually have to think through the leads and think through the Pokemon, but if you do that, you get a big reward, and it's really just nice. And my MVP would be Calyrex Ice Rider, as it's my restricted and it did the most heavy work.
There's no wide guard! Zamazensi didn't click the wide guard, and Rillaboom takes the whole brunt of that hit. That's going to be a one-hit KO and an attack boost for Calyrex.
My strategy didn't really change because it got me through day one, and I thought that if I just kept doing it, it might work.
Kevin Hahn, the reigning EUIC and NAIC champion this season. So that would be quite the trifecta if he could cap the season with the Worlds win.
My finals was the most difficult match through the entire tournament because being on stage is already stressful enough, but to be down a game right after is even more stressful.
And this is not the first time Kevin Hahn has had his back against the wall. Tatsuomi one game away from becoming the Juniors Division World Champion here in Honolulu, but Kevin Hahn, of course, might have something to say about that.
My most memorable moment on the stage was taking deep breaths after I lost game one and then pulling it back.
Take that high horsepower, resisting it, but the critical hit Thunderbolt means Iron Treads can't survive the turn.
As soon as one of the last turns in game 3, my Draco Meteor hit the Iron Treads, I knew I had won because it always knocks out, and I have Calyrex Ice Rider to beat the Rillaboom in the back.
But with a Calyrex Ice Rider waiting in the wings, will it have enough in the tank to take all 3 of these KOs?
That's the forfeit, and Kevin Hahn throughout the season has proved he's the best junior in the world, EUIC champion, NAIC champion, and now world champion in the Juniors division for the Pokemon video game.
Welcome to the first ever New Orleans pop-up Pokemon Center at the Pokemon North America International Championship. The casters are about to arrive, and we're going to follow along as they shop, play, and trade. So many fun and exciting things to find at the Pokemon Center this year. But if you missed any of them, don't worry. We'll see you at the Collect and Trade Corner.
Well, David, looked like you had a lot of fun in that Pokemon Center there, grabbing all that merchandise.
It was really, really fun, actually. Yeah, it was great. Because you've got to be quick sometimes, and so absolutely grabbing that.
When you can, yes. Yeah. Well, for those of you just tuning in, this is the Stockholm Regional Championships. This is day 2. My name is Lee Provost, and I have the pleasure to be joined by the lovely David Partington. We are going to be guiding you through the top 32 of this tournament very shortly. So sit tight. Get ready.
Okay, all right.
We've got another great game ahead of us.
We certainly do, yeah. I mean, all of these trainers have fought so hard to get all the way here now, to be honest. And they're at the point where we're almost in the prize money as well, I think.
Yes.
'Cause we're going to go to that asymmetrical top cut where all trainers need to kind of have a similar record to get into that full kind of clean top 16, as it were. So we've got there's a few other matches going on to kind of get our full kind of top 16 before we go ahead with that set of trainers, basically. And once you're in the top 16, you've got that prize money. So there's a few matches going on, one of which we will be showing you where that is on the line.
Yes, so we've got 8 trainers that will be battling it out for those 4 remaining places to go into the top 16. There'll be 12 trainers that did get the better records in total after Swiss that are just getting the bye straight into that top 16. Like you say, we're going to have one match to feature from those 4 that are remaining before we get into the top 16 of this tournament. And it is very exciting because, like you say, everything on the line now. It is the knockout stage of this tournament. You need to win every single round to get yourself into a position to win the championship, which I'm sure all these players believe in themselves that they can do this weekend.
They certainly can. Oh my goodness, Lee. So we're going to have a look at those matches indeed to see who is facing off at who at the moment, so we can get a little bit of a snapshot of what's going on right now in our regional. And as you can see at the top there, our highlighted pairing is who we are featuring today.
Yeah, very exciting match, especially when you look at the Pokemon. We've got Mikael against Kristoff, and that is the Lunala versus that Miraidon. But down the stack we go. We've got Lorenzo going up against Roberto. Roberto, who we featured yesterday with that brilliant Koraidon Venusaur team. Got a tough challenge up ahead of them in Lorenzo, though, with that Terrapagos and that very solid build there. Lois going up against Luca is another match going on in this top 32. The Shadow Calyrex is heading off in that one. Who will take the reins to victory? That match, and then Gilberto and Marco Silva. Marco, one of those players we mentioned, has to go up against fellow Italian Gilberto. And this one, the Miraidon against that Calyrex Ice Rider.
Yeah, so there's at least one player who we could see win yet another EU regional with the kind of world's winning 6, which would be absolutely crazy.
Yeah.
We saw that yet again, just kind of yet again proving that it's just an amazing team. Or Marco Silva's an incredible player, which is maybe it's the latter, honestly.
Well, you've got both there, haven't you? You've got the combination. You've got Marco, who's just a phenomenal player in himself, and then you've got that Miraidon team, which is also just a phenomenal team. So, match made in heaven almost.
You kind of need like really good players like Marco Silva to run like arguably bad teams to kind of prove how good they are, because otherwise we don't know.
Like Jamie Boyd does.
Ooh. Yeah. Ooh.
Sorry, Jamie.
No, it's fine.
You run brilliant teams, you know. Really, I mean, just taking advantage of the situation.
But we also had icy champion Alex Gomez-Bernat at Birmingham, who reached top 4 with Terrapagos and was saying how like he thinks it's a bad team and a bad Pokemon to use, and wanted to prove a point on how good he was, which he did, which was amazing. So, and obviously we don't see a lot of it here, but Lorenzo is maining that Terrapagos at the moment.
There is, and there's a few Terrapagos in this top cut, so there is the chance that it could break through that glass ceiling, so to speak, because I think it has struggled to really reach that pinnacle so far in Regulation G. It's not really had the impact I think a lot of players would have maybe expected coming into Reg G again.
Ooh, look.
But it's been very, very close. There we go. Our players are getting set up, so we'll be momentarily into the match as our players do get themselves settled in, ready to go for this top 32 here at the Stockholm Regional Championships.
Yeah, really looking forward to this matchup. I think this is it's going to be really intense because both of these trainers were 8-2 at the end of Swiss. So yeah, this is the end of the road for one of these trainers in just a couple of games time potentially. So like, I think there's a Dragonite plush that we can see on the right there. I think it is, and that's a really cute one too. It's kind of lying down.
It's like a big sitting QC one, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a very playful little Dragonite there. We'll have to see if it's actually on the team or not, or whether it's just kind of representing their own kind of personality and kind of relaxed state that's maybe helping them get through this. Lee, you've competed quite a lot over the years. Like, did you ever bring anything like onto the desk or with you as you were competing?
I did, actually. I always have a lucky TCG card. Dive Ball is one of my favorite Pokeballs.
Oh.
So I had a gold Dive Ball card, and then a fellow caster, Lou, got me a Lucky Clover card. It was a gold Lucky Clover card, so I always used to have that in my case, and I'd always take it out and put it on the table next to me as like a little Lucky Charm. So between those two, never really got the plushies because I always felt them quite bulky, and I like to have a little bit of space around me. So the plushies that I enjoy are quite big, so it would be kind of awkward bringing them and dunking down onto the table. So the cards always felt a little bit more accessible, but then they have quite a bit of sentimental value given to me by friends, which always had a little bit of a lucky charm to them. I don't know if they worked out so well, but it was a nice thing to have. What about yourself? Do you ever have anything that you brought onto the playground with you when you were battling it out?
My Murkrow plush.
Yeah.
Yeah, won the regional with, so...
Oh, there we go.
Yeah.
So tried and tested then.
Exactly. And it's handy too, and like convenient too, because Murkrow's not too large either. Like if you bring like a giant Whale Lord plush in every time, it's kind of... Yeah, like it's not going to have an effect on your
ones,
battles.
Yeah.
But anyway...
Just a minute.
Yeah. Anyway, our players are getting settled now, and well, seeing very focused actually as well here too. And there it is, Mikhail Vilanhan on the left there. The Dortmund Regional topped 128 only a few months ago. Excellent. And Harrogate Regional top 16 as well, many more years ago. Again, another restricted format in 2019.
Yeah, just showing that, you know, Mikhail has obviously got a lot of belief in the restricted sort of formats, having that result in the past and then translating that into this event here. Going to be able to put top 32 is another accolade for both of these trainers. We've got across to Christoph's side recently, last season, the Dortmund Regional top 64 finish there, so improving on that, and great to see both of these players. Like you say, they look very locked in here, ready to go and take on the challenge that is in front of them, because if they do manage to overcome their opponent, they are going to move into the top 16 of this tournament, and it is going to be very exciting to see how far they can take their talents.
Let's have a look at this team on Mikhail's end here as well. There again, another Lunala on our screens for the second time this weekend. That is going to be that Power Herb set that Behzad Muntazir was using back in Vancouver, but with a very different supporting cast there.
Yeah, a lot different, because it's really heavily, well, you would say it's got the Trick Room and it's got that Tailwind element to it there, with the Trick Room on the Lunala, which is going to support things like that Lunala and the Amoonguss so incredibly well. And then you've got a Tailwind option as well with the Tornadus, that Prankster Tailwind, which also combines nicely with that Urshifu, the Prankster Rain Dance, obviously boosting those surging strikes. You've got the Stellar Terrestrialization on the Urshifu, and then that security blanket in the item Focus Sash that means that the opponent's going to have to attack into that twice to remove it, which is so good on such an offensive threat, which you can really see Mikhail in this matchup taking full advantage of.
Yeah, I like you pointed that out, Lee, because Christoph has a Miraidon, so suddenly your Urshifu can take any attack from that, which is really nice without having to commit a terror or pivot around or support it. You know it's going to at least be pulling off one attack as well, so it'll be really interesting to see what the full composition of that team is too, because I believe there's a Ditto on there as well, which we love absolutely. And I was going to like analyze the Ditto set a little bit, but it's just transform, isn't it?
Just transform, and it doesn't even need to use that because of the imposter ability, so it will change into any Pokemon that's in front of it on the battlefield, making it quite threatening in this battle in particular, because if that Lunala does use the Power Herb, it gets that special attack boost, then you can utilize your Ditto to maybe copy that and get those stat changes as well, take advantage of it maybe in the late game. And with that security of the Focus Sash, we talked about it on Mikhail's side, it is on the Ditto over on Christoph's, and it is going to give you a little bit of a buffer when you're using that Pokemon, especially going head to head with another big threat on the opposite side of the field. You've got some nice options of setup as well in the Volcarona with that Quiver Dance. That's something that can do work, but it isn't going to really appreciate the rain if that is what Mikhail chooses to go for. But you do, like you say, David, have those big electric threats in Iron Hands and that Miraidon that are going to cause all those weather Pokemon on Mikhail's side a lot of problems. The big issue is for Christoph, if the Trick Room goes up, you've got that Ursaluna, it's got the Flame Orb. If that gets activated, it's going to be threatening those electric types and the majority of other things on that side of the field. But you do have a Grimmsnarl if you're Christoph. You've got the screen support, and that's going to be pivotal going into this game one.
And we're getting straight into it as well. That Grimmsnarl Volcarona lead from Christoph. And at Mikhail's end, there's that Lunala, that incredible bat then. Next to its probably favourite friend, the little Indeedee, that sets up that Psychic Terrain.
Yeah, we've got a nice bold position here for Mikkel, and particularly because it is threatening that big attack onto the Volcarona with the Meteor Beam. Of course, going to be 4 times super effective into that Pokemon. With the Power Herb, it's going to be a 1-turn attack, and it will get a special attack boost anyway. You've got to think here, is Kristoff baiting that in, or will we see a Terastallization in response to get around that weakness? Terastallization coming out, though, David, so looks like it is onto that Volcarona.
Here's that Volcarona going to that Terra Grass there, making sure it's able to take on a potential Meteor Beam a whole of a lot better, because otherwise that is going to be going down straight away, perhaps even through the light screen, which now gets set up in front of 2 special attackers. Really nice. And Quibberdance as well, boosting that special defense even further as well. So Kristoff really bulking out their team right now to be able to withstand the onslaught that Mikhail might be coming out here. And yes, there's that Meteor Beam, that 2-turn move, now made into 1 thanks to that Power Herb, but it does have 90% accuracy, so it'll be interesting to see if Mikhail does actually hit it. Yes, there it is. And it is into that Volcarona slot, absolutely. But yeah, with that Terra, that light screen, there's +1 special defense from Quibberdance. It's doing almost nothing there. But the speed control now on Ndidi really flips things up.
Yeah, really tipping the tables on that Quibberdance, boosting the speed there by 1 stage, but the Trick Room almost undoing that and meaning that the Lunala in a way more comfortable position. But what a great setup by Kristoff, knowing that the Meteor Beam was likely to come out and then stacking all of those different choices with that Grass Terastallization, the Quibberdance to boost those special defenses even further, and then behind the light screen, soaking that up so well. In a great position now, even though the Trick Room's set up, you're still going to threaten with those attacks like Giga Drain, Fury Dance. Fury Dance has a good chance of getting a special attack boost every time it's used as well, so that's something else that can play into Kristoff's advantage. But now you've got the Lunala set up after that Power Herb has been activated, and it can start putting damage onto the opposite side of the field. It does have expanding force, so it can utilize that Psychic Train that's active now and get the double target. Of course, the Grimmsnarl is going to have the immunity there and fire off a big foul play into that slot.
Yeah, even through the Shadow Shield, that's still doing half damage there, so showing it could even get a 1-hit KO. But Moongeist Beam, Lunala's signature move going into that Volcarona, but it still takes it really nicely, and that Citrus Berry is going to make sure it's going to take at least another one here going to following turns. Well, there was also an Ursaluna there, which is looking pretty threatening, but can it be taken down by Giga Drain? No! It's actually into the Lunala slot, which it manages to hang on. But you can see how much bulk Kristoff has really set up here, because that Giga Drain, as we saw in our last match with the Calyrex Shadow Rider, is so effective at healing things up and, of course, obviously putting him in range of a KO.
Yeah, and Mikkel's made a nice switch here to the Ursaluna, getting it onto the field in place of that, and Didi activating that Flame Orb and the Guts ability in turn, boosting that attack. The one thing that the Volcarona doesn't have at the moment is any bolstering to its defensive stat on the physical end, and that's what Ursaluna's are all about. It's going to be able to throw some big damage out in the field, and because of that, the Volcarona under the Trick Room environment is just going for a Protect.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense there. And the Reflect going up as well to help from this Ursaluna too. Kristoff's trying to stall out these Trick Room turns as much as they can. As the Ursaluna goes to the Facade, it's the protecting Volcarona there. Not going to worry about any flame bodies if it does connect through there eventually. And yeah, an Exit Protect too. That Grimmsnarl left sitting on the field very free there. But maybe that's potentially what Mikhail wants here. Grimmsnarl not offering a lot of damage right now, apart from into that Lunala, which can't even protect.
Yeah, and the Reflect's definitely going to help out the Volcarona a lot going into the Ursaluna, and doing a decent job momentarily of getting through these Trick Room turns, which you need to do. The one thing that the Ursaluna has at its disadvantage is that it is currently weak to that Giga Drain that the Volcarona has access to, so if it can withstand a Facade into that slot, then it can recover most of that damage. And like you say, the Lunala, it's in a really awkward position now where the Grimmsnarl will be able to get a foul play off into it, knock it out pretty easily, and it's kind of giving it up for free. Whether or not Mikkel wants to preserve it for later, doing so though, switching it out, you would lose that boost, so it is a little bit at your own detriment, but is it worth keeping a Pokemon? That's the big question here. Volcarona, feeling too pressured, wants to remove itself from this situation.
Oh, and the Ditto, the Peckish is coming in, hungry to copy the other restricted on Mikhail's end as well. So that's Lunala now for Kristoff's end too, and maybe the second restricted that they've brought to this matchup. Oh. And what a perfect switch too. That is
Great
how
switch.
you use Ditto there. And also then taking out the Lunala, so as if like Christoph's just stolen Mikhail's own restricted there. Amazing play.
Yeah, and utilizing the Trick Room, really, when you think it's in Mikhail's favor, because you've got the Ursaluna on the field, you've got the Lunala kind of set up, but really flipping it on the other side of the table, where Christoph's able to really cleverly switch in that Ditto at the right time to catch that Facade, the Ghost typing immunity there, and now in a commanding position. You did give up the Quiver Dance on the Volcarona, but I don't think at any disadvantage, because now you've got that Lunala on your side, still got its Focus Sash intact, so it doesn't really worry about even a headlong rush that's coming out from the Ursaluna. Problem is now Mikhail has got the Amoonguss on the field, and it will threaten with something like a Spore. But if the Miraidon is lurking in the back, it's not the best situation to bring it in, but you maybe could switch it onto the field to get that Electric Train up. It is a bit risky, of course, because of the threat from that Ursaluna right in this moment.
Yeah, that's really true. Miraidon could come straight in here and would come in quite late as well because of Trick Room being up. Mikhail would be able to be switching out first in, say, Indeedee, and then Miraidon would come in, ensuring Electric Terrain comes up. So that's what Christoph does, switching in to reset any of that terrain and protect from any spores. But let's see if they get away with it with this Ursaluna that might be following up very soon with that headlong rush into the Ditto. And it's not quite enough for a KO. Even that with that reduced HP stat, that Ditto still retains when it transforms. It's still bulky enough to take it. As Expanding Force comes out into the Amoonguss, even with no Psychic Terrain, is enough for that one-hit KO.
What a great trade there. The Ditto coming in so useful when it is that Lunala, and you can see the value of that Reflect, allowing it to take that combination of that Headlong Rush and the Pollen Puff. The Light Screen helping with the Pollen Puff, the Reflect helping with that Headlong Rush, and getting that all-important Expanding Force onto the field. Now that Indeedee is allowed to come back into the fray, it does overwrite that Electric Terrain. The Miraidon not in the best of spots right now.
Yeah, not 100% at the moment, because that Ursaluna's looking really, really strong here. But yeah, with Trick Room kind of like mostly kind of expired at this point, there's not a whole lot that this Ursaluna can do to try and kind of protect itself.
I would worry about the Follow Me from the Indeedee here, because you can go for a Draco Meteor, but the cost of taking down an Indeedee to lose your Miraidon. So I don't know if you want to take that trade just yet. We are going to see, though, the Trick Room probably go for from the Indeedee here, while the Ursaluna does protect itself for one more turn. But scouting that out, the Electro Drift into the Indeedee, and does some massive damage.
Huge damage there, but still not quite enough for the KO, as has been the theme for this match, it seems. But Expanding Force now, still with that Psychic Terrain that Indeedee thankfully set up for it, is now taken down, leaving this very lonely bear in front of some very powerful Pokemon right now, Lee.
It's not looking good. If we were in a Trick Room, I would say things look a little bit different. There might be a chance, but no chance here with the Miraidon. It is locked into that Electro Drift, but the Lunala, which is actually the Ditto with that Expanding Force under the Psychic Terrain, going to be enough for Mikhail to take game one.
Wow, so incredible place on that one. That was a 4-0 win there for Christoph. Like, absolutely incredible stuff that we saw there. And, like, expert use of that Ditto, which is probably something that, like, not many people would expect to kind of switch in there at that point. So, like, just expertly used, really. I mean, going to the next turn, Mikhail's really got to shake things up at the moment, right? But we saw him kind of use maybe the Indeedee and the Amoonguss in that kind of composition, both kind of passive supporters, right? Do you think we might see a switch up to maybe that Urshifu or the Tornadus next time, Lee?
Maybe. I think that might be better to deal with that Volcarona, because you can see that Christoph's pretty comfortable going in against that Lunala, which would otherwise be so threatening, and it's one of those Pokemon that normally picks up or gets very close to picking up a knockout on the road to it, firing off that Meteor Beam, activating that Power Herb, and getting the special attack boost. Whereas if you've got something like that Tornadus, that Urshifu, well, the Urshifu, to say to deal with that Volcarona a little bit better. You can set the Rain up, and you can also set a Tailwind up as well. The Trick Room kind of came back to bite Mikhail a little bit in that match, and it backfired a lot there. So maybe the Tailwind is the better option in this match, where you can say, okay, I'm going to put all my Pokemon ahead of the ones on the opposite side of the field, and maybe that's going to be the route where I'm going to have a little bit more success that I didn't get in that first game.
Yeah, and you could argue that we needed a little bit more Trick Room turns on Mikhail's end to kind of really make the most of it, because it was once that Trick Room expired, Christoph did a really great job at stalling that out. It was kind of over from there. But as we said at the end, suddenly if Ursaluna's in the Trick Room in that scenario, that's suddenly so much better, right? Like, it doesn't have the Earthquake for any spread damage, but once it's in that scenario, it's going to look a lot more effective. So we might see a potential plan of Trick Room turn 1 and the instant switch into Ursaluna to kind of really make the most of those turns, to kind of really like turn up the heat really, really quickly. And so protects aren't quite as effective at stalling things out, because you need that power to punch through those screens.
Yeah, definitely. And I think keeping value and not allowing the Amoonguss to go down so quickly as well is going to be key for Mikael, because that redirection could be the difference between getting a second Trick Room up and not liking game one.
So yeah, we see the same leads again here. So Christoph has this going for the same sort of plan here, and there's not a lot of reason to deviate, right? You want to definitely get up that Grimmsnarl to start setting up screens, and the Lunala probably wants to get that Trick Room up too. So the question is, does Mikael switch up anything here?
Yeah, I think that's the option there. I think the one option you've got with the Lunala is you actually Trick Room turn 1, switch the Indeedee out to the Ursaluna, while the Quiver Dance and that light screen hopefully get set up like it did in game 1. It's whether or not Christoph deviates away from their game plan, maybe suspecting a little bit of a different setup, because it could open the door to breaking that Shadow Shield a little bit earlier in this game than you did in the last one. We are going to see the Indeedee switch out. It is not going to be the Pokemon to set the Trick Room up in this turn, and like we said, that Ursaluna going to come onto the field, get that activation of the Flame Orb and put itself in a really prime position with that Guts ability activated, going into what we would expect a Trick Room setup. But there is the Terrestrialization.
Terrestrialization. That Terra Grass that Christoph still went for from before does definitely not want to fall foul to that Meteor Beam that could come out from this Lunala. But it's Lunala that's also going to be like, right, you did well last time, Christoph, so I'm going to do that too. Terra Grass apiece for both of these trainers here on this turn 1. Straight out of the gate with all of that power. Light screen comes up for the Christoph. Again, still same turn so far. And the Quiver Dance again, yeah, so Christoph's still going for the same game 1 plan, really sticking to their guns right now as to what is going to be good. But the question is, what does the Lunala do this turn? Obviously, it's kept itself safe from any foul play, but it does set that Trick Room as we predicted. And Ursaluna coming in, going to really make the most of all of those Trick Room turns right now.
Yeah, it is, definitely, and it's a much better position for Mikael. I don't know if you can see the reasoning behind the Terrestrialization on the Lunala, because you get rid of that weakness to the Dark typing, the foul play that the Grimmsnarl has, and we saw how detrimental that was in game 1, so you don't really have that there. But at the same time, you are giving yourself the weakness to that Fury Dance from the Volcarona, and the Grimmsnarl actually ties up itself, having to go for a Reflect this turn as the Facade comes out straight into it.
Wow, that's a lot of damage, but again, Christoph knows the training of their Pokemon so well, and so that Grimmsnarl can hang around a little bit longer to maybe threaten some more foul plays into, well, what is a very powerful physical attacker in that Ursaluna. But not before Meteor Beam comes out to finish off that Grimmsnarl there, taking it down, saying, right, that you've been quite annoying enough, I would say, and off it goes as well. So already Mikael is able to take a KO that wasn't possible in that game 1. But Giga Drain into the Ursaluna, doing a huge ton of damage there, and with Burn Tick, that's not a lot of turns left for Ursaluna.
No, and you've got the Protect active on that Volcarona, so this next turn you could even protect from an oncoming Facade there. It does question what Christoph brings in alongside the Volcarona. The Ditto could be an option here with their own Ursaluna, maybe taking advantage of this Trick Room environment that's currently set up. Of course, it wouldn't have that Guts ability boost because it doesn't have a Flame Orb to activate that, but it does in fact come in, and it will be able to be in a position to throw out those big Facades, those big headlong rushes onto the opposite side of the field. Is it going to be slow enough to get the opposing Ursaluna? Because that's a question. Or do you just go for a double protect here, let the Burn Tick down? I don't know if the Burn Tick will be enough this time around, though. I think there's 2 left.
Yeah, I believe so, based on how much damage they did before. I think Ursaluna has so 1 chance to attack here and 1 chance next turn as well to make the most of it. But it's just Christoph now copies the Ursaluna on the other side this time. But as you predicted, Lee, there's the Protect on that Ursaluna's end and the Volcarona as well, just to stall that another turn of Trick Room. Not too much to kind of threaten on the other side here. No setup moves either. Again, Facade of the Volcarona not doing too much, and Christoph still has a lot of pieces and probably that Miraidon in the back to really make use of here.
Yeah, and the Expanding Force here, you can see the Lunala is in a really nice position from Mikael, where it's got the Psychic Terrain set up. The Miraidon's probably lurking in the back for Christoph, so can come in at any point. But with this Ursaluna out on the field and the Lunala sitting next to it, it's not really, like we said in game 1, the best of times to bring that Miraidon onto the field just to get rid of that Psychic Terrain. The Volcarona, though, still in a not bad position, but it is going to be one of those targets where you can double into it here if you are Mikael, and kind of it has protected the last turn. So can you go for a Facade and then a Moongeist Beam into that slot to try and remove it before it gets any more additional damage onto the field?
Yeah, with the Reflect up, it might be able to take this Facade that coming out here. Let's see if it takes it or not. It's got a lot of health down, but no, it just hangs on with a Sliver there, and the Hitch Citrus Berry is able to heal it up a little bit more, which might potentially put it out of range of, say, an Expanding Force now. Not boosted by the Psychic Terrain anymore. Is it enough?
Oh,
no!
it survived!
just hangs on, and there's the fiery dance. Volcarona's signature move into that Lunala, doing a lot of damage now, even with that Shadow Shield, thanks to that Terra Grass that was committed earlier.
Wow, how useful was that Citrus Berry there? Just enough to take that expanding force, and a beautifully timed switch into the Miraidon to get rid of that Psychic Terrain that was giving the boost to that expanding force. Not anymore, and now the Fury Dance coming out as well, saying, I'm not going to waste a turn going into the Ursaluna. I'm going to get some damage onto that Lunala, break that Shadow Shield, because it's so important.
Yeah, definitely is. And the Indeedee coming in maybe slightly too late at the moment, but still, with a Trick Room turn up at the moment, this Lunala will still be able to offer a lot of damage with that expanding force right now. Miraidon is Choice Specs, can't protect at the moment either, but what we might see is a Ditto switch in maybe.
Yeah, and I think it's a good switch in because the Ditto comes in, it copies that Indeedee, and then you get a little bit of a resisted hit if the expanding force comes out. And you've also got a little bit of support as well for your Volcarona going forward. Once this Trick Room expires, you've got Follow Me that you could utilize for the next turn. The problem is the expanding force is the big issue because that is the spread attack. So Follow Me is not going to help you in that regard. We do see a helping hand come out, but a protect from that Volcarona just to get through these last turns of Trick Room.
Yeah, really smart protect there from Christoph there. Mikhail did have the opportunity to maybe go for the cheeky double Trick Room play that turn to reset it as with a passive play from Christoph, but does not quite go for it there. Yeah, look, Indeedee still takes a lot of damage there, like despite with the resisted hit there thanks to the helping hand. You can see why trainers are using Lunala right now.
Yeah, and the nice situation for Mikhail here is that the Lunala has taken a bit of damage, but it's got the Indeedee next to it, so it can redirect those single target attacks that the Volcarona heavily relies on. Unfortunately, doesn't have a spread attack to get around that, so it's inevitable looking like another Trick Room is going to be set up. And you mentioned that after game one, how important that would be to get a second Trick Room set up. If that is executed here from Mikhail's side, it looks like they're in a great position to start closing this game out and maybe tying the set up.
So there's a Follow Me from both of these Indeedee here as the fiery dance now comes out into that Indeedee, doing a lot of damage now. There's a few boosts on that Volcarona, but not another one at the moment here. But it's not the Trick Room. Straight away, that expanding force getting around that Follow Me and finally gets rid of that Volcarona that took so many hits earlier on in the game. But now it's down to Christoph out of Trick Room now with that Miraidon. Can they bring it back in this 2 versus 3 game?
Yeah, and if there's ever a Pokemon to turn the tide, it is going to be Miraidon, and it's in a great position because it comes onto the field when Mikhail has their Indeedee on the field as well. Though the advantage that Mikhail has is they do have a Pokemon in the back. They can switch that Indeedee out for that Pokemon and then get that Psychic Terrain set up again to have those expanding forces intact and able to do that spread damage to clear the remaining Pokemon on the opposite side of the field.
So we'll have to see if the Follow Me can come out here and to get this final Trick Room up yet again, because this doesn't have it's not a discharge Miraidon, it's only spread with that Dazzling Gleam. And with no Terra Fairy available because of the committed Terra on the Volcarona, I'm not sure if this is going to be enough damage if you went, say, for Helping Hand Dazzling Gleam to kind of get this Lunala. So I think this might be a guaranteed Trick Room, depending on the bulk. Let's see.
Here we go, a helping hand from the Indeedee into the Miraidon here. The Follow Me coming out from the opposite Indeedee on Mikhail's side of the field to protect that Lunala from what comes out from this Miraidon. But it is the Dazzling Gleam, isn't enough. Gets the Indeedee, but the Lunala manages to just hang on.
Just about hang on there, so just enough bulk. Again, Lunala is just the perfect Pokemon right now for this scenario. The expanding force now finally gets rid of that Indeedee thanks to that Follow Me, but still no Trick Room up yet.
Yeah, it maybe indicates what that last Pokemon is, but it is a Amoonguss coming in from the back for Mikhail, and another line of redirection that's going to pull in those attacks. But more importantly, we know that the spread attack, Dazzling Gleam's been chosen, and Amoonguss doesn't mind that really too much at all. The problem is the Lunala does not have Protect, so it's not going to have a way to get around this here. It is going to be picked up, and it's all about what this Amoonguss can do. Has it got enough in the tank to take on and take down a Miraidon one-on-one?
Yeah, that is the question here. I'm not sure I've seen a Miraidon versus Amoonguss kind of slow endgame here, but yeah, being locked into Dazzling Gleam is not ideal, but Light Screen also now wears off on Christoph's end, and eventually the Electric Terrain will also wear out here too. So with the normal effective Pollen Puffs, it'll be interesting to see who is able to kind of take it. Yeah, look, those Dazzling Gleams are doing a lot, Lee, I don't know.
Single target Dazzling Gleam boosted by the Choice Specs item. Even though it's a resisted attack, it's still doing enough where you think a few more of these will be be enough to get this Amoonguss and close this game out as slow as it is, but the pollen puffs just aren't enough, unfortunately, to do the damage even after that light screen does fade from the field.
Yeah, it looks like the electric terrain is stuck around for long enough there to still boost up that Hadron engine of the Miraidon. And yeah, it looks like it's even in one more range and still no spores can come out. That electric terrain is still so strong.
Yeah, I think you needed the Trick Room if you were Mikhail. There was opportunities there to get the Trick Room set up. I think it may have been a little bit different. Of course, the electric train going to cause an issue there, but it looks like Kristoff is going to knock out the Amoonguss with those dazzling gleams. Unconventional way to do it, but what a convincing win, and going into the top 16 here at the Stockholm Regional Championships.
Wow, fantastic play from Kristoff there, and with a really cool team as well, I think popularized by Joseph Ugarte as well, who was using it quite a lot in recent regulation as well, and getting frequent top cuts with it too, and so you could see why it's so good, and Kristoff really doing it justice here too, being able to like stall out Lunala, Trick Room stuff so well, and using that Ditto as well in amazing fashion. Loved it.
Yeah, there was a couple of occasions, especially that game one, the switch in to copy the Lunala on the facade and the Trick Room. That was so well done, and you can see why Kristoff is at this stage of the tournament making plays like that and making it so difficult for opponent to get any sort of momentum swings that they want. Even when the Trick Room was set up in that second game, you thought, well, this looks a lot better for Mikhail, but you know, keeping cool, composed, and doing the right things at the right time, and really utilizing those screen support because they were pivotal in that match. And then the Citrus Berry on the Volcarona as well really shouts towards how well that Pokemon in general has been trained to be able to survive on a slither after that double up into it and then get that all-important Giga Drain. Fury Dance it was, that turn into the Lunala, break the Shadow Shield, and then set up kind of an endgame situation.
Yeah, Fiery Dance.
Fiery Dance.
Fiery Dance.
Fury.
I like Fury Dance more, though, I think. Yeah, I quite like it.
Change it officially, no.
I love it anyway. Like, it was just such a great Pokemon, wasn't it? And it was like a really interesting team, too, because I think when you're going up against a lot of these Pokemon, you're not really familiar with Grimmsnarl Calcs as much, or Volcarona Calcs as much, or your own Pokemon Calcs with a slightly low HP because of a Ditto.
Yeah.
So there's so much that threw like Calcs out the window there, especially with those screens. And yeah, Kristoff using Mikhail's own Pokemon against them to one-hit KO that Lunala there. Even though we had a few KOs from it in that second game, I think Mikhail did a really good showing in that game too to kind of adapt a bit, but it just wasn't enough for Kristoff's game plan.
No, it wasn't, and you could see even the pressure that the Grimmsnarl put on it was so pivotal in that match, not only with the screens, but kind of forcing a Terastallization from the Lunala in Game 2 because of the threat and how detrimental that foul play was in Game 1. Wanting to remove that, Mikhail opting for the Terastallization that might have been better on maybe the Ursaluna in a lot of respects going into that match, or even something else to support those big powerhouses. But yeah, not paying off in that one for Mikhail, even though there was the opportunity, I feel, a couple of times to get a second Trick Room up, and we talked about that between Games 1 and Games 2, how, you know, most of the time a player can get through those first initial 5 turns of Trick Room. If you can set another one up, the resource management at that point for your opponent is getting a bit thin, and then that's when you can really start to take advantage of the twisted dimensions, but we never saw it quite come to fruition there, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's true. I think if we'd seen it, we might have had the Amoonguss come in a little bit earlier, pollen puff up that Lunala and start getting a little bit more healthy as well.
Kind of stall out the electric terrain as well, and then you can utilize that Spore in that situation to shut down and then probably close out the match, but it's very difficult regardless, whichever way you look at it.
Yeah, it was. And what I really loved about Kristoff's game plan is that he kind of gave their opponent really no opportunity to like make kind of reads and really like claim the game back, because we saw the Terra Grass committed like every single time in both of those games really early on. Just saying like, right, okay, even if you don't Meteor Beam, I'm still going to be really bulky behind everything at the moment. And even if you save, because then if you save your Meteor Beam for later, it's still not going to do any much anyway, because you know your game plan requires that committed Terra Grass. So, and then because of all that bulk, it was just kind of risk-free to kind of start switching around and stall out the Trick Room and get up that Volcarona, and yeah, it was just really, really well done. And I think a good showing for Grimmsnarl particularly as a really nice, consistent screen setter.
Yeah, and that Terra Grass as well on the Volcarona kind of almost forces the Ursaluna in that situation in its preferred Trick Room environment with that Flame Orb activated to go for the facades and not the headlong rush there, because it's not very effective in dual grass type. So yeah, it makes that situation, you're kind of cultivating that that scenario where you can switch in the Ditto if the Lunala's in the right spot to get that play where you're wasting turns into the Trick Room and just make it difficult for Mikkel to kind of get any sort of grip in a Trick Room environment that you saw crave for, you know, when the Trick Room's up. You need to make use of those turns, and just unfortunately Christoph made it so difficult for Mikkel to get any handle there.
Yeah, like they really did. So, like, good luck to them, obviously, in the top 16 too. And I do wonder whether there has been some little bit of practice on either of those Pokemon players' ends at maybe some local tournaments, like you should probably be getting into as well. It's a great opportunity, have a lot of fun and learn a lot and practice that all-important best of 3 that is so important for these regionals. So have a look at this little video that we've got that shows you a little bit about the local scene and how you can get into it in your area.
Hey, do you want to play?
Yeah.
Nice.
One shot?
Wait, yeah.
I'll use twin cannons.
Great game, guys.
Bye. See you next week.
Come play at your local Pokemon League.
There we go, giving you some insight into your local Pokemon League. You can check out all the details, of course, online to see where your locals are. And like David says, make sure you get involved with them, because it's a great way to make your first step into competitive Pokemon. And even if you don't want to take the leap fully into competitive Pokemon, it's a great way to just get involved, have a lot of fun, and meet other Pokemon with a lot in common. You can use the QR code that is on your screen now. That'll take you to events that are close to your location.
That's how I met Costa, local. For better or worse.
Like how I met my wife's story. How I met Costa. I met you at a local as well, so...
Yeah, you did, yeah. So it's always places that you get to... Yeah, you meet your friends, meet your enemies, but hopefully most...
Oh, right, I see how it is, David.
No, it was also where I first knew what Hisuian Bravery does as well.
Oh, right.
Local too. You kind of get to try out those sort of...
Yes, you do.
Teams, but also go up against what other people are also trying to go up against too.
Yeah, I mentioned on stream yesterday my nightmare matchups I had against Loon many times at locals.
Yes.
With Porygon Z and Gigalith in Trick Room. Choice banded Gigalith, I will mention.
Wow.
Yeah, the rock slide was not kind. But like we say, you can try out all of these different ideas that you've got for teams, things that you think would work in the current format at the time, and you can do this at your locals and have a lot of fun with a lot of other people similar to yourself in around your area. So do check out all of the details in the QR code.
Yeah, and it's good. You can also earn championship points at these locals too. So
and prizes as well.
And prizes as well. So
there's packs and things.
Yeah, booster packs, true. Yeah, there's plenty of stuff that you can earn there too to kind of top up those points that you might want to then also earn at a regional level event as well.
Yeah.
So all important to get that World's Invite in the end as well. And there you can see on your screen there, register to compete or spectate today, rk9.gg/events/Pokemon.
Yeah, make sure you check out that site. That'll give you all the information that you need for the major tournaments, which are your regional level and your special championship events and international championships, of course. So you can register for those events that are coming up in the future, or even get a spectator pass if you just want to dip your toe in the water and see what these events are all about.
Yeah, please do. Yep, so that's where a lot of our competitors here have gone to get to here at the moment, here in Stockholm. And as we've kind of recapped before, there's plenty of EU regionals to come if you are in the EU regional area as well. But you can also check out the other events too that are generally around the world too, in the North American region, particularly where we are also obviously broadcasting quite a lot of our regionals too.
Yes, indeed, yes. Lots to look forward to, but of course we can't look too far ahead because we do have our top 16 coming up very soon. And, you know, after such a great top 32 match, it was a very convincing win in the end from Christoph. Made it very difficult for Mikkel to get a handle in that match, but it'll be interesting to see how far Christoph can go in this tournament. And we've seen, like you said, this 6 have had success with Joe Ugarte in the past, and you know, this team, I'm going to bring the tried and tested comment back, but it is tried and tested. We know it can perform well at this level of event, so it's going to be a tough one, especially with that screen support for our opponents to break down, and how well a player that pilots that Ditto can be the difference between winning and losing a lot of the time. And I think Christoph really encapsulated that so well in that last game.
But I also want to congratulate Mikhail as well for that Lunala team too, because obviously we saw how Bezard Muntazir used the Lunala team as a kind of adaptation of the Tang team that won the previous NA regional with that Calyrex Ice Rider, and then a core of a few Pokemon that were really good to make use of either Tailwind or Trick Room, like Landorus Incarnate, Ogerpon Half-Flame, and a few other Pokemon. But here's another kind of take on it. Lunala, with that kind of Tail Room aspect to it, but different pieces. You've got the Tornadus instead of a Roaring Moon. You've got the Urshifu, you've got an Ursaluna to make use of the Trick Room. So another really interesting take that's obviously done very well.
Yeah, I love the concept of the team, but I believe we do have Christoph ready to hear from with an interview, so they'll be able to give us a few insights into their team and their tournament run so far.
Thank you very much, guys. We are here, of course, with our victor of that top 32 affair, Christoph Ghost, and in what was such a climatic set between yourself as well as your opponent. So, initially, my friend, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling very well. I came here trying to go 4-on-4. I said, okay, I didn't prep as much. 4-on-4 should be good enough for me.
Yeah.
I lost my first round, and then I just kept winning. I went 6-1.
Yeah.
Then dropped to 6-2. Somehow won my last 2 rounds in day 2, and now I'm here.
Yeah, I mean, you say somehow, but after seeing that showcase of how cool, calm, and collected you were, it was incredible, and I'm not surprised at all. I'm very happy to have seen it, and just generally speaking, you seemed very well thought and placed on what you needed to do, because we were just talking a bit about it. You said you were actually a bit worried about the matchup going into it.
Oh yeah, I felt the matchup, I initially said it's horrible. Maybe it's more like needing good reads to actually perform.
Yep.
I was very worried about the Trick Room expanding force plan, and then additionally there's Luna.
Yeah.
Because I noticed immediately that Volcarona could win me the game if it's not respected.
Yeah.
If I needed to Terra every game to dodge the Meteor Beam, of course.
Yeah.
And then I noticed maybe Ditto could do some funny things here, like copy the Luna, copy the
Lunala as well.
Lunala, exactly, the Lunala.
Yep.
And yeah.
Which, I mean, we saw a very spicy play that you did in that game 1. We're talking just about it now with some others, because I was in the audience, and we're like, oh my God, that was like perfectly placed. And that move was the Ditto coming into the field, taking the form of the Lunala in order to avoid the immunity. That was...
Yeah, because I thought he would probably not double into Volcarona again. And if he does, maybe Ditto gets like 1 hit in and can survive on the focus sash that I have.
Yep.
And if he didn't double, I'd gain advantage anyways. So yeah, that went really well. I could have gone south as well. So
yeah, I mean, Ditto did end up being quite a bit of an MVP there, because it introduces so many different mind games as well that Mikael had to actually look out for. But so you were able to go ahead and do a really good job in game 1. Going into game 2, we saw the same leads coming out. You wanted to have that immediate sort of setup potential with the additional bulk, and Grimmsnarl being Grimmsnarl, we know how it is.
Yeah.
It's quite a bit of a disruptor.
That's just what it does, yeah. I wanted the Volcarona to be in a position where it could win the game on its own if he didn't come to respect it.
Yep.
I really thought about turn 2 going Foul Play, Giga Drain, and DNDD slot.
Right.
Where he switched as Luna.
Yes.
I mean, that would have been a big blowout as well, but in the end, I didn't go for it.
Yeah, I mean, but you still were able to, like, what was it, like, a complete 50% chunk off of Lunala as well.
Oh, yeah.
It's like, that was really, really good. And the fact that it had Shadow Shield was the only reason why it survived that.
Definitely, yeah.
But I guess then, when you're approaching the mid to end game state, I think we saw there was a bit of an interaction of the Miraidon 1v1 versus the Amoongus. You're locked into Dazzling Gleam. At that point, it's just the amount of ridiculous damage Miraidon has at its availability. So I guess going into this tournament, how did you acknowledge and recognize that this team composition could really work? And so far, it has.
Yeah, I mean, I got the team from Joseph Ugarte, of course. It's his team. The spreads are mine, but I noticed the team is a Miraidon team secondary. It's more or less a setup team that just tries to be bulky, and you always have Miraidon as like the lead they have to respect, or it can come in and they have to respect it. But for example, Volcarona is so good against Rillaboom. You can eat the fake outs and burn them, the Grassy Glides, whatever comes your way. I think it's a Miraidon team second and more like a bulky, balanced team first.
I definitely do get those vibes because I was noticing, I'm like, oh, okay, he's going for the classic Grimmsnarl Volt sort of setup and whatnot. And then you have the mid to end game high damage wall breaker potential.
Exactly, yeah.
If needed, right?
Yeah, of course you can still go for the classical I go Terra Fairy, Dazzling Gleam, Boom Boom play.
Yeah.
Makes it much fun.
Yeah,
but you don't have to. You can just go like any other route, and I think the team is super versatile.
Yep.
I think my MVP is definitely Terra Ghost Grimmsnarl.
Well.
I've won more games than I'd like to admit to Terra Ghost, Thunderwave.
Hey,
the fake out.
My friend, it's got you here. So
that's worked so far,
That's the facts, right?
Yeah.
And I totally get it as well. That is sort of the element of why Grimmsnarl is starting to rise a bit. Like you said, Joseph Ugata was able to start rocking it up in recent events. We had Vancouver and whatnot. But yeah, so it shows that Grimmsnarl might actually have a place in this meta, and clearly does. Since
I think it does, yeah. I think it might still be pretty niche. What makes Grimmsnarl pretty good is the foul play. Foul play into
stab as well, same type
it's
of
stab, yeah, so uses the attack of your opponent. So Kelly Ice takes like a lot of damage. I think it can run a KO if they're not as bulky. What it can also do is foul play like Overgrown Half Flame after Terra. That's
is that like nearly a one-hit KO?
I think it's nearly a one-hit KO.
I think it depends on like the bulk, right?
Yeah, it probably depends, yeah.
No, but it's just got so much utility, like you said, right? And the fact that you're able to force terrestrializations as well, like namely the Calyrex Ice Rider, like you mentioned, it sort of feels forced initially from the early game to have to get outside of the weakness because it might actually get KO'd straight off the bat.
Yeah, and Ditto as well. I think Ditto has done so much work for me. I was never a Ditto believer. I always thought the mon just doesn't do anything.
Well, I mean, as long as, like, if there's nothing on the other side of the field, it does nothing.
Oh, yeah. And of course it doesn't do anything.
Yeah.
But I've had quite a bit of fun copying boosts at Calyrex. Calyrex Ice, Calyrex Shadow.
Yep.
I have Terra Normal, so I win the Astral Barrage more, usually. That's probably the only thing holding me in that matchup. But I mean, Ditto has put in some heavy work for me, yeah.
You heard it here, folks. Ditto stocks are ever so increased.
Very high, yeah.
Very, very high. Of course, it has been able to place you straight into top 16. Huge accomplishment in what has been a very, very stacked tournament. We've got basically 10 or 12 out of the top 16 EU leaderboards. Here, right now, you are in the top 16 of this event, which is an incredible feat. And we were talking just before, Christoph, you recently actually started playing VG, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I mean, recently, in terms of, like, compared to most other players here, players have become very veteran.
Yeah.
And they've played like for 5 to 10 years or something. I started playing in, was that Stuttgart 23?
Yes.
Before this season, I played like 3 majors or something. Stuttgart, I didn't do as well. My friend got day 2 immediately, which was great. The tournament after that, Dortmund, I got top 64. I got day 2 as well.
Yeah.
And since then, it's been pretty much of a fluke for me. I had 5 frees all season. I've had 5 frees, and more than I can count.
I mean, you know what I would say, though, against that? The 5 threes are a bit of an indication of the true potential for yourself. If you're consistently getting 5 threes.
It might be. I think I could have been 5-3 this time as well, if it did get less lucky. Yeah, I think that's just what you need. You need like you need to play well, consistent. You need to get not absurdly lucky, but pretty lucky.
Yeah, on average, yes.
Go to the top, yeah.
100%, and you have done an incredible job, my friend. So, what I will say is, we want to go ahead and give you a bit of rest going into the top 16. Very well deserved. Do you have any shout-outs that you would like to do?
I actually do. I have my friend Gabriel, standing right there in front of me. He has been a great help, and I don't think I would go to any tournaments if he didn't come with me. That's always great to have him here.
Yeah.
Also my lovely girlfriend, of course, always supporting me, going into strips.
That's lovely.
Yeah, and the whole Austrian community. I'm pretty sure I was the first Austrian ever to win on stream. Might have been.
I'm trying to think.
That's what they've told me.
I'm trying to think of Christian Smialnik. Or
maybe he has won.
Potentially. We're going to have to fact check that.
I think he's our best player, but
I mean, right now, you have done an incredible job to represent your local community. So that's the important thing for right now. So with that being said, thank you so much for the opportunity of being able to have.
Thank you for having me.
It's always, I mean, you've done an incredible job. We need to praise that. So what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead, give folks at home a bit of a moment to get your refreshments before we move on to the next phase of the tournament. And Davide Miraglia is going to be your second finalist here at the Dortmund Regional
Davide Miraglia is going to be your Dortmund Regional Champion.
Hi, I'm Davide Miraglia and I'm the champion of the Dortmund Regional Championship 2025. The event was really great. I had a lot of fun with my friends and I am really happy that the team worked because it was we built with my friends, so it was we worked together on this. I think that the most important Pokemon in the team that we had in the end was Clefable, because he completely changed and improved the matchup against Kingambit. That is one of the most popular Pokemon in this format, especially the one that sets up with the Sworstance. And having a Fairy type and Unaware, able to ignore him and to hit him, it's really important. Also, is a massive help for Goldengo, that is one of the strongest Pokemon ever. So with a little bit of help, it becomes even stronger. So today was really, really relaxed, and brainless. I just wanted to enjoy and to see how far I could have get with the team, and apparently I won, so that was my feeling today. In the final, I realized that besides some particular positions, my opponent didn't have much for Annihilate. Between safety goggles and the fact that to touch him properly, he should have either Shadow Ball with Goldengo, so position Goldengo well, but I also had the Terra Water to defend myself. Annihilate was really good also against Sneasler, and with Porygon, because with the main stabs he cannot hit me very hard, so I figured it out in that way. And next to Annihilate there was also Goldengo, that you cannot ignore him, so with that position I thought that I could have won, and I won. Pokemon means a lot to me, and since when I was a child. I love Pokemon, and thanks to Pokemon I made a lot of friends also, and the motivation comes from my self-confidence and the friends around me and people that love me.
To the Pokémon World Championship 2024. So excited to come together and celebrate Pokemon!
Welcome to Peculiar Picks, a series where we highlight Pokemon with almost no tournament usage, but one day catches everyone off guard and storms the competition. This time, we're looking at the scaly Pokemon Kommo-o and why more trainers should be preparing for it. Kommo-o first saw play back in the Sun and Moon era with its signature move Clangorous Soul Blaze. It hit both opponents and raised all of Kommo-o's stats. It was so powerful that it won 3 regional level events in 2018 within 7 days of each other. However, the era of Z moves came to a close a year later, and Kommo-o's usage with it. Its rare typing, powerful moves, and high stats were not enough to compete with other Dragon or Fighting type Pokemon that trainers wanted on their team. And having a 4 times weakness to Fairy, one of the best types in the game, made things even worse. It was over 3 years, and with the discovery of the Terrestrial phenomenon, that Kommo-o finally emerged from its slumber. This was the Iron Defense Body Press set. Kommo-o could boost its already awesome defense stat with Iron Defense to become an unbreakable physical wall. And those boosts also bolstered the power of Body Press, enabling massive amounts of fighting type damage that couldn't even be stopped with Intimidate. And with the new Terra mechanic, Kommo-o could patch up that frightening Fairy weakness. So within weeks of this discovery, US player Michael Zhang used this Kommo-o to win the 2023 Sacramento Regional Championships. It seemed like the old days of the all-seeing, all-boosting Kommo-o were over, but its C-move still lives on in its signature status move, Clangorous Soul. This move boosts all its stats by 1 stage at the cost of 1/3 of its HP. And at the 2024 Latin America International Championships, 2-time LAIC winner Ashton Cox realized the immense potential of this strategy. With a well-rounded supporting cast and the Frame Spy item to boost special attack even further, Ashton's Kommo-o became a huge threat. And with Terrafire boosted flamethrowers, it could both resist Fairy and take down threats like Golden Go that would otherwise sponge up Dragon-type damage. This strategy's effectiveness was too much for almost all the players to handle, and Ashton finished top 4, almost winning LAIC for the 3rd time. So let this be a lesson to never underestimate Kommo-o, and know that when you least expect it, this peculiar pick might just be at its most powerful.
Hello, Pokemon trainers. Welcome back to the Regional Championships here in Stockholm. We've had a bit of a switcheroo on the desk here. My name is Lee Provost, if you just joined in, and I have the pleasure to be joined once again by the wonderful Costa Dynamos. How are we doing?
Yeah, we're doing great.
Look at that.
Having a great time, as you can tell. I mean, honestly, we just came off of an interview with Christoph. Great guy.
Great interview as well, getting a few insights there.
Honestly, and he was able to get top 16, and we're sort of talking about how calm he was throughout the entire set.
Yeah.
He sort of acknowledged and identified the real key pieces to essentially unlock the board state for himself into his own advantage. And I did say afterwards as well, like, it's like, okay, how'd you find the interview? He's like, yeah, no, it was great. I'm like, you are so calm, cool, and collected, my friend.
Yeah, it's going to help out definitely at this like tough stage of the tournament where things are heating up and it is getting a little bit tougher each and every round.
Yep.
But having that cool, calm mentality, like you say, is just going to make choosing moves and what you're doing against your opponent so much easier, isn't it?
100%, and that's sort of what you need as well. So what I'm trying to build up to saying is he's already got characteristics of a very well-experienced trainer. So I honestly would not be surprised seeing him progress even further, maybe even into the top 8s and semis.
Yeah, well, I mean, the way that he guided through that match against Mikael was just phenomenal. The big threats there with that Lunala, you normally think with the Power Herb how strong that can be, and normally it is a trade-off most of the time. It's going to go for it. If it lands, it's going to take one of your Pokemon down. But I mean, you saw the damage that it did after the Terastallization, the Quiver Dance, and the Light Screen. It was just brushed aside by that Volcarona. And then to get through that initial Trick Room was great. The switch into the Ditto as well. To get the Lunala, avoid the Facade, and then just close things out slowly but surely.
Well, that's sort of what these various modes within the same team composition allow you to do. It's sort of like a multifaceted, layered structure. You've got the bulk, you've got the defensive support, the utility, but then also you've got that immediate wall break potential. So you just got to be able to fit them in the right pieces depending on the matchup.
Yeah, and talking about getting the right pieces. We are getting down to the last remaining players of this tournament. We are in the last 16 now, and our players are getting closer and closer to that top 8. One more win will progress them into that top 8 of the tournament. But like I say, even the top 16 is a knockout stage of the tournament. Every time you take a win, you progress. Every time you lose, unfortunately, it is the end of your run.
And even if that is the case, you know, we've got some great action and accomplishments from loads of players, and talking about accomplishments and players, we've got the notable matches. In particular, the one we're going to be featuring is Eric Rios versus Marco Silva, the clash of titans.
It is really a clash of titans for our European players. Yeah, what a match for us to feature. Eric with the Lunala, Marco with that Miraidon. Then we go down the board a little bit. Jamie Boyd, we featured yesterday, progressing into the top 16, going up a real against tough opponent in Alberto. This next one, Alberto played so well earlier on today in the broadcast. Federico Camporisi is progressing as well, going up against Oscar Gilly. That was Ben's pick for winning the entire event. So that one, Miraidon against Miraidon, who will come out on top there. And then Flavio with that Terapagos going up against Matty Morgan with the Calyrex Shadow Rider.
Yeah, and most notably, that last set as well. We haven't actually featured either of Flavio and Matty as of yet this weekend, so I would really be impressed to see what sort of great utility they're bringing. It seems like Flavio's rocking that common core that a lot of Italian trainers have been utilizing with the Terapagos and Heatran.
Yeah, and having a lot of success with it, especially in this adapted kind of Shadow Calyrex format that we are right now, where we're seeing a bit more hyper offense with that Pokemon than what we've seen in the past. You know, we've commonly seen the phase of it having that Wheezing Dondozo, which we've had a flavor of this weekend, but we are seeing a lot more offensive Calyrex Shadow Rider teams kind of popping up now to a little bit more success, in being able to manage those teams still very well with the Terapagos is remarkable, especially when it is that tried and tested kind of core with the Heatran, that Cornerstone Ogerpon. But it goes back to how comfortable you are with a team, and I think that Flavio is one of those players that has got that comfortability, got that experience with that Terapagos build, and really showing it in its true colors this weekend.
Yeah, I mean, team composition fluency needs to be at a very high level. In order to make sure that you can adapt on the fly within any sort of weird parameters that come in and you're expecting with the different, I don't know, like Pokemon that might be unexpected, or like Eternatus randomly popping up from nowhere, you know, you feel comfortable and confident going into it, and these trainers definitely are just that. But we have also got a bit of a visual breakdown of the top 16 bracket with this day too.
Yeah, we can take a look at the players and how things are shaping up going into the latter parts of this tournament. Of course, this is the exciting part where we can see who's playing who on their route to the finals. There we've got Michael Kelsch going up against Roberto Parente. We had Roberto on stream yesterday with that Koraidon, that Venusaur team, going to give a difficult time to Michael, especially with that Ice Rider Calyrex. But they did overcome Jamie Boyd, who was also piloting a Koraidon team. Didn't have the Venusaur, but a lot of other things to make it difficult for Michael, so another obstacle for them to overcome in this top 16.
Yeah, and in particular, I actually spoke to Michael just before, and he was talking to me saying he doesn't really want to go up against Roberto Parente, coincidentally enough, because of that Venusaur.
Yeah.
It just adds, and sort of what we've just spoken about, it adds variance that you didn't actually originally anticipate for, so I would be interested to see that, but regardless, we have got a list of exciting matches. Luis Markel versus Tom Winter, who has been on an absolute tear as well.
One of the only remaining Zamazentas, I believe, in the tournament as well, so representing those Zamazenta fans at home this weekend. Tom doing extremely well, you know, and getting to this stage in the tournament, I'm sure they're feeling good about progressing even further. Of course, it's not as easy as that, because your opponent is normally just as good a player as you. And it all comes down to the wire. These tournaments, specifically in Regulation G, are always down to the finest of margins.
Yeah, and talking about finest of margins, there's not a lot that separates these two fantastic trainers on stream right now. Both international champions in their respective cases across the years. I think, if I'm not mistaken, Eric was 2022 EUIC champ.
Yes.
And then obviously we've got Marco, two-time LAIC OCIC champ consecutively.
Yeah, just absolutely amazing. And you know, we are only, just a reminder for you at home, we are only in the top 16 of the tournament. This could be a finals level match in an IC as well, my ad.
Easily.
So this is a real treat that we've got for you guys coming up next with two absolutely phenomenal players. Eric, of course, we've seen on the broadcast yesterday rocking that Lunala team, and Marco running that tried and tested Miraidon 6 that we've had so much success with in Regulation G already. So big tasks for both players to progress, and I'm sure they're both hungry to progress into the deeper stages of this event.
Yeah, exactly that. So we're just going to have to see who will come out on top. This is a knockout match. Reminder, folks. So there's a lot on the line. Both of them want to make sure they target that glory first and foremost, but it's not like they're shy or they're any sort of strangers to those accolades.
Definitely not. You can see Eric is a 4-time regional and special champion. Got that top 8 finish at the Worlds 2019. EUIC champion, we've already mentioned, in 2022, and LAIC top 8 this season. Then you move over to Marco's side, Toronto regional finalist. More recently, Joe Cabalco. I'm going to let you take that one. There we go. Regional champion in 2019, 3 times international champion, and 2 times world's top 16.
Yeah, and that was OCIC, if I'm not mistaken, that additional third title. When was that? Back in 2019?
I get so clouded with the LAIC results. I mean, he's not going to miss one.
No, he's not. He's got so many. He's all sorted, but...
Share them around, Marco.
He could, but he can't. We've got Eric's team, though. Lunala, Rillaboom, Incineroar, Screamtail, Ogerpon, Cornerstone, and that Tornadus Incarnate. And, you know, we've already seen him on stream this weekend, yesterday versus Oscar, if I'm not mistaken, which was a very, very close match. He wasn't able to come out on top, but he is here right now.
Yeah, the Rillaboom is going to be really key for Eric in this match because it is the one way that you can stop and slow down that Miraidon that Marco's going to lean into heavily for that damage output, taking away the electric terrain, and then supporting some of your other Pokemon as well, like that Ogerpon that can take advantage of the grassy terrain, power up those power whips, and also the Ogerpon as well, if it is selected here, it can come in handy with that follow me, that redirection to pull in those threatening attacks and maybe lock Miraidon into a situation where it has to go for the Dazzling Gleam opposed to any of those single target attacks that would be hitting a little bit harder. You've got a nice option with the Lunala as well. If you can get some of those Calm Mind set up, it's going to alleviate the issues with those big damaging attacks from the likes of Miraidon, but you have to be careful going for those attacks into something like a Whimsicott because it will have that encore, and if you get locked into the Calm Mind, it will open the door for some of those more physical attackers on Marco's side of the field, like we're going to see here, like the Iron Hands, the Ogerpon, and in particular that Urshifu to take advantage of that board condition.
Yeah, exactly that. And Marco is very familiar with this team. He was on the team building group and very close friends with our current world champ, Luca Cherry-Belli. So, yeah, they would have run the runs, as they would say, when it comes to the prep going into it. And clearly, he's feeling comfortable enough to be able to bring it here because I think there's been a lot of people that have been theorizing, saying it is the most consistent team. And I think it's an actual fact given all the results it has had. But I do want to very quickly call out that Focus Energy Ogerpon Half Flame. I really do love the inclusion of it rather than opt in for a grass type because it turns this very bulky Pokemon into such an offensive threat.
Yeah, and it's a bit like the Calm Mind. If Eric can take advantage of that from the Lunala, it becomes a real offensive presence on the field, but the same can be said with that Focus Energy. If there's a little bit of room where you can get that set up, then that also becomes a big threat and you can't take that lightly. You do have ways, though, I think, on Eric's side to deal with it a little bit better with that Cornerstone Ogerpon. You can hit for super effective damage in Terrestrialization or not. And you do have that Screamtail. We've talked about the Encore and the Whimsicott and how pivotal that could be to stop some of that setup option on Eric's side, but the Screamtail could be really impactful for Eric as well. If you time it right, get onto the field with that Booster Energy active, you can disable Encore things, and that could make life very difficult for Marco.
This is going to be a board state galore sort of affair between both of these two international champions. We have got the leads for Game 1. Eric rocking with the Rillaboom, which will be bringing that grass terrain immediately on the field and countering countering that electric terrain that the Miraidon did.
Yeah, and now you've got the active fake out into the Miraidon with the Rillaboom. It's a nice, easy play to slow that down here. It probably wants to switch out as well, so Volt Switch is probably the option to go for. You can prevent that at least for one turn, but doing that means you keep your Rillaboom on the field. It then means that if you catch something on the switch and the Miraidon goes out here, you have to be very careful about what you're choosing to do, and you don't want anything to take a Draco Meteor at this stage. Even though the electric train's not active on the field, it will be still doing a lot of damage, and that initial damage that you get here could be quite important later on down the line, because the sturdy ability is something that you're going to want to break as soon as possible. The Whimsicott not in the safest position either, because an Ivy Cudgel will do a lot of damage to it. You want to preserve that for later. The Urshifu feeling like a better option.
Yeah, and it makes a lot of sense when it comes to the typing synergy. It would be taking, not expecting any sort of grass type move, connecting into that slot. Ivy Cudgel is going to be trying to deal a bit of damage, but the fighting type resistance really pays dividends here and will get additional HP recovery via that grass terrain now.
Yeah, and the Urshifu coming in on the Ivy Cudgel, great call there from Marco. The problem is it doesn't have a good advantage with the Terastallization here, where it's going to be susceptible to a Power Whip or even Grassy Glide or a Woodhammer, so it's probably likely to either protect or switch out here for Marco, so it might open the door of opportunity a little bit. But Miraidon sitting in a perfect position where it can just go for a Volt Switch if it wants to get off the field into something like the Rillaboom, get something like the Whimsicott maybe back onto the field in a position to set that Tailwind up, because I think speed control in this match is going to be really key, especially if you do suspect something like that Scream Tail in the back from Eric. You need to have that Tailwind up so it's not as impactful when it lands on the field.
Yeah, and I think what you might need to actually try to safeguard as much as possible is this Rillaboom, because with the potential double up right now from the Miraidon Draco Meteor and perhaps a close combat, it could spell big trouble. But we have got the Ogerpon switched out in favor of the Lunala. Broken Shadow Shield, not enough from that Draco Meteor. The double up there was not picking any KO. Unfortunately, up the Woodhammer will instead onto the Urshifu, and all of a sudden we have got the first KO Pokemon.
Yeah, really big trade there for Eric. Great switch into the Lunala, knowing that the Shadow Shield there is going to be able to at least compensate, but broken quite quickly. Shows the actual defensive capabilities of this Lunala, taking a Draco Meteor. It hasn't got the electric terrain up, so really smartly played from Eric to start out with that Rillaboom to take that away. Marco kind of not budging on taking that Miraidon out the fray. Going to be able to get this Ogerpon on the field now. It can pick its target almost with an Ivy Cudgel. Going to be super effective into the Rillaboom, and with how important it is, it will be able to remove it from the field, and also that Lunala a bit of a sitting duck this next turn.
Yeah, and that's sort of the beauty of having this Miraidon choice spec. It has so much damage output, even when it doesn't even necessarily have the electric terrain set up. But this is the moment that Marco has identified. Switching it out, wants to make sure that the drops have been negated. Whimsicott is now back in, so if there is always a potential of having a light screen or even a on-course setup in the subsequent turn. But before then, we've got the Rillaboom terastallizing into the Fire type.
Yeah, just protecting itself from that incoming potential Ivy Cudgel that could be so detrimental as a Moongeist Beam is fired off from this Lunala. It is going to be into that Whimsicott slot, taking that pretty comfortably below 50% health here, as that focus energy we talked about at the top of this match is now set up, so it looks likely that we're going to see some critical hits landing very soon.
Yeah, Ogerpon getting pumped up, so are we. With that U-turn into the Whimsicott will allow Eric to get that pivot action going, and this is sort of what we talk about when it comes to these pivot-heavy strategies that Eric is always commonly utilizing, because it allows you that semi-mid-turn decision-making after getting your opponent's cards revealed and a bit more of an insight into their own thought process.
Yeah, and the one drawback of having that focus energy in this situation is you don't have a grass-type move that would be quite useful right now into that opposing Ogerpon, just to hit for neutral damage, because it is going to resist those Ivy Cudgels. Even a critical hit going to do a lot of damage, but we are just seeing the commit here to the Tailwind from the Whimsicott. It is going to speed everything up on Marco's side.
Yeah, and the Ivy Cudgel, no protects coming out. Oh, not enough to pick up the KO even with the critical hit and the Mold Breaker ability. The Ivy Cudgel instead is able to do just that with its own critical hit.
It doesn't need the focus energy to get that boost. It gets it anyway, and taking down one of those big attackers on Marco's side, remaining with a Moongeist Beam into the Whimsicott, and also following up with a huge knockout.
Yeah, and this does allow the Miraidon to now come in with its own terrain. However, we have got so much resource availability on Eric's side. Marco is going to really have to try to capitalize off of the momentum of the tailwind being set up and now having the speed advantage.
Yeah, and is it going to be enough with the Miraidon just on its lonesome? I think without any partnering Pokemon here, it makes it extremely difficult. Both Pokemon on Eric's side of the field are going to be susceptible to going down to a Dazzling Gleam here. If we maybe see a Terastallization, as long as this Electric Terrain stays upon the field. But the problem is, Eric's played this so well. He's got the Rillaboom in the back. He can switch that in easy now just to get rid of that Electric Terrain and then utilize something like the Lunala to just dispose of the Miraidon. It is still pretty healthy, though, in this situation. So it has got a chance. And you know how powerful Miraidon is. But it all comes down to what Marco decides to do this next turn.
Okay, Eric just wanting to scout out as well to see which move has been locked in. And it seems to actually be the Electro Drift that might be taken into consideration. The Fire Terra Rillaboom in the back as well. Ivy Cudgel will target down this Miraidon and deal so much damage, bring it down to below half of its HP. It just feels like Eric's already got this one in the bag, and this is sort of the end phase of this game one that both trainers are going to have to try to reevaluate the best sort of approach going into game two.
Yeah, we do see the lock-in of the forfeit there. Eric convincingly taking game one here, and all things to do for Marco to tie this set up to hopefully take us to a game three to keep themselves in this tournament.
Yeah, and you know, we commonly were joking around as well before. Eric is always the trainer that has a really good way to be able to extend the longevity of a game because of all of his very intricate and well-calculated board state repositionings. You've got the pivot action going and whatnot, but actually seeing Eric go on the offensive so strongly against Marco's setup, absolutely getting rid of all these pieces within quick succession is very impressive, and clearly Eric is on form.
Yeah, exactly that, and I think that the way that Eric actually utilized the Rillaboom there was like extremely good, because there was a lot of opportunity there for him to switch out early on, I think, and say, no, I want to preserve the terrain like you would want to do. You feel like you need to preserve it, keep it safe, take it out. But utilizing that Woodhammer the way that they did, keeping it on the field for the longevity and switching it out at the perfect time when the opposing Ogerpon made an appearance, saying, okay, well, now's the time. I'm going to switch it out. I've Terastallized. I've committed to that slot. And now I can keep it to slow down that Miraidon if I need to after I've taken care of all of the other pieces. If you are Marco, though, Costa, the big question is, what adjustments do you make? Because I feel like you have to make some adjustments going into this match.
I completely agree. I think I would be willing to drop the Whimsicott. What did it really do in that game one? It got Tailwind set up. Okay, sure. It took 2 hits, sure. But what other momentum can you capitalize off of it? You need to be able to counter it with enough damage up, or maybe even going for like a Trick Room mode and maybe get the Iron Hands in could be a play in order to start beating down on Eric's Pokemon. But the Whimsicott is back, as well as the Miraidon from Marco's side versus Eric's. Same lead. We've got the Rillaboom and the Ogerpon, and most importantly, yet again, the grass terrain is running riot right now. It has been set, and this is typically what trainers do when they run a Rillaboom into a Miraidon set. They always try to get that lead first.
Yeah, to override that electric terrain is the run back, so we've been through this situation before, but will it be different this time from our players? The mind games come into play here, the adjustments will come into play. How are you going to, if you're Marco, prioritize getting rid of something over anything else? Targeting down to the Ogerpon last time didn't really pay dividends in that one. Can you maybe make a decision to go after the Rillaboom here? You've still got to contend with that fake out, but it is risky. Of course, there's always the possibility of a Farigiraf in the back. We are going to start off with a spiky shield from that Ogerpon.
Oh, Draco Meteor trying to target it down and at least bring it down to its sturdy. Maybe a potential double up with the Moonblast as well, confirmed. Oh, very unfortunate turn one from Marco, but an exceptional one from Eric. Gets that U-turn pivot going, deals a respectable amount of damage, maybe around 10 to 15% there. Will, most importantly, bring that fresh Pokemon in. Either choice, Incineroar, Lunala from the looks of things.
Yeah, and this is a really nice play from Eric, and really nice protect once again, kind of scouting out that the Ogerpon is going to be one of my important pieces here, so I know that you're going to chase it down early on, protecting it wisely, and now taking that Rillaboom out of the fray as well, meaning that if the Miraidon does leave the field, which is likely to do this next turn with a Volt Switch, it is going to be in that position to overwrite the terrain when it does make an appearance. opponents again. Now you've got the Lunala on the field. It is pressuring that Miraidon, of course, with that Moonblast. It's going to do some big damage. Yeah. Even if it goes for the Terastallization, it doesn't need the Calm Mind boost to lock it in. And the Whimsicott not putting on that much pressure. We talked about you can go for a light screen here. It does help you against the Lunala in particular, but it's not really helping you out against the other Pokemon surrounding the Lunala, all physical attackers.
But it seems like Eric is wanting to make sure he's got Fake Out available in the subsequent turn. Does bring that Incineroar in, as we've got the Terastallization right now. It does seem to be from Eric's side of things, and it is indeed confirmed to be the Lunala going for the Fairy Terra typing and wanting to bolster up that potential Moonblast focus into the Miraidon.
Yeah, and in particular, this Terastallization means that you have an immunity if the Draco Meteor is targeted into that slot. We know it's locked into that move here on the Miraidon from that turn 1, but going to be now into that Incineroar.
Oh, not enough to pick up the KO, though. Will be dropping its special attack harshly, but most crucially, can this Moonblast actually pick up the KO through the light screen? It's not enough, and henceforth, why light screen Whimsicott is still king.
Yeah, some really valuable damage onto that Incineroar, but, you know, not wanting to take the risk into going for the Lunala, because if it does go for that Terastallization, you're wasting a turn. Yeah. You can't afford to do that in this high-stakes match. So we are seeing the Miraidon now. It's -2. It's locked into that Draco Meteor. You could go for another one here, but it's probably worth your while to switch it out. Now, can Eric capitalize on this switch out? That's the big question.
And that's sort of the interactions of having the Draco Meteor coming out. You can at least play against that. But Ogerpon now on the field. The Miraidon taking a bit of a break. Incineroar will be following suit immediately after, actually bringing the Rillaboom back in. And like we said, this is sort of a situation where you've got the Fake Out pressure, but then you bait it by bringing Fake Out user for the subsequent turn again.
Yeah, and then the nice thing is you can now switch the next turn into the Incineroar, activate that Fake Out onto that Ogerpon. It's got to take a turn to use that Focus Energy, and Moongeist beam into that slot and getting some decent damage onto that Pokemon, because you've got to start whittling it down before it does get that Focus Energy set up and it does start throwing those Ivy Cudgels out, because they will be doing devastating damage onto Eric's side if it can be positioned right.
Yeah, and I think now Marco's trying to look for a game of trying to get the Focus Energy set up in order to just run through Eric's Pokemon, but the Fake Out will be able to prevent it from just that. But in anticipation of that likely pin, has straight away gone for the Encore onto that Fake Out Rillaboom, as we have the Lunala going for the Moongeist Beam, targeting most likely the Ogerpon, but not enough. That light screen truly paying such dividends.
Yeah, but it's kind of worth it, right? You get locked into the Encore, but at the same time, you're stopping that Focus Energy getting set up, and all the time, you are chipping away at it. Now it's probably in range of another Moongeist Beam into that slot, and does Marco have a switch out for that Ogerpon? Probably not. You do have the Tailwind as an option on the Whimsicott, but the thing is, the Incineroar, like we've already said, it was perfectly put into the back to come out in this situation and drop an all-important Intimidate onto the Ogerpon to weaken it when it doesn't land those critical hits.
Yeah, exactly, and that's sort of wanting to be able to reduce the damage output as best as possible. You need to be able to control this Ogerpon, which has gone on the defensive, going for the Spiky Shield. Moonblast, however, actually enough to pick up that Incineroar. We'll be getting a bit of a cheeky KO there, and all of a sudden, what you need to be able to do on Eric's core Pokemon, you need to start breaking down the sort of foundational legs of that core, of the Fake Out and U-turn pivot action going.
Yeah, and we've still got one Pokemon to be revealed for Marco, so we don't know what that final Pokemon is just yet. We are going to see the Ogerpon of Eric's come onto the field now. It is going to put a lot of pressure onto that Ogerpon on Marco's side, of course, with that super effective Rock-type Ivy Cudgel doing big damage, and even into the Whimsicott. A double up into that Pokemon could be very detrimental and remove another piece of the puzzle for Marco. And this is the thing as well, the Whimsicott doesn't have a way to protect itself from that double up. So at the moment, the Ogerpon not in a position where it is able to pick up a knockout on either the Lunala or the Ogerpon. So it's an easy pick for Eric here. Might be an opportunity for Marco to get that all-important Focus Energy set up.
Yeah, and there could even be a scenario where the Ogerpon actually tries to do a hard switch into the Miraidon in anticipation of a focus in there, maybe try to utilize with a bit more momentum, speed, Tailwind being set up, and no switch outs. Tailwind, however, does get set. You want to make sure that you can outspeed the Ogerpon on the other side of the field. Most importantly, can you get a critical hit through the 30? No, you cannot. Deals there, not even half. Whilst in reverse, we've got the trade. Ogerpon onto Ogerpon, and Eric is coming out on top.
Yeah, it is, and it looks locked in control by Eric as this Moonblast following up from this Lunala into the Whimsicott. Just set that Tailwind up, taking some, the light screen really helping out here against that Pokemon, but now it has just faded. But the thing is, Marco's kept that Whimsicott around long enough to allow him to get another light screen setup, which is going to help support the remaining Pokemon, and there's that final one. It is going to be the Urshifu, and it does put a lot of pressure, in particular, onto that Ogerpon.
I do very much like this, because this, at that range of the Ogerpon, definitely guarantees most likely the KO because of the Mystic Water item. However, you just want to be able to start making sure you can whittle down this Lunala, break the Shadow Shield, and start getting some damage from Marco's side, because you're just letting it go ahead and get these damage hits off each and every turn. Sure, there's not that much, but accumulated over time, they do end up being quite substantial.
Yeah, and if you are Marco here, do you commit to the Terastallization on the Urshifu, go for that Water type, and it takes away that Fairy weakness that you've currently got that's so big from that Lunala side of the field, in response to the threat of the Surging Strikes into that slot. The Ogerpon switching out now for the Rillaboom. Going to be able to take those a little bit better, but it does leave the Lunala a little bit vulnerable here, especially if a light screen set up from that Whimsicott.
Yeah, we're going to have to see if Marco does make that read. In anticipation of Eric's reaction, we do have a Terastallization. It is the Terra Water on the Urshifu. Clearly, Marco going on the offensive, wanting to maximize the damage output. And given the speed tiers, the Moonblast will most likely, if it could come out, break the Shadow Shield first, but wanting to go a bit on the safe side, gets that light screen set up.
Yeah, the first Surging Strike's going to come out, and it will break that Shadow Shield, so the subsequent ones would do that if it was into the Lunala, but it's actually into that threat, which was the Ogerpon. Now the Rillaboom taking some heavy damage for a resisted attack, though.
Oh, 2-hit KO overall with the consecutive hits from Surging Strikes. Moongeist Beam will target down that Urshifu. You want to be able to start making sure you get rid of this offensive threat on the other side of the field. Unfortunately, not even able to deal a two-shot because of the light screen, and then you've got the additional recovery from the grass terrain.
The grassy terrain there really conflicting, because I think without that recovery there was the possibility of switching in Miraidon, just going for a Surging Strike to prevent that grassy glide from the Rillaboom that next turn, which you kind of expect to come out here. I mean, it's a bit risky. You could just lock into something like a Fake Out just to try and slow things down here. Because of that, we are seeing that detect from the Urshifu.
Okay, definitely wanting to make sure you safeguard it as much as possible. Grassy Glide will try to target it down, of course, to no avail. As, like we mentioned, Lee, Moonblast here will really prove to be quite important, because you want to be able to put that Rillaboom within range of another Surging Strikes KO, and the Lunala absolutely ignores the Urshifu, who wants to target down the Whimsicott, as the Grassy Glide should have already covered that.
Yeah, and now you've got the position where you've got probably enough damage with that Moonblast onto the Rillaboom now, where the Surging Strikes will be enough to take it down. The problem is you need to get around the grassy terrain that's on the field, and by doing that, you kind of open the door up to switching Whimsicott out to Miraidon. That's likely going to take a Moonblast.
Yep.
Eric covering for that last turn, you can see, even if it doesn't come in, you're getting a nice chip onto the Whimsicott. That's been a bit of a thorn in your side, so there's no really losing there. So it's a big decision to make for Marco. What do you do in this situation? Do you leave yourself susceptible to a potential Grassy Glide, or do you kind of switch in that Miraidon, potentially losing it for the cost of getting a trade onto the Rillaboom?
It's going to be tough, because it's all about prioritization of endgame scenarios, and he's kept the Urshifu in. It will be felled by the Grassy Glide priority, and most importantly, I think Marco clearly wanting to put all of his eggs into the Miraidon basket, as the Moonblast will break the Shadow Shield, but because of how little damage that is, it's very close to actually being healed up within 1 to 2 turns via the grass terrain, and the Whimsicott actually survives.
Manages to hang on just about for another turn to allow that Miraidon to come back out onto the field. This time around, the Miraidon can come in. It can activate that electric terrain, override the grassy, and the Rillaboom's out on the field, so it's a little bit awkward for Eric to kind of switch it out. It might open a bit of a door for Marco to still come back, although things look pretty dicey at the moment with that Lunala so high in its HP bar.
Yeah, it's just reactivated. It's a Shadow Shield because of the two-factor HP recovery being via the first method of the leftovers and then the grassy terrain. That's why it's so tough to be able to break like this particular set when it's got the grass terrain support as well as the redirection via the Ogerpon.
Yeah, and like you said, the grassy terrain enough to actually heal the Lunala to full health. So now it's got the Shadow Shield intact once again. So you're going to have to spend a turn double targeting into that into the Lunala with the Whimsicott and the Miraidon, which could open the door for the Lunala to actually just pull us, protect and utilize the Rillaboom in this situation to go for a U-turn like you did earlier, reposition, keep it in the back so you've got that grassy terrain to come back onto the field and more preferable. No protect coming out.
I think you have to go for the crit here and hope we can somehow break through the Shadow Shield enough, but no, that is definitely not the case. Moonblast as well, not enough again. Moonblast from the Lunala will try to target down that Miraidon, and in this case, yes, it's definitely enough. The Whimsicott is all on its own before the Rillaboom looks like it's going to try and round things up for Eric. Not trying to go for any Woodhammer, no need, as the U-turn is more than enough. Eric Rios is able to go ahead and lock himself into the top 8.
Absolutely phenomenal play from Eric here to take himself into the top 8 of the Stockholm Regional Championships. How well he played that, just calm, cool and collected. It's a theme of the weekend from our players who have just been able to progress and overcome these big obstacles from amazing opponents throughout.
And I think the way that he was able to just so confidently play into the matchup and just be very sure of himself in sort of what he needs to be done, understanding sort of different interactions of the Ogerpon interaction and mirrors, right? The value of Tailwind or Light Screen being set up, but surely over time, he was just able to whittle things down with that Lunala. The Lunala, I swear, it was like, I'm stumbling right now because of how impressive that set was with the grass terrain support, with the fact that it just stayed on the field ever since the early game, and it was just able to just deal the damage over time and just whittle everything down.
I think that was really well identified by Eric, where it's, you know, going into the match on paper, you say, oh, the Calm Mind could be the difference maker here for you. Get a couple of those sets up, or even one might be enough to start knocking things out cleanly and make a clear path to victory. But identifying that, no, I don't need to put myself at risk of that encore from the Whimsicott here. I'm just going to get that consistent damage out into the field. And as we saw, I think positioning Pokemon next to it, that were the problems for Marco to deal with to allow and enable some of his Pokemon to be able to perform in a way that he wanted. Had to deal with those partnering Pokemon first. It attracted all the attention onto that side of the field there and for that Eric was left with the ability just to fire off Moonblasts, Moongeist beams whenever they needed to.
Yeah, and we're seeing the absolute onslaught from Eric's Pokemon there. Woodhammer on the first turn, then that Ivy Cudgel onto the Ogerpon Half Flame, absolutely rocking that side of the field. Whimsicott then shortly after getting felled, and this is all in game 1. Going into game 2, the Moonblast there was actually pretty cool because I wasn't sure if that was just enough dependent on how much investment the Whimsicott has to pick up the KO.
Yeah, and it could have changed the dynamics quite a lot there because I think the Incineroar coming on then provided the fake out support. It wasn't going to be really bothered by the Encore because of its Dark typing and the immunity to Prankster there, so it was pretty free to do that in that situation. Slow that Ogerpon down even more. So a nice pickup by Marco, but fortunately just wasn't enough. It allowed at that stage the Rillaboom to come back onto the field, and then Marco kind of Eric kind of sacrificing, saying, well, if you go for the Encore, it's fine because I'm going to get a really good trade in return for this, and I can easily just switch this Pokemon out the next turn if I need to anyway.
I mean, it was definitely worth it, and that clearly showed because you're able to just force your opponent down to the point where, you know, their pieces started running out of resource. Like, they weren't available at any point. The moment that you get that KO, first one in particular, the second one, and you lock the Miraidon in the spot, there's, like, sure, it's an absolute beast of a Pokemon when it comes to damage output, but you've been able to get rid of the terrain and also lock it into a slot for the rest of the game. So that's what Eric was just trying to do. He wanted to force Marco into that situation, regardless of what Light Screen and Tailwind support's available.
Yeah, and I think that it was difficult when you're committing to the Urshifu, and the idea of getting that Urshifu terrestrialized in that game was the play. I think taking advantage of that searching strikes, it just couldn't kind of execute it the way that they wanted to, and it was all down to how Eric positioned his Pokemon, like you say, pivoting things out at the perfect time, switching things out at the perfect time, and protecting when needed. I think it made it very difficult for that Urshifu to gain any momentum, and then it meant that you couldn't terastallize your Miraidon to take away that Fairy weakness, and the Fairy terastallization on the Lunala just came through so strong in that game.
Yeah, and I think you're just talking about it right now, the Spiky Shield in Game 2, Turn 1, from the Ogerpon, because clearly it's such a big threat.
Huge turn, wasn't it?
It truly was. It didn't look like much happened, but the fact that the Rillaboom got the U-turn, additional incremental damage onto the Miraidon, brings that Lunala in safely with the Shadow Shield intact, and just start dispatching damage over time. That clearly just worked so well for Eric.
Yeah, and really when you think about the big damage in Pokemon on that team were really the Lunala and the Ogerpon. I mean, there was a couple of Ivy Cudgels, but mainly everything was dispatched of by the Lunala just over time, because Marco just didn't have the tools to be able to deal with it effectively. It's looking like a really good call from David earlier on now to say that Eric, you know, is looking very good going into the rest of the tournament, now progressing on to top 8 here, which is an amazing accomplishment in itself, and to do it against such a formidable and decorated opponent as well at this stage is just even more of an accomplishment.
Yeah, and it's just, once again, just testament to Eric's cool, calm, collected, just sort of approach to this game. Not saying, obviously, Marco doesn't, but I think both of these trainers, the fact that they've run into each other in the top 16 just goes to show how stacked this tournament truly is.
Well, we have Eric ready for an interview so we can get a few insights into his tournament run, and more particular about that match that he's just won in top 16 to take himself in to the top 8 here at the Stockholm Regional Championships.
Definitely want to dig deeper into that matchup, because that was an absolute showcase of your talent as a trainer, Eric. Congratulations for making it all the way into top 8. You're I just want to start with how easy that matchup looked. But we were talking just a minute ago, and you were saying, like, oh, Miraidon is not an easy matchup to play against.
It's not. Like, Miraidon, I think I have the matchup, but Miraidon always have the chances to put the things difficult. If they read perfect the turn, I think I'm out. So I have tools to win that team. I came here with a team that I wanted to beat Miraidon, and I built a different team that I think it's always better to play. Like I'm exhausted to play like Damacenta, Kali Shadow, Kali Ice. So I tried to build something new with Lunala. I saw some Japanese players did teams similar to mine, so I think Lunala is a cool one with Calmine. So Calmine also helps me against Miraidon.
Definitely.
Yeah. Because if you try to beat Ogerpon, that Miraidon with Calmine, it's impossible to beat with Rillaboom and Incy. So I think I have the good matchup, but it's never easy against Miraidon. Like.
But I mean, you get those situations if you read the turns correctly, if you get into a good spot. Like in Game 2, I don't think the Lunala stopped attacking that whole game. It was just Moongeist Beam.
Moongeist Beam every month, yeah. Like I play against Federico. I think it's my opponent for top 8, and we play each other before. And I think it's a similar team that Marcos, and his Ogerpon was slower than my Lunala. So I think if I Moongeist Beam always the Ogerpon, I'm fine, because Ogerpon needs to focus energy, because with the Intimidate recycle every turn, it's impossible.
You need to get the critical hits.
Yeah.
It's like you can.
So if I pressure that the slot, I think I'm okay. So I always have to play. Like it's never win, but I think I have tools to that.
So let's talk a little bit more about this team.
Okay.
What was it about Lunala? What was? How long have you been thinking, hey, I want to build around Lunala? Was it like recent, or have you been working on it for a while?
2 weeks ago, I came to some locals in Malaga to play. I wanted to test because I didn't have any test before, and I wanted to try Lunala there, and it was okay. I faced Withing, Coraidon.
Okay.
And I didn't have Ability Shield in Tornadus.
Yeah, okay.
And it was really difficult to beat.
Yeah.
And after that, I realized...
So it's Wheezing Coraidon, not like Wheezing Dondozo
It's only for within Coraidon because I can rain dance in front of them. So that's the goal. Okay. So it's also good against within Kali Shadow because you can Tailwind in front of them, and Lulana can Moonges Beam or Moonblast, depends on the mon. And also it's good against Dotho because I can set up Tailwind, and if I KO the within or the Kali Shadow Coraidon, I can put Screen Tail in the back, for example, and core disable. So it's only for Withing. I didn't have any matchup to Withing because Withing breaks the Shadow Shield. So Lunala can be there in front of Coraidon. Flare, Terrafire, that's a lot of damage. So I prefer to play Dawn without an item in every match, in a lot of matchups, but only for Withing in case I face one. And I faced one yesterday. So
okay. So how many times have you used Tornadus this weekend?
6 times, probably.
Okay, so you use it quite a bit.
Yeah, a bit. It's not the most common mon in my team to use, but it's good against Tailwind teams. It's good against Weather teams for Coraidon. If I face Coraidon, it's Tailwind, Rain Dance, and I have to match up. So
easy.
Yeah, it helps. It helps.
It does. Yeah. Nice. Okay, so zoom out a little bit because you've obviously done fantastically this weekend. You're already on quite a lot of championship points at the moment. You're probably quite easily in top 75 and invite for the World Championships. But like looking ahead, what are you planning for the rest of the season?
So I wanted to do well here because I'm near to the top 16 of Europe. That's the Travel Award for Worlds, and I wanted Travel Award. So I came here with a strong mentality because I didn't do well in Europe, I see. So I wanted to be back again in the top cut, and I'm here we are. I will try to do the best here, but I think I secure my Travel Award with the points I have with the result of today at minimum. So let's see how it goes. I think I'm going to North America International because the big one. It's always cool to participate in internationals. There are a lot of level, a lot of good players.
Definitely.
For sure, Worlds. So.
Yeah, well, it's perfect practice for the World Championships as well. When you've got that, if you do get that top 16 spot locked up.
So it's always a good practice, internationals. I want a big tournament before Worlds. I didn't want to go to Worlds with no practice because Worlds it's difficult. It's the tournament I want.
You heard it here first, traders. Worlds is difficult.
It's difficult. And also it's the tournament that I want to win. I won regionals and international, and I want to win Worlds someday.
Of course.
So I want to be prepared every year. I think internationals is always a good practice.
Perfect. It's a fantastic match. For anyone watching at home that's thinking, like, what should my mentality be going into these big events? Like, Eric is a prime example of how that works. Especially you've proved that year after year after year. Eric, before we wrap things up, have you got any shout-outs for people at home?
All my friends, all the family, all the people that have been supporting from home. Thanks to you all for sure, for the Koi community, Koicitos, and for the Koi Sports Club for supporting every tournament, every competition. So thanks to them.
Thank you, everyone, and thank you, Eric. We're going to be cutting to a quick break now, but don't go anywhere because we'll be back with our top 8 here at the Stockholm Regional Championships.
It's been amazing to see Nicholas Morales' journey throughout the Baltimore Regional Championships.
My name is Nicholas Morales. Currently, I live in Georgia. What Pokemon typing would I be? I want to say the Poison typing. I think the Poison typing has a really good defensive toolkit. I think they have a bad rep for being kind of bad, but I think there's a lot of amazing Poison types out there. I first got into competitive Pokemon when I was around middle school, actually. I found it on the internet pretty much, just like competitive Pokemon videos during the Platinum days. That was my first step into it. I actually skipped Gen 6 and 7, but I really picked up during Double Restricted. In Swish, I really liked that VGC format. The overall strategy was just playing towards rain. You know, Archaludon, it's almost impossible to one-hit. You know, you have Basque Legion 2, who is a massive threat. So multiple threats, multiple big number guys. The first time I was on stream, I felt like the crowd was kind of rooting against me. I could kind of hear them. He was doing really well for most of the match. I was sitting there like, I don't know, I gotta focus. Like, what are you doing?
3 HP and a dream.
The second time on stream, it was over pretty quickly. It's really nerve-wracking. Like, I can keep my cool during like a high-stress situation, right? Like, I don't, like, when I was playing up on stage, I didn't really like let it get to me too much. Like, maybe like my leg was shaking, but like everyone has that, right?
It's gonna be the newcomer, Nicholas Morales.
Finals, I could tell when I heard the crowd counting down the population bomb hits, I was like, okay, they're rooting for me. That's really cool.
Can it do it? Another one, another one. Give me 2 more. Oh my goodness. This is his first tournament ever, and he wins it all.
I've never been to locals before, so this is my first one ever. Feels surreal. I didn't even think I would day 2, let alone win the whole thing. My friends really kept pushing me along the way. My good friend Ming, he's really into the VGC scene. I would never have known like what EV spreads to use, common line, team comps or whatever. I would never know any of that without him. The power of friendship, right? But honestly, they help you push that goalpost so much more, and then you all push the goalpost together. If I don't have fun with it, I'm just not gonna play. I did a lot better than I expected to, and, you know, qualify for Worlds is great. I still don't think it's real. If I were winning my first regional ever into winning my first World ever, I would permanently retire.
Pokemon trainers can focus on in order to improve is to just remember to work with others while playing. Sometimes when you're by yourself, it's kind of hard to tell maybe where you're doing well, where you're doing bad. And also just playing with other people makes it a lot easier to, you know, feel confident, and it just makes it a lot more fun in general.
So one area that Pokemon trainers can focus on to be great is kind of just focusing on yourself and not on others. I know a lot of times I compare myself to other players like, oh, they're so good and all this stuff, but really it's about you at the end of the day and how you feel playing as a player.
I think community building is probably one of the biggest things. You need a community. You need people to bounce ideas off of, bounce play styles off of, bounce all types of things off of, just to have really a successful career as a Pokemon trainer.
One area Pokemon trainers could focus on to be great would be kindness. This is my first time at regionals, and everyone here has just been so kind and helping me out, giving me tips on how to make my deck even better and how to just play differently. Even just like supplies, like card sleeves and other stuff to just be a better trainer.
Focusing on yourself in Pokemon Go is so important. A lot of players might play the game differently, but going at your own pace and finding your own play style, whether it's in grinding, in raids, Stardust, XP, or Go Battle League, or the Show 6 Pick 3 format, it's so much fun. And going at your own pace, learning it your own way, and playing your own way is the absolute best thing you can do.
Hi Pokemon trainers, so I have the pleasure of being able to interview the winner of the senior division of the Stockholm Regional Championships, Lasse. How are you feeling after your match?
Incredible. It's just, been trying for so long, got close multiple times, just winning. I've dreamt about it for so long. It feels absolutely amazing.
Is this the first time you've won a tournament?
Yes, I got 2 top 4s already under my belt, but this is the first time I've actually won one.
Wow, so you've gotten so close so many times, and you've now been able to do it. What do you think was the difference this time?
I was confident in my team, and I knew how to play my team. I've been playing this team with barely any changes for 3 months now, and I think just for me, it's always important to be comfortable with my team to actually do well, and I think that was the real difference here.
So what was your team that you've used this weekend?
I've played basically Arubega Miraidon, very similar to what won Worlds in the Masters division, but slight EV changes. It's Dark Urshifuku's I just believe that's better. I'm still playing fast Miraidon, didn't switch to the bulky one like a lot of players did. And Iron Hands has got Ice Punch to cover things like Amoonguss, Whimsicott, especially Landorus, because that's really annoying for the team otherwise. And Whimsicott is Terra Normal to help with the CSR matchup.
Amazing. So you really know your team inside and out, it sounds like. Now, obviously, in the final, you were up against Pietro Fierro, or Marco Silva's brother, who we know very well in the Masters division. How was that going up against quite an accomplished player?
I haven't really played Pietro. I've played like over a year ago in Stuttgart 2024, but I played very differently back then, so I was basically a first. I knew he was good, but I also knew I could beat him. The matchup was a little rough, but I have so much experience just playing against the standard CSR team that I ended up just relying on what I'm used to, and it ended up working.
Brilliant, exactly. Stick to your game plan so it really works out. Well done. And so, how many years have you got left in the seniors division?
This is my last year. Next year I'm aging up to Masters, so I'm glad I've been able to get that win before going to the much harder division.
Amazing. So you already know that feeling of that champion, which is amazing. Congratulations, of course. So, what are you expecting in the Masters division next time?
I would definitely. I think because of course you play locals. At locals, I go like 5 rounds of like a 4-1, maybe 3-2. It's hard to say how big the difference is, but I think day 2 could definitely be realistic and would be what I at least want to get. Like most tournaments I attend, and definitely a top cut at some point.
I think some of the players that we're often most kind of scared of as another player myself is the people who age up from the seniors division, because you're always very, very good at the game. So I think having already won a tournament, you're going to be very good as well, I think.
Thank you.
Now, have you got any shout-outs you'd like to give, Lasse?
Yeah, of course. I think a big one is just my family for supporting me, especially my dad, because he's just been, for the past 2 years, going to so many events. We're just sitting in little shops at locals, sitting in these tournament halls, not knowing what to do. He doesn't know Pokemon, he doesn't play it, but just supporting me so much, oftentimes believing more in me than I did myself. And I think my friend Anton also won Dortmund this season. Just we build together, we play together. He's been such a big support just in general, and prepping for this tournament, building the team, optimizing it. So I just got like the biggest shout outs ever to Anton.
Amazing, really good to hear. The family and friends and the support, it's always so nice. Well, Lasse, I'm going to let you go and celebrate with your friends, of course. Congratulations. We'll see you in Masters, I hope.
I hope so too.
I'm Victor Medina. I'm a BGC player, and I'm here just to get better, to try to qualify for the World Championship and to play BGC. My favorite Pokemon is Lantern, but my favorite Pokemon competitively is Tornadus, because he can set up the Tailwind really easily and make a lot of damage. My favorite part is the people within the community. I feel like there's a lot of great players. I can call them friends now. I think it's great. All the community is very welcoming, so I really liked it. I think my favorite team I use competitively is probably the one I use in NASC 2023 that is called New Balance. It's Chiyu, Fluttermane, Amoonguss, Tinglu, Gyarados, and honestly that team has a very oppressive mode with Fluttermane and Chiyu, and also a very balanced mode with Amoonguss, Gyarados, Hans, and Tinglu. Well, there are a lot of players I look up to, but Sejun Park is the one I look up the most. It was the first finals I watched, and it was a really incredible team. He's a really incredible player, and I really look up for Sejun, yeah.
Welcome back, Pokemon trainers. My name's Ben Kiriakou, and I'm... David, come quick, come out. Yeah, there we go, right. We're here at the Stockholm Regional Championships, where we've made it all the way to our top 8.
Yes, we have. And I thought I just couldn't miss it, Ben, you know?
Yeah. No, I mean, you got back. I mean, you were out there on the floor interviewing, and it's a big venue here. There's lots of players, there's lots of trainers there. I hope you didn't get too distracted on the way back, you know, having a little bit of a chat. But there's so much excitement and activity going on outside there on the venue floor.
Certainly is, Ben. I've just been out there, of course, and have just really witnessed like the excitement that's in there right now. And of course, it was great to have a chat with Lasse, because who's just won his senior division championship, and he feels so proud to have done that. And obviously, it's an incredible achievement too. Up against Pietro in the final as well, Marco Silva's brother too, which was like a really tough matchup. He's always up there being a super player.
Very accomplished, yeah.
So I'm looking forward to seeing what he can bring in Masters.
Definitely, and that is a theme that we've had quite a lot over the years. Is these senior division players, these kids coming up and showing us Masters.
Like Eric Rios.
Eric Rios did it a little while ago. We have Oliver Escalin, of course, that managed to do it as well. We've had many more over the years, and they just show us exactly how talented that they are. Because it's not easy. It's not easy in the juniors division. It's not easy in the seniors division. And you know, it's worth pointing out that a lot of these juniors and seniors do get a lot of practice up against the Masters, whether that be in their local tournaments or just across, you know, being Pietro, being Marco's brother. I mean, what better practice partner than one of the best players that we have in the video game right now?
Exactly. Yeah, it makes such a difference. And just basically, the more practice you put in, the better, really. And if you put that in at a younger age, then great. Then you're probably getting to Masters really quickly. But also, if you're picking it up and you're already in the Masters division, then that's fine too. It just takes a little bit of extra time within that time itself. And we see players rise up who've done really well, who are already of that certain age anyway, like Michael Kelsch, who kind of came out of nowhere and got runner-up at the World Championships after we've not even seen him anywhere else before. So that was incredible to see. So we don't know where this talent comes from necessarily, but it could be you.
It certainly could be, and now it could be any of our players in the top 8. We're so close to being able to crown our champion here in Stockholm, and I'm so excited to see what is going to be able to make it all the way to the top.
Exactly. So yeah, we're really excited to see what is going to be in our top 8 and what we're going to be able to feature as well. I think we might be able to feature a couple at least as well, so which would be great, because we've got a few interesting Pokemon in the top 8 at the moment too. In terms of the restricteds that we've got as well, it would be really interesting, which we will cover. But obviously, if you want to consider getting to this point as well in your regionals, then head over to arcanine.gg/event/Pokemon, where you'll be able to see the future events that we will be hosting and ones that you can compete at as well, of that regional level event.
Of course, regional, special championships, and of course those international championships. Now, we've only got one more international championship this season in North America to be looking forward to. That'll be in a new regulation set, so I'm looking forward to seeing, well, one, what that is, and two, what's going to be going on there on the journey to the World Championships. But before that, of course, there is Sevilla, there is Utrecht, and there is Bologna on our road to the World Championships. And this link is where you can find out whether or not you can get involved and compete. But also, if you want to spectate, come along and, you know, join the fun. I mean, we had
you were in the fan zone, weren't you?
In the fan experience zone, and it was so many good things going on. I want to be over there doing the metronome battles. That's my jam. I really enjoy doing that, because it's, you know...
You should be here.
No. But it is one of those things where, like, anyone can play, anyone can get involved, anyone can win. There's board games, there's coloring in, there's origami as well. Some of the origami I saw was so cool. And it's not only just the ones that they've got, you can also design your own origami and see what you can do as well. So, yeah, really, really exciting area.
You're always tempted me to leave again, Ben. But you're a very convincing man, but not quite that convincing, because I want to see the top 8 just a little bit more than that. And so we do have our bracket ready as well for you to have a look at as well, as to who is going to be facing off against whom and who is going to be hopefully advancing to the top 4. We'll have to have a look. There it is at the top there, who was undefeated in day 1, Michael Kelsch up against Adrian Istodoro.
And Jamie Boyd versus Lewis, Eric versus Federico, and Matty Morgan versus Matteo Bellini.
Okay, that's some really cool matches there. So, Mikhail Kelch, Calyrex Ice, Adrian versus Kyogre. So that's the one Kyogre we got in our top 8. We've got Jamie Boyd with Koraidon versus Louis with Calyrex Shadow Rider.
Yep.
Eric with the Lunala we've just seen versus Federico Campanelli with Koraidon.
And Eric was telling me that he's played up against Federico before and was able to win. So can Federico turn the tables and be able to take this matchup after playing? You know, it looks like our matchup, right? Eric is very, very prepared for those Miraidon teams. He was telling me in the interview after his top 16 match, but he said it isn't always as straightforward as that. He's got his tools, he's got his ways, but Federico, a regional champion and such an accomplished player, if anyone can do it, it's Federico.
100%. And at the bottom there, Matty Morgan, a previous Swedish regional champion, will be rocking that Calyrex Shadow Rider as well, versus Matteo, who's the last remaining Terrapagos player in the bracket.
Oh, okay. So we've got quite a mix of restricted Pokemon in our top 8. The only duplication is there is 2 Calyrex Shadow Riders.
And Miraidon.
Oh, 2 Calyrex... No, there's only one.
Oh, yeah, sorry. Yes, my Miraidon. Yeah, you're right. No,
and then everything else is slightly different. So it's just showing the viability of all of the different options, showing that in Regulation Set G, you can actually just play the way that you want to and hone your skills, hone the 5 other Pokemon that you're going to be bringing with that restricted Pokemon and be able to find success.
100%, yeah. There's so many different ways that you can play this game, and you can see how multiple different ways can get you to that point of success as well. But of course, it is now top 8, and not everyone can be the winner here. So someone has to prove that they are the best. And whether that's going to be a Kyogre player, Calyrex Ice player, a previous regional champion, or someone brand new, we are about to find out in the next few hours here. So we've got your decision now as to who we are going to pick for the top 8 bracket, which is really exciting because we get to see like who you really want to see based on the players or the teams that they've got as well. So let us know who you think we should be featuring in our first top 8 match.
Absolutely right. If you're on Twitch right now, do pay attention to all of our matches here in our top 8. Which do you want to see? Michelle versus Adrian, Jamie versus Louis, Eric versus Federico, or Matty versus Matteo?
Oh, I'm trying to think who I would pick here, honestly. Like, there's a lot to pick from here. It's surprising, actually, we haven't had Mikhail Kelch on yet, actually, having been the previous regional champion. So it'd be interesting to see how he plays his team. But if he ends up winning, obviously, we'll see him further along.
Yeah, I mean, it would be a good match to be able to showcase. And actually, really important to tell you guys at home is that we're going to be featuring 2 of these matches. So even if your pick isn't the first choice and it's the second choice, we'll still be featuring it in our top 8. So we get to see half of these trainers battling up in this stage of the competition. So whatever match you want to see, get your votes in right now.
100% there. Yeah, there's a lot of matches that I think I'd really love to see there. Interestingly, we've got like still a Lunala in the game as well, which is amazing to see for Eric Rios' end. But yeah, Jamie Boyd's very fiery team there is also very, very interesting as well. Brute Bonnet, you just don't see everywhere there. And up against some Mienshao Calyrex Shadow Rider team is very interesting too. But it may be that you want to see the Battle of the Titans as well. Matty Morgan, a regional champion. Federico Caprese, a regional champion. Eric Rios, an international champion. Michael Kelch, runner-up at Worlds and regional champion. Like, there's so much talent here on top of that.
Yeah, so like, it would be so exciting to see a repeat performance at the regional level as well. Yes. We've seen Joe Ugarte win Portland back-to-back, but we haven't seen, I don't remember anyone actually being able to do the back-to-back in Europe on regional championship to regional championship, let alone being able to have the opportunity to do it in the same format that you won the first one in. So Michelle winning the first Regulation Set G event in Stockholm last season, and this season getting an opportunity to have another shot at defending the title.
Yeah, not quite with the same team, though. It was Zamazenta last time, which is obviously really cool. But it's still, like, it would be an incredible feat, isn't it? Like, Michelle kind of really going, right, I could really defend this title now, and pulling out all the stops with this amazing team that a lot of the German kind of contingent have been using.
And of course, speaking about, you know, defending titles, so to speak, there is the Swedish title to be defending because Jamie Boyd won a Malmo regional championships, as did Matty Morgan. So there is the sort of success that comes with being in Sweden. I don't know where it comes from, but these trainers are having the repeat performance as well.
Yeah, exactly. So there's plenty of opportunity to kind of put your stamp on another kind of region or another tournament and add it to that little bracket when you're kind of on stream and things. It's so cool to be able to put that on there, you know? Like,
yeah, I think Jamie's like, he's already a three-time regional champion.
Doesn't change it much,
yeah. I think yeah, he'd be well deserved in being very, very excited to have a 4th regional title. Not many trainers get 3, let alone 4 regional titles.
Indeed, and something that is much more recent as well this time as well. But I think we have the results ready of who we're going to feature, at least for our first time anyway.
Okay.
So let's have a look.
Let's
who
see.
have you chosen at home? Don't let us down, chat. And there we go. Wow.
All right.
Very happy to see this.
Good.
Yeah, so Michal Kelch as well versus Adrian Isidoro. Very happy to see a Kyogre team as well, personally. I think it's one of my predictions. I'm really rooting for it at the moment. I think it's got a lot of potential.
But can it overcome Calyrex Ice Rider? We'll have to see. Adrian versus Michal Kelch, a fantastic match. Eric again on stream versus Federico Camparisi. And this is also going to be an exciting match where Eric in the top 16 was able to overcome this Miraidon team piloted by Marco Silva, one of the best players that we have in the video game right now. Federico, arguably also one of the best games that we have, one of the best players we have in the game, not games we have in the player right now. And so seeing back-to-back players at such a high level playing this Miraidon team, we've already seen Eric being able to beat one of them, but is Federico's approach going to be different? Has he learned from that battle in the Swiss? Can he overcome Eric's Lunala team that's designed to be able to have at least a positive time against Miraidon?
I don't know.
We'll find out.
Let's find out. Okay, yeah. That would be great. I think what I actually really like about the Michal Kelch matchup versus Adrian is you've got a Kyogre versus Torkoal, so you've got a weather war, and you've got an Indeedee female versus a Rillaboom, so you've got a terrain war at the same time in the same match. So, like, I really love that sort of dynamic where trainers are not only trying to position the right Pokemon, but also getting the right weather and the terrain up to kind of match up with their game plan.
Yeah, that's a really, really good point there, David, because it has been this Calyrex Ice Rider Torkoal team with Smeargle support as well. Smeargle's going to maybe have quite a good time in this matchup where there's no way to block that Spore except for all the grass-type Pokemon that Adrian has at their disposal. So there's a lot of different variables going on here in this matchup. We'll have to see when we get into it exactly how our trainers are going to play it out.
I know, and interesting that they've kind of picked these specific like supporters as well, or like the supporting cast that you want to pick compared to your restrictors is really interesting. And obviously from previous tournaments they can bring in trends, and if say Urshifu's on the uprise for instance, then maybe I should be using it, or maybe I should be bringing something that counters it too. So it's always interesting seeing like the usage statistics of like how players and trainers are using it, and particularly from day 1 to day 2, and that tells us that the best players are picking this certain Pokemon over another one, and that can really tell us where the metagame is shifting.
Yeah, and I think that feels like what we've had over the last few weeks with both Vancouver, we had Fortaleza, as well as Stockholm here, that we've had different Pokemon making it to the top in different compositions, to the last regional championships, to EUIC, to going back to the last time that we had Regulation Set G, back for the pinnacle of that with being the World Championships. And we're seeing some of those themes come through, but there is still so much room for innovation that our trainers have, and I really do want to shout out a little bit for Eric Rios being able to take some inspiration maybe from the Vancouver regionals, with Bezard being able to win with Lunala, but then showing a completely different flavor of it this time round and working on it a different way.
Yeah, I think that's a really well put, Ben, honestly. It's some of the really complex stuff that trainers obviously need to put in when they kind of choose their team and what they want to build. So we can have a look at our usage statistics of day 2 as well and see how it's been going and what in terms of trainers have been deciding to bring to this specific regional here. And as you can see, Calyrex Shadow Rider, which Lee will be happy to see right up there, is definitely the most popular and the most populous in our top 8 at the moment, but still only 2 of them.
And looking down the list, we've got to have the discussion about Eternatus
here before we get any further into this 8 Pokemon, because there is one Eternatus. Unfortunately, it wasn't able to progress into our top cut, which is very sad to see, but Eternatus making its mark here. There was also only one of those, but there was also only one Zamazenta.
Indeed.
And the Zamazenta has got just that little bit further.
Yes, exactly. That was used by Tom Winter, I believe,
Yes.
who has now unfortunately been knocked out and now finished in top 16, but still doing it justice, along with a Pelipper, I believe. So still bringing the rain here. And so I'm happy to see Kyogre still has a fighting chance in this matchup at the moment and is still in the top 8 first, but up against Michelle Kelch, so versus a Calyrex Ice Rider team. So I don't know how that's going to match up individually with all of the pieces together, but I've got hope.
Actually, looking at this top 8 graphic, we've got all of these restricted in the top 8. Haven't we? We've got one Kyogre, we've got one Lunala, we've got one Miraidon, we've got one Koraidon, we've got one Cali Ice, and 2 Cali Shadow.
Exactly, yeah. So just a bar Eternatus, we've got all of that representation.
We can't show 2 of Cali Shadow, though, can we? It's like
no, we can't.
But that's, and seeing that and seeing the spread of that going into our top 8 is really impressive to see. Normally, like, when you're looking at the statistics going from day 1 into day 2, and Calyrex Shadow Rider usage has gone up from day 1 to day 2 percentage-wise, that means it had a good conversion from day 1 into day 2, but only a couple of them have managed to get all the way into top 8. So it shows that all of our trainers that have made it this far are really well versed in being able to take down some of the more popular picks this weekend.
They really have, and I love that Koraidon is almost the same usage as Miraidon now, which would have been unheard of like earlier in the season, right? But maybe it's to do with the popularization of it from Wolf Glick, having one EUIC with Koraidon as well, having done like so well with that, just really putting it on the map as a Pokemon that you can really use. And on a variety of teams as well. We saw Roberto Parente yesterday using it alongside a Venusaur as well.
That was a crazy
an Iron Crown and Indeedee, which was absolutely crazy. But showing you can, it's a diverse restricted that you can use it with so many different Pokemon.
I love watching Roberto play as well, because it's always bringing something that you weren't necessarily expecting and trying to play that team winning preparation in terms of going into an event. It's like you can either be a player that's better than everyone else and you can play the right turns, and over again you're going to find consistency that way. It doesn't matter necessarily what team. You just use the best Pokemon that you have available to you and you try to outplay your opponents. Or you can go into it being like, right, okay, I've got the spice. I've got these matchups on lockdown. I've played these matchups over and over and over again, but my opponents haven't. So these 50-50 turns, maybe like if Venusaur is using Sleep Powder or something like that, it's targeting the other slot, and it looks like a 50-50, and it's like, no, that's not a 50-50. Roberto is like, yeah, that's an 80-20 in my favor, because usually my opponent does act like this in this scenario, and he's seeing it for the second time, everyone else is seeing it for the first time.
Yeah, exactly. So there's like so much you can benefit from by using something a little bit more surprising, which we obviously see in the global and the grand challenges as well, which I'm sure a lot of people are having fun doing. Maybe right now, actually, with the global challenge, yes, going on right now this weekend too.
Well, let's have a look at our non-restricted Pokemon statistics for day 2, because they are the Pokemon that are allowing our restricted Pokemon to shine. And there it is. Urshifu Rapid Strike still in prime position, outpacing Incineroar and Rillaboom, the 2 really common supportive options that many trainers have, and some sneaky little redirects and supportive options sneaking in there at 11th and 12th position in Clefairy and Smeargle.
Yeah, I've not seen the Smeargle in the top graphic there, which is really interesting. So Costa will be happy to see that, as that's on his predictions. Indeedee Female, though, is on mine, and Lee's predictions are also quite high up at the moment now, on a 5th of teams in here in our day 2. Really bringing that Psychic Terrain, maybe to shut down all those Miraidon teams. Maybe why we haven't seen so many Miraidon, actually, in this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, fair play. I mean, to be fair, 2 Miraidon did play in the top 16, so for my caster predictions, you know, we had an automatic knockout of 1 Miraidon, but there's still 1 left, and I have hope that Federico can take it all the way.
Versus Eric, who's already defeated him in Swiss?
Look, I'll tell you what, let's shelf this and come back to it after the top 8 because, yeah, we are getting going here in our top 8, getting our players ready to go. And I can't wait to see how Michelle is going to approach this matchup versus Adrian.
Yeah, me too. I think Adrian's team is also very similar to what Oliver Eskelin used to get to the finals of the Birmingham Regional Championships, being that Kyogre team with the Terra Grass and the other 2 grass types, Rillaboom and Amoonguss, to really set up those Calm Mind boosts. And also using that Roaring Moon to kind of counter the Calyrex Shadow Rider kind of matchups, provide a bit of Tailwind if you need it, and obviously, of course, pivot around with Incineroar. So we've seen this particular team do very well. I think Oliver Eskelin was also running it this weekend as well. So unfortunately, hasn't made it this far today, but someone will do him justice.
Yeah, I think so. It's like, I remember speaking to him in the winner ceremony at Birmingham, and after he wasn't able to connect all of his Origin Pulses in the finals, it was like, I asked him whether or not he still believed in Kyogre, and he said, well, if I've got an 80% chance to win all my matches, then I'll take that every day of the week. And you know, I really think that's a testament to, one, the composition and how strong it is in the format overall, but also it's a mindset thing. It's like, well, yeah, sometimes I have to use inaccurate moves. Sometimes, you know, things don't go my way. But actually, I've got all the way here with it. And, you know, you can't have that fear of missing or using inaccurate moves if you want to make it all the way in some different team compositions.
I feel like you're really telling me that, Ben, actually. Yeah. Okay, thank you. Right, all right, okay, yeah, right. Okay, I'm going to use Aerial Ace on like every Pokemon, so don't miss at all.
But you use it on a Dragonite.
Yeah, it's true, it does get use. Okay, yeah. No, yeah, it's a really good point, Ben. I think you've obviously got those shaky accuracy moves, and there's some trainers that kind of shy away from that completely, like Riley Factura, for instance, a trainer who always uses teams that have like 100% accurate moves, and that's just his style, and that's fine. But yeah, if you want to run Sleep Powder, then go for it. So yeah, why not? And our trainers are on the screen right now, getting ready. There's Michael Kelch, well, reigning Stockholm Regional Champion from last year with that Zamazenta that he used before, and doing very, very well already in this top 8 and looking pretty confident, I'd say.
I'd say so. I think he's a player that really enjoys being on stream and really enjoys that extra pressure. He's a player that always says that he doesn't want to be, you know, coming in and getting 6-2 and maybe going into day 2 or going for 5-3. He wants to be the best. That's what he wants to do every single time he competes, and that's why he's so consistent at the game. He's really looking objectively at all the things he can do to improve, and I think that's something that's very commendable and something to look up to for many of us and anyone at home that's watching him play.
But Avdion is also no stranger to some success as well, with a few top cuts as well. So obviously already doing amazingly well, having gotten to the top 8 of another Regional 2. But obviously now has to face this titan of a player here. But at the end of the day, it's 6 Pokemon versus 6 Pokemon. Yeah. And with a Kyogre versus a Calyrex Ice as well, I feel like there's a decent matchup there. Water resists ice, and the Calyrex Ice Rider does not resist water. So if we just break it down to that, then it's a win for Kyogre. That's it. Should we just skip the match?
No, I think definitely not, because I want to see these players duke it out, because, you know, and that's one of those things. It's like, even if Adrian does have the matchup overall, and let's say for argument's sake, look, we'll see how it plays out. Yes. But let's say Adrian has the knockout, then it's up to Michelle to be able to overcome that matchup disadvantage with his play. And if it's barely even, well, it's even between our players, and Adrian definitely has the opportunity here to be able to make those plays to cause a little bit more. I'm not going to say it's an upset, because these trainers have proven how good they are at peace. They both deserve to be here 100%. But it is Adrian's chance to be able to knock out such a great player like Michelle, and Michelle's, yeah, he's got his back-to-back win on the line here. It's, you know, it's really important for him to be able to get that victory.
It really is. You can see the focus there that Mikhail has probably honed over the last few years, and being very used to being on stream as well and doing very well, keeping calm and composed too here, thinking about the game plan and the match as well, which he might have had an opportunity to do, as our trainers are very much well aware of their teams at this point too. And I imagine, having gone up against a very similar composition in previous tournaments, Mikhail might be quite familiar with this sort of matchup and how to play it. The question is, was it a matchup that he was happy to kind of forego and go, oh, I won't face it? Or is it one he's prepared for? We'll see.
We certainly shall. Now, if you have just joined us, we are here in the top 8 of the Stockholm Regional Championships, and of course, we have our player achievements on the screen right now. Michal, the 2025 Gdansk Regional Top 8, getting top 4 in World in 2024. This is in Honolulu, Hawaii. 2023 in Japan, getting the world runner-up, and a Stockholm regional champion previously last year, also in regulation set G, trying to do it once again.
And of course, Adrian Isidoro on the right there with those multiple top cuts, and all very recent as well. So it's like he's kind of just come out of the woods and been, right, I'm good at Pokemon, and then just kind of really does it at all of these events. Top 64 EUIC is amazing. Yeah. Bologna Special top 16, Stuttgart Regional top 64, Birmingham Regional top 32. So I'm trying to think, like, is there any other regionals between those? You know, like there probably is a few, but at the end of the day, like pretty much most of the regionals he's turning up to, he's doing well.
Stockholm, Birmingham, EUIC. Stuttgart, Birmingham, EUIC, Stockholm. So yes, this is fourth event on the bounce that Adrian has been able to perform at. Here is Michal's team: Calyrex, Ice Rider, Indeedee, Torkoal, Urshifu, Smeargle, and Raging Bolt. And David, what's sticking out to you about this team?
It's got to be, like, well, there's so many things to kind of point out, but I think a big part of it is the Calyrex Ice Rider with that close combat. Using that fighting type move over the high horsepower is something that's, I think, really interesting, because you can suddenly get a lot more damage right out of the gate versus something like an Incineroar, whereas high horsepower with that lower base power may not get that KO, close combat is more likely to.
Yeah, I like how committed Michal is to the Trick Room environment as well on this team. He's really going to be wanting to set it up quite early in the match and to be able to take advantage of the speeds going forward and try to put pressure on Adrian's team. Let's have a look though. Kyogre, Rillaboom, Incineroar, Urshifu, Rapid Strike, Amoonguss, and Roaring Moon. And this is a team that really does want to set up the Kyogre in many ways. It's quite like what Terapagos has been running over and over again, where it's trying to set up the Calm Mind, it's trying to get itself into a good position and then leverage the power of that Origin Pulse. You don't even mind if the rain's not up, as long as the sun isn't up. Looking back at Michal's side, that the Torkoal is an option for him. But it doesn't mind what speed tier it's going to be interacting in, as long as that Kyogre is set up and ready to go.
And something that was really interesting about that Rillaboom was it tends, if it's similar to what Westland Ryan, it's a really fast Rillaboom actually. And so can really outspeed a lot of threats, go for a drum beating, lower its speed, and allow its partner, probably the Kyogre a lot of the time, to then outspeed and get that KO. But versus a Trick Room sort of team, we may not see that as much.
Yeah, that can be an advantage for Michal, can it?
Indeed it can, yes. Because Rillaboom might want to come to this match just to shut off the Psychic terrain at that point, but being too fast, yeah, it's a bit of an advantage for Mikhail, as you say, Ben.
Yeah, well, it's quite difficult for Adrian to be able to sit in front of the Calyrex Ice with most of the team members of their team, because you've got the Kyogre that's able to sit in front of it pretty effectively, but close combat does a lot more damage than high horsepower, so it can't sit in front of this Calyrex quite as easily.
No, it certainly can't. So there's a lot of different ways that we can approach this match, but it's up to our trainers to do just that. So it's Incineroar and Urshifu from Adrian's end, and the Smeargle and Calyrex Ice Rider, a classic lead from Mikhail. Top 8 Stockholm Regional Championships. Let's get into it.
And immediately, Adrian is getting off the bat to an offensive start here, getting the Fake Out and the Surging Strike, one of the only ways that you can knock out a Focus Sash Smeargle in one hit. And it really is Adrian trying to put the pressure on, trying to say, well, okay, if you're going to try to set up the Trick Room here in this situation, Michal, then I'm going to make you take some damage in favor for it.
So the Raging Bolt is coming in straight away. Not any fake outs or any sort of redirection either. But it's the fake out into the staying in Calyrex Ice Rider. Great call from Adrian there. But it's the Surging Strikes into that Smeargle. But it's the Raging Bolt now. A perfect switch in. Be able to take that so comfortably with that massive bulk that Raging Bolt has. And we're going to the next turn with Michael kind of unscathed.
Yeah, actually, Michelle is doing a really good job here at positioning his Pokemon, taking that Surging Strike so well, but then positioning the Raging Bolt in front of a Choice Scarf Urshifu that's locked into a normal attack that allows the Raging Bolt to go for a Thunderclap and to potentially be able to knock out this Urshifu straight away. Incineroar can't stop the Calyrex from being able to go for the Trick Room, but there is this choice. Is there the Terror or is there not? It's not going to be on this turn as a Surging Strikes goes into that Calyrex. No Thunderclap from the Raging Bolt.
None at all. Perhaps from the threat of the Terror Poison that would have made it resist it as well. So I'll have to see what comes up from this Incineroar. But first, that Thunderbolt. Not even doing half damage, actually. And the knocker follows up, but it's not quite. The KO on that Calyrex Ice Rider. Michael's Calyrex really loves its trainer right now and is able to get up that Trick Room.
But now this Urshifu is the slowest Pokemon on the field, so Adrian is going to have to work out how they're going to switch in. If you switch in your Rillaboom in the back, if that's what Adrian has brought, then you're going to be taking a lot of damage from a Glacial Lance. But that Incineroar looks like it might be in a position to be able to knock out this Calyrex as well. So does Michelle even go for the Glacial Lance in this situation? Can he afford not to target down that Incineroar?
Yeah, exactly. It's still such a threat, isn't it? It's an Incineroar at the end of the day, and it's really effective in slowing down these sort of Trick Room-based teams as well here. But something that Michael is definitely going to go for is that Thunderbolt into the Urshifu, as we saw, because a lot of Urshifu can survive that Thunderclap if they are bulky enough, so Thunderbolt is a lot safer.
Glacial Lance coming out from the Calyrex Ice Rider and doing a good little chunk of damage to both of these targets. A parting shot, decreasing the attack and special attack of that Raging Bolt. Now that Thunderbolt looking a little bit less powerful, but is the Glacial Lance able to do enough chip damage to allow this Thunderbolt to get the KO?
We'll have to find out as the Incineroar has to switch back out. And so will we see the Kyogre come in at this point yet? In front of a Raging Bolt, it's not looking like it wants to just yet. So the Rillaboom is going to try and make that a little bit safer. Setting up that Grassy Surge and providing Fake Out for the next turn. If there's no DD in the back, that's to say. But there's that Thunderbolt. Is it enough for this Urshifu? Yes, it is. That is down and out there, and that is a big relief for Michael's Torkoal that could be in the back, and especially any sort of Terra Fire from the Calyrex Ice Rider.
But now the Calyrex has had its Clear Amulet knocked off. It means that it is susceptible to an Intimidate from this Incineroar that's in the back. And because Raging Bolt has had its stats reduced by the parting shot, it means that Adrian has the ability to switch in the Incineroar and be able to take a lot of attacks away from this Kyogre. And of course, once the Kyogre has gone for, once the Calyrex has been knocked out, the Kyogre is a little bit more able to be able to go for a Terra Grass to stand more comfortably against the Raging Bolt that Michelle has access to.
Yeah, Adrian's definitely on a little bit of the front foot here with that fake out potential here, but he's got to worry about the potential for the Indeedee female in the back to resist it. But no switch in. The fake out just comes straight out, but it's not quite the KO yet as Calyrex flinches.
Thunderbolt coming into the Kyogre and doing 50% damage, but this Kyogre is getting a Calm Mind boost, but it's also going to get that Leftovers recovery and the Grassy Terrain recovery as well.
Yeah, so it's going to be healing up so much health at the end of this turn as well. So there's the Grassy Terrain, revealing the speed order of a lot of these Pokemon as well, showing that Kyogre is certainly the slowest on the field at the moment, bar that Rillaboom, which is still at full health.
The question is whether or not you now Terrastallize the Kyogre or the Rillaboom in this spot, because there is an opportunity here for Adrian to go for a U-turn, knock out the Calyrex, and then because you've got a Calm Mind on the Kyogre, maybe you protect it this turn, you cycle the Intimidates round, you make sure that you've got your terrain control just in case Michelle has that Indeedee in the back, but also you set up the Rillaboom for a little bit later on.
So the Rillaboom can always just switch around and get that pivot going with that Incineroar and that Rillaboom to cycle around those fake outs to potentially help this Kyogre set up a little bit more. There's still 3 Pokemon left, but if Michael can try and break this rotating door of Pokemon, then he's going to be in a much better position. It's Terra Grass for that Kyogre first, though.
Yeah, I love that Terra Grass. It's maybe Yeah, there it is, the Grassy Glide going into the Calyrex, so Kyogre is able to take any attack from this Raging Bolt so well now, maintaining that double grass here. Thunderbolt, the move of choice, onto the Rillaboom. There's no Terror on the Rillaboom, so that's going to be resisted hit, and Kyogre going straight for the Origin Pulse.
But it's going to miss that Raging Bolt, though. But if there's going to be a target that you want to miss, it's maybe that one there. It wasn't going to do a ton of damage because of the resistance and bulk that Raging Bolt has, but obviously would have been quite nice to get that damage on the board. But going to the next turn, though, it looks like Torkoal might be coming in, Ben.
It does look that way. And important to note that the Smeargle in the back does have access to Spore, but it's not now going to be able to Spore the 2 Grass-type Pokemon now, and the Safety Goggles Pokemon in Incineroar on Adrian's side of the field. So looking at later when this Trick Room is getting quite close to expiring, and there is a Fire-type resistance in the back there for Adrian, if this Trick Room does expire, Torkoal is not known for its special bulk, and so this Kyogre with a 1 special attack boost from the Carmine, but also a special defense boost as well, is in a prime position, even in the sun, to be able to target down that eruption that the Torkoal really loves to be dishing out.
Yeah, so I think there's only one move, you want to click with your Miss Kyle, and it is using that Torkoal button, I think, as it is, where it is that eruption in the sun. So yeah, Raging Bolt needs to be preserved here to perhaps deal with the Kyogre if it does end up switching out. To Smeargle, the ultimate supporter, does come in here to paint the town red. Rillaboom is switching out, though, into the Incineroar, so there's no resetting of the weather just yet on Adrian's side. Intimidate coming out. Being Fire-type, it's going to resist those Fire-type moves, but I don't know if it's going to be able to take a Choice Specs Eruption.
Not with this little HP left, but Kyogre isn't going to have to take that this turn, just being able to protect for the last couple of turns of Trick Room here. Eruption is landing out, and I really like the way that Michelle is positioning this, just trying to get some fake-out pressure on the board with the Smeargle, while you knock out one of Adrian's fake-out Pokemon and force this last turn for the Rillaboom to come back in, and then after that there is no more fake outs available for Adrian. So Michelle doing everything that they can to be putting in themselves on the front foot as the Twisted Dimensions return to normal.
Yeah, I really like that. I think you definitely need that to be happening right now, because you need to get some damage on this Torkoal to reduce the power of those eruptions where it's based on the HP. But now you've got the speed advantage, you can do just that. And with a faster Rillaboom as well, you're always going to be able to outspeed the Smeargle as well, even if the Smeargle is trained to be speedy too. So it's a really kind of safe fake out to either of these targets. You're not going to get faked out first, and then your Kyogre can actually do something with its bulk and power.
Yeah, actually, like, the 2 fake-out Pokemon in Smeargle and Rillaboom can fake out the opposite Pokemon and then nothing happens this turn. Or the Smeargle can try to fake out the Rillaboom, stop the fake out, but then Kyogre is able to go on the offensive, and because it already protected last turn, it's likely to be able to try and dish out some damage. I think Michelle is looking for this Torkoal to go for his Terrafire, looking for that inaccurate Origin Pulse to not land its mark this turn, but it is just a trade-in fake out going on there. Maybe confirmation of this Rillaboom's speed because it went before the Smeargle.
Yeah, so revealing that Rillaboom is definitely trained to be speedy, but as a Focus Sash Smeargle, you're going to be probably very fast, and Rillaboom has naturally faster speed than Smeargle, so we know that this Rillaboom is very fast as well. And there we go. So we've had a little bit of a kind of a null and void turn here, just kind of the agreement of both trainers to cancel out their own fake outs, and now we go into the next turn with no fake out potential. But as you said, Ben, there's no wide guard on this Smeargle, so Origin Pulse is just free to go for.
Well, it's also it's just whether it lands or not. This is what it comes down to for Adrian. If he's able to connect onto the Torkoal, it's going to massively reduce the damage output of this Torkoal. And because Michelle went for the Eruption and not for a Heat Wave, he's relying on the Torkoal being at the most HP he possibly can.
So there's the drum beating to get the
Oh, here we go, Decorate.
The Decorate is coming to this Torkoal, so if it can get off an attack, this could be so powerful. But does the Origin Pulse connect? It does, into both targets. How much is it going to do? And it gets the KO on that Torkoal, even through the sun, showing the power of this whale.
Michelle putting all of the eggs in that Torkoal-shaped basket, but not being able to get an attack off this turn. You can see exactly what he's going for, and he's right to be doing that in that situation. It's the best move that he possibly had. but this Raging Bolt coming in is going to be struggling to do enough damage. There is a Draco Meteor potential, and if it does get multiple crits, a critical hit first on the Kyogre to be able to try to get through those Calm Mind boosts, it's possible, but without a boosting item, I'm not even sure that that would be enough to knock out such a bulky Pokemon like Kyogre.
Yeah, and we've seen Michael lock in the forfeit there, seeing the writing on the wall versus two grass types with so much bulk behind them. Raging Bolt's probably not going to be able to punch through there. But yeah, so Adrian, one game up versus our reigning Stockholm Regional Champion as well, with one game to go before getting into the top 4.
It's all on the line for Michal, and looking at going into game 2, David, what are you thinking in terms of adjustments? What can Michal do a little bit differently?
Well, the talk-up was obviously nice because he kind of got the plan right in that Kyogre was pressured to go for the Terra Grass in front of the Raging Bolt to then try and obviously make use of it with the Torkoal in the back and start going for those fire moves. But we saw Adrian was already so bulky and was able to get around all of that and prevent their Pokemon from getting hit by that fire move in the Trick Room. So what I want Mikhail to kind of do a little bit more is try and get that Torkoal in the Trick Room a little bit earlier to threaten that damage a little bit faster too. Perhaps that involves playing a little bit more risky here and kind of using that Trick Room strategy like straight out of the get-go.
Do you think that if Michal went for the Thunderclap in the early game onto the Urshifu and knocked it out before the Calyrex took so much damage from the Surging Strikes and the knockoff doubler, that Michal would have been able to navigate through a little bit easier?
Yeah, possibly, but I would be really curious as to like how much training this Urshifu has in its bulk or not, because this is not a Life Orb Raging Bolt necessarily. I wonder if it may not actually get the knockout, and Mikhail kind of knows that or not. It depends on what he's kind of seen and what he's heard. But yeah, if it does get the knockout, then obviously that's a really huge KO, right? And it's particularly if there's no Indeedee in the back either, like in game 1, then Adrian can just keep using his fake-out Pokemon and slowing things down. Yeah. So maybe if there's an Indeedee female switch up here, that could really turn the tide.
I do want to call out Adrian being very, very committed that Indeedee didn't come to the matchup. And I think that's maybe a part of the fact that Roaring Moon and Incineroar really do shut Indeedee down. And of course, the main damage dealer for Adrian is that Kyogre with spread damage. And maybe that's part of Adrian's mindset going into this match, that it actually Indeedee's not in the back. I can just go for Fake Out and I can go for Grassy Glide turn after turn and not actually really worry about whether or not that Indeedee is in the back. I'm wondering whether it is a switch up or not for Michal to actually bring it there and just have those sort of turns in the background, those sort of pocket turns where you can like go, ha, right, I can get my Cali Ice to get some Glacial Lances going, especially if there's double Grass-type Pokemon in front of it. That could be really, really devastating, kind of getting that Cali Ice really on the snowball.
Yeah, it really could, couldn't it? Like, that's exactly what you needed. It went down so early as well, which is so unfortunate. And it can actually really threaten that grass-type damage, or into those grass types, rather. But I think the Raging Bolt is definitely a centerpiece of this entire matchup for Mikhail. There's no ground-type moves to speak of on Adrian's side, or kind of Dragon moves. It's mainly those Ice Beams from that Kyogre, which in turn is weak to the Electric-type moves. So you really need to commit the Terra into the Kyogre, probably for this matchup every time, and Mikhail needs to really leverage that.
It's this nice thing where Raging Bolt kind of makes the Terra Grass happen on the Kyogre, and then, well, the rest of Michal's team are pretty good at dealing with that. I'm also looking at the Urshifu and wondering whether that has a place in this particular matchup as well, because one of the things that Adrian's Kyogre-based team likes to do is switch around a little bit, go for fake outs, and to be able to protect the Kyogre while you're doing that switch up. But of course, with the Unseen Fist ability, Urshifu, and especially with that Choice Band as well, kind of breaks that down, makes that a little bit more difficult to be able to do. And if you can sort of knock out this Kyogre, then maybe the Raging Bolt, maybe the Kyogre can do, do a little bit more work.
I like that too. And the Terra Grass as well, the Urshifu, could really help in this matchup versus a lot of water types too. But I think we're getting straight into it. Game 2 of our first top 8 match here at Stockholm. Rillaboom and Urshifu, so a little bit of a switch up here for Adrian versus the Raging Bolt and Calyrex Ice Rider.
finding out, I think, Adrian, that on Adrian's side, that the Rillaboom was indeed faster than the Smeargle on Michelle's team. Maybe an indication as to why this Rillaboom is coming out first, wanting that fake out priority to be able to knock out the Smeargle as soon as possible and then remove that support for later. But Michelle not allowing that to be the case, knowing that the Raging Bolt is in a good spot turn 1, and Adrian really has to respect that. If you go for the fake out on the Raging Bolt, then you're opening yourself up to a Trick Room and a Glacial Lance. The Rillaboom's definitely not going to appreciate that. But if you fake out the Calyrex, then the Raging Bolt gets to go for a free Thunderbolt into the Urshifu and try to knock it out that way.
Yeah, so it's a little bit of a bind here for both players, to be honest. And there's the fake out straight out. Not scared of the Indeedee switch in either. And straight up with that U-turn. So Urshifu is definitely getting out of there, but trading off that little bit of damage, which this Choice Scarf set is so good at doing. As you said, Ben, Urshifu definitely needs to get out of there. But what has the Raging Bolt gone for here? No Thunderclap at all yet again. Adrian calling it as the Incineroar comes in this time as well. Not going to be affecting the Calyrex Ice Rider thanks to that clear amulet. It's so good at running. And it looks like Adrian's positioned themselves really well to be able to get away with not too much damage on their Pokemon.
This is all the paralysis coming out onto the Incineroar. That could be big later on if Michelle is able to get the Trick Room up. That Incineroar is going to be faster. So it looks like a good position for Michelle for now, but definitely something that you're going to have to figure out how you're going to be getting around if you want to set up that Trick Room environment. But now we're in a position where Michelle has a lot of offensive pressure going on and can probably just try to go for that Terra, can potentially go for that Terra Fire, but that could be a downside later on because that Kyogre in the end game with the Origin Pulse really does want to go for those big, powerful Origin Pulses, and that's what Adrian is taking advantage of now, the reluctance for Michelle to go for the Terra and doing all of this super effective U-turn damage over and over again.
Yeah, I didn't think we'd see so much Bug-type presence in this matchup with no Bug-types, but that's so far, yeah, this U-turn has been putting in a lot of work versus this restricted Pokemon, and this time Kyogre does enter the field. Safe? I don't know. There's a Raging Bolt sitting there, but at least it's here at the moment. But it's not the Trick Room at all. Glacial Lance comes straight out into 2 resisted targets. So again, another great switch by Adrian. And again, the grassy terrain is just healing everything, all of this damage back up. Michael needs to turn up the damage at some point here to start getting ahead.
Yeah, Adrian is positioning themselves so well, getting their Kyogre in and ready. That obviously pressures the Terra, and we've seen how much damage that knockoff did from Incineroar in Game 1. The Calyrex is definitely under threat of being knocked out this turn, potentially even just by an Origin Pulse. And because this Raging Bolt is not carrying a damage-boosting item, and because Kyogre is naturally pretty defensive on the special side, it's going to be able to stand in front of it really effectively, but not going to be doing any damage this turn just to protect.
Yeah, we saw what Michelle locked into there, and it was basically the Thunderbolt and the Glacial Lance to cover for the Terra Grass on that Kyogre if it went for it this turn. And so Adrian expertly just protects the threat on this turn, opening this Incineroar up to be able to do whatever it likes this turn, assuming it can get through the paralysis, which it does. Parting Shot into that Raging Bolt now, making this Kyogre a lot safer, and maybe allowing this Kyogre to get away with not going for that Terra into the next turn.
I think it could be, or maybe it's going for the Terra Grass because the Urshifu can come back in here and be able to pressure in rain a massive Surging Strikes into this Calyrex Ice Rider. If Michelle has the Torkoal in the back, now is the time that you want to be thinking about whether you bring it in. But if you do that, then you're opening yourself up to being hit with an Origin Pulse and or a Surging Strikes, and that's one of Michelle's main damage dealers that could be knocked out very easily.
So I like this. So yeah, you can obviously switch it in, as you were saying, Ben, which is really crucial. And in the Raging Bolt slot, it's a nice one because you're probably not going to be targeted with the Surging Strikes into that slot, which is otherwise resisted by the Raging Bolt. So a slightly safer way to switch it in. And Adrian might be inclined to start setting up Calm Mind as well. So Torkoal might be able to get in here with a really nicely timed Trick Room, unscathed and with full health, can really start threatening eruptions.
The question I've got is whether or not that Calyrex can take in the sun an Origin Pulse combined with a Surging Strikes. I think that is the real question that these trainers are going to have to answer for themselves. I think Michelle's got some confidence in the way that they've trained the Calyrex. We've already seen how well it took that knockoff from Incineroar, but here it is. It's going to be the Torkoal switching in and turning up the heat.
There it is, overriding the rain again, but it wasn't enough last time. Let's see if it is. U-turn, despite the sun here, not going for that surging strike. So another really good call from Adrian, just going for a consistent, really good damaging attack that is super effective into the Calyrex Ice Rider, and still no Terra either to be able to resist it. As the Incineroar comes in here, but what has this Kyogre gone for? Is it going to try and deny this Trick Room? Is it going to be enough, even if it goes for the Origin Pulse, to get that KO in the sun here? There it is, that Origin Pulse. It does connect at least 2, but it's not quite enough.
It was enough. It was enough. Trick Room goes up. We've got what you wanted, David, here. The Torkoal is in position now. It's taken a lot of HP damage. It can't lock in to Eruption, but Michelle has been able to hold on to their Terra, as well as being able to keep their Pokemon not necessarily healthy, but still in a good position to be able to go on the offensive here. The one thing, though, is because this Incineroar has switched in, the Fake Out is on the field. We've got the sneak peek that the Indeedee is in the back, and Michelle trying to one-up Adrian, thinking that, hey, the Indeedee didn't come to last game. I need to hold it for that opportunity to be able to lock out a Protect, lock out a Grassy Glide, especially with this Calyrex at such low HP.
Yeah, that's going to be really crucial, but its Kyogre is on full health and still a water type, so it's looking really, really safe in front of whatever Mistral does, so makes sense to get this Raging Bolt in to start threatening some super effective damage, or at least for it to go for that Terra, so it can make it weak to both Torkoal and Calyrex Ice, hopefully in this end game here. But there's that Fake Out still, no Indeedee threatening that switch either, as that Heat Wave comes out this time, getting that KO on that Incineroar and doing, well, minimal damage to that Kyogre, really.
Yeah, Kyogre taking that really, really well. And of course, because the grassy terrain is there, because the leftovers is there, this Kyogre is going to shrug off most of that damage as it sets up its Calm Mind. This is what this team wants to do. Adrian wanting to set up at least one Calm Mind so that you can stand in front of the Raging Bolt and be pretty happy about what position that you're in. But now that the Rillaboom and the Urshifu are in the back, you've really got to be thinking about what you're going to be locking yourself into in terms of your Terra option with Adrian. Do you go for that Terra Grass? I'm not sure that you do. I think the Calm Mind is enough to be able to stand in front of this Raging Bolt and be okay. You don't want to be susceptible to Calyrex getting into a good spot in the end game and being able to just Glacial Lance your Kyogre.
No, 100% you do not, but is this the turn where Michael can try and weave in his trap card and go for that Indeedee female to block a Fake Out? And as we saw, he's locked into that Terra Electric Thunderbolt to try and get this Kyogre right where it's going to hurt, and that is going to be that Thunderbolt into it. Whether it's going to be enough with that special defense boost now from that previous command remains to be seen, but it's definitely an opportunity that Michael needs to really go for to see if he can get this off. But the Kyogre could just easily protect this turn. Let's see. Torkoal is going for the switch.
And it's going to be into that Indeedee in the back, resetting the terrain. So Grassy Terrain has just come onto the field. Now it's Psychic Terrain that has been set up by Michael and going to block any Fake Outs coming out. It is that Terra that you mentioned there, David, going into the Raging Bolt. A defensive and offensive terrestrialization. Going to make it more susceptible to an Origin Pulse, but less susceptible to an Ice Beam. We'll see if that comes into play later on in the sun.
Okay, is the Fake Out there or not? Well, we're going to see another Terra first. And is it going to be able to resist this electric type move? Oh, yes, it is. What a call from Adrian there. So really covering for that Indeedee switching just in case that Thunderbolt was locked into here. An amazing play.
Yeah, just being able to resist that attack is so big. Fake Out, of course, blocked by the Psychic Terrain, and it is the Thunderbolt going to be following up from Michelle. But again, Kyogre going to absolutely shrug this off, get an opportunity to go on the offensive, and it is an Ice Beam, so a great defensive and offensive terrestrialization there for Michelle.
Yeah, so many mind games in that exact turn there. It's like, do you switch to the Indeedee? But I'm going to cover, in case you don't, with the Fake Out, but I'm going to go for the Terra to get more damage, but I'm going to also go for the Terra if you go for the Ice Beam, but the Kyogre's going to go for the Terra to take the electric attack. But if you don't, then I'm going to go for the Ice Beam. Oh my god, so much good high-level gameplay there. And as we saw,
both kind of eventualities ended up happening, and a more of a neutral turn happened as opposed to something that was really one-sided.
Now, this Raging Bolt doesn't have a boosting item, but it does have a boosting ability, and with Torkoal boosting it, getting the Sun activated, activating the photosynthesis, it was a special attack boost, of course, that the Raging Bolt has. So I wouldn't be surprised to see a Draco Meteor knock out, if not do most of the HP damage that it needs to do onto this Kyogre at this turn. And of course, if that's the case, then the Torkoal switching in here will be nice and safe.
It certainly will there. A really good switch there too. Thunderbolt goes into the... What was that? Kyogre slot to try and deal a little bit more damage there. Not wanting to commit the Draco Meteor yet, in fact, predicting a switch in, but it's going to be that tried and tested U-turn that Adrian loves to go for here to keep pivoting those Pokemon around, as he still does have at least 3 Pokemon to be able to do just that, and that's what's keeping his team really strong right now, to be able to recycle those terrains, those fake outs to bring in back a little bit later.
You do like the idea of being able to get the grassy terrain up later, but because the Trick Room environment is still in play, this is a really dangerous situation for Adrian to be in, especially with the Kyogre just protecting itself. If you switch the Rillaboom in on to try and win the Weather War, well, Michelle still has 4 Pokemon at their advantage, and you're switching the Rillaboom potentially into a big fire type attack, whether that's a Heat Wave or a Weather Ball. So you've got to be really clear, if you're Adrian, what Pokemon is required for you to win this endgame, and he's decided that that is going to be Kyogre.
But Rillaboom is switching in here from the Kyogre, giving up those boosts, which is interesting. And the Aqua Jet is going to help reduce the damage of any potential eruption that comes out. But it's not. It's that Weather Ball instead. Single target. Yeah, that is going to be a one-hit KO there. Even through that Assault Vest on that Rillaboom. It's really showing how Torkoal is really not to be messed with right now. And that Thunderbolt into that slot as well to cover for the Urshifu is now going to be enough to get the another KO on the same turn. Michael is definitely pulling out all the stops right now.
Massive set of KOs here as Michelle holding on to their opportunity to get into the top 4 here at the Stockholm Regional Championships, pulling it back, trying to get us into a game 3. But Adrian only has 1 Pokemon left at their disposal. None of Michelle's Pokemon have access to Fake Out. So this Kyogre is going to be able to land these big Origin Pulses turn after turn after turn. If any Pokemon is able to do it in this situation, I think the Kyogre is in a perfect scenario to be able to do so. Now, Michelle can switch out, can maybe bring the Indeedee in to take one of those Origin Pulses, then bring the Torkoal in to get the rain going. But it really does, I think, come down to this Raging Bolt being in a position that it can just land some Draco Meteors onto this Kyogre, especially if the Kyogre cannot now have enough time to set up its Calm Minds.
Yeah, and that's a good point, I think. Mikhail really wants to preserve that Raging Bolt to be able to deal a lot of damage back, because the Calyrex Ice is really on its last legs. If it takes any hit, it's gone down. And then you've only got that Raging Bolt to really dish out the net damage that you need if Trick Room doesn't go up yet. So Indeedee's coming in instead, resetting that terrain to reduce the healing of this Kyogre. But now the Calm Mind does actually come out. Okay. No protect from the Raging Bolt here. So a great call from Israel to kind of use this opportunity to keep up the damage at the moment here and not play it a little bit too safe.
Draco Meteor coming into the Kyogre, and Kyogre taking it very, very well. But it's only got leftovers recovery, not grassy terrain recovery. So while that Raging Bolt has taken a bunch of damage, it's now the opportunity for Michelle to win the Weather War, switching in the Torkoal while the Indeedee can set up the Trick Room. If Torkoal goes down on that turn, if the Origin Pulse does connect, you kind of want it to, you kind of don't want it to in many respects, because that allows then the Raging Bolt to come back in, or in Trick Room, the Calyrex Ice Rider to come in with single target Glacial Lance for Michelle to lock this game up.
Yeah, perfect play here from Adrian to be able to just switch things around. There's the Ice Beam, but with the sun up, there's no chance for freeze either.
Yeah, not at all. Trick Room goes up. Not even a critical hit would have saved Adrian in this position, as another little bit of leftover recovery ticks away. But we saw how powerful that Weather Ball was. It's single target, it's in the sun, it's boosted by choice specs. And of course, the Indeedee does have access to the Helping Hand as well to boost up that damage even further. Michelle doesn't have to do anything fancy here, just sustained pressure onto the Kyogre turn after turn. You can try and take advantage of the Kyogre playing defensively, trying to get some more leftovers recovery, but I don't think you need to. I think that sustained pressure there is what Michelle needs to be going for.
So the question is, does this Weather Ball get this Kyogre at +1 special defense? It needs to at the moment here, because if Adrian does survive the attack and gets the Origin Pulse off here, that could be really huge to kind of swing the momentum back in here. Let's see, but there is just the Protect here. So Calyrex Ice actually gets in so safely this turn. Exactly what Mikhail wants.
Yeah, you've got two opportunities there. Either the Calyrex comes in and Origin Pulse is dodged, or you come in and the Kyogre goes for the Protect, and there's the Weather Ball, the confirmation that Michelle has locked in that pinging off that Protect shield. And yeah, Kyogre getting, again, pretty healthy. Shrugged off most of the damage that the Draco Meteor did, but Adrian, seeing the writing is on the wall, not being able to deal with that Glacial Lance. Michelle taking this game to game 3.
Congratulations so far is in order for both these trainers for doing such a great job in this top 8 set. But yeah, I think, yeah, drink your water, Michelle, get hydrated, because yeah, you played a phenomenal game in that set there. So going into the game 3 though, like, it was kind of the complete reverse we had in that game 2, right? Where it was just like a 4-0, to be honest, versus Adrian. But I think it was closer than it looked a lot of the time. There could have been that exact moment where the Kyogre suddenly gets off an attack or suddenly gets that boost, and then suddenly that flips the matchup. This
is something that Michelle is so good at doing, like identifying that actually the Smeargle isn't doing as much as he wanted, because there's much more grass type pressure on Adrian's side, and that's stopping the Smeargle doing what it wants to do. But not only that, the Rillaboom being able to outspeed the Smeargle means that the fake out isn't as much of an option either. And so Michelle's saying, well, okay, I can twist the dimensions, I can make the psychic terrain go on the field, and that gives me a little bit more of an advantage. And maybe that leads Adrian into a position where they're thinking, hey, can I switch? Do I need to switch things up? They've done very well so far at being able to leverage the power of that Urshifu, and especially sustained U-turns in game 2. But I think you've got to find your way to being able to get one key knockout in this matchup if you're Adrian. After that, Michelle has so many less options for switching, and certainly in that Trick Room environment where you've got this terrain war and the weather war that you mentioned earlier, David, that really does matter, having those opportunities to switch in the slot that you want to.
Yeah, it hugely does. I think it's tricky for Adrian because the Rillaboom doesn't offer a whole lot other than like switching off any psychic terrain, and especially if indeed he comes, then half the time you may not be able to even use Fake Out, and the grass attacks that we can see across Michael's team aren't really doing anything really. There's no utility from drum beating to be able to just jam out damage, so bringing the Rillaboom sometimes feels like a kind of a wasted slot some of the time, but you feel like you sometimes need it to actually get off those Fake Outs to slow down the Trick Room. So Michael kind of does have a huge advantage in some ways to be able to pivot around his Pokemon a little bit more and really threaten that Kyogre in or out of Trick Room.
Okay, David, here we go. We're getting into Game 3, top 8 of the Stockholm Regional Championships. It's Kyogre and Rillaboom kicking us off for Adrian, but it's Calyrex Ice Rider and the Raging Bolt here for Michael.
Yeah, I really like this lead from Michael, right, once again, to be honest, like as it led before, because as spoken about, you threaten that Kyogre in or out of Trick Room at the moment, and Adrian doesn't feel safe to maybe go for a Fake Out into either of these targets if there's an Indeedee lurking in the back.
Like, if the Indeedee comes in, I think that's okay for Adrian. I think the real key this turn is to really knock down the Calyrex's health and just stop it from being able to be such a threat. But there's no terror this turn, just a Fake Out and a Calm Mind coming out from this Kyogre, getting itself nice and set up, regardless of whether or not the Torkoal comes in later and resets the Sun.
Thunderbolt goes into that slot though, and with that special defense boost, it does take it a little bit better than it would have, but that is still a lot of damage onto that Kyogre so early doors. But the grassy terrain and the leftovers will be enough to heal up a lot of that damage. So Adrian is really positioning himself fairly well here at the moment to be able to get this Kyogre into the endgame where it's starting to take on those electric and those fire type attacks potentially later.
I wonder if there's an option for Adrian to go for the Ice Beam and call that the Raging Bolt doesn't want to Terra in this scenario and maybe wants to switch out, or even just go straight on the offensive with an Origin Pulse and try to knock out that Torkoal on the switch in. There's so many options for both of these players at this early stage of the game, but it might not be the best option to go for the Terrassalization on your Kyogre here.
But the drought is coming in, as it always has done in the previous games, but it's the Protect instead from this Kyogre from what was probably the Raging Bolt. So a good switch in by Michael not to be able to go into that slot there, taking advantage of the more passive turn that Adrian is doing at the moment. And again, that U-turn is still going out at the moment, so if this is a Trick Room for Michael, he's looking really good right now.
Yeah, he is, but I do think Adrian is really getting themselves into a pretty strong position. And especially, you know, the nice thing about the water typing is the fact that it is going to be immune, or sorry, take resisted damage from Calorex's Glacial Lance. But what I'm worried about for Adrian is that Michal has an opportunity to just go for a close combat in this position, and that's going to do a lot of damage in combination with the big damage that Torkoal is threatening right now. It's very difficult to choose your fake-out target.
Oh, and we can see that there's an Urshifu in the back as well, so there's actually no Indeedee at all for this matchup with Mikhail. So I can see, like, maybe until he reveals all of his 4 Pokemon, Adrian still needs to respect the potential for that Pokemon in the back. So I really like this play. So Torkoal is now coming out into that Urshifu to be able to threaten all that damage now.
And the Urshifu is going to be putting on lots and lots of pressure. Not likely it's going to be taking too much this turn in the sun, even though that Kyogre has been boosted up. But there's his Choice Band knocked off. That could be a really big deal. Urshifu going to be doing so much less damage, and an Origin Pulse following up, pinging off that Protect, but also getting the connection with that Urshifu and taking it down to less than 50% of its health.
So let's have a look at the grassy terrain turns here. So it's Calyrex Ice, then Urshifu, then the Kyogre. So we've got confirmation that this Urshifu is actually pretty bulky and pretty slow here. So being able to underspeed that Kyogre is really important to be able to make sure it gets off an attack before it can go down. But the other question is, we didn't see the Incineroar speed stat revealed here. So the Incineroar underspeeds the Urshifu, then a Will-O-Wisp into that slot could be very detrimental.
I think the Will-O-Wisp is definitely one of Adrian's best moves in this position. Michal has to navigate around that somewhat, but he's doing a really good job at protecting that Torkoal for the end game. Let's see, we've got our Terrestrialization coming out here, and it's going to be that Incineroar coming into its Poison-type Terror.
Very interesting Terror type on this, but Poison type is so great defensively and will be able to take on a lot of those attacks, especially a close combat. But it's actually into the Kyogre slot instead of that Incineroar. Great call from Mikhail, putting that Kyogre potentially in range of an Urshifu attack. But the Will-O-Wisp does connect into the Urshifu, a massive connection there, which should be able to lower the damage enough that Kyogre stays safe this turn.
Wicked Blow coming into the Kyogre, not enough with that burn to be able to pick up the KO. Origin Pulse double connecting into the Calyrex, into the Urshifu, but these Pokemon are now, the Urshifu's now on a little bit of a timer. But with the grassy terrain, it's able to counteract that burn, so the Urshifu staying on the field. It may be in range of a knockout, though, this turn. And Kyogre in that grassy terrain, because there is no psychic terrain, will be able to take full advantage of that recovery.
Yeah, Adrian knows that's not there, so Adrian has a really safe way to just kind of knock off into the Urshifu to kind of deal with it to stop it going for an attack. And Kyogre knows it might be able to take another attack at this point, but even with a Protect on that slot, it keeps that safe, because then Wicked Blow isn't a threat. You can get your leftovers and your grassy terrain recovery again, and potentially put yourself out of range of close combat in the end game.
One thing, though, is that this Urshifu can actually change its moves. It's not carrying the Choice Band anymore. It went for the Wicked Blow before. Now it can change things up to maybe a Sucker Punch to put that Kyogre in a little bit closer range to be KO'd, but it's not going to be KO'd this turn because it's switching out.
And that Moongus is coming in this time, so another switch up here for Adrian, leaving the Urshifu behind this time. But it's coming to the face of a Glacial Lance, which is doing huge amounts of damage right now. But there's that knockoff, but not into the Urshifu, it's the Calyrex, and that's a huge KO there. Glacial Lance, close combat, off the board completely for Mikhail.
And it's going to be the legendary Pokemon, the restricted Pokemon. Oh, the Amoonguss hanging on with just a sliver. The burn coming in absolutely clutch here. And going to be a little bit of a Rocky Helmet chip damage. That's going to be a double knockout for Adrian.
What a switch in there. That Amoonguss is like, hasn't done a whole lot this whole set, not even bought once, but it comes in and does so much in that one turn there. Being able to get that KO on that Urshifu, the Calyrex Ice going down at the same time, and now we know that Adrian has won this weather war. The rain can come in when Kyogre comes in, and there's no opportunity for Torkoal to reset the sun.
That's a big deal as well, because the Photosynthesis is not going to be active in the next few turns onto the Raging Bolt. One thing I really like for Adrian's position in here, not just as he won the Weather War, but he's also had that Amoonguss coming in, and it can protect itself towards the end of Trick Room to get around the Torkoal. If the Incineroar goes down this turn to an Eruption, I feel like it's done its job for Adrian, and it's just useful to have a free switch opportunity into the Kyogre later on.
Oh, potentially a misclick there from with that fake out, but the Earth Power comes out into the Incineroar instead, nailing that KO right there. Interestingly, the Incineroar does underspeed that Raging Bolt there, which is still interesting in the Trick Room, but still, Adrian still has a lot of pieces in this game at the moment. There's the Spore into that Torkoal, putting it straight to sleep and making sure it will definitely be asleep for this turn-in.
Yeah, it's a pretty good sleep there as well. The Torkoal does put a little bit of pressure on, but not so much when it's in the rain condition that it will be soon, because Michelle has got a double KO here, turning the tables back. It's 2 Pokemon apiece, and we are about to end the Trick Room here. So the Twisted Dimensions return to normal. The speed orders are what you would normally expect. And now Rillaboom coming in with its fake out intact, as well as this Kyogre. There is a choice here for Adrian to be able to maybe try to go for a Calm Mind. There is no Terra option available for that Kyogre, so it will take super effective damage from the Raging Bolt. And I believe we've had the Terra... We haven't had the Terra option expended for Michal. He's still got that available to him, and so it can be the Terra Electric to try to do that extra little bit of damage.
Yeah, that's a really good call there, Ben, because it's probably going to be very needed right now if this Kyogre is going to be taken down with its huge special defense and the extra healing it's going to get at the end of this turn. There's that Calm Mind to potentially try and get out of range of this Thunderclap that Mikhail is going to be like definitely threatening into the next turn, and whether an Ice Beam takes it down or not is going to be really critical. Torkoal takes its guaranteed turn of sleep this turn, but could wake up next turn.
I don't know how much of a threat that Torkoal is, because the Torkoal is locked into an Earth Power. So that Rillaboom can kind of ignore the Torkoal in this situation, and maybe the Rillaboom's U-turn is an endgame that Adrian wants to go towards, because it will be able to take a Draco Meteor quite comfortably. I think the challenge here for Adrian is that at some point you've got to target down the Torkoal with the Kyogre, because Rillaboom is not going to be able to take down the Torkoal very quickly.
Yeah, so a good call from Mikhail, as we can see what he locked in here. The Drum Beat, he goes into the Raging Bolt slot to kind of lower its health a little bit, trying to put it in range of that Ice Beam that will eventually come out. So yeah, good call for the Protect here. It's what Mikhail definitely needs to do right now, is to paralyze or at least try and whittle down this Rillaboom, because the only other way it's going to be able to damage it is with Draco Meteor, because yeah, as you said, Torkoal's locked into a ground move.
Yeah, it's like you've got to do every single turn here is critical for Michal. That has the speed disadvantage, and Adrian has the ability to protect themselves, so it really does come down to how these trainers are going to be playing. Is Adrian going to lock into the Origin Pulse as this Raging Bolt goes for its Terastallization, goes into the Electric type, losing its Dragon typing, which is good for the Ice Beam, but not so good for the Origin Pulse.
Here we go. Does Adrian go for an attacking move, first of all, for this Thunderclap to be even valid for this turn? Yes, it does. With the Terra boosted damage here, let's see if it's enough into this Kyogre. Yes, it is for the KO there! With a critical hit as well. We don't know if that's going to matter necessarily, but it looks like it might have. It might have pulled it back from Mikhail here. Kyogre is so bulky and is able to get the KO. Drum beating into now the normal effective move is going to do still a decent amount of damage, but suddenly the tables have turned.
And Torkoal also gets up as well.
The one-turn wake. Earth Power into the Rillaboom as well, doing only a little bit here, but suddenly this Raging Bolt is looking very powerful now.
Wow, I mean, the Raging Bolt now without a Dragon typing is going to be much more susceptible to those Grass-type moves, but because the Rillaboom is opting for the Drum Beating instead of the Wood Hammer, it's not going to do nearly as much damage as it wants to. Torkoal's going to get the opportunity time and time again to go for this Earth Power, whittle away at the Rillaboom, at least stop that terrain recovery from being so important, and now Raging Bolt just sitting back saying, I've done my job now. I get the opportunity to get some HP back before I get the chance to try and land a Draco Meteor and try to knock out this Rillaboom. But it might be even that Michal can just go for Thunderbolts in this situation, because even though those moves are not very effective, you can do them multiple times in a row.
So there's the Thunderclap. Not doing too much here, but at the end of the day, we've got 2 Pokemon versus 1 at the moment. Let's see how much Drum Beating does with the grassy terrain. It's not getting that KO here, but I like the Thunderclap from Mikhail in the previous turn. Just in case a critical hit comes out, you know you're getting damage off here.
You do. I mean, this end game is going to take a few turns to be able to conclude. Both of these trainers still having to lock in. When you're at 1-1 in the top 8 of a regional championship, you have to play things to completion because this is your only opportunity to be able to win this game. Here's the thunderclap going into the Rillaboom. No more grassy terrain recovery, no more grass type boosting from the Rillaboom. This drum beating is going to do just a little bit less to that Raging Bolt. It's able to hang on.
Just about hang on there, so it's still able to offer more damage, but we still would have had a Torkoal versus Rillaboom endgame anyway. The Earth Power is enough to get that Rillaboom, and Mikhail Kelch, our reigning Stockholm Regional Champion, advances ever closer and gets into the top 4.
Congratulations, Michael. Sometimes, you know, you play the game to the best of your ability. Adrian definitely showed us that they can. They were in a winning position. They had the boost set up. They were able to get one. If they were able to get one more attack off, maybe that could have turned the tide of this match. But Michael, after those speed drops, locking in the Thunderclap, knowing that the only opportunity to win that game was getting that Thunderclap critical hit, clicking the right buttons, playing to your outs is a really important thing to be able to do in the video game, and showing us how that can be successful.
Certainly can. Wow, like, my heart is going at the moment. Like, that end game was just absolutely crazy towards the end. And that's the thing with Kyogre balanced sort of teams, right? Like, the longer you stay on the field, the longer that you're trying to, like, boost up and pivot around, the longer you are susceptible to those additional little effects there. Those little paralyses that we saw, the little critical hits that we also saw too. And that is one of the downsides of it. And Mikhail really made the most of it. Targeting that Kyogre down at every little moment, even if it was just a little bit of chip, all added up in the end.
It did, and that's the thing. It's like, even though Rillaboom you couldn't do too much damage to in that end game because the Terra Poison choice onto the Incineroar, which, by the way, Michael called and didn't go for the close combat into that Incineroar, instead going for it into the Kyogre. Again, that damage was really important in the end game there of game 3. So looking back at all of these key turns in the match, I mean, it's just a positioning game. That Kyogre in such a prime position once it got one Calm Mind boost up, and Adrian really taking advantage of that across the entirety of the set.
Yeah, it did such a good job to kind of bring it all the way to the end, going for their outs absolutely to the very end. But honestly, Adrian just played so well in that set, really. Like, really showing mastery of their team and this Kyogre build, and like showing how they could try and like win the weather war, weather the storm a little bit, stall out the Trick Room. They did such a great job of doing all of that, but it was just down to the final hurdle, and Mikhail Kelch's difference as that world's runner-up, as a regional champion. It seems like he is the protagonist in this, trying to get the repeat, the second in a row regional champion of Stockholm. Can you imagine?
Disclaimer that having lots of tournament success does not make you more lucky. Yeah, so, you know, it is just those last little bits that sometimes, I mean, to win a tournament, to play at this level, you do have to play well. And Michael definitely did play very, very well. But sometimes you've just got to have that little bit of something extra on your side. It's so difficult. The tournaments are so fierce. Our trainers play so well. The matchups are so even at this late stage of our regulation set, where traders have really figured out the restricted Pokemon and the 5 other Pokemon that they can use. It really does come down to those tight decisions, but also, yeah, we could have seen a crit earlier in the game. Maybe that could have decided the match, and it could have gone either way. But we've just got to give so much credit to both of our trainers to get themselves in that winning position regardless.
Absolutely. And Adrian has now arguably kind of gotten their next level up on terms of their accomplishments as well, having now gotten to a top 8 of a regional level event. As I think top 32 or top 16 was maybe beforehand. So with the trajectory of where they're going, it looks really good.
It does. And, you know, coming in and showing how they can use a balanced composition that players are really aware of. It's not a new thing. I mean, it was at the end of regulation set G. A few players were playing at the World Championships last year. So it's a team that has seen some success, of course, and it has been known it's one of the teams that everybody will be thinking about if they want to compete at the top level, to have on their radars, like, well, how do I beat this composition? And being able to obtain victory in conditions like that is no mean feat.
100% there. And especially when, if you can find yourself in a kind of losing position mid-game, that can really psych you out in a way that means that your head is already out of the game. You're already thinking about other things or what you're going to do later. But actually, if you identify those outs, even when things are looking bleak, then suddenly you can really turn the tables on an entire matchup.
Definitely. And one of the ways that you can get prepared for these regional championships, for the international championships, and of course for any competition, maybe meet some new people as well, is in your local scene. So we've got a little video for you to see how you can get involved.
Hey, do you want to play?
Yeah.
Nice.
One shot?
Wait, that card, yeah.
I'll use twin cannons.
Great game, guys.
Bye. See you next week.
Come play at your local Pokemon League.
I love a local, Ben.
Me too.
It's where I've met a lot of people. And a lot of my kind of, you know, rivals as well, to try and like beat down in those regionals as well.
just made me think, like, every time that I remember playing you at a local, you've absolutely demolished me. I really feel like I can't actually remember ever beating you at a local.
I think you must have.
No, I don't think so. Like, especially when we were playing, like, back when you won the regional championships from Bristol that season. I remember playing you at a local for the first time that season, and just being like, oh, you just called me every single turn. I still remember it, that Ultra Crossbow that you were using that season. It was so good.
It was a great pick. Not a lot of Pokemon, or a lot of players rather, were using that Pokemon, so I felt like it was a really cool pick that was kind of my own style. And if you scan that QR code there, you can find locations near you to try out Pokemon that you feel like is your style as well, and see if you can find success with it too.
Definitely, and it's one of those fun things, isn't it? It's not just about the competitive aspect of it. It's about the community that you build as well. So many trainers that you talk to was like, "Hey, how did you get started?" Well, I just came to a locals and made some friends, and then started building, and then started improving. Because Pokemon is really a game of community, testing up against players that help each other improve, and you raise the standard of everybody within your testing group to be able to just improve to a level where you can compete at these regional championships, come along. And we've proved so many times over and over again that anyone can win a regional championships, first time or like 50th time. It doesn't matter, like you have the opportunity to win.
Yeah, I really like that too. It's really good sentiment, to be honest. And what I kind of really love as well is that there's a lot of Pokemon players out there who are maybe not doing like so well at like a regional or a special championship, for instance, but then like keep at it and keep going to those further events to see if they can just really push it forward and learn from their mistakes. So, and that's exactly where you can find those events, those regional and level events and those special championships at arco9/GG/events/Pokemon to really show us what you've got, because it might be that one tournament you got a little bit unlucky or you faced some like bad matchups, and the next tournament could be completely different. And that's what's happened with Jamie Boyd, I feel. He's used his very similar team across EUIC and other previous formats as well. Not done amazingly well, but suddenly, with only minor tweaks, essentially the same team, he suddenly found what has suddenly clicked, and he's now in Top Cup.
Sometimes you've got to stick to your guns and just like say, well, I really do believe in this team composition, and if you just keep working at it and keep trying to figure it out, then you can have that opportunity to be able to get to a point like Jamie has, doing very well this weekend along. And just testament to what it takes to really refine your Pokemon journey.
Well said, Ben. Absolutely well said. Well, I want to hear what Mikhail Kelch also has to say after their incredible win here and advancing to top 4. Let's hear it.
Thank you very much, David and Ben. Yes, we have got none other than Mr. Mikhail Kelch alongside the little cute Victini, our number 4, or should I say our first top 4 player that we have been able to feature on stream. You are in the semifinals. That was an incredible set between yourself and Adrian. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling exhausted because that set took so long. I had to think about all things he can do, and I am honest, he outplayed me. Like he played better than me. I got a little lucky in the end. I calced it afterwards. It might have KO'd anyways with a crit on the Kyogre, right? But I'm feeling very happy to just be here again, top 4. And I'm just also incredibly happy for my friends that had really good results this weekend as well. So overall, I'm feeling good, but exhausted.
Yeah, I mean, naturally, that I felt, you know, like there was so much going into that match from the game 1 that Adrian did such a good job in being able to clinch up that win into the game 2. So I just want to get a bit into your psyche and your mind in terms of how you approached each game and, you know, feeling all of the pressure, especially in that game 1 where, you know, Adrian did such a good job and he was able to clinch up the win.
So the game 1, I think my plan is like the overall best plan into that team. I also had a winning line where if I click Terra Fire, Glacial Lance, I just win on the spot because he clicked Terra Grass on the Kyogre. But he just Grassy Glide my Ice Rider, probably expecting me to not Terra my Ice Rider. But that made me feel like, okay, I have to take some risks and sometimes play it safe. It was really hard against him because I played against him in round 3. A friend of mine played against him in round 12 with the same team. So it's the 3rd time he played against that particular team.
Yeah.
So every game I tried to think, okay, this game went not as I expected. Maybe if he does the same, I could adjust. We saw that I tried 3 different things in all games. And in game 1, it worked better. I was a little scared of a double protect, but he didn't go for it. In the end, I didn't want to like switch around to just stall time. My goal was if he gets a quadruple protect. I don't know if it's even possible.
It is, believe it or not, but it's a very, very low chance.
Exactly. But if he gets a quadruple protect, I have to switch out Torkoal into Indeedee, spam Glacial Lance, and if he gets the quadruple, I can switch Calyrex into Torkoal, click Trick Room again. Very difficult, very random, but sometimes when I see a 100% win, I want to go for 100% and not the 99.9% win. And then in game 3, I realized, oh, Urshifu might not be a bad choice because we saw he goes for protect, fake out, and if I get Urshifu in safely, I can just obliterate the Kyogre, yeah, thank you. We're restricted. It didn't quite work as planned, but it was still a good adjustment, I would say. But yeah, the game 3 was just incredibly close.
I do want to touch on that particular note there with the Urshifu being brought. Were you concerned of that Incineroar? Because we know just speed tiering wise and naturally seeing Incineroar is just that bit slower under Trick Room conditions, which means it will move first, right? Versus
I knew that his Incineroar would be faster than my Urshifu, but the problem was that he clicked knockoff on the 1 turn on my Urshifu. If I just kept my choice band, I would have done more damage into Kyogre. I would have KO'd the Amoonguss. KOing Amoonguss isn't necessarily good there, so I was actually relieved when close combat didn't KO the Amoonguss. And then he clicked fake out. He probably he didn't want. And that's why he did that, but I think the Urshifu positioning is just really tricky. If I get it in safely against a Rillaboom Kyogre board, I probably just win, but since I got it in an Incineroar Kyogre board, it was a little messy, but in the end, it somehow worked out.
It was extremely close as well between the both of you. It was such a high-level set that I think it was such a joy to be able to actually watch and see the back and forth between both yourself and Adrian. And then, obviously, we saw it culminate up to that final section of the whether you go for the 50-50 of the Thunderclap, and if it's enough into the Kyogre, since it no longer has the option to Terra outside of the Water type.
Yeah, I just had this feeling that he would click Origin Pulse, just based on how he played. He had a similar scenario against my friend in round 10, where he also just attacked instead of using Core Mind. So I knew that he tries to go for that stuff. And it's still a mind game, and maybe Thunderclap never KOs. So when attacking is a guaranteed win, because if he clicks Calm Mind and I click Thunderbolt, I would KO even after a Calm Mind.
Right.
So he probably thought it doesn't KO. I thought it doesn't KO as well. I got the crit, but in the end, it was a roll, probably. I don't know his exact investment, but it could have KO'd regardless, but the crit definitely changed the whole game.
But you still got the read correct, right?
Yeah, I got the read right, which made me really happy because usually I get all the reads wrong.
No, but you did such a great job. Adrian did as well for being able to bring us such a treat in terms of the set. But you are now one of our semi-finalists. We're getting a bit of deja vu, Michael. Since last season, we were here in the same very place and venue. You are one step away on trying to make it into the finals, and I believe your next opponent is none other than Mr. Jamie Boyd. So, any initial thoughts or...
I'm looking forward to this set because I played against Jamie in round 9, so another rematch, this time on stream again. But I think I can definitely beat him. He can also beat me. It was a really, really good set. I hope we can have such a good set on stream as well, because sometimes with hard Trick Room, sometimes the sets only last 10 minutes, and then either I get demolished or my opponent does. So, that's the nature of hard Trick Room sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to have to find out. So what we're going to do, Michelle, is we're going to let you go ahead, get a very well-deserved break. Until then, when we come back in the top 4 match with yourself and Jamie. So,
let's go.
As Michelle's going to be getting some rest, and I might get some too, go ahead and get your own refreshments, as we've got another top 8 to feature shortly. So, we'll be catching you very shortly.
Absolutely phenomenal here from Luca. He had it all planned out from the start.
My favorite Pokemon type, it's Ghost. I don't know. It just feels right. It's a great type.
We jump into the very first game of the Masters Finals.
I don't think I changed my strategy throughout the tournament. In general, I think it's just a hunch of how you should play. It really just comes down to the plays you're gonna make and how you're gonna adapt to your opponents. My strategy was using Miraidons and Ogerpon Fire and Ushi for Rapid Strikes to run through my opponents.
Fantastic play by Luca, the one-hit KO.
While having Iron Hands and Fairy Giraffe to slow down the pace. Miraidon has been the best Pokemon in the tournament.
That is a massive turn here from Luca.
All the players I faced this tournament have been a challenge on their own. In general, I was worried about some supporter Pokemons, such as Landorus or Rock Ogerpon, when coupled together with other strong Pokemons like Calyrex Ice, Calyrex Shadow, or Terrapagos were really difficult to deal with. I think my strategy to beat those Pokemon was pretty straightforward. I just hoped that I was able to hit them harder than they could withstand.
And that is going to be Luca one step closer to becoming the world champion.
This was my 5th World Championships. I've never gotten this far. I was happy enough with just making it to Top Cut, but I started to realize there was an opportunity to do something even bigger, something that I never even dreamed of. The moment I knew that I was going to win was when I was able to knock out the Calyrex Shadow with Fairy Giraffe.
And he's done it! This is his first major win, and what a one to have!
It was unexpected, but I'm extremely lucky and happy to be where I'm at right now. I want to shout out my family for always supporting me ever since I started playing when I was just 14. My group of friends, they've been phenomenal, and I thank all of them for being there with me.
I would say a great trainer is someone who's like willing to work with other people and willing to like let other people help them be better, and also just someone who's nice to everyone, because I think it's really hard to be good at Pokemon if you're not willing to talk to other people and help them out.
I would say being able to be humble in your defeats. You can't win them all, and how you handle your interactions with your opponent, even during the match and after, are very, very important.
I think what makes a great trainer is someone who's passionate about it and motivated enough to learn. You got to enjoy learning move sets, learning matchups, learning move counts and whatnot. And then the more you play and the more you do, the better you'll be.
I think a good trainer is someone who is kind and open-minded and willing to share their experience with newer trainers so that the game can be more inclusive for others.
I think what makes a great trainer is a combination of a lot of different qualities. I think it's about being honest with yourself when you maybe make mistakes, right? When you get unlucky, looking for parts of the game that are within your control. And also you just have to have this like certain eye for the game, right? Like you can look at a board state and you can kind of analyze a lot of possibilities. I think what really it takes is like kind of looking at a bunch of different successful approaches, finding what works for you, but synthesizing the things that are really good to carry over into your own prep and your own skill as a player.
Well, trainers, I hope you've been able to get some refreshments and you're ready to go for our second top 8 here at the Stockholm Regional Championships. I'm Ben Kiriakou. I've got the pleasure of being joined here on the desk by the wonderful Lee Provost, and we're so excited to be getting this kicked off.
We are, because we're getting really close to that end point of this tournament. In one way, it's very sad because you kind of want it to go on and on and on. But in another respect, we're going to be getting close to crowning a regional champion this weekend, which is very exciting. And what a match that last one was, Ben. Right down to the wire, wasn't it?
Down to the wire, I think, is a little bit of an understatement, Leah. It's like, it was so close. But of course, this is our community choice round. This is the second match that you at home voted for. Our players are on stage. Eric versus Federico.
Yeah, this is going to be a great matchup. Again, it's a little bit similar to when Eric in top 16 played off against Marco Silva. With the same composition that Marco ran is what Federico's running here. And of course, Eric quite easily came over that composition with such a versed player in Marco. Can he do the same again against Federico, who is again one of those very established players within the VG community?
Yeah, so I got the opportunity to have a chat to Eric after that match, and he was saying, like, well, maybe it looked a bit easy, but it's not. These sort of matchups, he's got his preparation, he knows exactly how to play into it, he's prepared coming into this event to be able to play up against this Miraidon composition that we saw win the World Championships. It won the Birmingham Regional Championships as well. But it's not as simple as just having the options that you have into it. You get two top players in a row. Can you overcome both of them?
Yeah.
Or can Federico find a way to be able to overcome him? These two players have played as well.
Yeah.
They played in round 9.
Yeah.
And it was Eric that came out on top.
Can they go again? And it's always one of those where you would say on the results basis, Eric is the favorite going into it, but it's never as simple as that. And I think Eric's words to me after he played Marco were, I've got to get every move perfect to win this matchup, because of if you make one wrong move here, the punishment can be detrimental. You can lose a Pokemon that's so pivotal to his game plan, and everything can start to crumble, especially when you're in front of something like a Miraidon and the electric trains up. You really don't want to be facing down against it, because it will be just knocking things out one after another.
And especially a player that's accomplished as Federico. You've already done it once. Like, Marco Silva is a really difficult opponent. I laugh as I say that, because it's just like so much of a difficult opponent. It's like one of the best players that we have in the game right now, top of the CP leaderboards, and Eric was able to use that matchup advantage to be able to win. But Federico, especially after having experience of playing Eric before, will have been thinking how he can actually adjust and play this match differently, because of course all of the other top 8 matches have concluded by now. By the time these guys have been playing, they've had even more preparation time. Now, does that give Eric the advantage, or does that give Federico the advantage in being able to work out a way around this matchup? And if anyone's going to do it, I think Federico is one of those players that can. Definitely.
I completely agree with you, Ben. And I think the fact that Federico, like, we can take a look at the accolades that these players have collected along their journeys in VG. You can see more recently the Gdansk regional champion there for Federico. So getting over the line and becoming a champion here at our regional stage. And you know, the other accomplishments speak for themselves. Top 4 at the World Championships in 2023, 2025 Grand Challenge champion as well, and that top 4 in the Birmingham Regional Championships earlier this year in this exact format.
Yeah, that's a real key here, being able to succeed at this level of competition, but also in this format as well. And Eric, well, look at that. I mean, an international champion, a 4-time regional champion and special championship winner too. Here's his team: Lunala, Rillaboom, Incineroar, Screamtail, Ogerpon, Cornerstone, and that Tornadus. And that Tornadus is telling us, like, this is for Weezing. But not Weezing Calyrex Shadow Rider. It was actually Weezing Koraidon that he was struggling with in his local events, and he's able to just click Rain Dance, click Tailwind, being able to put himself into a better spot, because Weezing shuts down the Shadow Shield that Lunala really relies on, and really does need to have in play to be able to take all of these big attacks when it's at full health.
It's a great item choice, the ability shield there, just to protect that Prankster. In the initial game against Marco, the 4 that Eric picked with that Lunala, the Ogerpon, Cornerstone, the Incineroar, and the Rillaboom, leaned into those each and every game, and it provided Eric with a really clear line of victory. He was able to kind of use those tools to pivot around the board necessary to disrupt the flow for Marco. It'll be interesting to see if Eric leans on those again going into this match. Of course, we are very familiar with these 6 as well: the Miraidon, Whimsicott, Farigiraf, the Urshifu, Ogerpon, and the Iron Hands.
This is such a classic team, but it has come through several generations, several iterations since we last had Regulation Set G, and some of those being the Urshifu now carrying Mystic Water with Terra Water. We've seen how that turns 3-hit KOs into 2-hit KOs and turns the tide of many, many battles. We've got that low kick on the Iron Hands that got popularized at the World Championships. We've got the, I think, Japanese-inspired Focus Energy on the Ogerpon, where I think it was considered that the Grass-type move wasn't as useful in a format full of Grass-type Pokemon, and instead wanting to leverage that critical hit chance of the Ivy Cudgel, especially with a lot of trainers wanting to cycle those Intimidates. It's a way to ignore that interaction and still be able to do the damage that you need to.
Yeah, and I wonder if Federico's looking a little bit at that Marco match as inspiration. Marco never really lent into anything like the Farigiraf there and that Ogerpon. Maybe that is a out here to disrupt things enough. It prevents the fake out support quite well with the Farigiraf. I know the Whimsicott does that kind of pseudo-wise with the Encore, but if you can set the Trick Room up and maybe get the Ogerpon in position, especially after Focus Energy, it's going to be able to underspeed the opposing Ogerpon and do some big damage.
Here we go, Rillaboom and Lunala leading for Eric, a different lead to what he played in our top 16 match. Whimsicott and Urshifu, so Federico already making a switch up from what how Marco was approaching this matchup and bringing a little bit more pressure in the form of that Urshifu rather than losing the terrain with Miraidon on turn 1.
Yeah, I think going for the Terastallization on the Urshifu, you are really threatened here from that Rillaboom. Of course, not only from the grassy glides because of the grassy terrain, but the fake out as well to slow you down here. You do have a weakness as well to that Moonblast from the Lunala, so you have to be cautious of that, and maybe Terastallizing is the way to go. You don't really want to get pinned by a fake out here from the Rillaboom, but can you take a chance to go for that Surging Strikes? We are seeing a Moonblast straight away from that Whimsicott.
Special attack drop as well.
Yeah, huge, and then go and break that Shadow Shield coming back from the Lunala is going to be a Moongeist Beam. It is going to be into the Whimsicott to try and get some damage onto that Pokemon. Brushed aside though as a Surging Strikes now from the Urshifu into this Lunala. Shadow Shield broken, going to get that maximum damage onto this Pokemon. Start taking it down, chipping it down slowly but surely.
And seeing why the Terastallization option wasn't necessarily important in this position, because Federico didn't need it to be able to do the requisite damage to the Lunala, but it is a Wood Hammer that knocks out that Urshifu, so an explosive start to this game. But I think Federico has got a little bit of a different strategy that he's trying to do, where Marco was leaving the Lunala alone and allowing it to attack turn after turn after turn. Instead, Federico going straight on the offensive, putting a lot of pressure on it, not allowing it to go for those Moonblast Beams and Moonblast.
Yeah, on the face of it, it doesn't look like a great trade-off. You lose your Urshifu, but at the same time, it does open the door for another Pokemon to hit the field nice and fresh, to come in, to be the cleanup crew here. And this Rillaboom and the Lunala are not going to appreciate this Ogerpon now hitting the field. It does pressure a knockout onto either of these slots. It will force a switch on Eric's side. And could this be the opening that Federico needs? It leaves the Whimsicott in a position where it can go for one of those tailwinds. It will support that Ogerpon in particular against the Ogerpon on Eric's side if it does hit the field, so you are in a position to really pressure it.
One thing that Eric did tell me is that they found out in round 9 that the Lunala is actually trained to be faster than this Ogerpon on Federico's side. So it does need the tailwind, the Ogerpon on Federico's side, to be able to go first against that Lunala. But with the special attack drop, I can see why Eric wants to switch that out into the Incineroar, get the Intimidate, but reset that special attack drop.
Yeah, and in response to that, we are seeing the Incineroar come onto the field, drop and Intimidate, all importantly, onto that Ogerpon as the light screen is set up from that Whimsicott, and followed by that Focus Energy now on the Ogerpon. It's going to make those Ivy Cudgels hit critical hit every single turn. The Rillaboom wanted to stay safe in case that Miraidon is lurking in the back to activate that Grassy Terrain once again. You turning out onto the Whimsicott, getting some nice damage and allowing that Cornerstone Ogerpon to enter the fray.
But this is the opportunity that Eric really wants to be able to set himself up with the Ogerpon Cornerstone in front of the Ogerpon Half-Flame Mask. And with the sturdy ability, it doesn't matter if he gets critical hit this turn, it's still going to be able to survive the turn with a tailwind up and be able to try to knock out Ogerpon on Federico's side. Now, if this Ogerpon is able to be trained to be a little bit slower and a little bit more defensive, maybe the Ogerpon Cornerstone on Eric's side needs to be able to get that critical hit to knock it out in one. Maybe that opens the door for Federico to play on the offensive here.
As we see the tailwind now set by the Whimsicott, the Ivy Cudgel followed up, and it will be into the Cornerstone Ogerpon, and a huge knockout here with the Ivy Cudgel because of the Mold Breaker there. It does land the critical hit. The Sturdy is not active. A huge pickup there, followed up by a Flare Blitz from that Incineroar, taking down the Whimsicott, but it's done its job.
I can't believe that I've not actually seen that interaction going on before, but fabulous call out there, Lee. The Ivy Cudgel getting that knockout is a big deal because that also stops any redirection coming out from the Cornerstone Ogerpon later in this match. Now it's the Miraidon coming onto the field. It's going to get that electric terrain going, but Rillaboom coming there to deny the electric terrain and keep that Miraidon just that little bit more under control.
Yeah, great check here with that Rillaboom switch, and you do have the fake out now. You don't need to worry about that on-call from the Whimsicott either, because now you can freely start to shut down these opposing Pokemon that are being so threatening. Now, the Miraidon coming onto the field, of course, is probably the most awkward thing to deal with. You've got to contend with that Draco Meteor here, even though the electric train isn't on the field. It is something that will do some significant damage. Also, the Rillaboom in a position where it is going to be almost forced to go for this Terastallization into the fire type here to be able to take the Ivy Cudgels from this Ogerpon that is now committed to that Terastallization. Alongside it, it is going to get that attack boost. It no longer needs that Mold Breaker ability, the Embody Aspect activating. Where will it be targeting into?
Well, it's not going to be taking a knockout likely this turn because of this Terra fire onto the Rillaboom on Eric's side, but I don't know. That Ogerpon is looking pretty scary right now, and the Miraidon in a position where it can just go for normal effective attacks, normal effective electric attacks into any of Eric's Pokemon. Now the fake out allows Federico to lock in a move now after the Rillaboom has committed its Terror. So not going to be a Draco Meteor, but it could have been last turn.
Yeah, and a big critical hit there. The Incineroar taking that pretty well, and a parting shot following up into the Miraidon. Going to lower that special attack, more importantly, by one stage, weakening it even more, and it allows Eric to reposition again, bring that Lunala back onto the field and have a little more impact. It is taking a lot of damage, though. That is the big problem here. And I think if you're Federico, you don't have an option now to get that Electric Train back on the field. You are going to be locked into one attack. It's got to be the right one. But like you say, that Terastallization on the Rillaboom, a little bit detrimental because now it puts you at the advantage of the electric type attacks being able to hit it for good damage.
And I think the big thing here is that Rillaboom's kind of not really that threatening whatsoever, other than being able to go for a fake out if it switches out and then switches back in. But you've got to do that in front of a Miraidon that's holding a Choice Specs. And yeah, okay, it doesn't have its Hadron engine, it doesn't have the electric terrain going, but make no mistake, that Miraidon is still capable of dishing out so much damage, could even be able to knock out the Lunala from this range. And if it's not, the Ogerpon can also target that down. I think Eric's really got to try to work out how to utilize that fake out pressure that he's got buckets of in this position, with both Incineroar and Rillaboom still capable of rotating round and stopping the Miraidon at least being, or the Ogerpon being able to act turn and turn again.
Well, we are seeing a Protect come out from the Lunala, not wanting to take any damage this turn, and an Electro Drift into that Rillaboom now. Because of the Assault Vest, though, it is able to take it, and that parting shot helping it out. Double into that slot with the Ivy Cudgel. It will be following into this Rillaboom, and it is enough. It is enough to pick up the knockout, the critical hit, clinching a big knockout for Federico to take this match to 2-2.
And now the Electro Drift being locked in gives Eric that little bit of extra information, but we saw that the critical hit, Ivy Cudgel, onto this Incineroar was able to take it down to below 50% of its HP. And so another critical hit, Ivy Cudgel, would also be able to do that. It's possible that the Electro Drift also would knock out that Incineroar, and then Federico can target down that Lunala. So putting himself in a really good position. And I think, if I remember rightly, the light screen is still up too.
Yeah, the light screen's still up. You do have Fake Out here that you can really utilize and lean into here, which the Incineroar is doing now to stop and slow down that Ogerpon for at least one turn. But in turn, you've got to take a big Electro Drift for your troubles, and it is enough with the critical hit to take down that Incineroar.
Yeah, really well played there by Federico, probably targeting the Ivy Cudgel down into the Incineroar as well, knowing that that's the last sort of supportive option that Eric has. Carmine, though, this is Eric's way out of this situation. Because the Ivy Cudgel is not guaranteed to get a critical hit, because there has been some Intimidates going down onto it. I think it's, if I remember rightly, it's at like -1 of its attack right now, something like that. So between, if it doesn't go for a critical hit, or it doesn't get a critical hit, then Lunala's going to be able to shrug off that attack.
Yeah, and a big important interaction here is that Tailwind ends, and so does that light screen. So it's meaning Lunala going to be able to hit a little bit harder going forward. The Grassy Terrain's still active on the field, so it's going to really help out with that recovery as well, and making full use of it in this end game. Eric protecting quite wisely to not only whittle down the power points on the Electro Drift that don't have many, but also just allow you to take in another round of recovery, which might be the difference between able to take this match and not. But you've already mentioned it. The Ivy Cudgel now with that focus energy, and this is the beauty about that focus energy. It allows you to ignore those intimidator drops as long as the critical hit is active, because it will ignore those drops. It will do maximum damage, and even more than it would do usual.
Yeah, I was like, these trainers are going to lock in their moves. It's fairly easy for these trainers to know exactly what they need to do. Eric needs to knock out that Ogerpon half flame, wants to not take a critical hit, but of course Federico wanting to just do the damage over and over again. Here's the first Electro Drift. It's doing a good amount of damage to the Lunala. The Ivy Cudgel will be following up after this Moongeist Beam. No light screen on Federico's side. It's targeting down the Ogerpon. And a critical hit!
That's a huge crit!
It's enough, and Eric has taken that key KO. This is why the training of these Pokemon is so important. Federico getting themselves into a great opportunity, but the Tailwind no longer there.
That is a massive turn for Eric. He's turned the tables, flipped them on his head, and now going to be able to take advantage of this grassy terrain recovery as long as it is active. It does end now, but you can go for the protect, weave those in amongst trying to whittle down the power points on that Electro Drift, and you do have that Moonblast, which is super effective into this Miraidon.
And it is the Miraidon now only able to go for an Electro Drift, so can't protect itself. You can just alternate those protects to get as much HP recovery as possible. Of course, there is the opportunity for that Electro Drift to get a critical hit as well. That could be Federico's window into this game. It's not over yet until one of these Pokemon gets knocked out. Here we go, Electro Drift coming into Lunala.
Is it going to be enough? It's nowhere near enough here. The Lunala sitting pretty comfortable, shrugging that off. In return, a big Moonblast, and it is going to take that Miraidon down to the wire here. One more of these will be enough to clinch it, as another round of recovery from that leftovers, leaving Eric in a position where you can just go for the Protect if you want, get a little bit more recovery. It might be the difference. Like you say, we've had crits turn after turn in this match, and if one comes out now, it might be the difference between surviving, getting another Moonblast off, or not.
You know, I'm looking at the damage that Electro Drift did to the Lunala. Ah, yes. Okay, so it's also going to avoid the special defense boost from the Carmine, so it looks like a critical hit wouldn't necessarily make it there, but you've got to factor in both the increased damage from the Miraidon, but also the increased damage from the fact that the critical hit will ignore that special defense boost. And it looks like it's in KO range. Here we go.
Electro Drift into the Lunala. Is it going to be enough? It is nowhere near enough, leaving this Lunala in a clear path to victory to take Eric Rios 1-0 up in this top 8 set.
Wow. That was so close. And I think this is really the, how well Eric has trained their Pokemon, but the decisions that both of these trainers have been making in their preparation for this event. We saw that the Ogerpon half flame that Marco was running was that bit speedier than the Lunala the last time round, but we see how clutch that is, that the Lunala is outspeeding Federico's Ogerpon, and even though he was able to get it into a perfect position to be able to knock out that Lunala, it just wasn't able to.
Yeah, and a really unfortunate, the one thing that Federico did so well in that match was identifying that the Lunala was the threat, targeting that slot down, forcing it off the field almost, which opened a door of opportunity for the Focus Energy to be activated on that Ogerpon, and then with that support from the Whimsicott, getting it into a position before terrestrializing to ignore that sturdy ability on the Cornerstone Ogerpon, rendering it useless in that match. Eric got no turns out of that Pokemon at all because of the Ivy Cudgel critical hit into that Pokemon, meaning that things got a little bit easier and you got that Ogerpon set up. But that critical hit from the Lunala was really unfortunate. Kind of critical hits are your game if you're Federico, but coming back to be a bit of a double-edged sword in that situation and undid all of that good work, leading Eric to a 1-0 victory.
I just got to correct something that I said earlier in that game as well, Lee, that it is a guaranteed critical hit on the Ivy Cudgel. I said it wasn't guaranteed, but it actually is.
Guaranteed.
So, thank you guys backstage for correcting me there, because, yeah, that really does matter and how this matchup goes. There was less windows for Eric to be able to come back in that situation, and so it really did matter how those Pokemon were trained and the outspeed on Lunala.
Well, we are going to be into game 2 here. We're going to see Federico lead off with that Miraidon and the Whimsicott in this game 2, and Eric leading off with the tried and tested Rillaboom and that Lunala.
We've seen a little bit of this lead before from Marco bringing the Whimsicott and the Miraidon into the match early doors, and maybe Federico making a little bit of an indication as like, hey, I'm going to try to get a damage in a different way early in this match. But this is what Eric took advantage of previously with the Rillaboom and the Ogerpon Cornerstone to be able to put pressure on the Whimsicott and the Miraidon. Instead,
Now the Lunala gets an opportunity to be able to go on the offensive. It can't really go for a Calm Mind with Whimsicott in front of it because it can just get encored into that move.
We see a light screen setup and a big Draco Meteor to start this game off into the Rillaboom, getting some huge damage, but the Rillaboom with that Assault Vest able to take that attack pretty well in total comparison. We're going to see a Moongeist beam fired into that Miraidon in return, but the light screen coming in so useful there, followed up by a U-turn, which is going to allow, more importantly, that Rillaboom to go off the field. So it's got that grassy terrain active in the back anytime that Miraidon decides to leave the field to come back in and set up that electric terrain.
This gives Eric a lot of freedom to maneuver, though, in this situation, because the Miraidon has now gone to 2 stages of decreased special attack, effectively halving its damage output, and without the electric terrain as well, boosting it back up. That Miraidon's really not too much of a threat even to this Incineroar that's going to be coming in and could be slightly susceptible to another Draco Meteor. It's still going to be able to shrug that off. So Eric, I can see what Federico's trying to do. Soften up those supportive Pokemon, try to remove the fake-out pressure from the field as early as possible, and then be able to target down the Lunala. But Eric has got his Pokemon trained so well to be able to shrug those moves off.
Not switching, another Draco Meteor coming out, and even though it is -2, it will do a lot of damage to that Incineroar, followed up by a Moonblast, doubling into it, and like you say, softening up those partnering Pokemon. Another Moonblast here, but not into the Miraidon, into that Whimsicott, just wanting to try and whittle that Pokemon down as we see another pivot out. Parting shot into the Miraidon. It is going to take it down to -5 special attack here as the Incineroar makes way for another Pokemon for Eric to take advantage of.
I like the way that Federico is playing this, though, because they're just getting quite a lot of damage going really early on. And that's going to make those switches in from Rillaboom and Incineroar just that bit harder to be able to achieve. And maybe that's going to allow the Ogerpon Half-Flame to just knock out the Incineroar, knock out the Rillaboom if it manages to get that focus energy later on. And with the light screen, you are stopping that Lunala from really doing too much damage. It can attack turn after turn after turn. But because the Whimsicott is stopping it getting a Calm Mind, you can kind of take that a little bit better and still not have your Pokemon getting knocked out.
Yeah, and one advantage now, we see Eric bringing the Rillaboom back onto the field. It does allow Federico to switch this Miraidon out and have it in the back. It is an advantage where you can bring it back onto the field, those drops reset, and the electric terrain set up, and the Rillaboom has to pivot out this turn. So it's maybe a situation where you can really start to take advantage of your Federico. I think one thing that you want to do is to try and get that Urshifu onto the field and utilize that to really start to soften up the Lunala. But because of the initial damage that you've got onto the Rillaboom and the Incineroar, those Surgeon Strikes, if we see a water terrestrialization, will be enough to actually pick those Pokemon up, especially if they switch in.
Well, those boosts are or those stat drops are gonna be reset on the Miraidon as the Ogerpon joins the field now. Moonblast just to keep the pressure onto that Rillaboom, getting a critical hit, taking it down to very low HP, and it is that Calm Mind committal from that Lunala. Maybe Eric trying to get into a position where they can protect and then knock out the Whimsicott after a U-turn and be able to take advantage of that Calm Mind and not get locked into an Encore.
Yeah, really good turn here for Eric in general, being able to get that Calm Mind, identifying that there's not much of a threat on the opposite side of the field right now, so it gives me the opportunity to get a Calm Mind set up. I've got my Shadow Shield still intact, so I'm not threatened too much. The Ogerpon does come onto the field for Federico, but it has to take a turn to set up that focus energy, and that's the problem. It hasn't got that set up now, so a really good play from Eric to get that Ogerpon now onto the field that can pressure it, and because of that, we do see a switch out.
Okay, here we go. This is the read that these trainers need to be making in this situation. Urshifu coming in to be able to try to take that Ivy Cudgel that's a rock type, and an Encore locking that Lunala into the Calm Mind. So you can see what Eric's going for there, but he didn't manage to make the call in this turn. Lunala getting its second Calm Mind, doubling its special attack, doubling its special defense, but it's going to be locked into that for the next few turns. And so, yeah, even though it's going to be getting those boosts, until that Whimsicott is knocked out, it's not going to be able to use them.
Yeah, in a really great position for Federico now, where you can go for the Tailwind, you can terrestrialize the Urshifu, and go for that Surging Strikes into the Ogerpon on Eric's side of the field. Now, you can't freely switch that Ogerpon out to even Rillaboom that's so low health if that Terastallization is chosen on the Urshifu, it's going to be enough to even pick that Pokemon up. And you don't need to worry about the Lunala right now because it's locked into those Calm Minds. For the next few turns, it is going to be rendered useless.
And if it switches out to break the Encore, then it's not going to have those Calm Mind boosts to come back. Here's the Incineroar coming back in, maybe trying to take, do a little bit more damage to that Urshifu with its Rocky Helmet. We'll have to see how Federico is going to be targeting here, whether it's trying to knock out those partner Pokemon, those supportive Pokemon, or is this the opportunity for Federico to remove that Lunala from play?
Yeah, that's the big question. Where is this Surging Strikes going into? We do see the Terastallization followed up by that Tailwind from the Whimsicott. Going to put everything on Federico's side ahead of the game for Eric here as that Surging Strikes is chosen, boosted by the Terastallization, and 1 is all you need for an Incineroar.
Yeah, definitely. I think that's an understatement there. Only 1 hit of the Rocky Helmet as well, so this Urshifu's not taking as much damage as it would if that Incineroar was on full HP. And this is where the Draco Meteor starts to make more and more sense. You lock down the Lunala slot, and then you can just Surging Strikes into the other slot in Tailwind and take advantage of it. As soon as the Encore is broken, because of the Covert Cloak that the Whimsicott is carrying, protecting it from the secondary effect of Fake Out being a flinch, the Encore is so difficult to be stopping.
Yeah, and the problem is as well, I think you really need to get rid of this Whimsicott as soon as possible, because once that Encore ends, if the Whimsicott's still active, it's going to be able to just lock you into that Calm Mind once again. And the only option is to either switch out at that point or go for a Protect. And what's better, being locked into Calm Mind or locked into Protect? I don't think there's a really good way out of that. You do have Fake Out this turn to slow the pace of this game down and maybe open up an opportunity. The other option is trying to get Ogerpon onto the field next to that Lunala when the Encore ends, and then you can follow me away that Encore.
But then Federico's done such a good job. Oh, is able to survive the Grassy Glide and the Moonblast going into the Lunala, breaking the Shadow Shield. That's going to be coming right back up, especially with that Calm Mind stopping all of that damage. But it's the Urshifu going for the Surging Strikes into that Lunala, conditioning or putting itself into a position where the Surging Strikes is going to be able to take it down, so you don't have to go for that Encore yet again. You don't have to rely on that move.
The big thing is here, what you've got to question is, yes, Grassy Glide is an immediate threat, priority move, but is Aqua Jet enough now to get that Lunala at its range? And you would think even after the Grassy Terrain recovery here, the leftovers recovery, it probably is with that Terastallization boost. So the Urshifu sitting in a good position to potentially remove that Lunala. But with that recovery, the double layer of it with the Grassy Terrain, it does make it a little bit questionable. Is it going to be enough? That is the question. And you've got that Encore ending now. With the Whimsicott, you can lock down that Lunala once more if you so choose to, but are you going to preserve that Urshifu if you're Federico, switch it out for something in the back, or keep it on the field and maybe risk that Aqua Jet?
Well, the Miraidon is in the back and can set up the electric terrain, so allow this Urshifu to go for an attack before a Grassy Glide comes into play, and it looks like that's exactly what's happening. Here comes the Miraidon. The electric terrain is going to be set up this turn. Urshifu's going to be able to pick its choice of KOs in this situation with a Surging Strikes. Lunala trying to protect itself from any damage from the Moonblast, from the Whimsicott. But here it is, the Surging Strikes is going to land through that Protect into the Lunala, knocking it out. And now, unless the Rillaboom goes for a U-turn, it's going to be the electric terrain on the field for the rest of the game.
Yeah, great call there, Ben, with the electric terrain play. But the U-turn suspected from Eric, a great play to just make sure if that Miraidon does come in, not getting caught out with it, I can bring it back onto the field, can activate my preferable terrain and not allow this Miraidon to be the powerhouse that we know it to be under the electric
terrain, yeah.
The electricity, yes.
And the electricity is in the crowd right now. I'm sure everybody is really enjoying this match as we get Ogerpon and the Rillaboom back onto the field and the Whimsicott coming back in. So this is almost stopping the Rillaboom going for a Fake Out in this position as well, because that can get encored, and unless the Ogerpon gets a critical hit on the Whimsicott's not likely to go down to an Ivy Cudgel at this turn. So you've got to be really careful if you're Eric about how to position this turn. And of course, Miraidon could just switch out and win the terrain war. There is still an Ogerpon in the back. that can take advantage of that. And as soon as the Ogerpon on Eric's side, Sturdy, is broken, then Miraidon's going to be able to easily clinch a knockout here.
And you could almost use the Whimsicott in this situation just to break that Sturdy here, where you could say, well, you can't fake me out because of the covered cloak, so I'm just going to take this opportunity, maybe do switch that Miraidon out, sacrifice the Ogerpon, go for the Moonblast, break that Sturdy, and then when whatever comes in, if the Ogerpon comes in now and gets knocked out, it's a free switch back into the Miraidon, and there's no recovery option there for the Sturdy to get reactivated.
Yeah, and then you've also got that follow me support from Ogerpon, half flame, if it does make it through the turn, and if after this terrestrialization it loses its Sturdy ability, the Cornerstone Ogerpon is able to knock out this Whimsicott, then it's not going to be able to target as easily down into the Miraidon.
Well, the Embody Aspect ability activating, giving a defense boost to this Ogerpon. Fake out into that Ogerpon that has switched in for the Miraidon. The Moonblast into the Ogerpon, doing some significant damage. Not enough to claw to a knockout, but the Ivy Cudgel in return. Will it be enough to pick up the knockout onto the Whimsicott? It is clearly enough to pick it up, but the problem is it allows the Miraidon back onto the field now. That electric train, like you said, will be reactivated, set up again, and the Miraidon going to be the fastest thing on the field.
And Ogerpon gets a defense boost from its Embody Aspect, not a special defense boost. So it'd be quite likely that Federico can just opt for even just an Electro Drift in this position, or just go for a Dazzling Gleam, while the Ogerpon on Federico's side is going for a redirection, keeping that Miraidon safe, making sure it can attack time after time after time. And Federico looks like he's in a prime position to be taking us to a Game 3.
Electro Drift coming out from the Miraidon in the electric train, going to be more than enough to pick up the knockout on the Ogerpon here. Excellently done by Federico to dispatch of what is such a threatening Pokemon, now leaving the Ogerpon on its own to deal with this Rillaboom that is so low health anyway. The Ivy Cudgel coming out, it will be enough to pick up the low health this Rillaboom.
Yeah, I mean, that is the other way to do it. Just knock out both of your opponent's Pokemon in the end game. Federico positioning so well and showing that there is hope. Even though Eric looks to have a pretty good matchup overall, he's shown that he won 3 games in a row against this particular composition, against 2 of the best players that we have in the video game right now, that Federico has found a way to be successful.
Yeah, it's just amazing how Federico's kind of approaching this game so differently to how Marco approached it earlier, and really taking lessons, I think, from how that game played out. I love the way that Federico's leaning quite heavily into that Urshifu is one of those pivotal elements to be able to take advantage of the damage that you can do early on in the game with that Miraidon. Like you said in that match there, well, what is the Miraidon doing? Is it going to switch out now? It wasn't the plan. It was to get that initial damage onto the Incineroar, onto that Rillaboom. So that pivoting ability of those 2 Pokemon that was so effective in Game 1 and throughout the tournament for Eric wasn't there. It allowed then Federico to take full advantage of that terrestrialization, clean up those Pokemon when they were switched in, and set up an end position that was just so clearly and well identified.
I think a lot of players rightly play against this Miraidon composition and say, well, I just need the terrain and then I can deal with the Miraidon. But it's easy to forget that Draco Meteor just does so much damage. There is no way to easily be able to deal with that big attack. But we're not seeing it turn 1 this time. It is going to be Rillaboom and Lunala for Eric, and it's going to be Whimsicott and that Urshifu Surging Strike the lead from Game 1.
Yeah, which player will be progressing on to top 4 here at the Stockholm Regional Championships. We are going to have a pretty similar rollback for Eric here, with that Rillaboom supporting the Lunala in suspect of that Miraidon coming out onto the field. But here we go, straight away with a Grassy Glide into that Urshifu, followed up with a Moonblast from the Whimsicott, breaking the Shadow Shield on that Lunala. But it looks like a double up into the Urshifu to not allow it to function here, and it is an easy, clean pickup here.
Wow, I thought that Urshifu was outspeeding the Lunala in the last game that we had, but Lunala being able to outspeed it this turn, that could be an indication of a speed tie between these 2 Pokemon, and Eric getting the better end of that if that is the case. But that is a key knockout there. No Terra Water, Mystic Water Surging Strikes, but also just making sure that that Lunala is back up to its Shadow Shield. Now, the Ogerpon coming in with its Mold Breaker will ignore the Shadow Shield when it goes for its first Ivy Cudgel into that slot. So if it can get a Focus Energy with the Light Screen up on this turn, which without any pressure from Eric's side of the field, it's going to be able to do. Maybe that could be enough to get a KO here.
Well, trying to fish for damage, and it's available. The Moongeist Beam in to that Ogerpon, and with the light screen there, it's just not enough as that focus energy is adapted by the Ogerpon. Now going to have those guaranteed critical hits from that Ivy Cudgel. Repositioning, the Rillaboom doesn't feel super comfortable in front of this Ogerpon. Wants to just get out of the way and then make way for something else a little bit more preferable, like that Incineroar that can soak up those Ivy Cudgels. Critical hit or not, a lot better than everything else on the team.
And also provide that fake out support and not susceptible to the on-call shenanigans that Whimsicott likes to go for because of its dark typing, making it immune to all of those prankster priority moves.
Yeah, and now you've got that active fake out from the Incineroar onto the Ogerpon, so you can slow things down slightly here. The Whimsicott in a position where it can again go for a Moonblast, but is it better to go for a Tailwind here to set that speed control going into the latter turns of this game, so you're ahead of that Ogerpon when it does enter the field.
Yeah.
And even the Lunala, we've seen it is more speedy than you would actually think the Lunala might be in other kind of compositions here. Outspeeding that Urshifu is pretty huge, but we're starting off with a big terrestrialization from the Ogerpon. It is going to activate that embody aspect ability, get that +1 attack. I'll take it back to neutral after that Intimidate, of course, but it does have the guaranteed critical hits. The fake out into that slot, though, catching that Pokemon. No protect there. Moonblast into the Lunala from the Whimsicott. Critical hit, doing some big damage there as the Moongeist Beam into that Ogerpon, and it will not be enough. The light screen just allowing it to hold on.
That and the grassy terrain recovery, but that critical hit on the Lunala could be big as well because it's going to make it not going back up to its Shadow Shield there. And of course, because of that on-call threat from the Whimsicott, it's going to be less likely to want to play on the defensive. But now the Whimsicott gets the opportunity to go for that Tailwind with a neutral attack Ogerpon and guaranteeing a critical hit. There is the cancellation. We're going to get confirmation as Eric moving on to our top 4.
Incredible here from Eric Rios, who will go to the top 4 of the Stockholm Regional Championships. Incredible play here once again against a really tough opponent in a really tough situation, overcoming the odds to go through and progress. And what a way to do it. I think you saw the lock-in so early from Federico just because of the move choices on Eric's side of the field, being able to get so much damage onto that Ogerpon in a situation where it was set up, yes, but it wasn't going to be as effective as it would normally be. It was in that game too.
Yeah, seriously, like Eric did so well in the early game for that game 3, where both games 1 and 2 were these sort of how do you knock out the partners or how do you try to pressure down the Lunala in the early game, and then Eric flipping that on its head in game 3 and just being like, right, okay, knock out the Urshifu. That's all I need to do in that situation.
So impactful through all of those games for Federico, and just being able to dispatch of it so easily in that game, and identifying that the speed tiering as well, taking that into game 3 and saying, okay, well, I don't actually need to do anything else other than just double into this now. If it pays off, it's a huge advantage for me going forward because it makes it so difficult to come back from that position.
And of course, even though Eric did win that potential, I'm not sure if it is a speed tie or not, maybe my memory's off there, but either way, the Lunala went first in that game 3. But the Lunala we saw take the Surging Strikes after the Moonblast.
Yes.
So even if the Urshifu was to go first and the Surging Strikes was going to go into the Lunala, yes, it would have put Federico in a much safer position because you can pick off that Lunala, so to speak, and then you've got the Miraidon versus the other members of the team. But because Eric was able to do that without any downside whatsoever, just that Grassy Glide and Moongeist Beam, the Urshifu wasn't able to get any value whatsoever, and it was Eric that was able to take maximum advantage of that.
And yeah, you would be thinking maybe the light screen would have been better there, but it's so imperative to break that Shadow Shield early on. That's the reason why the Whimsicott spent the time going for that, to try and get that position where the Urshifu was able to capitalize with that Shadow Shield broken and then go for it with those Surging Strikes. Of course, we've got some turns here, but the Miraidon was so effective in those games 1 and 2, just to be able to come in, maybe not be the powerhouse that you normally see it, but utilized as more of a supporting, disruptive Pokemon to the rest of the game plan for Eric, and you can see that critical hit was so key in that first game.
Lunala really changes up so many of these matchups in such a big way, where because of its Shadow Shield, because of the ability for it to take hits very well, because of its sort of middling speed tier where, you know, you don't know exactly how fast Lunala is going to be trained to be, but also it's pretty powerful as well. So it's got that kind of, everything is good on Lunala. It doesn't have a key weakness that you can exploit. It also doesn't have a key strength to, like the massive strength that it has. Like Miraidon's like really focused in on being able to do the damage and put a lot of damage on the field. It's really fast. It's like, okay, that's one of its main upsides. But Lunala's a little bit different in the regard that it can just do everything pretty well.
Yeah, I think that's it, and it's got so many tools at its arsenal as well, where it can go for Wide Guard, Trick Room, Tailwind even, and the Calm Mind as well. The Power Herb we've seen have a lot of success, but it is just one of those Pokemon that is very flexible, and it makes it difficult for your opponent to approach that matchup because, yes, you can play multiple Lunala through an event, but have you prepared against the Calm Mind variant? Have you prepared against the Power Herb variant? Because they're all so different, and I love the way that Eric's kind of adapted this team a lot. I know we've talked about it off stream where it appears on face value that you've kind of just taken out the Terapagos that was on this team and just put in place of it a Lunala, which feels like a lot better really in a lot of different situations.
Well, it doesn't fall foul of Wide Guard. We've seen Terapagos struggle with that in previous rounds. It doesn't just have a normal type move at its disposal before it terastallizes, and actually it doesn't have to terastallize in every single game.
No,
it gives your team a little bit more flexibility.
Well, we do have Eric waiting for us for an interview so we can get some direct insights from that last match, and a big congratulations for progressing on to the top 4 of this regional championships.
Cheers, Lee. Of course, I'm here once again with Eric Rios, the winner who has just gotten into top 4 at the Stockholm Regional Championships. And after a really intense set, your second set versus Federico Campanesi this weekend. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling really happy. Miraidon is always difficult to play against. Federico is a really good player. Also Marcos. So I played like 7 or 6 Miraidons in general this weekend. So a lot of Miraidon, to be honest. But yeah, I'm in top 4. I'm really happy about it. I'm back again after the Europe Internationals, after being 4-4. I wanted to train more, to be again in the top matches. So
you certainly are. Yeah. What changed from EUIC? Did you use a similar team there?
No, I played Zamazenta, but a really strange team. I tried to America like today, but didn't work in Europe. I played Zamazenta with Water Orcorpon and Rarigmon with Goldengo. So it was a really cool team, but I faced bad matchups in that event. So anyway, I think I made a really cool call for this tournament. I have been expecting a lot of Miraidons, and yeah, I played 6, so...
Yeah, it seems to have been a really great call, like going for that Calm Mind setup just like Terapagos does, but instead you can go for a defensive Terra, and you've got different offensive moves as well, which it seems it's really well placed at the moment. So
I tried Pagos before. In the Lunala slot, but I realized that Pagos didn't do damage. Like, you need 7 turns, 8 turns to Calm to do some damage. With Lunala it's different. Like, you can Calm 1 time or 2, and you can do a lot of damage. And you have the ability that's similar to Terapagos. And Mold Breaker didn't break the ability, so we are fine against Orcorpon. I tried Lunala. I think it was good because you can attack into Ghost types without Terra, like Pagos. Pagos need the Terra for that. And Terra Fairy Moonblast did a lot of damage in general. So I think Lunala was really good, and I feel pretty good playing that. So
yeah, as you should as well. And this, if you win this weekend, will this be your 5th?
Regional?
5th regional. Wow.
Yeah. I want to. Yeah.
Do you have room at home for the trophy if you were to win?
I think so.
You can make some space.
Because it's a medal, so the medal, I think that you can put in whatever else. So
that's true. Or you can wear them all at once.
Yeah.
Do you sometimes do that?
No.
Oh, okay.
But yeah.
That's a shame. That's what I would do, I think. Yeah. Oh, well. Well, just hiking back to that match for a second. I think, obviously, we had a really tight 3-game set there.
Yeah.
And, like, what was the change you made in Game 3 that really made the difference?
In Game 2, I tried to read more Federico's turns. It didn't work because I tried to EV Catchel, predicting the Encore and focus energy into Ogerpon, and he switched out the Ogerpon, put Urshifu and Encore the Lunala. That was a really good play from him, but I was predicting that, but I was thinking, okay, if I follow me Moongest, I'm fine because I'm +1. I can avoid Encore, but yep, he can focus energy for that. So I tried to, in Game 3, be more safe because they didn't bring Farigiraf. They want Urshifu, Ogerpon, and Miraidon. And they want the speed control because I'm fast. So I was thinking, okay, I can play safe with the fake outs, and they have to risk. Because if I play safe into Miraidon teams, I usually win. So thinking about it, I was trying to play more safe in Game 3 at work. Finally, he tried to Terra Ogerpon, EV Catch, I fake out Moonjace Beam that slot, so I think that worked. Now we are in top 4, so.
Yeah, we are. Congratulations on that.
Thank you so much.
So you are up against Matteo Ballini in your top 4 match as well, who's running Terrapagos and Heatran and that sort of composition. How are you feeling about that?
I'm feeling good. I think I have a good matchup against Terrapagos, but you don't know how the game is gonna be. It's gonna, like, you know, if you're gonna win anyways, having a good matchup. So I don't want to. I don't know how to say.
You don't want to kind of get ahead of yourself.
Yeah, for
sure. Yeah.
So yeah, I think it's a good matchup, but I want to see what happens.
Yeah, stay calm. See what happens. Yeah, it makes sense, of course. Okay, Eric, any shout-outs you'd like to give?
To my friends, family, all the coys, community, all the people that have been supporting from home, thank you so much. And also to Sergio and Gerard that have been helping me before the tournament.
Amazing.
Also Jonathan, thank you so much.
Thanks, Eric, so much. We'll let you get prepared for your top 4 match, as we'll get into our first top 4 match as well. So let's get into it very shortly.
Shout out to all the ones who came before. You showed the way, you opened up the door. Now we stand among legends and shout your names. Your light will never fade away. Shout out to all the ones who came before. You showed the way, you opened up the door. Now we stand among legends and shout your names. The world will never be the same. You started at the bottom and you worked your way. You showed them you were awesome and you won the day. Striving for the top spot, no room for mistakes. Yeah, you showed us the way. You showed us how to train up, how to pass the test, how to make your mark, be the very best. And when the lights are up and the pressure's on, how to push and push till you're the only one. Making friends all along the way, memories always here to stay. And that's why we say, shout out to all the ones who came before. You showed the way, you opened up the door. Now we stand among legends and shout your names. The world will never be the same. Now we have our champions. They've joined the best. To every single trainer, we give our respect. We all have a story. We passed the test. Yeah. We become legends. We learned how to train up, how to break the mold, how to build our team, how to win the gold. And when the lights are up and the pressure's on, how to push and push till you're the only one. Finally show the world today, legends are always here to stay. That's why we say, shout out to all the ones who came before. You showed the way, you opened up the door. Now we stand among legends and shout your names.
We are here, back everybody, and guess what? We've got 4 trainers remaining here at the 2025 Pokémon Regional Championships of Stockholm. I myself am Costa, and I am joined by the ever so lovely Mr. Lee Provost. 3 evers! Because you set me up so nicely before, I thought I'd return the
thank
favor.
you. I appreciate it, Costa. Always so kind to me, aren't you? Most of the time.
There we go. But we have got such an exciting array of 2 semi-final matches. We are looking to go ahead and showcase these glorious trainers. Who will vie to get that title? We're going to be finding out very shortly.
Yeah, we are. And I mean, what a match we've got coming up next. It's going to be incredible. It will be the first of our top 4 games. We'll be featuring both of them, of course, to see which players will progress into the finals to try and claim the title. And, you know, you've got to say, and it is a bit of a broken record, but over this weekend, you've seen so many top players out in the field, and for the players to get to this stage of the tournament and do it in such fashion is just so amazing for them in an accomplishment side of things, but outside of that, with the way they've been able to pilot their teams.
Yeah, exactly that. But I guess going ahead and reviewing where we were, where we have come, let's have a little look for the top 8 brackets to see how our trainers have fared on each side of their efforts. We've seen Michael Kelsch go through Adrian Isidoro in what was such a close set between them both, able to get through against Jamie Boy. And then Jamie Boy, on the other hand, versus Lewis Markle, another close set.
Yeah, and it looks, you know, when you go across that, we just had Eric versus Federico, and that was so down to the wire. So it looks like the other games have been that tight as well. I mean, other than Matteo that had a clean 2-0 against Matty Morgan, every other game has been so down to the wire, and I would imagine it's going to continue like that as we get closer to getting into the finals with these top 4 games here. We've got a really interesting one between Michael Kelsch and Jamie Boyd. Obviously, Jamie running that Koraidon, Michael running that Calyrex Ice Rider.
Yeah, and I mean, you already know my picks. Just generally speaking, Cali Ice, I feel, is such a strong Pokemon, such a powerhouse, and there's so many different modes that you could run with it. So, such a big threat that I'm honestly very happy to see being piloted by Michael Kelsch, our current reigning Stockholm Regional Champion.
Yeah, and of course, Eric as well running the Lunala.
Lunala, yeah.
Only Lunala left in the tournament as well. And Matteo running the Terrapagos, the only remaining Terrapagos left in the tournament. So that's going to be a really interesting match where you would look at the Lunala and say, okay, well, you've got Calm Mind, Terrapagos likely going to have that Calm Mind as well. All going to be about the board positioning, which is so important for those teams. Really going to be a real war of attrition between those 2 trainers. Whereas I feel like the Michael Kelsch and the Jamie Boyd matchup is going to be a bit more offensive.
More dynamic.
And definitely on the front foot for sure. Because of that terrestrialization that you've got on the Calyrex on Michel's team, the fire typing, it does really lend itself to being a good positive type against what Jamie's going to try and do in this match.
Yeah, and I think it's just so interesting to see the diverse restricteds now remaining. We have not got any overlapping ones like you called out before. We're just down to Koraidon, Terrapagos, and etc. But yeah, I'm going to be really fascinated to see how this matchup in particular does fall out.
And in particular as well, we have this top 4 game with Michelle and Jamie. It's actually the game that we kicked off day 2 with. Who played in round 9 in the Swiss. Michelle came out on top of that game. So these players have already played each other. They already have an idea of what the other trainer is trying to do. So this is really when everything comes down to it. And we know, we've seen in past tournaments before, just because one trainer won on the road to getting to a top cut, if they meet again, it doesn't necessarily mean the same outcome's going to happen once again.
Oh yeah, because there's just so many additional layers of mind games, you know, what worked and what didn't in that set, and how can you try to convert that in your new set? Because like we said, Michael was able to come out on top, but we don't actually properly know how close it was, although Jamie did have a chat with me before. He mentioned it really did come down to the finest of margins. I think there was like a 25% chance included of one of the KOs, and Michael was able to get it, so we're going to have to see how they both readjust going into this.
So maybe not as offensive and front foot as we think it might be, like the rest of this tournament. Like we've paved it out right down to the wire, and it is those tiny micro decisions that are going to have a big impact throughout the game. And because it is of two high caliber players as well, I think that just adds into it. And then which one can play the mind game best almost in a lot of situations and take advantage when the opportunity arises.
Exactly that. But we have our trainers on screen. Jamie on the left, Michael on the right. You see they're exchanging pleasantries between them, but we already know how highly competitive they are. They're great people, great trainers, and I think we're set up for such a fantastic set.
Yeah, and the big talking point, of course, is Michael was our reigning champion here in Stockholm and wants to claim that title for a second year in a row. Can they do it? Of course, that is the big question. One hurdle in front of them is Mr. Jamie Boyd here, fellow caster, obviously you're all aware, but also a very, very strong trainer and has had an incredible run this weekend. But, you know, I think that the fact that both of these trainers played earlier and both of them knowing how close this could be, they've had a little bit of time to think about that match, and I'm sure they have spent a long time thinking about the different outcomes if they just chose different options throughout the way they weave their teams. But we'll start off as per usual with the accomplishments, and these players are decorated more than most.
That's a definite. Jamie is a 3-time regional champion. Not a lot of people can actually claim that title. UK national top 8 in 2016, world's top 16 following that in the same season, and then 2019, the exact same result. So really gunning to try to get further along, perhaps this season too.
Yeah, and then you've got Michael having that breakout season 2023, the finalist at the World Championships that year, followed by a Stockholm Regional Championship win in 2024. Top 4 Worlds as well last year, which was amazing in Honolulu. And then more recently, a really strong top 8 finish at the Gdansk Regional Championships.
Yeah, I mean, Michael, ever since he started playing competitive VG, he's just been an absolute whirlwind of a phenomenal player. So being able to see him right now at this stage versus one of the most veteran-like and recognized players in the community, Jamie Boyd, this is going to be one for the ages.
I said it earlier when we had Eric versus Marco. This could be a final. That was a top 16. Yes. This could be a final level match as well. And we're going to start off with an overview of Jamie's team. It is the Koraidon, the Brood Bonnet, Chi Yu, Fluttermane, Walking Wig, Heatran as we get into this top 4.
Yeah, and I do really love this composition. I think the Chi Yu choice scarf does have some ground to be able to come in, at least as a main force to be reckoned with. But I think Jamie has to really respect the Trick Room mode over on Michael's side. Heatran could have some great potential in being brought into this set, especially if you're able to get a Magma Storm lock in with that zoom lens, which naturally speaking, what that item does is if you move slower than your target, you're able to get an increased rate of accuracy.
Yeah, which is really important on that move, because if it misses, it can be the difference between winning or losing a lot of the time. So a really smart choice. The Trustalization on the Heatran, interesting as well, with the Fairy type there, with that Terra Blast to take advantage of. And the Substitute has been seen previously used quite a lot on the Heatran to just give it a little bit of alleviation, to take away and drag attention to that side of the field as well. Yeah. The one thing that you would say is the Smeagol is going to be a bit of a problem for Jamie to deal with, especially with that Focus Sash and the ability for it to Terrastalize on Michael's side of the field, because it will get the immunity from the Rage Powder, of course, and that Spore on the Brute Bonnet if it does decide to go down that route. But it is a big decision to make, because what you Terrastalize in this game will come down to maybe winning or not.
Yeah, and I truly do feel Heatran could even be such a key piece in this matchup, especially because it has substitute too, so you don't even necessarily have to commit with the Grass Terra Smeargle if you're able to get the sub up. And there we go. We've got the, I would say, handshake of sorts between our trainers, although here are Michael's 6, which we're no strangers to seeing on broadcast.
Yeah, the Calyrex there. It's a little bit different than you would usually see, where with the high horsepower is the secondary option there. The close combat here is opted for, and that's going to give a little bit more of an advantage against things like that Chi-Yu, especially if you do terrestrialize into that fire type. You're not really going to be hit by those fire type attacks in the sun, which is on both sides of the field. Interestingly enough, Michelle has it in the slow mode of the Torkoal, but Jamie also has it with the Koraidon, so we're going to see an abundance of sun, I would feel, in this match. Then you've got that Urshifu as well. It's really interesting choice there with the Wicked Blow, boosted by that choice band as well, that can start to really cut through things on Jamie's side of the field. So a big target, I think, on its back for something like that Fluttermane to come in and try and dispatch with quite quickly.
Yeah, and it does have Grass Terra as well, that Urshifu, so it's a good way to be able to forego any sort of Rage Powder redirection, in particular for that Brute Bonnet, and deal so much damage. So I guess, Lee, going into this, at least we've discussed quite a bit around Jamie's side of things. What do you think Michael's approach should be going into it?
I think the Trick Room is definitely probably the preferable option, and then just once that's set up, I think you need to really lean into that Torkoal and the Raging Bolt that could be so effective in this match.
Here we go. We've got the leads. Make some noise, everybody. This is our first semi-final. Smeargle, Calyrex, Ice Rider over on Michael's side versus the Heatran and that Brute Bonnet. Already seeing the focus on that Heatran piece.
Yeah, a really nice lead from both players here. One side, you've got Michelle with that active faker from the Smeargle, can disrupt things on Jamie's side of the field, in particular that Brute Bonnet that does put a lot of pressure on with those dark type attacks that it has got access to, and the Sucker Punch. But is the Sucker Punch going to be the thing that it goes for here as we see a fake out from that Smeargle?
Yeah, and the Rage Powder does come out, just wanting to be absolutely sure on the targeting there, which does mean that the Calyrex Ice Rider will easily go for that Glacial Lance, deal a lot of damage onto the Brute Bonnet, even pick up a KO. I'm not sure if that was actually, yes, it was a critical hit, because we know how bulky Brute Bonnet is. Very unfortunate turn 1, turn of events for Jamie.
Yeah, and getting that chilling near boost as well to boot on top of the critical hit, really detrimental to Jamie's game plan here. Losing such a pivotal Pokemon as well, that really does make life difficult for that Smeargle. You saw the Rage Powder there in case the Spore came out, so you could pull it in, not be affected, and leave that Heatran, allowing it to get an attack off here. Unfortunately, not coming to fruition that turn. The fake out, a really good choice from Michelle. Now the Walking Weight hits the field, it is going to be able to put a bit more pressure on, in particular to that Smeargle. The question is, though, is the double up, because of that Focus Sash on the Smeargle, are the Pokemon on Jamie's side going to be fast enough to dispatch of it before it can support any further?
Yeah, that switch there might be a bit of an indication that it could not be. Koraidon will be switching in instead, now being able to actually boost the Protosynthesis of the Walking Wake. In particular, it's actually going to be the special attack, because Jamie wants to capitalize off of that choice specs in order to maximize damage output, and terrestrialization already active.
Yeah, and here we go. It is going to be onto the Walking Wake. It is going to be into that water type. It will be boosting the attacks on that Walking Wake a little bit further, especially with that sun up on the field. And we are going to see the Follow Me just protecting that Calyrex this turn, pulling all of the attacks into that direction. But because of the Focus Sash, because of the switch, we know the Smeargle's going to stick around for at least one more turn.
Exactly. And Hydrosteam naturally will be targeting in, but why I like this Water Terror as well is it foregoes the neutrality against Glacial Lances because of its Dragon typing, but we have the Trick Room set up right now. This is exactly where Michael wants to be, especially under the conditions of such fast Pokemon over on Jamie's side. And I think we got a bit of a sneak peek right there. There may have actually been an instant forfeit. Yeah, it seems like Jamie's actually put in the white flag, at least for this game 1. Might have even been down to that turn 1, in all honesty.
Yeah, and typically down to that. And, you know, I think a really difficult position once that Trick Room goes up, especially because the Chilling Neigh got activated and that Calyrex now sitting pretty healthy in a Trick Room with a +1 to its attack. Those Glacial Lances are going to be doing significant damage. Kind of in that situation there, the Cryogon was going to be forced to switch out into the Heatran. Well, then it allows the Smeagol to go for that Spore into whatever slot it wanted to, probably into the Walking Wake. So Jamie, rather than drag that match out, thinking let's reset after losing that Brute Bonnet so early on to the critical hit, the Glacial Lance. Unfortunately there, it is something that can happen. Jamie falling afraid of it there, wants to just reset, try again and come back to this and hopefully try to tie the setup to make their way into that finals.
And I know we're talking about the critical hit, which definitely did matter because I know for a fact that Brute Bonnet does survive it because I have run a very similar team as Jamie, but it's the fact that there was a Rage Powder that came out. Rather than trying to maybe get a Spore onto the Ice Rider right there, that could have really slowed down the momentum from Michael's side.
Yeah, exactly that. And I think that is all credit to Michelle in that situation where you may have seen something similar play out like you've mentioned in those earlier sets where Jamie didn't want to commit to that because, of course, Michelle might adjust to it, but adjusting in a different way. And the Rage Powder just not effective at all. Super wasted in that situation and then getting really punished for that decision. Really nice use of the fake out there to prevent that Magna Storm from coming out from the Heatran in particular and rendering it almost useless where it had to switch out that next turn to allow then the Walking Wake some sort of momentum swing. But once that Trick Room went up, it was kind of curtains.
I think you surmised it very well there because it's the Heatran speed tiering that's so awkward, and that's why you need to be able to actually find a way to navigate around that Smeagol lead, which has so many options going for it. But we've got our game 2 now set, same lead from Michelle's side, and a variation change up from Jamie. No Heatran, we've got Koraidon in its place.
Yeah, really nice adjustment here from Jamie. Not wanting to go with that Heatran so early on, maybe going for a speedier option, get that Sun set up a bit earlier and pressure down that Calyrex with the Koraidon with a multitude of attacks here. Can even go for a breaking swipe just to get that double target damage onto the opposite side of the field, break the sash and lower the attack, more importantly, onto that Calyrex.
Yeah, and given the Brute Bonnet is in Photosynthesis, it's going to be having bolstered defenses, 1.3 multiplier in particular, so it's going to be a very bulky Shroom.
Yes, it is, and we do see the Terastallization on the back of the threat, maybe from a Spore from that Brute Bonnet or the Rage Powder coming from that side of the field. Wants to be able to ignore what that Brute Bonnet is going to do, so Terastallization committed. Follow Me coming out from the Smeagol to protect any incoming Sucker Punches or anything like that, but the Breaking Swipe opted for it's going to be enough to not activate the sash, but take that Smeagol very low and also do some significant damage to that Calyrex.
Yeah, and because, of course, of the grass typing, or should I say the redirection of the Follow Me as well, the Spore is unaffected. Koraidon actually gets KO'd straight off the bat because there's no Terastallization. Jamie's already down his restricted.
And we talk about that Breaking Swipe there. It would in most situations be useful here, but because of the clear amulet on the Calyrex, it stops and prevents the attack drop. So it was a full power Glacial Lance and enough to pick up that Koraidon. You can see the damage that it would have done to the Brute Bonnet, so that critical hit even more impactful from game 1. But what a really great Terastallization from Michelle to get that Smeagol in a really advantageous position now to get that first Glacial Lance off. And now in a position where you can potentially get a Trick Room up. The problem is the Walking Wake going to be able to remove that Smeagol quite easily from the field, and then the Spore becomes active onto that Calyrex.
Yeah, and I think that's what Jamie's identified here. So willing to trade that Koraidon initially and still have the Terastallization available, and we see the immediate reaction from Michelle, bringing in that Raging Bolt that does, of course, have the safety goggles. Such an opportune switch in order to be able to counter it.
Yeah, definitely that, as we do see that Photosynthesis activated on the special attacking end. The Walking Wake just attacking into the Smeagol here to remove it from the field. It is gone down and out. So Michelle down to 3 Pokemon. Jamie with 3 Pokemon. It does leave the Brute Bonnet open to go for that Spore, but a great switch, like you identified, the safety goggles on that Raging Ball, protecting it from the Spore.
Yeah, and that's so crucial, and why it's such an important piece from Michelle to actually be able to have in the back. And Urshifu, banded, mind you, is now on the field, revealed to be the 4th Pokemon, and we know for a fact this is most likely a minimum speed Urshifu, but given there's a Brute Bonnet on the other side, we don't actually know the speed interaction interactions between them both.
Yeah, it could be interesting how this plays out, of course. If it is going to be slower than that Brute Bonnet, it would, in that case, be susceptible to a Spore, and it would make it a lot easier to deal with. Now you've got the Raging Bolt out. Of course, the Terastallization's been eaten up. So if that Walking Wake did decide to go for the Dragon Pulse like we saw it go for, it's going to be able to hit for super effective damage. It doesn't have an Assault Vest to kind of support it in this situation.
Okay, but we've got the redirection from the Brute Bonnet. Thunderclap, of course, because of the safety goggles, is not affected. It's allowed to connect with the Walking Wake, but most importantly, that redirection there was to forego any Sucker Punch double up to pick up the KO and the Dragon Pulse.
Knockout.
It's a critical hit as well, but let's not forget this is Choice Specs multiplier. This is the same type of attack bonus. We're in the sun. We've got an additional multiplier to add, and that is absolutely out of the field.
Yeah, what really great use of that Rage Powder there to not draw in the Thunderclap, because that couldn't be avoided because, like you mentioned, the safety goggles there was ignoring it, but all important, that Sucker Punch that would have been enough to get that Walking Wake now in a position to really pressure down the Calyrex here with the Sun Up and that boost with the Choice Specs. It is going to really be able to pick up whichever target it wants. Michiel, on the other hand, probably needs to try and get a Trick Room set up. Have you got room to do it, though? That is the big question before this Walking Wake picks its target.
And we do have to call out, Jamie has not yet used his Terastallization because he's got the Heatran in the back. He wants to be able to capitalize off of it, and I think the Sucker Punch is anticipated from Jamie, henceforth why he brought in the Heatran, and he's gonna go for the Spore into that Calyrex. There is nothing to stop him, and he does just that, and the Calyrex will not be able to move, at least for this turn.
Yeah, brilliantly played by Jamie here, taking advantage of the board state with that Choice Band now, locking that Urshifu in. You can just go for those setup options. You can even go for something like the Substitute here on the Heatran, because you now have that guaranteed sleep turn on the Calyrex. Well, it has taken its sleep, guaranteed. It has a chance to wake up. But knowing that it is asleep, it gives you room to get that Substitute up and puts you way further ahead in this match. Another Sucker Punch coming out from the Urshifu, going to fail because the Substitute is opted for.
Exactly. I think this is such a great pin that Jamie was able to recognize earlier on in the game. Spore does go into that Urshifu. It will have to take a mandatory sleep the subsequent turn whilst getting the Substitute up. We're looking at the speed interactions, interestingly enough. The Calyrex Ice Rider is going to move last in this scenario, so Heatran in such a prime position to actually try to connect a Magma Storm into the Kali.
Yeah, and that's the big thing. Once you get that into that Pokemon, it's going to have that residual damage every turn after that and slowly whittle it down. Now with the Urshifu having to take that guaranteed sleep turn, at least for this next turn while you go for an attack, you don't need to worry about that Sucker Punch one little bit. And off the back of it as well, on top of it, we are going to see the Terastallization in case we see a stray close combat from that Calyrex. Does wake up into the Heatran to potentially try and bake that Substitute. It's not going to be effective anymore with that Fairy typing.
Exactly. Such a great Terra choice on this Heatran. We've got Rage Powder once again online, wanting to make sure that there's no funny business involved. If the Urshifu does wake up and breaks a potential Substitute, it does fall asleep for yet another turn, whilst the Terra Blast, now Fairy type based, will target down that Urshifu. No Magma Storm just yet. He wants to pick up that KO. It is 4 times super effective. There's no chance for it to survive, no matter how bulky it is.
I love this turn by Jamie, identifying that the Calyrex is really the big threat here, but no, I'm going after the Urshifu while I've got the opportunity to, because this could be later on in this match a little bit detrimental to us closing it out because of that Choice Band. I mean, the Terastallization into the Fairy type kind of locks it up there, but you take full advantage of it in this situation. Now you're behind the Substitute. Now you've still got a sleeping Calyrex, and you have that Sucker Punch of your own on the Brute Bonnet that could go into that Calyrex if you want, if you suspect it's going to wake up and go for something like a Glacial Lance here. Because of that, we do see the forfeit locked in, and Jamie tying this match up. We will be going to a Game 3.
Game 3 with the restricted from Jamie going down turn 1, incredibly enough. But clearly, this is what we talk about when it comes to role comprehension and understanding. You know, Jamie's Heatran is such a crucial key to this puzzle because it's able to quite well wall, should I say, the Calyrex Ice Rider, especially with that Terra Fairy option with the Substitute, but you just need to be able to place it better. So we've already seen the adaptation from Jamie Game 1 not leading Heatran. Game 2, leading Koraidon, willing to drop it in order to get rid of the Smeagol threat.
Yeah, and the importance as well on the Brute Bonnet, I think we saw really come into play in that game too, because obviously that critical hit was so impactful game 1, losing it on turn 1 just meant Jamie really didn't have a way to, one, protect that Heatran or really have a way to pressure that Calyrex, especially after the Trick Room went up. Things didn't look good. That's why we saw that early forfeit, but adjusting in game 2 a lot better. But the sacrifice of the Koraidon early on looked like Michiel's got on top again.
Yeah.
Going to really take control of this match. But then the Walking Wake makes an appearance, locking into the Dragon Pulse as well, knowing that you can get rid of the Smeagol. And then the Raging Bolt, which is a huge threat as well, is going to drop because of that photosynthesis boost, because of that choice specs, making it a big, big weight in ways to pave the way almost for that Heatran in the end game alongside that Brute Bonnet.
And here we go. Game 3. Which of these two competitors will make it into the finals? We've got the leads. It is Brute Bonnet Koraidon once again from Jamie's side versus the same leader on Michiel's, Smeagol, and that Calyrex Ice Rider. So, Lee, do we feel there are any immediate adaptations to what we saw in Game 2?
You've got the immediate pressure from that Brute Bonnet where it is pressuring down a Spore into that Calyrex, and you want to avoid that at all costs, so you can go for a fake out into that slot. The problem doing that is you kind of leave your Calyrex or your Smeagol open to getting an attack from this Koraidon, so you've got to make a choice here to kind of try and switch in the Raging Bolt, maybe for the Calyrex here, slows your momentum down, and maybe get a fake out into that Koraidon. Jamie could take advantage of that as well and Spore into the Smeagol if you don't suspect the Terastallization there, but as we saw from Game 2, that is what Michiel is leaning on. Terastallization to get the immunity from the Rage Powder and also that Spore.
Yeah, so I really wouldn't be surprised to see the exact same turn play out from Game 2 into Game 3. We had the redirection, Follow Me, enabled Flare Blitz actually, wanting to target down and perhaps even get a cheeky burn, or it could even be covering any certain switch. Regardless, there's no damage that's been dealt onto the Calyrex Ice Rider, contrary to Game 1.
Yeah, we don't see that. We do see that Spore pulled into that Follow Me. So really nice redirection from the Smeagol to have the immunity there. The Glacial Lance now going to come out. We know it picks up the knockout onto the Koraidon. The Brute Bonnet does barely hang on there in the yellow with his HP bar and really not getting any sort of joy that turn. Really great play from Michiel because taking advantage of getting rid of the Koraidon, but it's playing out a lot like that previous game did. The only difference here is that the Calyrex doesn't have any of that additional damage onto it from the breaking swipe that we saw earlier on. But Smeagol now in that position where if the Walking Wake does come onto the field, he's going to be in that similar situation where he's going to have to support the Calyrex and potentially go down for not much return.
Yeah, and I think it's all about the pin of having the 1 HP Smeagol in a point where it could get essentially got KO'd and out of the board with that Walking Wake, which naturally does outspeed it, and then going for the ever so safe Spore, unless there's a read of Jamie going into Michiel's Raging Bolt that could actually play things out a bit differently.
Definitely could, because I think it opens the door then. You could go for maybe a Seed Bomb or maybe even switch that Brute Bonnet out to the Heatran in that situation. It is risky though, because if you switch your Heatran in unterastallized and you get caught by a close combat, it could be bad.
No switch up from Michiel though. We see the guaranteed Dragon Pulse picking up the KO onto the Smeagol. The question is, has Jamie locked into Spore or has he locked into an offensive Moon? No, it is the Spore. You want to make sure you play safe and you don't essentially read too into the scenario that Michiel of bringing that Raging Bolt in.
Yeah, you don't need to take any risks. I mean, even if you go into the Raging Bolt here and it isn't effective, right? You're not taking any risks of losing a Pokemon in that scenario. By not sporing into that slot, though, you risk taking a Glacial Lance, which would be hugely detrimental to your game plan, and I love the ability of just saying, no, I'm just going to stay calm, cool, and collected and just do what I need to. Now we see the Indeedee come onto the field. It is going to activate that Psychic Terrain, and more importantly, it does have support.
Yeah.
Has that Follow Me once again. It is going to be able to support the Calyrex, but it is asleep. It's not going to be able to do anything this next turn. So it is going to be also susceptible to a Spore as well from this Brute Bonnet.
Yeah. And I think what Michiel has identified is trying to play into the first turn Wake. If you're able to do that, maybe get a Trick Room set up, or even go for the Glacial Lance, in all honesty, that puts you in such a better position, even at the cost of the Indeedee going to sleep.
Yeah, and you do have the Terastallization still on Jamie's side of the field. It has been used on Michiel's. The Smeagol gone down as well, so that will no longer be an option. We do just see that follow me come out from the Ndidi.
Yeah, and wanting to redirect all of the pressure and focus. This is going to be a very strong attack. There you go, nearly picking up a female Ndidi, which we know is notably so bulky. And for its troubles, it does get put to sleep. The question is, does the Calyrex Ice Rider wake up? It does! It wakes up, and this is very big. The Trick Room has been set as a direct consequence, not what Jamie wants to see, because this Calyrex Ice Rider is primed to try to start sweeping.
Especially after that knockout onto the Crydon earlier, it does have that +1 to its attack, so this Glacial Lance will be hitting even harder than they would do normally. The Brute Bonnet in a really awkward position as well, where it normally would be able to utilize that Sucker Punch, but because of the Psychic terrain, it's not going to be able to take advantage of that at all. It's literally a sitting target for a Glacial Lance this next turn. The question is, can the Walking Wake take a +1 Glacial Lance? It has to terrestrialize, and if it does, it hasn't got enough in the tank to dispose of that Calyrex in one turn.
Yeah, we're going to have to see how this plays out. We know Brute Bonnet is so bulky, especially with that Protosynthesis, enabling further physical defensive bulk against this Calyrex Ice Rider. It is most likely going to have to force Jamie into the water terrestrialization, which we see right now.
It's in that water terrestrialization, going to be able to soak up those Glacial Lances so much better than it would have done in its grass dark form. And we're going to see it if it is going to be able to provide any sort of support here. We just see the Protect cautiously taken by Michelle here, not wanting to contend with that spore at all.
Yeah, but it's going to have to really come down to whether the Walking Wake does target down the Calyrex or not. It does, because if it actually went into the Raging Bolt, it most likely would have actually been able to pick up the KO right then and there.
Yeah, and that would have been huge. I think the Raging Bolt in a really good position now, where it is going to be able to put the pressure back onto that Walking Wake. You do have the Rage Powder, of course, in the Brute Bonnet, but it is now a water type and really doesn't want to be facing down against electric type threats from the Raging Bolt, and it doesn't really need to go for the Thunderclap either.
Oh, close combat is enough. That is so huge, because the Brute Bonnet is now in a position where it can no longer put that Calyrex to sleep. It cannot try to slow down all of this damage output coming out from it. We're going to have to see the Raging Bolt. Is it able to pick up the KO? Surely it can, with the Draco Meteor that does connect into the Walking Wake, does get rid of the Walking Wake completely, and leaves Jamie down to his final Pokemon.
Yeah, it's just a Heatran in the back now you would expect from Jamie, and will it be enough? The terrestrialization's been eaten up by that Brute Bonnet, so not going to be able to go into that Fairy type like you would have normally been able to. The Calyrex on the opposite side in its favorable position in a Trick Room, +2 attack, going to be able to utilize that close combat with really a lot of ease and be able to potentially pick up a knockout clean. And the Raging Ball in such a healthy position. It has just used a Draco Meteor, but going to be able to just switch out, reset that for later on in this game.
Yeah, and it looks like this is curtains close for Jamie. Close combat, no terror to get out of the typing. It does pick up the KO, and Calyrex Rider has led Michael into his second consecutive Stockholm Regional Finals.
It was fast-paced, it was back and forth, but Michelle comes out on top, and phenomenally done against such a tough opponent in Jamie Boyd. Incredible play there, and looked at such a time, so difficult to get out of those pins that Jamie was putting on constantly with that Brute Bonnet and the Sun, and the way that he was playing that Walking Wake.
Yeah, and it was so close, because it was really down to that initial interaction of, does Smeagol have its Focus Sash dropped in order for the Walking Wake to come in, pick up the KO, and then enable the Brute Bonnet to put that Calyrex Ice Rider to sleep, or read into the switches of the Raging Ball. That's the biggest key thing, clearly, in this matchup. And Jamie did, unfortunately, not have an additional turn to be able to better process things, put that Ndidi to sleep, which he did, because the Calyrex Ice Rider woke up the first turn it could.
Yeah, and you've got to think as well, would it have been better in that scenario to maybe go for the Seed Bomb there to try and pick the knock-up onto the Ndidi? It's easy for us to sit here and say, because you've got a million and one things going through your head when you're on the playing field, of course. But we can take a look at some of the replays from this set, going right down to the wire. That first game first turn Glacial Lance critical hit into the Brute Bonnet was enough to remove that Brute Bonnet. Subsequently, we saw in games 2 and 3 it able to take that a lot more comfortably, like we can see here. But every time that Koraidon was sacrificed, but a really good sacrifice because it allowed the Walking Wake to then come in, pile that pressure on, and allow the Brute Bonnet to support in the way that Jimmy needed it to. I think when we go into game 3, though, with the Brute Bonnet, it was just in that position where it was faster than the Calyrex, but it meant that Michelle had an easy first turn kind of spent with the sleep. So every turn after that, it had a possible chance to wake up, which made that pressure just a little bit more. And maybe trying to focus down attacks into it was just so difficult because of the Smeagol to follow me there. And then that Ndidi bring, I think, an inspirational choice from Michelle, and was the difference between winning or losing, because that extra line of support was just so necessary.
It truly was, especially because he had identified he needs to make sure he wakes up that turn. And he already saw that by the end of game 2, and you can see how exhilarated he was right there, where he was able to get that crucial moment for himself and lock him straight into the finals for a second year in a row, which is absolutely phenomenal.
Got a chance to reclaim the title this year after last year's accomplishment, which is incredible. We don't see this too often, so it is really a remarkable accomplishment from Michelle, and remarkably done in that match as well. It's the micro decisions in picking your team going into a match and your game plan against such an oppressive team that Jamie has that made such a difference there. And really, the Ndidi there, when you're thinking, I need a big powerhouse Pokemon to come in and remove these big threats like the Heatran, like the Walking Wake, and also that Brute Bonnet, the Urshifu just feels so perfect to do that, but really wasn't effective in that game too. And I love the adjustment saying, no, actually the Calyrex can do what I needed to. I just need to get through those first phase of sleep, and I'll just use more lines of support that I've got access to dispose of that Pokemon.
Yeah, and I mean, we did see the Urshifu being brought as a backup, right? As the 4th Mon to be able to act as another damage sweeper under Trick Room, but in that game 3, it just wasn't needed at that time because the Calyrex was able to get the Trick Room set up and the additional boost in the Chilling Neigh. But yeah, what a phenomenal set from 2 phenomenal trainers. But there was only one victor, and that is Michael, which we're going to go ahead and cut straight to for a quick interview.
I think phenomenal is definitely the word for Michael Kelsch. You're here at your 2nd consecutive Stockholm finals. How you feeling?
Incredible. I'm not as exhausted as last round because the games were shorter, which actually helps because I need a break, and sitting there for 40 minutes for a set or sometimes an hour can be stressful, right? And that's why I'm just happy that I'm over with it, but I will try my best for the finals. I will give 150%.
I was hoping for 160%, to be honest. I'm sure 150% will be enough.
We will see.
We will see. Look, talk to us a little bit about that set, because Jamie's well known for using unconventional Pokemon. He's certainly not disappointed us whatsoever in bringing the team that he's brought. I think he's the only player that's, you know, supporting Brute Bonnet at this point in the format. But like, okay, you're an experienced player. You know exactly what you're doing in most matchups that you come across. But then you go up against Jamie. You played him twice.
Yeah.
How important was that first set in that top 4?
So it really helped me that we had a whole day to prepare against each other, because it was already set in stone after day 1 that I was playing against Jamie. And since Jamie was on stream, I already knew his team, so I had a whole night to prepare, but I didn't really use it. I just watched the stream set, made some calcs, and then I thought, okay, I have a game plan. I just try it out in the Swiss stage. And it worked very well in the Swiss stage. I beat him 2-0. And then I talked with my friends, and we said, okay, against Brute Bonnet, Heatran, you always do this. And it worked out pretty well for game 1. And suddenly I see a change. I see Koraidon Brute Bonnet. And I never thought about Koraidon Brute Bonnet. Like, I did think about it last night. And that's why I always click Terra Grass, Follow Me, Glacial Lance. But then he also caught me with the Walking Wake and the Heatran in the back, because I thought if he leads with Koraidon Brute Bonnet, maybe he brings Chi-Yu in the back, but he didn't. And then my basic 4 do not work anymore. Right. We saw that in game 2. And then for game 3, I had to adjust, but I didn't know how to adjust because Torkoal, I don't want to bring Torkoal into a heat wave because if I click a fire move, I boost
yeah,
more.
that's not so good.
Torkoal is slow. We saw Trick Room was basically never up, just in the very end. And that's why Torkoal is useless. And Ndidi is also useless in the game, but I thought with a second follow me, maybe I can juggle things around, and it helped. Because of Ndidi, I was able to redirect the Dragon Pulse and win that way. So thank you, Ndidi.
You know, especially we were just talking before we got live, and you're like, it's absolutely terrible. But my friends and I is like, never use the Ndidi, but it clutched you out game 3. So
it did.
There you go. You've got the proof in the pudding there as getting into our finals. Now, looking forward to our finals, you've only got one more match to play today.
Yeah.
How are you feeling for, 1, what does it mean to you to be in the finals? And 2, who would you prefer to play out of Eric and Matteo?
So it's my 3rd ever finals. So I feel like this is not new to me, but I feel this excitement as the last time. So this is what I love about it, that every match makes me excited again. Like I had a phase where I had no excitement at playing, so I'm really, really happy that this tournament also helps me to get emotional again.
Yeah.
And regarding your question, I think I would face Rios because he beat me in Swiss, and I have a very good matchup into him.
Okay.
So getting the 3rd rematch in a row in Top Cut would be something. But the other player, his online tag is Marva. He is on my team for a very big team league, and I'm really looking forward to play against him as well because I never played against him, and he is running a Terrapagos Cornerstone team, which I also played 2 times this weekend. I played against Rios, as I said, so whatever it is, it's going to be a rematch, kind of.
So,
Not if the Terrapagos players wins, because I didn't play the exact same person, but I played the exact same team. So I already know what I have to do, which is good, because then I can take more time into my break, just relaxing instead of
just
prepping.
watch that. Just watch the next set.
Exactly.
And then just lock in for the finals. Well, look, we're going to let you go and do that. Let's have a quick shout out before we get you off stage, and then we can see our other top 4, see who else is going to be joining you in the finals.
So yeah, thank you to my family, my brother, my mom and dad, for always supporting me. Also, thank you so much to my friends Rahim and Kusha and Ibrahim and Alexander for supporting me the last months, the whole year, like this year, last year, even longer. Even before I started playing VGC, they supported me. It's like, friends are nice to have, and that's why I really want to shout out you, and also shout out to Brian Collins for helping me a little bit with the matchups. Just the chat was really nice to figure out some lines, and really appreciate it. And yeah, I hope I can sit here after the finals again.
Well, a nice, wholesome note to end our interview on. Thank you so much, Michal. Congratulations again for making it to a finals, where you'll get a chance to defend your championship title here in Stockholm. Well, trainers, don't go anywhere, because we'll be back in just a moment for your 2nd top 4 here at the Stockholm Regional Championships.
My name is Simon van der Borgt, also known as Schman. I'm here to compete at the VGC event here. I love competing and honestly, just meeting friends every time and time again. I started playing competitively in 2017 at the first EUIC. It was quite an experience because I brought a Seeking as well, which was not a very meta-relevant Pokemon at the time. My favorite Pokemon is actually one of the most recent ones, Fuecoco. It is just round, it is cute, it is perfect. The player I look up most to is probably Eduardo Cunha. He's just such an amazing player. He's so good, and I've been able to talk with him as well, and he just has such a different insight of the game, and I love being able to just listen what he has to say about it as well, because he makes the game 10 times more interesting to me. The reason why I'm competing is I love the game. That's first and foremost the most important thing. Being able to meet so many people and doing well and people cheering for me, it is mesmerizing how fun it is when people are cheering for you and you're just together with people and being able to celebrate accomplishments as well. So that's why I try to push myself further and further and beyond, because I get happier, my friends get happier, and that's the way it goes.
We're back, everybody. We have got our first finalist pending for our second, with the second semi-final that will be coming up right now. I am Costadai Demos, joined by the ever so lovely Mr. David Partington.
Ever.
Three times as well, I guess.
Never been complimented so much, Costa. Incredible.
I try, my friend.
Have to be flattered.
But we are here, David. I am so excited that we're going to be featuring our second semi-final right now, which is going to be between Mr. Eric Rios versus Mr. Matteo Bellini.
We do. It's Lunala Carmine versus Terapagos Carmine sort of matchup, which we love. I love good positional game, getting that Pokemon right into where it needs to be. Yeah. And we've already chatted with Eric Rios today about how he's tried out that variant of Terapagos with Carmine and felt it just wasn't doing enough damage, and that's why he picked Lunala, but actually picked it up against each other.
Fascinating.
It is. Interesting.
What a coinkydink.
I know.
But it'll be great to see how, you know, like, he actually puts that to the test, right?
Exactly, yeah. And there they are, exactly. So, yeah, because you've obviously got a Ghost-type Moongeist Beam into Terapagos, which isn't going to do much. But then you've got Terra Starstorm back into Lunala, which isn't going to do much.
Yep.
Unless it obviously Terras.
Exactly. And so we do have our trainers on stage right now. Eric on the left-hand side, Matteo on the right, and both are primed and ready. Looking forward to trying to get into this. I think they would have definitely done their research as best as they could. Matteo hasn't actually been featured at all through the entirety of this weekend, so it's his first appearance. Maybe he might have a bit more tricks up his sleeve that haven't yet been revealed.
Yeah, that's a really good point, actually, because the Terapagos team is something that is a little bit unusual sometimes, because you can do a lot of differences in the training of each of those Pokemon on the team that can really match up differently, especially if your opponent has some similar Pokemon there too. There's Matteo, he's looking confident, exactly, and loving the Pikachu on the arm as well.
You gotta do it.
You've gotta do it as well, yeah. And like an amazing accomplishment, obviously, to already be here and up against Eric right now.
Yeah, exactly that. You can hear the crowd is actually very, very ecstatic about this for both trainers, because they're very much representing their local communities right now at the highest of levels going into the semifinals, hoping to try to get that final spot. But yeah, there's a lot on the line right now, aside from prizes with championship points too. Eric Rios with an accolade of achievements, LAIC top 8 just this season, 22 EUIC champ, World's top 8 in 2019, and of course a 4-time regional and special champion.
Yeah, amazing accomplishments there, really. We've said it time and time and again, it is never like gets old saying those accomplishments. But of course, on Matteo's end, we need to credit this man as well, because that's the Global Challenge 3 top 32. That is hundreds and hundreds of players, sometimes thousands.
Yeah. Thousands, exactly.
To get top 32 is amazing.
It truly, truly is. But Barcelona special top 4 as well. Last season, I believe we were there too. So fantastic to be able to feature Matteo once again today, especially once again in a top 4 scenario, hoping to make it into the finals.
Exactly, and doing what they couldn't do with the Terapagos team at the Bologna special event last year, where they also ran Carmine Terapagos stuff as well.
Yeah, very nice insight there. And we do have, once again, Eric's team on screen, that Lunala being such a very nice set, accompanied by the great synergy of the Rillaboom grassy terrain availability, the redirection, fake out support, both on Rilla and Incin, and Screamtail with the Encore Disable, which can really pin your opponent depending on the matchup.
Yeah, it's a really nice option, especially when you're up against other setup modes, right? Yeah, or Dondozo, obviously, too. It's also really nice into as well. But yeah, versus a Terapagos where it's only attacking moves Terra Starstorm, to disable that, like you've just got a sitting turtle doing nothing.
And truly, that might actually be one of the key pieces Eric has identified. We haven't actually seen him utilize the Screamtail as much this weekend, but going over to Matteo's side, that Terapagos, like we mentioned, the classic set, and we have actually seen this composition before, both yesterday and today. Francesco Piopera being able to bring it as well to some great success in EUIC, having a Screamtail as well on his side.
Yeah, it's almost the exact same composition. You've both got the Rillaboom, the Incineroar, Screamtail, and the Ogerpon.
Yep.
But those differences are often the real key differences in the matchup itself.
Right.
So that Heatran is going to be really crucial, I think, for Mateo here. And it's that 3 attack set, not like what Jamie was using before with the kind of the zoom lens, but still that Magma Storm. If you hit it, incredible. Locking in your opponent with that chip damage as well, and they can't even switch out. And something like that Lunala, which obviously wants to stay there and set up and heals over time, Magma Storm chip can really cancel that out.
Yeah, I think it's 1/8 or 1/6 worth of incurring damage at the end of each turn, so that could truly be a key factor right now. And going into this, David, we've mentioned a bit about Eric's side, the utility of the Screamtail, but there is another Screamtail on the other side. So what do you think is running through both of these trainers' minds right now in terms of which core 4 to bring?
Well, exactly. So that's where the Heatran, I think, for Mateo comes in really nicely, because it threatens with that heavy slam. But we are actually getting into the matchup, and yeah, there's the Heatran too, alongside that Incineroar.
There we go. Great leads from both trainers right now. We've got the utility of trying to lock in Eric's Pokemon with the Heatran, but then on the other side, this Lunala has the potential of setup too, so it might not necessarily hate being locked in.
No, exactly. It's a really great Pokemon to have right now, especially in front of a powerful special attacker like Heatran, because those Calm Mind boosts can really shrug those attacks off.
Yeah, and we see both our trainers lock in instantly. They know exactly what's going on. They know what they want to do. The Screamtail is now on the field. It does have the Booster Energy proc, which will give it that 1.5 multiplier into the speed. So it's going to be the fastest thing on the field.
So here comes a Terra, though, from that looks like Eric's end. Yeah, and that is that Terra to go into the Fairy type on this end, perhaps to try and take on a knockoff that was from that Incineroar on Mateo's end. But now that's gone, and now it's actually weak to a Heavy Slam.
Yeah, that is something you need to really consider. But thankfully, the Intimidate has already been dropping the attack of the Heatran, so it's not going to be dealing as much damage, especially because of the fact that Shadow Shield is still active. Although we do see the Calm Mind, which is a fantastic way to be able to start things off. Mateo has done that incredible switching of the Screamtail to potentially try to lock it into it.
Yeah, I really love that switching, because Incineroar obviously likes doing things on the first turn, like faking out, parting shot. So it's a really unexpected to suddenly hard switch in that Screamtail. So a really nice play to really threaten Lunala having set up.
Yeah, and already locking in with a switch for bringing the Ogerpon in right now, wanting to be able to safeguard that Incineroar for future fake out pressure. Great way to be able to nullify any sort of Encore disable strategies by having the redirection option brought in right now. Encore, you see, was actually trying to lock the Incineroar into the fake out there. Earth Power actually connecting and breaking the sturdy of the Ogerpon, most importantly.
Yeah, that's a really important thing. But Ogerpon now is on the field, so you can redirect any of those Encore disables and let your Lunala actually use those special attack and special defense boosts for its own now, because a Moongeist Beam is going to do a lot of damage into the Screamtail, potentially even KO it here. So we might see Mateo switch things around, maybe even Terra the Screamtail to keep it safe.
Ooh, opting to go for the Protect, wants them to just make sure that it's not susceptible to any sort of focus into that slot, especially because of the Moongeist Beam. But redirection on the Ogerpon side. Moongeist Beam completely ignoring the Screamtail, going for the Heatran, acknowledging that it's going to be such a big threat. Oh my god! And he picks up the KO from a raw critical hit!
That is a massive KO there for Eric, just completely calling the Protect, and yeah, with that critical hit probably mattering there. Heatran's a bulky beast there. It gets the KO on what would have been a very threatening Pokemon for the entirety of Eric's team, and now Terrapagos is forced in here and behind on all the boosts that Lunala is already setting up in front of it. And with that Terra Fairy now, it's got a lot of damage to kind of throw out with those Moonblasts, which is a really rare type to actually be like good at in this metagame at the moment. Not a lot of Fairy types going around, but if you can really go for it, then it makes a huge difference.
That loss of the Heatran is so crucial right now, because you really want to be able to hone in on the effect of dealing some consistent damage onto the Lunala before having to try to get that Terrapagos set up. And we see Mateo instantly trying to readapt himself, goes for the Terra Grass here, wants to make sure it's not susceptible to a Moongeist focus, goes for the Encore into the Lunala as a result of wanting to make sure it doesn't get as much damage dealt onto it.
Yeah, it's a smart play there, but it's the Agricultural first into that Screamtail, but look at that bulk there, taking it so nicely. And yeah, the Moongeist Beam actually targeting into the Terrapagos there, that random targeting aspect from the Encore if it's a different move. And then the Calm Mind does get set up here. So a really nice play from Mateo here. You often want to try and lock in a opposing Pokemon into some
KO in particular, whilst getting a bit of chip damage dealt onto the opposing Incineroar, as the Ivy Cudgel, as a result of the Intimidate, is not enough to pick up the KO, but what is the Terra Starstorm into the Ogerpon. 3 versus 3 affair.
So a really great Pokemon for Mateo to knock out here, because that was threatening a lot of damage into that Incineroar right now. And depending on the bulk, it might be able to survive another attack from this Lunala, maybe that Terra-boosted Moonblast here. Because as a Calm Mindset, you might want to be investing more of that training into the HP or defensive stats, and maybe not so much in the special attack. And Eric has chosen to forego the boost that he had gotten up earlier in the game. So now he's got a bit of work to do, definitely, to try and catch up here. And the damaging moves on Eric's Lunala are not going to do almost any damage to the Terrapagos, so it might be on this Incineroar at the moment and whatever he's got in the back to actually deal with it.
Yeah, and it's all about the foresight of being able to acknowledge the Lunala being such a great staple in this matchup and wanting to be able to preserve it for a future turn. Critical hit, fake out onto Eric's Incineroar this turn round. Moonblast will be targeting down the Incineroar, wanting to make sure that Mateos has no more options of switches in future turns, having to force the Screamtail, which is essentially on very low HP, willing to get KO'd, locked in, as Terra Starstorm's actually enough to pick up the Incineroar from a 3 versus 3, now down to a 2 versus 2.
Yeah, so not a lot of options there, but Screamtail is able to come in here now. Eric's trap card has been revealed here, and having gone for that Terra Starstorm at the first instance there, Eric can now quite reliably get a bit of a lock onto this Terrapagos, because the booster energy is going to boost up the speed of Eric's own Screamtail, but Mateo isn't going to have theirs. They've already brought it in, so Screamtail gets to do what it wants to do right now. But what Mateo can potentially do here is protect the Terrapagos and maybe try and disable or encore Eric's own Screamtail with Mateo's Screamtail, kind of predicting that, depending on what it's going to be though. But if you encore into an encore and Terrapagos is already encored, well protected, you could still encore into the protect. So let's see what Eric Screamtail goes for.
You have fried my brain, David, but I think that sounded precisely correct. We have the Dazzling Gleam locked in order to avoid any sort of scenario like that, and most crucially, pick up the KO onto the Screamtail. And we have seen Eric has forced himself into a situation where he can now lock Mateo's Terrapagos into protect. This is so crucial and allows infinite amount of turns. I'd say infinite, but at least as much power points as Encore has on the Screamtail to be able to dispatch of Mateo in this game 1.
Yeah, so a really nice play. Eric keeping it safe, just kind of dealing away with that guessing game that would have been happening here. And Mateo sees it. Yeah, Eric could have locked that up. So Eric is now 1 game away from reaching the finals.
And yeah, what an incredible start to this set, in all honesty. What we were sort of talking about, David, it's very, very positional based in terms of the matchup. Mateo initially felt like he was actually at a really good place with the Heatran, but we saw via the critical hit, it just got knocked out straight away. So genuinely felt like he was having to fight a bit of an uphill battle, because it could be such a vital piece to his strategy, hence why he even brought it as a lead.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point, Costa. Like that Heatran looks really good into Eric's own Screamtail, which you obviously see was such a problem in that first game there. So, like, if the Heatran can stick around for a little bit longer this time, and maybe combine with some grassy terrain healing, it could kind of get around a few of the attacks of Eric and get into the right position to deal with that Screamtail. So maybe Mateo might consider bringing the Heatran, but maybe in the back this time, because we could see how Eric wanted to preserve that Screamtail for the Terrapagos in the end game himself as well. So perhaps dispatching of the targets that can deal with Heatran itself earlier on, which would be that Ogerpon or the Lunala itself, and leading that Incineroar like he did before was real nice.
Yeah, I think that's a really great point, and we know this Heatran is extremely bulky. It has a Citrus Berry as well, so let's say, for example, if there is a focus or a double up into the slot, it will most likely be able to survive. But let's see what our trainers are going to lead with. Make some noise, folks. We see you there in the crowd. We have got a fire best of 3 between these 2 great trainers going into game 2. The leads are revealed. Heatran and Terrapagos over on Mateo's side versus Incineroar and the Lunala on Eric's.
So still leading up with that Heatran for Mateo, but alongside that Terrapagos, which is nice, because if Eric had actually led that Screamtail, then there's the Heatran to kind of deal with it instantly as soon as that Screamtail would not protect. But instead we have the Incineroar here, which gets to slow things down for at least one turn and buy this Lunala an opportunity to get ahead of the Terrapagos with a fake out into either slot. But I think if critically Mateo is able to get up a Magma Storm onto that Lunala, he can really lock that down nicely and then lock it in with something from the Screamtail, which Lunala can't even switch out of.
Exactly, and you're able to at least break that Shadow Shield and reduce the sustainability of this Pokemon. Fake out, though, will prevent that from actually going on because it has now been flinched. And the Calm Mind now set up, +1 in special attack and special defense from the Lunala, completely free of charge.
Yeah, this Lunala's looking in like a really solid position here. There's no Dark type or Ghost type moves on Mateo's side of the field that will threaten it. And with still the Shadow Shield up, there's nothing stopping this Lunala from just either continuing to boost or just start chipping away at the Mateo's team right now. Incineroar obviously is looking a little bit shaky in front of that Ogerpon and a Heatran with Earth Power, so we might be looking at a defensive Terror or maybe a switch around. But Eric's main Pokemon, that Lunala, putting all the eggs into that basket is looking really strong at the moment, and Mateo needs to get in something to deal with it soon, otherwise it's going to run away with this game.
Yeah, and we know that via the critical hit in that game 1, most likely actually going to still be able to pick up the KO with the Moongeist Beam into that Heatran if the Lunala does so choose to go down that route. As we have got the first terrestrialization, that being of the Incineroar into the Water typing.
So there is the Water type that is able to take on a lot of the attacks that this opposing player has done. So Mateo goes for the Ivy Cudgel with a lot of damage there, though. Still over half, but Lunala with that nice natural speed is able to outspeed this Heatran. Go for that Moongeist Beam, but it's into the Ogerpon instead, at least chipping away at that Sturdy, knowing that one attack is going into it. Magma Storm, though, into that Terra Water is not going to get that KO, and even with some swirling Magma chip as well, maybe not getting that KO quite yet.
Yeah, I was going to say if there wasn't a parting shot, now the Incineroar would have no longer been able to escape due to the type change, as fire types are able to do so against Magma Storm. But parting shot, very crucial right there. You want to be able to get that rotation going, bring the Screamtail in mid-turn in order to be able to capitalize off of any sort of lock-in pins. In this case, the Lunala going for the Ogerpon gives us insight to what Eric's thoughts were, because now Dazzling Gleam can just pick it up.
Yeah, really easily, and it's obviously as a Pokemon that can outspeed it too, which is really nice. But you are then opening yourself up to Heatran going for that heavy slam into the Screamtail, and you've already committed your Terror onto the Incineroar, so the Screamtail is looking a little bit shaky in front of it. However, Lunala is boosted. It can still go for that Moongeist Beam. It might not KO, but it will still do a huge ton of damage to it.
Yeah, as the switch-in is a confirmation that Mateo doesn't think his Heatran will be able to survive from that Moongeist Beam. Ogerpon opting to go for the Spiky Shield, wanting to be able to preserve redirection availability over on Mateo's side, alongside that Terrapagos to be able to forego any sort of encore disable shenanigans that we did just witness as the second Calm Mind has been set up, and this Lunala is slowly yet surely running amok.
It really is. That's +2 now on this Lunala, getting really scary in front of Mateo's team. Of course, Mateo still has all 4 of their Pokemon, still lots of resources to go, but you need to start chipping this Lunala at some point because it's going to start throwing out damage, Ghost or Fairy type, and there's no Screamtail yet on the field to stop it.
Yeah, and we are going to see Dazzling Gleam locked in, will be able to break the Terra Shell, most importantly, get rid of that Ogerpon. This will allow the Lunala opened up with an opportunity to go for the offensive Moonblast. It does naturally outspeed, deals so much damage, no special attack drop, whilst the Terrapagos does get its own Calm Mind set up right now. So Mateo has lost his redirection option to be able to navigate and guarantee a bit more safety for the Terrapagos.
So Terrapagos can likely survive another Moonblast now, thanks to that special defense boost, but you're now staring down a Screamtail, which can just encore you into it. So it has to be something coming in now that can deal with that. So this is the first time now we've seen both Screamtail on the field at the same time, both with their booster energy activated. We don't know who is faster at the moment, but it could be really crucial to this turn. If Eric's Screamtail is slower than Mateo's, Mateo's can go for either that encore or disable to prevent Eric's strategy from stopping their own Terrapagos and maybe have a chance at catching up with this Lunala pick, which is getting very, very scary.
Yeah, and to take note, neither trainer has actually opted to go for terrestrialization as of yet. Or actually, apologies, I think Eric did with the water type on the Incineroar, but this Screamtail does have an option to go for the Grass Terror if it feels like it needs to be able to survive any sort of Moongeist Beast focus into the slot.
Yeah, really good point there. But is the Encore coming out from Eric's Screamtail, which is the faster one, locking it into this Calm Mind now. And yep, there's the Encore coming out from the opposing end, which is going to fail there. Moongeist Beam comes out from Lunala. Eric's popping off. He knows this is awesome moments right now. Gets the one-hit KO on the Screamtail.
Absolutely knocking it out. We saw that there was no disable into the Lunala slot that would have been able to at least protect it from any sort of Moonblast in the past because of the normal type immunity to the ghost typing. And yeah, that's just what a turn of events, really. At this point, it feels like Eric has all of the momentum going in his favor and potentially even guaranteeing himself into the finals. But we're going to have to see how the remainder of this game turns out.
Yeah, you've still got a Heatran at the moment, which can still potentially get a knockout on this Screamtail if it's heavy enough with that heavy sand. But Mateo throws in the towel.
That's in the towel. That's it. Eric Rios is in the final versus Michael Kelch.
Huge congratulations to Eric Rios there. Absolutely so well played, using that Screamtail to full advantage there, just shutting down every single option, and also was the fastest Screamtail on top of that as well, just showing what an innovative team builder he is and how he just executed the plan so well.
Yeah, that was so tough as well. Well contested from Mateo's side, but Eric, it just really felt like he was that additional step ahead of the game each and every time within the turns, and it was quite tough because Mateo in game 1 lost the Heatran due to the critical hit of the Moongeist Beam, but in game 2 it was the fact that Lunala was given so much more room to be able to have that Calm Mind set up initially, so it wasn't even down to RNG mattering at that point. It locked in a pin because of it outspeeding the Heatran, because of being able to most likely guarantee a one-shot on the Heatran, putting Mateo in such an awkward position.
Yeah, it really was, and I think what Mateo was kind of struggling to do was kind of bring those pieces that dealt with Lunala properly.
Yes.
It's only the Incineroar that really threatens it outside of Terra with a knockoff, but even when it goes for the Terra, he kind of needed that grass-type offensive-likeness that the Rillaboom and the Ogerpon was providing.
Yeah.
And with the Ogerpon there that they were bringing, it only has Grassy Glide on this team.
Yeah.
It is a really weak move, especially when not brought with a Rillaboom. So once Lunala had gone for the Terra, there really wasn't much damaging it at all. And so Eric's main way of supporting that Lunala just had to be dealing with the opposing Screamtail. And also then finding out he had the faster one was all he needed.
I feel like that absolutely sealed it then and there. But Eric was just able to better position himself in advance, and just having that Lunala as such a sort of flag bearer in terms of the win condition that he had identified was just subliminal, because we see the Lunala relatively different to Bezard as well, Mutazir, in the Vancouver Regional Finals. It's opting in a different way. Essentially what you said, you had a chat with Eric, he didn't like Terrapagos, so he's like, you know what, let me do the same thing but with the Lunala.
Yeah, exactly. And there it is. That's what Lunala can do that Terrapagos can't, is one-hit KO a Heatran. And there's Terrapagos. Obviously, he's responding as well, getting that KO on the Ogerpon, but at the end of the day, it was that Lunala that shone brighter than the Terra, Stella, Starstorm, Star itself, that Terrapagos.
They're very well played there. But yeah, and we do obviously see the Moongeist Beam in that game 2, able to seal up the fate of the Screamtail, as well as Eric Rios himself into the finals against Michael Kelch, the current reigning champion. Honestly, I'm gonna just say it and lay it out frank here. I'm getting Marco Silva Latin American National Championships vibes.
Oh, interesting.
You know what I mean?
Do you feel like there might be a repeat champion? Is that what you're saying?
Oh, I don't know. I mean, I'm not going to take it to that extent, because both of these trainers are absolutely on the top of the game, not only on the European front, globally too, because they are some of the very, very best. We're going to have to see, but it is building up to that scenario. Can Eric steal this one away from Michael?
Yeah, like, it could definitely happen, couldn't it? I mean, this is a brand new composition with Lunala that we've not yet seen.
Yeah.
And so chances are that Michael hasn't really had an opportunity to practice, like, day after day on it, like he probably has with a lot of other team compositions. So he's got to kind of go on the fly as to how to deal with this Lunala that has that Shadow Shield, that you can't just kind of one-hit KO from the get-go with your maximum offense, because it's going to be able to take something really comfortably to start with and then dish out so much damage back. Like, it's a ghost type into Calyrex Ice Rider, you know? Like,
it's true. Yeah, and the fact that it can, Moongeist Beam generally as a secondary effect can go through abilities. So as a move, generally speaking, it's got so much value when accompanied by this Lunala, especially with the tools it has available by its side. Having the Shadow Shield, turn upon turn, come back, be reactivated, because there's so much potential of health recovery is crazy, and it makes so much sense.
It does, yeah. It's kind of a wonder, right, why we haven't really seen it before, because Lunala Calm Mind is not something that we've never seen before. Back in previous formats in 2019, Lunala was often paired with Xerneas, for instance, to kind of boost up next to it, often using Psych Up sometimes.
That's true.
But with a couple of, Moongeist Beams or Psychic, and we've seen it have huge success.
Yeah.
But it's just in this regulation on its own, maybe people have underestimated it a little bit in response to, the other ghost psychic type Calyrex Shadow Rider over here.
Yeah.
But yeah, like, there were 2 in top cut, and where are they now?
Oh, well, I mean, factual. Very, very, very factual. But yeah, I think what I do really like is it feels like a one-to-one swap between the Terapagos and Lunala, because they both have a very similar ability in order to be able to half the damage dealt onto it initially, any damage. But then again, in all honesty, Terapagos, its Terra Shell is a tiny bit better, but it clearly shows that Eric has opted to go for the Lunala because of the availability of the typing as well as the moves, as to be able to parry up with it.
Yeah, I think it's a really good point. It's that combination of everything that makes it so good. Yeah. And that's why I kind of wanted to talk about Screamtail a little bit too. We often we've seen it of both of these players' teams, right?
Yeah.
2 of them have made it to top 4, and so maybe we should be focusing a little bit on this Pokemon as something that is an anti-setup, anti-shenanigan sort of Pokemon with its own sort of, like, tricks up its sleeve too. Because obviously we saw Wolf Glick use it to win EUIC with.
That is true.
And was a core part of the Perish Song trapping that it was doing. But it was that Encore to Sable that we've often seen on other teams as well as Wolf Glick's team that made it so solid, because otherwise those sort of, like, Calm Mind strategies can just completely run away with the game. Like Terapagos, you might want an Urshifu with a close combat to deal with it, but Screamtail is also without an answer.
Yeah, and I do really like the fact that on Wolf's team, we had the Perish Son as the 4th slot, but obviously now we've got the Dazzling Gleam, because it better places yourself to be able to set up the board to a point where you can pick up a Swift KO onto any sort of Focus Sash / Sturdy-based Pokemon, because you're going to naturally outspeed them with that pivot action going of the Incineroar, Parting Shot, bring that Screamtail like we saw Eric do so lovingly there, and just pick up the KOs where necessary, open up the field for Lunala, and that's just a really cool way to be able to synergize the harmony between these different combos on the composition that Eric's brought.
100%, but I do want to say kudos to Mateo, obviously, to bringing it this far. Like, top 4 is an incredible showing, especially in the formats here in 2025 as well, where the numbers just keep climbing up in terms of, like, attendance, so it just gets stronger and stronger, the overall pool of players that you're going up against, and getting this far with a really cool team, bringing Terapagos, which so many players are saying, nah, it's bad, nah. It's still here, it's still in top 4.
Yeah.
So it's just lost out to, like, it had to be Lunala and an Eric Rios that kind of took you down, and that's, like, nothing to be ashamed of.
No, it truly isn't, because at this point I think Mateo has honestly just proven why he is such a great player, being able to bring it to this stage. I'm confident that we will be seeing more from him, hopefully in this season. But we have got the finals coming up. We have got Michael Kelsch rocking a Calyrex Ice Rider versus Eric Rios with that Lunala. Different sort of variety of compositions, definitely, but it's going to be one for the ages.
I mean, it's quite interesting, right, where
at Vancouver Regionals, the final was also Lunala.
Yeah, there we go. I was waiting for you to pick up on it. Oh, I'm so happy.
Like, it was so sickly.
Yeah.
Yeah, which is like really interesting, right? And it was also a kind of hard trick room sort of Calyrex Ice side scene that Alejandro was kind of using. And it was this kind of Terrum sort of balanced Lunala stuff, which is sort of kind of basically what Eric's running as well. Yeah. So does that tell us that we haven't learned anything from Vancouver?
Well, to be fair, we have, because there have been adaptations to both of those cores, right? They're completely, I'd say, different when it comes to the supporting Pokemon by their side. But like you said, it's sort of the same matchup, really. Like, the restrictors are the same. You've got variety when it comes to, I don't know, like the grassy terrain availability via the Rillaboom over on Eric, I would say, sorry, no, Eric's side, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So there's no sort of reliance on the psychic terrain support via that female Ndidi that we saw from Bezard.
Yeah, it's a really good point, and Lunala can't make use of that psychic terrain necessarily on Eric's end because it doesn't have a psychic move.
Yeah.
So yeah, we've got a very different matchup, as you say, so it'd be really interesting to see how the two players play this out. Even though the restricted are similar, the teams and obviously the players make a huge difference to that. So, like, it's really hard to call, I think, who's going to say this.
But we're going to find out shortly. So, what we're going to do is give you lovely folks at home a breather, a moment to get your refreshments, because we're going to be back very shortly with the grand finals here in Stockholm. So don't go anywhere, we'll be right back.
Hi Pokemon trainers, David Partington here, shining a spotlight onto some of the best items being used right now in the Scarlet and Violet era of competitive Pokemon. This time, be on your guard for the Ability Shield. This item prevents any other Pokemon from affecting the holder's ability in any way. For instance, their ability can't be nullified by the Mold Breaker ability, nor by neutralizing gas. Therefore, the Ability Shield is the ideal item for a Pokemon that heavily relies on its ability to do its job on the team. One effective use of it is on Landorus Therian form. If paired with a Weezing as a teammate that has set neutralizing gas on the field, its Intimidate ability can still function. But on top of that, it means Landorus can now drop the attack stat of opposing Pokemon who would normally block Intimidate, such as Kingambit with Defiant or Dragonite with Inner Focus. So trainers, keep the valuable ability of your Pokemon insured. Arm up with the Ability Shield.
Welcome, Pokemon trainers. If you are just joining us now, where have you been? This is the Stockholm Regional Championships. We're in day 2. We're in the final already, come on! And it's versus Michael Kelsch and Eric Rios.
Two of the top trainers that we have in the video game. They're going to be pitting their wits against each other here in Stockholm. Of course, it's David and Ben here for the finals, and we're going to be kicking things off very shortly. But I got to say, David, I mean, looking at this weekend, there's been so many great moments along the way, but I couldn't be happier with the finals that we've got in front of us, and to be able to feature these trainers just at the top of their game right now.
Yeah, really at the top of their game. And, like, we could hardly ask for a more, like, star-studded couple here, to be fair. And, like, you can see how ready they are, how focused they are in this, and Michael doing the classic, drinking a ton of water as well. That must be his secret.
Got to be keeping that brain working well. Well, look, now, something that you may not know back at home, because we didn't feature it on the broadcast, is that this is a rematch of Swiss Round 10.
Okay.
These trainers have already battled up against each other, and it was Eric that was able to take the win. Now, Michael is at a 13-1 record here going into the finals. The only trainer that he's lost to this whole weekend is on your screen right now, Eric Rios.
Wow, okay, what a match we've got. Like, even more of an exciting match for you at home. So,
Who do you think is going to win? Let us know. Use that hashtag #PlayPokemon on X, on Instagram, Facebook, and on YouTube, because this is going to be a match for the ages. And look at those accolades there. And one of them is going to add Stockholm Regional Champion to that.
If you are a little bit newer to the community, maybe you haven't seen these faces just yet, but for those that have been watching for a long time, these trainers are no stranger to our broadcast at the regional, international, and world championship level of competition. Both such phenomenal players, and it is Michael running that team that we've seen so much this weekend. Calyrex, Ice Rider, Smeargle, Torkoal, Urshifu, Single Strike, not Rapid Strike, Indeedee, Female, and that Raging Bolt, trying to get the Trick Room set up and trying to take advantage of that.
Yeah, we've seen it time and time again. That Calyrex just kind of led with that Smeargle constantly. With the Smeargle with so many different supportive options. Is the threat going to go to sleep with a Spore? Are you going to fake it out? Are you just going to redirect away the attacks? There's so many options. And then often just Calyrex just Ice threatening that Trick Room, but just going for that Glacial Lance at the end of the day seems to be the tactic.
And here's that Lunala. 2 events in a row, Lunala and Calyrex. You just mentioned it before we had a little bit of a break there, David, that it's this showdown between these 2 restricted Pokemon, Lunala, Rillaboom, Incineroar, Screamtail, Ogerpon, Cornerstone, and that Tornadus. And what a great team that Eric has been able to craft here. Kind of looks very similar to a lot of those Terrapagos teams, but instead of the Terrapagos going for the Calm Minds, it is instead the Lunala.
It certainly is, and I think if you're Eric, I think you're glad you're a Lunala in this matchup as well, because that your matchup is a lot better into a Calyrex Ice Rider with those Moongeist beams, and you've got that Moonblast as well, that Fairy type attack for the Raging Bolt and that Urshifu.
But equally, the Urshifu has a Wicked Blow that's 4 times super effective and always critical hits into the Lunala. So and it does pressure Eric to have to go for their Terracialization if that is a Pokemon that Michael is going to bring. It's all to play for here in the finals of the Stockholm Regional Championships, and we are about to get things kicked off. Game 1, let's get into it.
Let's hear it for your trainers. Eric Rios, Michael Kelsch, Stockholm Regional Finals, let's go! Calyrex Ice and that Smeargle versus Lunala and Incineroar.
So common leads for both of these trainers, trying to get some fake out pressure on the boards, trying to get themselves early set up. Eric wants to get that Lunala with a Calm Mind to be able to put the pressure onto the Smeargle, Calyrex, and all of the other Pokemon Michael has on his side of the field. But of course, it is that Smeargle that's putting on the faster fake out pressure, but not only that, putting on the Spore pressure. There's no Pokemon at the moment that have the ability to be avoiding that status condition.
So there's the fake out into that Incineroar, but crucially, the Rocky Helmet coming really into play here, breaking the Focus Sash on Michael's own Smeargle. But Calm Mind is starting to get set up here. Eric doing what they've been doing all weekend, getting more and more offensively oppressive in front of their opponents as Calyrex Ice sets up their own move, and that is that Trick Room.
Trick Room really great for the Calyrex Ice Rider, but not so great for the Smeargle in this position. Definitely going to be susceptible to 2 attacks from Eric's side of the field, and Eric's got to be thinking really hard about how they target down Michael's Smeargle in this situation, because if you target down the Smeargle, then it can be it can open up the door for Michael to bring in a sweeper in the Trick Room environment, really take advantage of that. Equally, if you don't, then there's a Spore threat on the Smeargle, threatening down the Lunala on Eric's side.
So it's going to be the switch out from this Smeargle now into that Torkoal to try and make use of the remaining Trick Room turns in the rest of this game. There's no rain to turn off that sun either, so this Torkoal is looking pretty in the sun right now. And it's that Calyrex Ice that's going to join its buddy Torkoal in that fiery aspect of itself, going for that Terrafire so it can take on those Moongeist Beams and that Flare Blitz a whole lot better from Eric's end. And that is that Glacial Lance going straight into both targets, breaking the Shadow Shield on that Lunala and chipping that Incineroar a little bit.
I think that's a really good damage, and that's going to be adding up turn after turn after turn. Flare Blitz turning up the heat there and targeting down that Torkoal, doing really respectable damage. Now, where's the Moongeist Beam going to be targeting down? Is it into that Calyrex, doing just over 50% of its health? But that does mean that the Torkoal's made it in for free.
Yeah, pretty much. Its tail's taken some health for its troubles on the way in, but it's still at a stage where Eruption could still be a fairly strong spread attack option if Mikhail wants to try and go for that slot. But it might have taken just enough damage, though, and it can't go for a Terrafire itself to pick up this Lunala now that it's got that special defense boost.
I think the other question is, now that Lunala's lost its Shadow Shield, will it be able to take any attack from the Torkoal plus a Glacial Lance? And Eric's got to be really thinking about how he's able to navigate the real offensive pressure that Mashal is putting on, and I think a defensive play here is well warranted.
So there's the Weather Ball, and it is into that Incineroar, getting around that Protect really nicely, doing a really good chunk for a resisted hit. And let's see if this Glacial Lance is enough to pick up this Incineroar or not, because this will be a Chilling Neigh boost as well. Let's see, Incineroar does eventually go down.
Wow, Incineroar going down, the Chilling Neigh boost coming on the Calyrex Ice Rider and setting itself up here to be able to probably knock out that Lunala, even with the extra turn of Leftovers recovery.
Exactly, and there's the Leftovers, still healing itself up a little bit, as you said, Ben, there. But the question is it enough to try and stall out the rest of this Trick Room? Now, Rillaboom the Sociable's coming in, and it wants to definitely go for that Fake Out, but is there an Indeedee lurking in the back?
That is always the question when you're playing these Trick Room matchups, and there is Indeedee as an option. But I think we've seen time and time again Eric just lock in and be able to make these reads in these difficult situations. Now, Rillaboom is going to be struggling to do any damage to this Calyrex. It really is all reliant on the Lunala getting its way through the Trick Room to be able to be successful. But here it is, the Torkoal switching out and the Indeedee coming in to replace it.
Yeah, there is that switch in here, but Eric has played a lot of games of Pokemon, so is he going to predict this and maybe play defensive with that Rillaboom here? Still with the Terra option up his sleeve, and yes, he does. Going for that Terrafire on that Rillaboom, keeping it safe from any Glacial Lances that might be coming out this turn, which I think we know is. And that provides Lunala the opportunity to maybe go for an attack later, assuming it takes this +1 Glacial Lance. How bulky is it? Just enough!
It hangs on!
Hangs on. U-turn, a great play, not falling for that Indeedee switch in, not going for that Fake Out, and getting back on out of there so it can come a little bit later and reset that terrain.
This is absolutely huge. This Lunala is now able to attack because the Indeedee has switched in this turn. It's not going to be redirecting any attacks like it likes to. Moongeist Beam is going to be the choice for Eric. It's going to target down, of course, into that Calyrex Ice Rider, and enough to pick up the big KO there. Mikhail has lost his first restricted in this set, and Lunala is still on the field and putting the pressure on.
You've got to imagine Mikhail kind of thinking, what if I had just attacked with Torkoal that turn? What if we just gone into the Lunala? We would have looked at a completely different game. But that is why Eric is at the top of his game right now with this amazing new team. He calls the switch in. He didn't even know Indeedee was there, but just kind of had a feeling for that game plan and absolutely knew what to do.
You've got to make those reads, though, in this situation is all to play for here, and the finest of margins makes such a difference there. Eric not wanting to take the risk whatsoever that the Indeedee was in the back, and now with the Lunala being able to just heal itself up a little bit, it's still going to get through that Trick Room environment. But the good thing for Eric here is that Terrafire has been committed onto the Rillaboom. That means that it can switch in much more reliably against a Torkoal using Fire-type moves, get the Fake Out after you reset the grassy terrain, take away the psychic terrain and allow those priority moves to be put into play.
Yeah, 100%. And because the Calyrex Ice doesn't have a ground move as well, it's a really safe Terra in this matchup to do too. So the Lunala is going for the Protect on this last turn of Trick Room here to stall out the remaining turns, as it's probably going to be outspeeding everything as well going forward. And there's the Spiky Shield on the Ogerpon too.
Yeah, I like that play. Just playing defensively, not wanting to take any risks, not wanting to risk an Earth Power on the Terrafire Rillaboom on the switch-in, and a Heat Wave pinging off both of those Protects there from the Torkoal. And this Indeedee gets to just go for a Psychic, maybe trying to break the Sturdy and try to knock out the Ogerpon after a Heat Wave. But with this Leftovers recovery, this Lunala is getting ever more difficult to be able to knock out. Smeargle in the back doesn't have any offensive options that it can use against Lunala, and now without Trick Room and with the damage that Indeedee has taken, it's going to struggle for Michelle to be able to set up the Trick Room yet again.
Yeah, the Ndidi just needs to be denied that opportunity to go for that Trick Room, and it should be pretty much game there with that Rillaboom looking really healthy too. But the Torkoal could still offer a lot of damage right now, so Mikhail does still have the option of maybe switching in that Torkoal into the Smeargle to catch a Moongeist Beam.
Yeah, I think you can let the Ogerpon take a hit. There is a little bit of a risk of a burn, and I think Mikhail's got to go for it really in this situation. I don't think he's got any other play there. This is the only way that the Torkoal's going to get another attack off, is if you go for the follow me with Ndidi and you just take the Ivy Cudgel and hope that the Ndidi hangs on, but it does not. Ivy Cudgel is picking up the KO. It looks like Torkoal's next on the docket.
Yeah, and there is that Moongeist Beam as well, playing it nice and safe there, knowing Ivy Cudgel was enough on the Ndidi, and there is that attack, +1 into that Torkoal, getting that knockout.
Only one more Pokemon remains for Michelle, and there's only one offensive option in Fake Out. That only worked on the first time round, and Eric has locked up this game 1.
Absolutely here, yeah. Smeargle would have to pull out quite the miracle at the moment, especially using Decorate isn't quite the option either, as you're just boosting up your opponent's offensive stats as well at this point. So
sporting behaviour.
It would be very sporting.
Yeah, but look how well Eric has been able to position their Pokemon in this case. And I really like, this is something that we've got to call out here in this situation, and it's one of the reasons that Michelle is such a dangerous player to be playing up against, because we know that the result is going to be that Eric is winning game 1, but Michelle is taking their time to think about what they can do to adapt going into game 2.
Definitely. I mean, we saw that really pivotal turn, right, when Eric calls the Ndidi switch in. If he doesn't call that, or if Mikhail just goes for the attack with Torkoal, we look at a very different game here. Ulala's gone down, it's not threatening all that damage still at once, and it's kind of up to a Rillaboom, which can't touch Torkoal to kind of deal with the rest of the team. So, in some ways, Mikhail could just play the same game again, but just switch up what he does instead. But does Eric predict that? And then we get into this whole cycle again, Ben, as we do.
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing. And also, you know, let's not beat around the bush here. That Lunala did not hang on with a lot of HP from that +1 Glacial Lance.
True.
After getting the first Glacial Lance, breaking the Shadow Shield, a couple of turns of leftover recovery, and then another Glacial Lance being able to target it down. If that was able to pick up the KO there, then it's a completely different game as well. So even if they played exactly the same game, the result of it wouldn't necessarily be the same.
Yeah, that's a really good point, Ben. There is a lot of variety in Pokemon VGC because you've got that slight difference in damage calculation when you go for that attack. Saying that, though, Eric probably doesn't want to be banking his win of this tournament on that exact turn again. So how does he make it safer this time?
And only one game stands between Eric and a regional title, and 2 games stand between Michelle and being able to be 2-time consecutive Stockholm Regional Championships here. It's just so close between these 2 players. They're playing so well. I don't even want to call how these trainers are going to react, because these guys are absolutely locked in. They're so focused on what they need to do to win this game. It could all come down to this.
It really could, Ben. It really could. This could be the final game. Eric needs that one more shot. Mikhail Kesh on the brink of defeat right now. Hear it for your players.
That this game can play out, and I think there's a definite opportunity here for Michelle to go on the offensive just that little bit earlier. Try to get straight into Trick Room and try to get that Torkoal in while the Lunala is wanting to be able to set up its boost. Then you don't need to rely while the Lunala is wanting to be able to set up its boost. Then you don't need to rely on Ndidi.
Does get set up, but it looks like Mikhail is going to get up Trick Room, but Torkoal has got in 1 turn earlier, which could make a huge amount of difference.
Especially since this is a Terra Water, avoid any damage from the close combat like its ghost counterparts would be able to do, and of course it's a very difficult thing that you have to be able to predict which Pokemon might go for its, or whether the Incineroar goes for its Terra or not, as to how you're going to target if you're Michelle in this situation. You've got to be getting on the the offensive, but you can't get this turn wrong, because if you get the call wrong, Lunala goes for a protect, and maybe maybe a Rillaboom comes in this spot, or another way that Eric can slow down that Trick Room environment, then it's going to be really hard for Michal to be able to recover.
So another great call to go for that Terrafire on the Calyrex Ice Rider there. Again, being able to take Moongeist Beams and Flare Blitz is so much better from Eric's end here. So a nice safe Terra there. And the responding Terra from Eric's end too. It could be a Terra Water apiece for either of these targets, but it is that Incineroar there. As you called, Ben, it's able to take on those ice moves a little bit better, but maybe not those close combats. So let's see if Michal actually goes for that target or not into this set. But first it's that Earth Power into that slot. Not doing a lot of damage right now, so let's see if it actually survives that close combat. But no, Glacial Lance instead, chipping that Shadow Shield down and then Incineroar a little bit lower.
Yeah, that's good spread damage to be able to have, but you do the risk of being able to not get as much damage on the Lunala, not break that Shadow Shield before the Glacial Lance goes into it. Of course, now the Parting Shot goes into that Torkoal. Because the Torkoal has gone for the Earth Power, it hasn't gone for the Fire-type attack, so Rillaboom's feeling a little bit nicer in this position.
It definitely is coming in right now. In front of two Fire-types, not the most amazing thing, but the Moongeist Beam is something that is pretty amazing, and it's going right down into that Calyrex Ice Rider. At +1, though, that Calyrex Ice takes that really well. Over 50% health still, and Grassy Terrain is actually healing it up well out of range of another one.
Without that Parting Shot, this would have been a really nice pin for Michal, having the Rillaboom coming in, because you Earth Power and Glacial Lance. And yeah, okay, there could be a fake out, but we saw that Eric in game 1 is reluctant to go for a fake out, and you sort of pin this Terrafire. Oh no, can't go for the Terrafire anymore because the Incineroar has committed the Terra already, so this Glacial Lance is looking more and more strong here.
Yeah, really strong right now, and if that Calyrex Ice Rider gets a KO, that's a chilling Nay boost, which we saw it being able to do so much more damage once that happened. So there's the Indeedee switch in once again here. Does Eric fall for it again this time? Does he go for a fake out? No, the direct switch out instead. A great play there, not falling for it this time, especially if you leave it in a U-turn, you might just go down to a Glacial Lance immediately. So Incineroar is a beautiful switch in right now. Of course, it's the Intimidate's not going to affect the Clear Amulet on that Calyrex Ice Rider, and Indeedee doesn't really care about it much either, but this Glacial Lance shouldn't take any KOs right now, and that allows Lunala to do what it does best again. Moongeist Beam into that Calyrex Ice Rider. It's got a little bit more health than before, and it's
1 HP!
1 HP
1
there.
HP! It's able to hang on, and it's going to be here for another turn. But now, here's where the mind games are. Do you keep the Lunala in, or do you bring in the Rillaboom, change the terrain, and use the fake out to be able to knock out that Calyrex in this spot if you're Eric? It's a cheeky little play, but it could be the one that Eric needs to make to get the advantage and to take this game too, because 1 HP, as we say, so much more than no HP. It gives this Calyrex another opportunity to go on the offensive, and it looks like another Glacial Lance with a helping hand would be enough to pick up a double KO here, and Eric has got to avoid that at all costs.
That's really true. I think Michal is definitely considering that play and maybe keeping itself safe a little bit and switching out some Pokemon at the moment to keep it a little bit better. But there's the Torkoal coming in instead here, and we haven't yet revealed if Eric has done for the switch yet. No, not quite. Not that
Parting
cheeky,
shot.
Ben.
Could be a parting shot, though.
That's true. So Lunala going for the Protect here, keeping it safe a little bit longer. And as the Glacial Lance goes into the Lunala slot.
Is this enough?
Let's see if it is. Terra Water, but it's on very low health, and yeah, that's a KO.
Okay, this Incineroar is getting knocked out. That's the Terra option down for Eric, and the Calyrex going up to +1 increased stages of attack. And now, Michal has a really good scenario here where the Psychic Terrain with the Indeedee is in the back, and so he's able to switch it in. Now, there is a little bit of a difficult time with some switching priority, so if the Rillaboom comes... yeah, there's no way for the Psychic Terrain not to come onto the field, so Michal can really take advantage of this
high-pressure scenario that he's been able to weave his way in, but it looks like it's the last turn of Trick Room. We saw that in game one, where the double protect at the end of Trick Room was totally safe.
Yeah, exactly. So Eric's playing a really nice game here to slow things down a bit. But Mishael does have a few more resources up their sleeve right now. 4 Pokemon is still pretty good, and bringing in a Smeargle to potentially set up a second Trick Room is a really nice option.
I think so, especially with its Focus Sash intact, because it wasn't it was switched out turn 1. If Eric plays completely on the defensive, which I think would be really wise in this situation, then a Follow Me and Trick Room would easily be able to set up another Trick Room, because there is no spread pressure on Eric's side of the field. So these trainers meeting themselves blow for blow.
Yeah, so a really nice play here. So a little bit more of a drawn-out game here, but a well-managed one in terms of the resources. But this time, with a new Trick Room potentially getting set up this turn, Eric suddenly doesn't have an Incineroar, and that means a lot less flexibility. And that was also committed where the Terra was. So Rillaboom Terra Fire, which was really useful last game, isn't as useful in this.
And the other thing to consider here is whether or not you even want to knock out the Smeargle on this turn. You've got to do everything that you can to be able to give yourself the maximum chance of getting through all of the Trick Room turns if Eric predicts Michal to go for the Trick Room again. And so you've got to maybe think about not KOing the Smeargle, maybe switching in the Rillaboom for the Ogerpon, getting the Rillaboom into a position where it can go for a grassy glide in Trick Room and not have to worry about the Spore.
So there's that Ivy Cudgel there, outside Trick Room, the fastest thing on the field right now, knocking Smeargle down to that Focus Sash. And so we'll see that Lunala either go for an attack or that Carmine as well. It is that Moonblast, nailing that KO on that Smeargle, at least putting it 3 for 3 in this Game 2 of the Stockholm Regional Championship final, as Calyrex Ice actually goes on the offensive here, going for the Glacial Lance instead, and getting the KO on the Lunala!
Wow. Yeah, 1+, getting that KO, bringing the Ogerpon down to its sturdy. This is getting close, and now of course there is the Indeedee as well, which will be slower than the Rillaboom too when it comes in. It's at full HP, it's making the grass type damage on Rillaboom, and Ogerpon side on Eric's side of the field do less damage, but it's also going to block any fake out potential as well. Both Eric's Pokemon also still single target attackers, so you can just redirect 2 attacks away from the Calyrex. And doesn't matter what Rillaboom and Ogerpon are going to do, another Glacial Lance looks like it's going to lock up this game.
Yeah, it very much does, especially with the boost from that Chilling Neigh. Calyrex is looking like a monster right now in the face of these 2 grass types. So, yeah, Michael is probably using this little bit of time to think about this Game 3 now, because he's obviously played this one really nicely here to get themselves into this position here. And Eric needs to also think about that change-up for the Game 3s as well.
Yeah, there is an option. You can see Michal just debating whether or not to go for the Trick Room or whether to go for the Glacial Lance. I think both paths are a route to victory, but Michal wanting to set up the Torkoal in the back potentially here. One grass move missing the Indeedee, the other one finding its mark and taking a bit of extra recoil damage from the Rocky Helmet there, as well as the Woodhammer recoil. Trick Room going up. This Calyrex is still at 1 HP, and 1 HP has stood between Eric and taking Game 2 and becoming a regional champion yet again. This is Michal's route back in. Game 3, coming down to this. 2-time Stockholm regional champion, or can Eric take this home?
That's a great question, Ben. We're going to find out very shortly, I would say. But I don't know who's going to take it. That's the thing. We've seen that either of these trainers can take a game off each other here. And like whether Michael can really make the most of those Trick Room turns, or if Eric can stall them out, is going to be the really key question here. We've seen each trainer also bring the same 4 Pokemon on both games. Do we think there's going to be any switch-ups?
I don't think you can bring the Screamtail to this matchup, because Trick Room really
really does. Screamtail wants to go first, right? And when you're in Trick Room, and Eric doesn't have too many ways to stop the Trick Room. You don't want to play the Screamtail in a Trick Room environment. You also don't want to play Tornadoes in a Trick Room environment, even though the Rain Dance might actually be useful against the Torkoal. It's very susceptible to the Calyrex Ice Rider. And equally, looking at Mishael's team, well, the Urshifu could be doing a lot of work, as could the Raging Bolt, but I think the Pokemon that Mishael is bringing to the match, because of all of the single target attackers that Eric has, having that double redirection support, and more crucially with two normal types redirecting, being able to redirect Moongeist Beam and not take any damage from it, it does feel like a good way to approach the matchup.
Yeah, I really like that. I think it makes a lot of sense there to be able to support what you want to be doing the damage, and that is that Calyrex Ice Rider, which it is so good at doing. Right, final game, Stockholm Regional Championships. Let's give it up for our players one final time. We're getting into this game 3. Who is going to take the champion?
And Incineroar, Lunala, Smeargle and Calyrex Ice Rider, third time in a row that both of these trainers have approached the matchup this way round. They've made different decisions in both Game 1 and in Game 2. And now we've got to find out whether or not it's going to be the same decisions yet again here. Does the Fake Out go into Incineroar? Does the Calyrex get the Trick Room up? Is Mishael able to get that Torkoal into a position to really put the pressure on?
Yeah, really good question, honestly. Like, we've seen these leads before. We've seen what they can offer as well. We've seen some hard switches out as well, but both trainers are sticking with what they've got right now. There's the Terrifier and the Calyrex Ice Rider. We've seen it in the other games as well. Really nice defensively into Eric's pieces at the moment, because there isn't a lot that hits that for super effective damage, and it takes on things so much better as well. Fake Out into the Smeargle. Really key hit at the moment there. Breaking that Focus Sash, and now it's going to go down to pretty much any other attack, and Lunala gets that Carmine boost that it's done in the other games as well, enabling it to, say, 2-hit KO that Calyrex Ice Rider, given any grassy terrain recovery.
I really like the way that Eric has played this, Mishael has played this turn, because there's no Trick Room, there's just going on the offensive and getting a little bit of damage onto the Lunala, but this time the Smeargle hasn't switched out, and typically the Smeargle in these compositions is trained to be that bit faster, and so it's able to go for a Spore in front of a Pokemon like Lunala. Now this Lunala on Eric's side has been shown time and again to be trained to be pretty speedy. So the question is, how speedy has it been trained? Does Eric know something that we don't? Does Eric know whether or not this Lunala is going to outspeed a Smeargle or not?
I think it's pretty speedy, but yeah, I don't think we've seen it in this matchup as well. And what makes it tricky for Mishael to go for a Trick Room right now is the threat of the taunt on Eric's own Incineroar here, hence the Glacial Lances we've been seeing. So there's that Moonblast to try and pick up the Smeargle, but Torkoal takes that for it instead. And yeah, there we see the taunt coming out from the Incineroar, but Mishael might have called this, might have seen this coming, and yes, he did. Going for that Glacial Lance, breaking the Shadow Shield, already broken it rather, going for even more damage on this Lunala, and getting that Incineroar ever so low to that KO.
This is why Calyrex Ice Rider is so dangerous, and we see this time and time again, where the Trick Room looks like the scenario that gets you onto the front foot, but also just go for Glacial Lance and put a lot of damage on your opponent's side of the field. It makes switching so much harder. It puts pressure on the Rillaboom or the Ogerpon coming in from the back for Eric, and it means that Lunala gets closer and closer to getting knocked out.
So the Lunar's looking really threatening at the moment now. There's no grassy terrain for the Calyrex Ice to kind of make use of and heal up out of range of any attacks. And I like that Eric's not positioning in his Rillaboom just yet to allow for that. But Indeedee now switches in, hoping maybe to catch a Moongeist Beam here, but Lunar's still playing it safe, going for that Protect for now, as this Calyrex Ice cannot go for that Trick Room here, so a nice safe play, but it's the Flare Blitz into that Calyrex Ice instead, and taking a decent amount of damage still with that Sun Up.
I really like that play from Eric, but it could have been a parting shot coming out there and repositioning his field. Instead, the Incineroar is going to have to take another Glacial Lance, but it can shrug that off this turn around. Now, though, Indeedee on the field will be able to redirect any attacks away from the Calyrex Ice Rider. And we know it's taunted. We know it can't go on the defensive, which means that it's going to be likely attacking this turn. There's no reason at the moment for Michael to be switching it out, and that puts so much pressure onto the field. If the parting shot from the Incineroar, which is faster than the Calyrex, goes off, it's just like switching. If you've got two Grass-type Pokemon in the back for Eric, they're going to take super effective damage from the Glacial Lance. If it's the Rillaboom and it gets knocked out, you get a Chilling Neigh boost on the Calyrex, and Michael goes further and further ahead in this position. So Eric's really got to find a way to dig deep and find a way to be able to maybe knock out that Indeedee, sacrifice the Lunala, and maybe try to rely on the Cornerstone Ogerpon in the back.
But it's the follow me first from this Indeedee, keeping this Calyrex Ice very safe now. So Moonblast, Eric calls that move there, doing 50% too, and Sun Boosted Flare Blitz might be enough for this Indeedee. Yes, it is at KO, the first KO of this final game of this whole tournament. But is the Calyrex Ice strong enough here? If with a Glacial Lance, is probably going to get the KO of this Incineroar and might put this Lunala very, very close.
I think this is going to be in range of the Glacial Lance, but we're not going to have to wait long to see. Here it is.
Target. It's enough for a KO. Lunala goes down here. The restricted that Eric has relied on for so much of this set is completely down. A double KO for Michael, and it's looking so good for him right now.
And the taunt has been shaken off as well. So it is going to be two Pokemon in the back. I'm just assuming from previous games that it's going to be Rillaboom and Ogerpon Cornerstone Mask here going to be switching in. The Calyrex can protect itself from a Fake Out and maybe go for a Trick Room. If the Trick Room goes up, then the Torkoal in the back is looking pretty strong. But of course, with the Ogerpon and the Rillaboom changing the terrain to grassy terrain, Fake Outs are going to be active. Spore is not going to be active, but Redirection is going to be active on the Smeargle. And it really all comes down to those last decisions that these trainers have got to make.
And I don't think we've seen the in-speed interaction between the Rillaboom and the Smeargle as well, as to whether the Smeargle can get a Fake Out off before the Rillaboom here, which if it can, then the Rillaboom's not doing a whole lot back either, especially into a Fire type. But Spiky Shield comes out from Eric's end, predicting the Fake Out from Michael's end and preserving the Sturdy, which he does call.
Fake Out going into that Spiky Shield, so Eric's gets an opportunity to go for a Fake Out into the Calyrex and make this turn effectively null and void. That's exactly what happens, and a really good call there from Eric to be able to stop this being a problem. But now you need the Ogerpon Cornerstone to be able to hit the Ivy Cudgel into the now Fire-type Calyrex Ice Rider to be able to pick up a KO. But can it do that? Can the Grassy Glide from the Rillaboom be enough to knock out the Smeargle before that happens? That's the question, because now we're seeing the Ogerpon going for a Terrestrialization. Maybe it can.
Maybe it can. This has to be enough. This Rillaboom Grassy Glide into the Smeargle needs to be enough to be able to get this on. The Follow Me Smeargle knows its fate right now, but it needs to be able to survive at least one attack. There's the Grassy Glide into the Smeargle. It's not enough! 7 HP! Ivy Cudgel redirects into that Smeargle. The Calyrex Ice Rider is free to do exactly what it wants. Michael knows that this second title is in reach.
This is so close here, but Michael able to put themselves in the best possible situation to be able to take this game. The sunlight fades, so well timed here. The Torkoal is coming back on to turn the heat back up.
Here it is, right back on there, and it's fresh into the Trick Room as well. Exactly where Torkoal and Calyrex Eyes want to be, bringing the fire to this match and this entire stadium here. Michael Kelch is undisputably the king of Stockholm right now. Spiky Shield, Eric stalling things out, going for what he has to do.
And it's going to be a Grassy Glide going into the Calyrex, not doing much damage whatsoever, but the Earth Power is the lock-in of choice. Michael targeting down that now only Rock-type Ogerpon with the Torkoal. Glacial Lance the follow-up, pinging off that Spiky Shield, but is it enough with the Chilling Neigh boost? It is picking up the Rillaboom. Only one Pokemon stands between Michael Kelch and being two-time Stockholm Regional Champion.
We're getting so close there now. This Spiky Shield, it needs to get it again and again and again for Eric Roos to have even a chance to stall out this Trick Room here. There's so much offensive presence from Michael Kelch right now. He's got that Earth Power that's super effective. He's got that Glacial Lance from a Calyrex Ice Rider. There's the Spiky Shield. There's the failure here. Michael knows he's done it. There's the Earth Power, super effective. Almost down here. And there it is, Michal Kelch. He's Stockholm Regional Champion. He's doing it again, and he has done it.
Victini for victory here for Michal Kelch. He is your two-time Stockholm Regional Champion. He did it last year, the first Regulation Set G event we had in Europe. He's doing it again at the close of Regulation Set G, showing that he can maintain that form all the way through.
Amazing. Just amazing to see that play at the end there. Oh my gosh.
7 hit points.
7 hit points. Like that Calyrex Ice Rider training.
Actually, no, 8 hit points. 8 hit points stood between Eric and being able to be crowned champion here. 1 on the Calyrex, 7 on the Smeargle.
And the play right at the end there where the Lunala ends up going down as well, thanks to the Flare Blitz, recoil knocking out the Incineroar, making that Glacial Lance a single target move to be able to knock it out, which it otherwise probably wouldn't as well. Just the perfect bring in right at that time. And there I was kind of thinking oh, he hasn't set up Trick Room yet. Eric has the advantage for Trick Room or the speed for the entire game, but setting it up in that late game where that Torkoal can then suddenly come in was absolutely masterful.
Such a good final all the way through, and especially as well, I'm really happy to see how, Eric nearly did the Eric special here, losing game 1, winning game 1, and then Michal turning it on its head as well, being able to come back and claim victory. It just shows that mental fortitude that Michal has, and especially against a player like Eric. He's been all the way to so many finals. He's won 4 regional championships and special championships in his career. He's won international championships. He's made it to top 8 of the world championships as well. But Michal, being able to come in over the last few years, he's been absolutely unbelievable. So consistent, event after event after event, showing us why he is deserving of being a champion here in Stockholm.
Definitely as well. And you can see how his friends really look up to him as well. He's kind of helped build this team that him and his friends have been using at this tournament, and he's brought it all the way to do it absolute justice as well. Absolutely incredible. Honestly, incredible to have someone who wins the same tournament year after year in the same sort of way, in the same format too as well.
Look at that.
I don't know if anyone has done this.
No, and I was just reminded of that 1 HP on the Calyrex there with the replay going on right now. That Moonguy's Beam just not able to pick up the KO there, and it's just... These are margins, I can't even put into words how close these margins are, how fine they are in this situation. You've battled it out. You've played 8 rounds in day 1. Michal Kelch was our 8-0 undefeated player.
He was.
Eric coming in there at X-1, 7-1, going into day 2. Both of them undefeated, mostly undefeated all day, coming into our top cut. Battling it out through those knockout rounds where every time, and Michal was so close to not making it through a couple of times already, but he's just found that last little way to be able to play to all of his outs, play to all of his win conditions, and it's just such a phenomenal thing to see, and I think it's such a great showcase of what it takes to be a champion.
And I really love as well how you mentioned at the start of this match that his only loss was to Eric Rios earlier in the set. And now he's been able to do that justice in a really tight game, then able to even conquer that. So in some ways, he's undefeated. He's righted that wrong. He's taken it down.
There's a win cancelled out a loss. I'm not sure if that's the case.
But at the right time, it certainly has mattered.
Yeah. I mean, if you were gonna come back and win a rematch at any point in the tournament, you want it to be in the finals. And Michal Kelch, Eric Rios there with their teams. If you've just joined us, you've missed an absolutely epic final between these top trainers. Michal Kelch able to become, of course, our 2025 Stockholm Regional Champion.
How are they going to put that on the graphic when he's up again on stream? Are they going to put them in separate ones, like 2024 Stockholm Regional Champion or 2025 Stockholm Regional Champion, or 2-time Stockholm Regional Champion?
I think if Michal didn't have as many achievements as he does, maybe you could put him in separate boxes, but
I mean, there's enough to take it 2 times Stockholm Regional Champion, I think.
Yeah, I think so. Or like back-to-back Stockholm Regional Champion, or undefeated Calyrex Ice Rider Awesome Player Champion.
I like it.
Yeah?
Yeah.
It fits.
We'll workshop that a little bit later, David. Yeah, the other thing I want to call out here, and it's a continuation of a point that you made earlier, David, is that just in Vancouver, not long ago, it was Calyrex Lunala in the finals of the Vancouver Regional Championships. But it was the Lunala that was able to take the victory there. Now the Calyrex has shown that it's able to take the victory in that matchup between these 2 restricted Pokemon. And my question is, going into the last couple of events that we have in the regulation set G format, which one are you choosing?
Yeah, it's a really good choice. I mean, like, I don't think a lot of people were maybe picking Lunala. I think a lot of people maybe expected it to be that one-hit wonder that kind of does really well and then kind of drops off as people kind of realize what it does. But we've seen a new build of it now, and that's kind of what we saw with Koraidon a lot, wasn't it? Where having Wolfgut having one EUIC with it, putting it a little bit more on the map, but seeing it also win Fortaleza in Brazil as well, a different composition. Jamie Boyd doing really well with a different composition. We've seen now that actually these more undiscovered restricteds have a lot of flexibility with them. So as we go into the rest of the season and into our events over the next month with Regulation Set G, it means that we might actually see even more innovation across the time.
Absolutely. Let's have a look now, though, at our final standings here, David. We've got Michal Kelcher and Eric Rios that we are able to congratulate. But looking down the list, these list of trainers are so accomplished in their own right and have a fantastic spot here in our top 8.
Yeah, they do. And a really cool set of teams there as well to have in a top 8 too. A really good snapshot of where we are in Regulation Set G, which we've had so much fun with across the 2 kind of episodes that we've had over this year and last year as well. And yeah, it's quite funny how Jamie Boyd's team really kind of shines through a lot of that, to be honest, isn't it? Where you've got that walking weight and the brute bonnet as well. Perhaps Jamie will get his wish and some people might kind of pick up a few of his tricks. Yeah, you're right. It's a bit too much to hope for, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a lot to hope for. I mean, Jamie is a phenomenal team builder, but I think a lot of the teams that Jamie used work in Jamie's head.
Yeah.
And he's able to execute those strategies. It's not because that they're unconventional that they're working. They do have a lot of logic behind them. Jamie is a fantastic team builder, but he really does like to try to decide on how a format is working and really target down those Pokemon in the format that have been doing well to try and find success. But that's not the only way to play. I mean, looking down the list, you've got Maddie Morgan playing the Calyrex Shadow Rider, more balanced archetype there with the Tornadus that we've been talking about quite a lot this weekend. And Federico Camparosi going for that Miraidon tried and tested Arabega composition that has been both won the World Championships last year, but also been so consistent across many of our players this weekend, showing why it's a top team that you've got to be looking out for.
You really do. I think there's so much to learn from in this place here. I mean, it's just incredible. Like, we've had such top-tier content here for the ages, really, and Regulation Set G as well. Like, so much to learn from, so much that people can take away. And from all of our top trainers here, thank you to them for making all of this possible and getting this far.
Well, another thank you that we have to give now for the winners ceremony. Going to be getting ready to go. So without further ado, let's go crown our champion.
Thank you very much, Ben and David. This is the final moment we have all been waiting for. Hard-fought battles across both day 1 and day 2 here at the 2025 Stockholm Regional Championships, but only one victor. With that being said, there's a lot of trainers that have gone through a lot throughout the entire weekend. 2 have shown above all, and we are here to be able to appreciate and acknowledge them. First off, we've got our finalist who has come into the 2nd place, Eric Rios. Eric, huge congratulations, my friend. It was a well-fought set all the way through to the game 3 there. tell me, how are your initial thoughts going through the entire process?
The matchup is really difficult for me. I think I have to read every turn. Michael played very well, and also the last turn of the game 3, I thought, okay, he's gonna fake a Dogger Pond and Trick Room for winning, so I have to Speaky Shield and pray for Glide, KO the next turn. If I KO the Smeargle, then Eevee Catchel plus the Terra will take the Kali Ice, but he got the Glide, he followed me, and that was over. But he played really well, so he's the GOAT.
As you are as well, my friend. I mean, just one of the very best that the EU has to represent, as well as Michael. But generally speaking, you are now so much further down your journey when it comes to your World's Invitation. You've been able to pocket quite a few CP. Did you have any highlight goals throughout the current season that you're trying to target, or maybe even any future events you plan on attending?
My next goal is winning Worlds, for sure.
That's it. That's the spirit. That's a champion right here. But, Eric, thank you so much for your time. Huge congratulations and commiserations. And we'll be seeing you very shortly in a future event. Thank you. Next up, we've got the competitor that has been able to go ahead and stand above all, not once, but twice. One time last season, bringing it back for the second time right now. Undisputed regional champion of Stockholm, Michael Kelch. Michael, we're getting a bit of deja vu, my friend. We were here at this point last season. You are here once again. You've been able to defend your title successfully and to a great degree against such an amazing player in Eric Rios. How are you feeling, my friend?
Everything is going through me right now. I'm just very happy that the set was literally worth watching. I think that was definitely one of the best finals we've had ever. Like, so close. 1 HP in game 2, 7 HP in game 3, mind games, and like everything. We had everything, and I'm just happy that we had such a cool set. And I'm also obviously over happy that I stay here again as the winner.
And I mean, to no avail, you have fought very hard throughout the entire tournament. Generally speaking, we already know that you had a very successful last season, World's top 4. You've already clinched your World's Invitation. So generally speaking, what were your main goals going into this season?
So I just really enjoy the time I have at regionals because it's a good excuse to meet friends that are farther away when you think. So it's a really good opportunity to just meet your friends and have fun with them, and just pushing each other to higher limits is also really, really nice. So I'm always, when I go to a tournament, I always try to win, but what I want to see foremost is just that my friends have fun and we just have a good time, and it's every single time I enjoy it. So that was my main goal, just keep playing until my friends also stop playing. So for them, for me, that's the plan for the future as well.
Heartwarming sentiments, and just generally speaking, just goes to show it's not only a one-person deal and job. You work throughout with your friends, with your team building groups, and what can be the result are amazing, amazing things. So we've seen last season you had the Zamazenta. This season you got the Calyrex Ice Rider. Is that a bit of an indication of where your allegiance line up to?
So I just knew that for this exact tournament, Zamazenta would probably not perform too well, and yeah, we unfortunately saw it. So I thought I really wanted to try out Calyrex Ice Rider for a long time, but I couldn't find a really good team. I built a team, but then the team won a regional in America, so I thought this team is not good anymore, and then I really like how both restricted play because they are so bulky, they just trade damage, and they do a lot of damage, but they tank a lot. I really like that as a Pokemon. But if I have to choose between Zamazenta and Calyrex Ice, I still have to go for Zamazenta.
There we go. I guess the allegiances are not completely split. That's good to hear. But this time around, you were able to do with Calyrex Ice Rider. What I would say, of course, Michael, right now, do you have any future events you are currently eyeing up on attending?
So obviously Worlds this season, but that's probably it. I will try to make Utrecht work as well, because it's in the new regulation. Utrecht is a beautiful city, and it's not that far away from me, so maybe Utrecht. But unfortunately, I wish I could go to NAIC, but I can't, because now I'm fired up. So, yeah, but playing one tournament in the new meta might be worth, but I have to see with the time. But if I'm not doing Utrecht, it's definitely Worlds. Worlds is going to be big, and then next season, probably a lot more tournaments.
We are very much looking forward to that, Michael. It has been an absolute pleasure watching your journey throughout this weekend. So, looking forward to future ones. With that being said, everybody, I think it's time for us to go ahead, wrap things up with the end of show. So, don't go anywhere. We'll be back in very short moments. And once again, a round of applause for your Stockholm Regional Champion, Michael Kelch.
Over 300 players and a wealth of talent and champions here in this whole arena. And the winner from last year takes it all. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. Of course, we have been your hosts for the Stockholm Regional Championships, and we are, like, obviously blown away from that final, right? Like, absolutely amazing. Michael does such an amazing job with such an innovative team as well, and in the same regulation that he won with last year as well. Really proving he's kind of like king of the format and of like Stockholm Regional Championships. How are we feeling?
I mean, the fact that he was able to do it with a different restricted as well just goes to show that he's got such an acute understanding of the meta and sort of variety of flexibility when it comes to different play styles. You know, you would never expect Michael to be rocking up with a hard Trick Room variant, and he just did, and guess what? He just won a major event title.
Yeah, he did. He did absolutely incredibly, didn't he? And he's now put himself up on that EU Championship board as well, alongside all of our other champions across the 2025 season. So back-to-back on that board for him, which is, like, amazing to see. I mean, Ben, have you got any highlights from the whole tournament itself?
I mean, the whole tournament has been absolutely fantastic. There he is. On the board. Michael Kelch joining William, Eden, Federico, Nils, and Davide. They're getting a direct invite to the World Championships, locking that
up here if he wasn't already had an invite to his name already. As far as favorite moments go, I'm gonna go something slightly different to usual. I had a little bit of a moment with Oscar, one of our UK representatives, and for me, that's one of the most important things, is the community that we have at large here in the Pokemon world. And they were just so pleased that they were able to, one, get showcased, but two, we were able to hype them up and sort of say how they deserved to be there after having such a great start to their competitive journey and cementing their name here as a player to watch all season long.
Yeah, I think it's really important, isn't it? As well, and Mikhail just has such a great community around him as well. And it's great for the community too. He gives so much back, and with all of that effort he puts in, he still has enough time to be a 2-time regional champion, which is amazing. So, obviously, we're only here in Stockholm, and we've got plenty more events to come throughout the rest of the season. We are over halfway, though, so it's getting, it's pretty tight if you are still trying to lock up that World Championships. But if you're in the EU region, you can take a look at this to see if there are any more that take your fancy for the rest of the season. We've obviously got Seville over in Spain. We've got Utrecht in the Netherlands. And, of course, we've got Bologna over in Italy as well, which we're very happy to see.
Yeah, very happy to see 3 more events, which is very exciting. Of course, I think 1 more left in Regulation G, which is also very exciting, especially after coming off the back of this weekend, which has been a phenomenal event from start to finish. Seville obviously will be the next one we have lined up, and it's all running into the next International Championships in New Orleans, and I can't wait for that one. And then, of course, the big one itself, Anaheim, California, the World Championships this year. And we've got a lot of really strong European players who have already, as we've seen on that graphic, locked up their places in Anaheim this year.
Yeah, they certainly have. And that means even if you win one of those special championships as well, you've got an opportunity to get that invite instantly. So even if you don't have that many championship points right now, you still have that opportunity to get that invite as soon as you get that win, which is really huge. And of course, at the North American International Championships, if you just get that top 4, you can also get that invite. So plenty of opportunity if you've got what it takes. So we're going to take a look at what Pokemon action is coming up for the rest of the week as well, if you were just really hungry for more action here. And there it is. You've got XY Kalos Quest on the Tuesday and on the Thursday. And on the Wednesday here, a little bit of a rerun of Los Angeles.
Yeah, that's going to be a really nice one to have a little bit of a memory of what happened back there and see it unfold all over again.
Yeah, it would be really great to see that. I think that might have also been a Regulation Set G event too, where Calyrex Shadow Rider did very well too. But yeah, not to be the case in Stockholm here. Calyrex Ice Rider and Lunala again in the finals here too. I mean, Lee, do you have a favourite moment from this weekend?
I think if I had to pick one, Swansea with the Dragonite, with that Chen Pao. I mean, there's so many moments of this weekend, but I in particular, I love that team composition and the way that was piloted and just overwhelmed. Such a strong opponent in that moment. Probably my favorite, but like I said, there's so many. It's so tough to pick from. Our players that have come this weekend and put on such a show. Just so grateful to be able to be here and amongst it all and have all these great memories from another fantastic Stockholm Regionals.
Yeah, it has been incredible, hasn't it? And
yeah.
I think I asked you at the start of today as to who you thought was going to win as well. So yes. I think I picked Eric Rios. He almost got there. Lee, who did you pick? Remind us.
Michael Kelsch from the finish. No doubts about that.
Sorry.
Absolute congratulations.
Yeah, I mean, well done,
this isn't right.
So well.
What about you, Ben? Who did you pick?
Well, I was picking Michael Kelsch as well.
Oh yeah,
I didn't want to step on your toes, Lee. So I said Oscar, but I was really thinking Michael Kelsch.
I thought that. Yeah, you did say that off camera to me, so I feel like What about you, Costa?
This isn't fair. No, I said Michael Kelsch.
What?
Well, if you had have done, you'd have been right.
You said Jamie Boyd. You said Oscar Gilly, and you said Eric Rios. I know exactly what. And cast the predictions: Calyrex, Ice Rider, and Smeagol. What are you on about? Oh my lordy!
I heard off camera that you were really actually supporting Miraidon all weekend.
Don't look at my pin.
See? The proof is in the pudding.
I don't have a Calyrex Ice Rider pin yet.
Right here. Miraidon. Okay. Can you see it?
All right, yeah.
Well, of course, you did pick a few things there.
Unbelievable.
Anyway, so...
Congratulations again, Lee.
Congrats.
Thank you, guys. Thank you. No doubts at all that Michelle is going to do it, once again, get that double.
Exactly. Now, of course, if you're looking for our future events as well here, then, of course, we have Atlanta coming up on the 12th to the 13th of April over across the pond as well, where we'll obviously have a lot of hype championships there. I wonder if we'll see Lunala and that Calyrex Ice Rider yet again here. It will still be Regulation Set G, so lots of opportunity, and maybe the final opportunity for the NA region to really show what they've got in that format.
Yeah, and I think just being able to build to that point will be exciting, but it's going to be a different regulation set. We don't have the details of just yet. However, for now, we know at least when it comes to the next European one, it will be the final regulation set G.
Indeed, and that will be at Seville as well, in Spain, where we will be broadcasting there once again too, showing off. Like, look at that arch there. Beautiful place there.
Gorgeous.
And, like, lots of orange trees, too. So, yeah, come on down and just spectate, to be honest. There's loads to see there, too. Really historic place to be and lots to learn. And, of course, lots of championship points to gain, too, and fun to be had in this venue, too. So, there's plenty of opportunity for Pokemon, which is what we like, isn't it? Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
I think we just...
sure there, Lee.
Yeah,
Try that again. Just a little bit more.
I was thinking of the orange trees in the relation to Scarlet.
Naranja.
Naranja Academy. I was like, oh yeah, lost in my own thoughts. But I do think we need to take a moment to congratulate Costa, because caster predictions and pick as well, in all seriousness, you nailed it from start to finish. So well done, my friend.
I appreciate it, but I've got to say, Michelle Kelsch nailed it. And that's the true victor for today.
Yes, that is very true.
Again, maybe we'll see him again next year. Do you think let's see if he can do the 3P. That would be incredible. But anyway, if you want to check out these future broadcasts, and as well as next year, but of course Atlanta and Seville that we've already mentioned, go to Pokemon.com/broadcasts right there, which makes a lot of sense. And make sure you have that on your favorites tabs on your phone as well, so you do not miss a second of Pokemon action here too. And of course, you can follow us along on the channels on YouTube and Twitch, where we are broadcasting live. And Twitch does have that enabled option of voting for your favorite match when we are putting it to community choice, which we've done multiple times this weekend. So make sure you follow us along there. And of course, you can share what your thoughts are and how you've done in the tournament. Maybe you've been playing or just watching at home using that hashtag #PlayPokemon on X, /Pokemon YouTube, of course, /Pokemon on Facebook, and the hashtag on Instagram too. So you really can't miss what has been going on here at these events here. So that's kind of all from us, to be honest, really. Stockholm Regional Championships has been in some ways the same, but in also so different. And so congratulations to Mikhail Kelsch. Congrats to all the players who've done so well, and thank you for making this all possible. So from all of us here at Stockholm, good night.
Good night.